Sword God Chapter 1025 to Chapter 1075. I have 10 scarlet soul crystals and 1 purple serene soul crystal. I can exchange them for 200,000 contribution points. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly as he was tempted. The function of soul crystals was to strengthen one's soul after refinement. A stronger soul would bring about various benefits such as stronger spiritual consciousness, sharper senses, better comprehension, and so on. This effect was undoubtedly attractive to Chen Zong. However, his soul was much stronger than most cultivators. He wondered how much he would improve after refining the scarlet soul crystals. I'm not exchanging them for now. Chen Zong suppressed his desire. After all, it was not easy to obtain soul crystals. It was unknown if he could obtain them again in the future. It was better to keep them for now. However, the secret art of spirit refinement that could refine soul crystals required 100,000 contribution points. This left Chen Zong speechless. Contribution points were really the most important thing in White Cloud Mountain. As long as one had enough contribution points, they could exchange for what they needed. They could even ask Saint Rudiment Realm experts for help. After making up his mind, Chen Zong got up and left the Cloud Palace. He summoned White Cloud and quickly flew to Cloud Gate Peak. There were many portals on the Cloud Gate Peak. Each portal led to a different place. Chen Zong couldn't fly to the place he wanted to go. He had to go through a portal because that place wasn't in the Sky Pillar upper region. Portals of different shapes and colors stood there. Each portal was 10 meters tall. There was also a 5-meter tall stone tablet next to each portal with the corresponding location written on it. Chen Zong's gaze quickly swept over and focused on a completely pitch-black teleportation door. The teleportation door was faintly suffused with traces of aura fluctuations that caused one's heart to palpitate. Its color was so dark that it gave one an ominous feeling. There were 3 words written on the stone tablet next to the pitch-black portal: Void Demon Island. In the Lingwu Saint World, the 36 lower provinces and 12 middle provinces were neighbors. However, they were far from the 4 upper provinces. There was a vast ocean between the Lingwu Saint World and the Sky Pillar upper province. There were many islands on the vast ocean. Some of the islands were deserted and empty. Some were inhabited by humans. However, there were some islands that were more special as they were inhabited by a large number of demon beasts or foreign races. Some of the more special islands were often used by the various sects in Sky Pillar Upper Province as training grounds for their disciples. They were also one of the ways for their sect disciples to earn contribution points. Void Demon Island was one of the special islands. Demons. Outer Sect Heaven rank disciples had a special privilege, which was that they did not need to spend any contribution points to use the portal. Earth rank disciples were exempt from contribution points once a month, while human rank disciples were exempt from contribution points once a year. The difference was obvious. Chen Zong took out his disciple token and walked into the portal of Void Demon Island. He felt a mysterious and invisible energy fall on him. It scanned the disciple token in his hand and verified Chen Zong's identity. Taking a step forward, Chen Zong's figure entered the portal and disappeared without a trace, as if he had been swallowed up. As if passing through a space-time tunnel, it appeared on the other side of the tunnel. It was a portal on the Void Island. This portal belonged to White Cloud Mountain. The other major forces in the Sky Pillar upper region had their own portals located in different locations on the Void Devil Island. White Cloud Mountain's portal was located at the edge of Void Demon Island. In fact, every force's portal was located at the edge of the island. With the portal as the center, there was a layer of invisible energy within 100 meters that could prevent demons from entering. In this way, the portal could be protected from the demons on the island. It also ensured that the sect's disciples wouldn't be attacked by demons when they entered the island through the portal. After walking out of the portal, Chen Zong quickly scanned his surroundings. Behind the portal was a vast ocean with rolling waves. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes. He vaguely saw a layer of light screen rising from the edge of the island and spreading to the sky. Chen Zong withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. The land here was pitch black and emitted a shocking demonic chi fluctuation. It was cold and evil mixed with an indescribable blazing aura fluctuation. This kind of aura was somewhat similar to the Earth Demon Abyss in Blue Wave's world. However, there were some differences when he looked at it carefully. As for the specific differences, Chenzong couldn't tell for a moment. After walking out of the protective range of the portal, the demonic chi suddenly became denser and continuously attacked from all directions. On the contrary, the heaven and earth origin energy here was thin. In other words, cultivators couldn't cultivate at all on Void Demon Island. Once their spiritual power was exhausted, they couldn't replenish it through the heaven and earth origin energy. They could only take medicinal pills or use origin stones. Chenzong's aura was incompatible with the aura of Void Demon Island. As soon as he walked out of the protective range of the portal, it was like a drop of oil falling into water, causing layers of ripples to spread out. I smell a human. It's over there. A demon with a single horn and pitch-black waterdrop-shaped scales all over its body had vertical eyes that emitted a shocking bloodthirsty cold light. Its long and scarlet tongue stretched out from its big mouth filled with sharp teeth and swung in the air like a viper. Turning around, this demon erupted with astonishing speed, stretching out countless afterimages as it rapidly rushed in the direction of the White Cloud Mountains portal, stirring up gusts of demonic wind. Not long after, Chenzong saw a pitch-black storm approaching at an astonishing speed. Demonic chi surged, bringing with it an extremely terrifying and cold-killing intent. The smell of blood suffused the air, and it was extremely pungent. A cold light flashed in the depths of Chenzong's eyes as he drew his sword. A white sword light tore through the sky like a crescent moon and slashed towards the demon. With a swish, the sword was so fast that the demon had no time to dodge. It could only cross its arms to block. The scales on its body opened up, releasing a black light that formed a shield of air to resist. In just one breath, there was a kacha sound. The chi shield was shattered, and both of his arms were chopped off. Even his body was cut in half. Dark red blood splashed out, giving off an incomparably fishy smell. This demon was not weak. It was a level 3 demon, equivalent to a Transcendent Realm level 3 human. However, it was much stronger, yet it could not block Chenzong's sword. Chenzong chose to go straight ahead, which was the direction of the center of Void Demon Island. If he chose to go left or right, he would go to the other side of the island. One demon after another was killed by Chenzong. While killing demons, Chenzong spread out his spiritual sense and scanned the surroundings carefully. There were demonic herbs growing on Void Demon Island. They could be picked and brought back to White Cloud Mountain to exchange for contribution points. Demon Sound Grass, Red Demon Flower. After a while, Chenzong found 3 stalks of Demon Sound Grass and 2 red demon flowers. A stalk of Demon Sound Grass was worth 10 contribution points, while a red demon flower was worth 20 contribution points. Chenzong collected all of them into his storage ring. 2 hours later, Chenzong had killed over 100 demons. However, none of them were particularly strong. They were level 1, level 2, level 3 demons, or at most, level 4 demons. They posed no threat to Chenzong at all. During these 2 hours, Chenzong had found a total of 5 bought Demon Sound Grass, 4 red demon flowers, and a silver demon fruit. The silver demon fruit was even more valuable, worth 50 contribution points each. Chenzong frowned. The total value of the demonic herbs he had obtained was 180 contribution points. It was far too little. At this moment, a black cloud rolled over in front of him, exuding an astonishing demonic aura. Below it, 3 figures were running at an extremely fast speed. Chenzong narrowed his eyes and recognized that the black cloud was a half-meter-long flying demon. It held a sharp black spear in its hand and had bat-like wings on its back. It flew at an astonishing speed. Friend in front, we are disciples of White Cloud Mountain. If you have the ability, please help us. One of the 2 men and 1 woman being chased said loudly. In other words, if they were not strong enough, they should not help. They should just turn around and run. Chenzong did not say anything. Instead, he sensed the flying demons. There were several hundred of them, but each of them was only a level 4 demon. Their individual strength was not very strong. However, with several hundred of them attacking together, their momentum was terrifying. Demonic chi rolled out in waves. Ordinary Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivators would die if they were to face them. Ordinary Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivators would also be doomed. Xiao, the moment the sound of wind breaking rang out, Chenzong's figure had already flown several hundred meters. His figure was extremely light, like a heavenly crane spreading its wings, soaring into the sky. Unsheathing the profound light sword, a white sword light shot out like a line between heaven and earth. The sizzling sounds were extremely ear-piercing. The sword light was like a hot knife through butter. Nothing could stop it. Wherever it passed, a layer of the void was cut open. The bodies of the flying demons were also cut in half. Even the long spears in their hands could not stop it. With just a single slash, several dozen flying demons were killed. This slash also angered the other flying demons. They all aimed their spears at Xianxia and launched a frenzied attack. Kill. The 2 men and 1 woman being chased immediately stopped and quickly turned around. Seeing Xianxia kill several dozen flying demons with a single slash, they hurriedly shouted and attacked. These 3 were all Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivators. Facing several hundred level 4 flying demons, they did not dare to fight back. However, with the help of a Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator, the situation was different. Kill. 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 The flying demons were killed one after another. Every time Xianxia attacked, he would kill at least 10 demons. The speed of his sword was extremely fast, the white sword light blotting out the sky. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. I am Xianxia, a human-rank disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Human-rank disciple of White Cloud Mountain, Yi Jinglan. Human-rank disciple of White Cloud Mountain, Lin Zhongyi. After killing most of the Class 4 flying demons, the 3 of them first took a deep breath to adjust their breathing. Then, they bowed to Xianxia and reported their identities. Xianxia, a heaven-ranked disciple of White Cloud Mountain, Xianxia also reported his identity. The 3 of their eyes lit up when they heard this. So it's senior brother Chen. Fortunately, we met senior brother Chen. Otherwise, we would be in danger, Yang Jingchen said gratefully from the bottom of his heart. The other 2 were also grateful. It was really too dangerous just now. They could have been surrounded by the demons and had no choice but to fight to the death. It's a coincidence that we met. It's nothing. Xianxia smiled. If he didn't have the strength to deal with them, he wouldn't have foolishly rushed up. Instead, he would have left as soon as possible. After all, he didn't know these 3 people. Senior brother Chen, we were chased by the flying demons because we found this thing. Yang Jingchen flipped his palm. With a flash of light, a pitch-black crystal appeared in his hand. It was about the size of a duck egg and had a smooth surface. It emitted traces of pure dark demonic energy. This is... Staring at the pitch-black crystal, Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. The Treasure Exchange Illustrated Handbook of White Cloud Mountain flashed through his mind, and he quickly searched for information about the pitch-black crystal in front of him. Demon Spirit Crystal? Yes, it's the demonic spiritual crystal. Yang Jingchen smiled. The demonic spiritual crystal is very important to the demons. It's as important as vitality stones to us humans, maybe even more important. The Treasure Exchange Guide of White Cloud Mountain had pictures and detailed records of the demonic spiritual crystal. The demonic spiritual crystal was very important to the demons. It was one of their sources of power. Demonic spirit crystals were also divided into different grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and even top grade. The demonic spiritual crystal that Yang Jingchen took was a low grade one. A low grade demonic spiritual crystal could be exchanged for 100 contribution points. As for medium grade demonic spiritual crystal, its price was even higher at 1,000 contribution points. If it was a high grade demonic spiritual crystal, it could be exchanged for 10,000 contribution points. As for supreme grade demonic spiritual crystal, it could be exchanged for 100,000 contribution points. Where did you get your demon crystals? Xianxia asked. He needed a large amount of contribution points, and the magic potions that he had found were not even worth 200 contribution points. To him, it was like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. If he could find a large number of demonic spirit crystals, he would be able to obtain a large number of contribution points. It's in a demon lake in the Central District, Yi Jinglan said softly. The Central District. Before coming here, Xianxia had done some research on Void Demon Island. It was divided into the Inner District, the Central District, and the Outer District. The outer area was the most peripheral area. Generally, it was inhabited by level 1 to level 3 magical beasts. Occasionally, level 4 magical beasts would appear. The central district was mainly inhabited by level 4 to level 6 demons, but occasionally there were level 7 demons. As for the central district, there were at least level 7 demons, and the most powerful ones were level 9 demons or even more powerful brigadier generals. A brigadier general was a powerful demon that was stronger than a class 9 demon, but not as strong as a demon general. In terms of level, it was equal to a semi-saint among human practitioners. Xianxia and the others were now in the outer district. However, they were very close to the central district. They were only 10,000 meters away. Yang Jingchen and the other two pointed out the exact location of the demon lake to Xianxia. However, they did not follow him because they had been on Void Demon Island for a while and had obtained some things. They planned to bring them back to exchange for contribution points, and then exchange them for what they needed to improve their strength. Senior Brother Chen, goodbye. Senior Brother Chen, we'll take our leave first. The three of them bowed and turned to leave. Xianxia retracted his gaze and stared ahead. He took a step forward. The clear cry of a heavenly crane could be vaguely heard. His body floated in the air as if a heavenly crane was riding the wind. Xianxia had already cultivated the heavenly crane windchaser body technique to the extreme. He had mastered body intent and was extremely fast. In a place like Void Demon Island, it was undoubtedly more suitable to use body technique than to summon White Cloud. Soon, Xianxia entered the central district and rushed in the direction of the so-called Demon Lake. There were many demons on Void Demon Island. As soon as Xianxia stepped into the central district, a level 5 demon appeared and attacked him quickly. However, it could not withstand Xianxia's sword and died instantly. With Xianxia's current strength, even a level 6 demon would not be able to withstand Xianxia's sword, unless it was a level 6 elite demon. Among the demons, there were also so-called geniuses, just like human cultivators. However, the geniuses of human cultivators were mainly divided by talent, while the demons were divided by bloodline. Ordinary bloodline, elite bloodline, and super bloodline represented ordinary demons, elite demons, and super demons. At the same level, elite demons were naturally more powerful than ordinary demons, and super demons were more powerful than elite demons. It could be said that elite demons were far more powerful than ordinary demons of the same level, while super demons were powerful demons that could fight across levels. After killing more than a dozen level 5 demons and a level 6 demon, Xianxia saw the so-called Demon Lake. The lake was pitch black and rippled with light. It was several thousand meters wide. Xianxia stood at the edge of the lake and focused his eyes. A sharp light flashed as he saw the demon spirit crystals at the bottom of the lake. They were like pebbles at the bottom of a stream. Xianxia instantly made a grasping motion, condensing his spirit power into a palm, intending to grab a handful of demon spirit crystals. However, Xianxia discovered that the moment his spirit power palm touched the demon spirit lake, it was weakened. Once it entered the lake, it was continuously weakened to the extreme. There was simply no way for him to grab the demon spirit crystals. The lake looked very deep. The edge of the lake was 3 or 4 meters deep, and it deepened toward the center. It could be more than 10 meters deep. Xianxia reached into the lake and found that it was cold and gloomy, but it also contained an amazing demonic aura. It could erode the human body and cause damage, but it was very subtle unless it was exposed for a long time. Without any hesitation, Xianxia plunged into the lake and quickly dived to the bottom. The demon lake was very cold. The aura it contained wrapped around Xianxia's body from top to bottom. It constantly invaded and tried to destroy Xianxia's body. However, when Xianxia activated the purple flame dragon power, he completely resisted this aura. The purple cloud true flame was a rare flame of heaven and earth, and it had a miraculous effect against this kind of cold aura. Its resistance was many times better than spiritual power, and its consumption was also much lower. The demon lake was not only cold but also very dense and heavy. It was at least 20 to 30 times heavier than ordinary water. However, it did not affect Xianxia's speed. In a flash, Xianxia rushed to the bottom of the lake. He grabbed several demon spiritual crystals with both hands and quickly put them into his storage ring. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong grabbed more than 30 demon spiritual crystals and put them into his storage ring. This was worth more than 3,000 contribution points, which made Qianzong secretly happy. Although it was not a lot and not enough to exchange for what he needed, at the bottom of the demon lake, he could see that there were more than these 30 demon spiritual crystals. It was just that they were scattered everywhere. So it would take some time to collect them. When Qianzong quickly rushed to the next demon spiritual crystal, a strong sense of crisis swept over him. A black light pierced through the bottom of the lake at an amazing speed. It carried a terrible force as if it wanted to smash Qianzong's body into pieces. Qianzong had already raised his vigilance and prepared for any possible danger. He dodged in an instant. However, more and more black lights shot over, one after another, dozens of them in a row. Some of them even flew over from all directions at an extremely fast speed. Each of them carried a terrible power, enough to kill a 5th-class demon and injure a 6th-class demon. One had to know that ordinary demon beasts were very strong, much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same level. Therefore, each of these black lights had the power to kill an ordinary 6th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. The power of dozens of them was even more terrifying. If he was hit at the same time, Qianzong would not be able to withstand it. It was difficult to use any movement skills in the water, but Qianzong's control of his body was very good. He unsheathed his profound light sword and split the water at the bottom of the lake, shattering the black lights. He also took advantage of the momentum to quickly avoid the other black lights. With his left hand, Qianzong quickly collected more than a dozen demon spiritual crystals from the bottom of the lake into his storage ring and rushed up. Because the demon beasts at the bottom of the lake were enraged. A human dared to sneak into its territory and collect demon spiritual crystals without the slightest scruple, not putting it in its eyes at all. Damn it all. The demon beasts was furious and charged at Qianzong. This was a terrifying demon with 3 ferocious python heads. It also had 4 thick limbs and a fish-like tail. With a flick of its tail, it unleashed an astonishing power, pushing away tens of thousands of tons of lake water as it charged forward. Qianzong's body directly rushed out of the water. At the same time, 3 huge black snake heads covered in sharp thorns also rushed out of the lake. They opened their bloody mouths and viciously bit at Qianzong's body. The heads were even larger than Qianzong's body. They could easily swallow Qianzong whole. Qianzong did not even turn his head. He swung his profound light sword and a sharp sword light pierced through the air, directly slashing at the snake head closest to him. The tyrannical sword light burst forth and cut off the snake head. However, the snake head was unharmed. After landing, Qianzong's figure quickly rushed forward. The demon beast also rushed out of the lake. Its huge body appeared on the surface of the lake. The eyes on the 3 snake heads were incomparably sharp and cold, causing one's heart to palpitate. So strong. Qianzong stared at the huge 3-headed demon beast in front of him and was secretly shocked. This demon beast was a level 6 demon, but its aura was very amazing, completely incomparable to that of an ordinary level 6 demon beast. Elite demon. Qianzong secretly said, a little excited in his heart. Thinking about it, there were a lot of demon spiritual crystals at the bottom of the demon lake, estimated to be more than 1,000, but no other demons came to compete for them, which was enough to prove its strength. Elite demon beast, boom. Boom, boom. The 3-headed demon beast broke out an extremely terrible aura. With a slap of its tail, an amazing amount of lake water rose into the sky and turned into a huge wave, blasting toward Qianzong. Following that, the 3 heads of the fiendish demon trembled and shot out 3 beams of black light. They were like 3 terrifying cannons, carrying a terrifying power as they bombarded the fiendish demon. Qianzong stepped forward and avoided the attack of the 3-headed snake demon at an amazing speed. His figure was incomparably light, and he appeared beside the 3-headed snake demon. He used all his strength and slashed with his sword. White Cloud Emptiness Sword, Chop. Qianzong directly consumed 1/10 of his spirit chi to display a tyrannical sword. The White Cloud Sword light was like a line between heaven and earth, splitting the world. The 3-headed snake demon's body was covered in extremely tough scales that could withstand the cutting of a 3rd-grade spirit sword, but under this terrifying sword light, it couldn't resist at all and was directly torn apart. Dark red demon blood splashed and fell on the rippling lake, quickly spreading out. The three-headed snake demon's huge body collapsed like a building, and with a bang, the lake water surged endlessly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia activated the purple flame dragon force to cover his body and quickly dived to the bottom of the lake to search for demon spirit crystals. The lake water was chaotic, completely interfering with his vision, so Xianxia spread out his spirit sense to cover the bottom of the lake and quickly searched. 1, 2, 3, Xianxia's movements were very fast, taking advantage of the three-headed snake demon's killing spree, and before the other demons arrived, he did his best to plunder the demon spirit crystals. Every low-grade demon spirit crystal represented 100 sect contribution points. It was much more cost-effective than searching for magic herbs all over the place. Xianxia stretched out his hands and began to frantically plunder. Suddenly, his heart jumped slightly and he felt a kind of palpitating feeling. Xianxia didn't hesitate and immediately rushed out of the lake with all his strength, breaking out of the water and displaying the heavenly crane windchaser movement skill to the extreme. As soon as he rushed out of the lake, Xianxia caught a glimpse of several demons in the distance from the corner of his eyes, all of them emitting a murderous aura. Impressively, they were all 6th grade demons. If they were just ordinary demons, they would naturally pose no threat to Xianxia. However, a black and silver figure suddenly appeared in the sky behind those few demons. It spread its wings, giving off the feeling of a sharp blade that sliced through the sky. It was a 6th grade demon that looked like an eagle, but the aura it exuded was even more tyrannical than the 3 demons. A super demon, this was a 6th order monster demon with a super bloodline, comparable to an ordinary 7th order monster demon. It was even stronger than an ordinary 7th order transcendent realm cultivator. Xianxia did not have the confidence to fight against it. Of course, Xianxia did not think that he would lose, but the situation was very unfavorable for him as there were other 6th level demons attacking him. First, he would leave this place and return to White Cloud Mountain. Then, he would exchange the demonic spirit crystals and other items he had obtained for contribution points. In short, the Lake of Demons was here, and he wouldn't leave. He could come back next time. The speed of the flying demon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it overtook the several Class 6 demons in front of it and approached Xianxia. With a flap of its wings, wind blades slashed through the air, leaving extremely sharp traces, which made people's scalp numb. It was as if Xianxia had eyes on the back of his head. He nimbly dodged the attacks of the wind blades, and with a backhand swing of his sword, a white sword light shot out like a crescent moon. However, the demon did not dodge. It waved its right arm and its sharp claws tore through the air, directly shattering the sword light. One sword strike after another, sword chi swept out wildly, blocking the demon and taking advantage of this opportunity to escape. However, the demon was very tyrannical. It broke through the attack of Xianxia's sword chi and approached Xianxia, fiercely clawing at Xianxia's back. This claw made Xianxia's face change greatly, as if his body was about to be torn apart. Turning around, Xianxia's sword collided with the demon's claw. A terrible force surged through the sword, making Xianxia's hand numb. The web between his thumb and forefinger felt like it was about to be torn apart, and his arm trembled. Xianxia's face was calm, but he was shocked in his heart. Although his body refining realm cultivation was only at the peak of the 3rd layer of dragon power realm, his strength was definitely not weak. This showed that the demon's strength was even more terrifying. If his body refining realm cultivation was not at the 3rd layer of dragon power realm, he would not be able to resist. Even so, Xianxia's figure was forced to retreat. He directly borrowed the force to retreat at an even faster speed, widening the distance between them. Die. The demon's face was ferocious, and its blue eyes emitted a terrible killing intent. Once again, it clawed at Xianxia. After a long time of evolution, the demons on Void Demon Island gradually understood the human language and could speak some of it, but their accent was not so standard. After all, the demons were intelligent, and their intelligence was not much worse than that of humans. It was just that most of the demons had a different way of thinking from humans. They were more inclined to the direct way of doing things. If there was a disagreement, they would kill. There was no conspiracy to speak of. Xianxia was chased by a super demon. He wanted to escape, but there were several 6th-level demons chasing after him, which posed a great threat to Qianzong. A 5th-level demon appeared in front of him and blocked his way, but it was killed by Qianzong's sword. After a lot of effort, Qianzong collided with the 6th-level super demon again. He only felt that his qi and blood were surging, and there was a pain in his bones, as if they were about to be torn apart. With this attack, Qianzong's figure was forced to retreat into the protective range of the portal. "Human, come out. I'm going to tear you to pieces." The 6th-level super demon obviously knew that Qianzong had escaped from its pursuit, but it was very unwilling and murderous. "The next time you come, I'll kill you," Qianzong said to the demon, turned around, and strode into the portal. The previous exchange made Qianzong realize that he could not kill the other party now. If he fought here, he would most likely be the one to die in the end. First, he was not strong enough. Second, the environment here was more suitable for demons. However, Qianzong planned to increase his strength after returning to Void Demon Island. Seeing the hateful human disappear in front of its eyes, the super demon fiercely clawed at the protective power, creating layers of ripples. The protective power was very strong. Even the Brigadier General of Void Demon Island could not break through it with a full-force attack. Otherwise, it would have been broken long ago. Through the portal, Qianzong returned to Cloud Gate Peak of White Cloud Mountain in just one breath. White Cloud Mountain and Void Demon Island were very far apart. Even a Saint Realm powerhouse would need a lot of time to fly. Summoning White Cloud, Qianzong quickly left Cloud Gate Peak and flew toward Cloud Treasure Peak. There was a Cloud Treasure Hall on Cloud Treasure Peak. It was the main hall on White Cloud Mountain used for disciples to exchange treasures and contribution points. After entering Cloud Treasure Hall, Qianzong ignored the other disciples and went straight to the counter in front of him. "Exchange for contribution points," Qianzong said directly. He took out his disciple token and handed it over. Then, he took out a small number of demonic medicines from his storage ring. The person in charge of the exchange was familiar with the place and quickly calculated the total value of the demonic medicines. Qianzong also took out demon spirit crystals, one after another. In fact, Qianzong didn't know how many demon spirit crystals he had. After all, the situation was very tense at the time and he was collecting as much as he could. When Qianzong took out dozens of demon spirit crystals, the person in charge of the exchange was shocked. After all, that was a few thousand contribution points. It wasn't easy to get so many in one go. Most disciples of White Cloud Mountain accumulated their contribution points in the tens or hundreds. It was rare to get a few thousand contribution points in one go. They were either very strong, very lucky, or both. When the number of demon spirit crystals exceeded 100, the person in charge of the exchange stared blankly. The other disciples also had looks of shock on their faces as they stared at Qianzong, trying to commit him to memory. Who was he? In the end, Qianzong took out all the demon spirit crystals. There were more than 200 of them, enough to exchange for more than 20,000 contribution points. Everyone's eyes were wide open. It was rare to exchange more than 10,000 contribution points in one go, and it was even rarer to exchange more than 20,000 contribution points. It was very impressive. Qianzong was also very happy. 20,000 contribution points was enough for him to exchange for the second half of the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art. After the exchange was completed, the amount of contribution points exceeded his expectations. Among the 200 demon spirit crystals, there were 5 intermediate-rank demon spirit crystals worth 5,000 contribution points. Therefore, Qianzong ended up with a total of 26,580 contribution points. With 20,000 contribution points, Qianzong quickly left. He called out White Cloud and returned to Heavenly Peak. After resting for a while, Qianzong began the exchange. Without any hesitation, he exchanged for the second half of the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art. His 20,000 contribution points decreased by 20,000 in an instant, leaving him with only 6,000. As for the remaining 6,000, Qianzong planned to keep it for now and slowly accumulate it. After obtaining the second half of the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art, Qianzong couldn't wait to comprehend it. The first half of the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art was composed of 499 moves. The complete White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art was composed of 999 moves. The last move was the essence of the entire sword art. With the nameless sword art that he had comprehended in the mysterious subspace of the ancient battlefield, it became much easier for Zong to comprehend the second half of the White Cloud Emptiness sword art. Coupled with the fact that he had already cultivated the first half of the White Cloud Emptiness sword art to the trance stage, it only took 2 days for Zong to cultivate the White Cloud Emptiness sword art to the trance stage. In the trance stage, the White Cloud Emptiness sword art didn't have much of an increase in power, but it was more flexible when used. It wasn't limited to simple routines, and it consumed less energy. With his current cultivation, he could use it 12 times in a row. However, Zong wasn't satisfied. With his current strength, it wasn't enough to kill a rank 6 super demon. He needed to be stronger. While cultivating the White Cloud Emptiness sword art, he also comprehended the tyrannical sword art that he had named Blue Cloud Shatter. In addition, he didn't neglect the cultivation of the White Cloud Emptiness sword art. He also took the Cloud Dragon pill. Time passed slowly, and Zong remained in secluded retreat. In fact, every new disciple who had just entered White Cloud Mountain would have a period of rapid progress, so everyone was working hard and spending most of their time on cultivation, trying to improve themselves as much as possible. Zong refined the 3 Cloud Dragon pills, and a month later, Zong's cultivation broke through again, reaching the late Transcendent Realm 6th layer. Breaking through a minor realm in 1 month was almost impossible in the Floating Clouds territory, even with the help of pills, especially after reaching the Transcendent Realm 6th layer. However, the world Yuan-Chi in the upper territory was indeed many times richer and purer than in the lower territory, so the effects of cultivation were much more obvious. While his cultivation improved, Zong also cultivated the White Cloud Emptiness sword art to the perfection stage, reaching the peak of this sword art. Next, he needed to comprehend sword intent. After a month of silence, he had improved his cultivation and strength. Zong was ready to set off for the Cloud Gate Peak again. Without spending any contribution points, Zong directly entered the Void Demon Island through the portal again. Zong had the experience of entering the teleportation gate before, so he was familiar with the route this time. He didn't stop and left the teleportation gate's protective range, heading in the direction of the Demon Lake. After a month, Zong entered again, but he was still blocked by many demons. They wanted to kill Zong and devour Zong's flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of cultivators contained a unique power. To demons, it was like a tonic, especially for cultivators who had tempered their bodies. The energy contained in their flesh and blood was even more abundant. To demons, it was even more effective. Slash. Slash, slash. Zong kept slashing with his sword to kill demons. He did not need to use any special swordsmanship. He could kill any demon in the outer area with a casual slash. He entered the central area and approached the lake. The 3-headed snake demon was the owner of the lake, but it had been killed by Zong a month ago. After a month, the lake had a new owner. Many level 4 demons and level 5 demons besieged Zong. They roared and wanted to tear Zong into pieces. Unfortunately, when the sword light passed by, their bodies were cut off one after another, and a fishy smell filled the air. The demons in the lake were also alarmed, and they broke out of the water. This was a demon with the head of a ferocious fish. Its back was covered with sharp spikes. When it opened and contracted, it looked like a folding fan. Each of the spikes was incomparably sharp. They were 0.5 meter short and 1 meter long. It was as if they could pierce through the heavens. This big-headed fish demon, which was covered with dark green scales, opened its big mouth full of spikes, as if it was laughing strangely. Its green eyes were frightening, and it was holding a 3-meter-long spike in its hand. It was slightly curved, as if it was made from the bones of some kind of demon. It was very scary and cold. Human, I haven't eaten human for a long time. Delicious flesh and blood. As it spoke in a strange and rough voice, turbid saliva flowed out from the gaps between its fangs, and a sour stench assaulted their nostrils. At the same time, the big-headed fish devil also charged forward. The 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand pierced through the air, bringing with it an extremely cold force. It was like a black stream of light. As soon as he attacked, he crossed hundreds of meters to assassinate Zong. Very soon. Another elite level 6 demon. Zong was secretly surprised. Obviously, the pressure this fish demon gave him was no less than that of the three-headed snake demon. However, Zong's cultivation had improved, and his strength had increased. A mere elite demon of level 6 posed no threat to him. Therefore, in the face of this fish demon's attack, Zong was obviously very calm. Just as the pitch-black bone spear stabbed in front of him, Zong stepped out. His figure was as light and swift as a crane, extremely flexible. With a flash of sword light, there was a sound of metal clashing. The bone spear was swung away, and the sword light was extremely sharp. It went forward, like a meteor breaking through the sky, and cut through the big-headed fish devil. The scales of the fish devil were very tough and had amazing defensive power, but under Zong's sword, they were like pieces of paper. They were directly cut open without any hindrance. Even if the fish devil's body was much thicker than Zong's, it could not resist the sharpness of the sword. After killing the fish devil, Zong immediately dived into the bottom of the lake. His soul sense quickly spread out, and he quickly searched for and collected. Last time, Zong had collected more than 200 demonic spirit crystals, and there were still some left. However, when Zong had collected more than 100 crystals, a large number of fiendish demons had rushed over from other parts of the central district. After putting a few demon spiritual crystals into the storage ring, Zong broke out of the water. With a slash of his long sword, sword light swept out and beheaded a few demons nearby. His eyes locked on a figure flying in the air. It was a male eagle demon, the one that chased him a month ago. "Human, you dare to come again." The hawk demon also recognized Zong and was furious. His killing intent erupted like a volcano, and a shocking killing intent swept out. He leaped into the air and flapped his extremely sharp wings. Numerous extremely sharp wind blades broke through the air and blasted towards Zong. He opened his claws and a cold light shot out in all directions. He tore through the air and grabbed at Zong. The eagle demon's speed was extremely fast, and it fell from the sky at an angle. Its momentum was even more shocking. If it was a month ago, Zong would definitely dodge this attack. But now, Zong did not intend to dodge. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils were like needles, emitting a shocking cold light. His body moved forward slightly, and the dark light sword slashed out. Silk-like sword light shuttled around his body like needles and threads, as if it was weaving something. In an instant, 999 silk-like sword lights surrounded his body. Each of them was white, and looked very dazzling. Thousands of clouds surged, and the light of the clouds poured in. The 999 silk-like sword lights also condensed into one in an instant, and Zong's sword slashed out, tearing the sky. It was as if it was cutting yin and yang, and splitting heaven and earth. The finger-thick cloud-white sword light filled the eagle demon's eyes, and it was extremely shocked. Its body suddenly stopped in midair, and a terrifying force rushed forward like a sharp awl. The awl was instantly torn apart by the sword light. The eagle demon's body suddenly flapped its wings, and with a shocking speed, rushed to the side like lightning. It was just a bit slower, and the sword light slashed past, and one of its wings was immediately cut open. The wings were connected to the body, and the pain of being torn apart was indescribable. The eagle demon could no longer fly, and fell from the sky. But it was ferocious by nature, and even though it was injured and fell, it did not panic, and quickly adjusted. However, Zong attacked again, and the second cloud-white sword light tore through the sky. After losing a wing, its strength was reduced, and it was unable to dodge, and the sword light slashed through it. It was cut in two. After killing the eagle demon, Zong's body flashed, and he instantly attacked with his sword, picking a storage ring from the eagle demon's finger. That's right, the storage ring on the eagle demon's finger did not belong to it, but to the cultivator it killed. Attacking with his sword, he killed the other demons one after another. Under the tyrannical strength, except for the level 6 demons with super bloodline who could fight with Zong, the other level 6 demons were no match for him at all, and could not even resist one attack. Kill, 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 the corpses of the demons piled up, and the blood of the demons made the ground even darker. Zong's expression changed slightly as a strong sense of fear swept over him. He hurriedly looked ahead and could vaguely see a blood-red color permeating the air. It was as if a blood cloud was rolling over and was approaching at an astonishing speed. Go! Muttering to himself, Qianzong quickly turned around and performed the heavenly crane, chasing the wind with all his strength, leaving at an astonishing speed. The bloody cloud was the source of the threat, which meant that the demons coming were very powerful, and he could not fight against them. That direction was also the inner area, and demons from the inner area were coming, and their target was probably him. Level 7 or even level 8 demons. In short, he was no match for them, and had to leave, or he would die here. Rushing through the central area and entering the outer area, the bloody cloud had also arrived at the lake. It paused, staring at the corpse of the eagle demon. It was a dark red demon with a height of 3 meters. Its head was like that of a vicious dragon, with 2 sharp horns and a few fleshy feelers. Its entire body was covered in scales, and it looked incomparably strong. Every muscle was filled with explosive power. There were sabers at the joints of its arms, which were half a meter long. Its 5 fingers were sharp, and its nails were as sharp as the tip of a sword. There were thorns on its knees, and scimitar-like sharp blades on both sides of its ankles. It seemed that this demon was incomparably terrifying, and its aura was extremely frightening. It was just like a killing machine. After a short pause and looking at the corpse of the eagle demon, the demon moved again, turning into a bloody lightning, and rushed in the direction of Qianzong at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying threat came, and the invisible pressure made it difficult for Qianzong to breathe, and he almost suffocated. Qianzong knew that the terrible demon was approaching at an astonishing speed. Judging from this threat alone, he was no match for it, and probably could not even take one attack from it. Run, he had to run. However, Qianzong did not regret coming to Void Demon Island. After all, he wanted to earn more contribution points in a short period of time to exchange for things he needed to improve his cultivation and strength. He had only been on Void Demon Island for a short period of time, and of course, it was also very dangerous. After entering the outer zone, Qianzong kept moving forward, like a white crane, at an extremely fast speed, and gradually headed in the direction of the teleportation gate. However, the demon was much faster than Qianzong. There was no comparison between the two. When he was 1,000 meters away, the demon suddenly attacked. It waved its right arm, and with a loud bang, a terrifying bloody force broke through the air like a crescent moon. It was too fast. When Qianzong felt it, the bloody crescent moon had already reached his back. Qianzong barely moved his body, and barely dodged it. The bloody crescent moon brushed past him, and Qianzong felt pain all over his body, as if his body was being torn apart. In fact, Qianzong's defensive power was torn apart, and a bloody wound was left on his arm, as if it had been cut open. The bloody crescent moon hit the ground a few hundred meters away, creating a 100-meter-long crack. It was extremely terrifying. He continuously swung his arm, causing blood-red crescent moons to tear through the air and fly towards Qianzong. Qianzong found it difficult to dodge, so he could only turn around and use the White Cloud's Emptiness Sword. Without a doubt, the White Cloud Void Sword art was very powerful, especially when it had reached the impeccable realm. Its power was even more shocking. However, due to the limitation of Qianzong's cultivation, he could not fully utilize its power. Or perhaps it was because Qianzong's cultivation was not high enough that the White Cloud Void Sword art was not that powerful. The White Sword light only shattered one of the bloody crescent moons before it was shattered by the other ones. Qianzong seized the opportunity to dodge. The bloody demon was already in front of him, and its eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. It kicked out fiercely, as if it could shatter a mountain. It carried a terrifying bloody force, crushing everything. Qianzong's whole body was numb, and he had difficulty breathing. The shocking pressure made it difficult for Qianzong to use his qi, blood, and spiritual energy. The gap was too big. Even if Qianzong used all his strength, it would be difficult for him to resist. Kong. An astonishing shockwave spread out in all directions, raging like wind blades and swords, cutting through the hard ground and scraping up layer after layer. The terrifying power caused Qianzong's complexion to change drastically, and he hurriedly retreated, his blood and qi surging violently. Qianshidi, run! A familiar voice sounded in Qianzong's ears, letting him know who had attacked him. Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately retreated and rushed towards the transmission gate. Xianxia had come out of seclusion and was planning to earn some contribution points. After making her choice, she came to Void Demon Island, but she didn't expect to see Qianzong being chased as soon as she arrived, so she immediately came to his aid. This monster demon was very strong and Xianxia wasn't confident she could defeat it, so she decided to delay it and let Qianzong escape first. Qianzong entered the transmission gate's protective barrier and turned around to look ahead. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, even stronger than before. Every sword strike she made caused the wind and clouds to surge with astonishing power. Xianxia's sword art was very powerful, but it wasn't as flexible. Obviously, this spirit-grade sword art had reached the grand accomplishment stage. Senior Sister Yu is a disciple of the Thunder and Wind sect, so she might have already cultivated a spirit-grade secret art before. Qianzong narrowed his eyes and thought. If that was the case, Xianxia's 10,000 contribution points should have been used to exchange for a spirit-grade sword art. Within the incomparably violent sword chi of wind and cloud, the dark red demon that looked like a killing machine rampaged about, exploding with an incomparably tyrannical power. The scales on its body were also extremely terrifying, and its defensive power was astonishing. No matter how the sword chi rampaged about, it was not damaged at all, at most leaving a few scratches. Closing in, Xianxia's expression was piercingly cold, her eyes filled with cold murderous intent. She slashed out with her sword, causing the wind and clouds to surge and condense into a majestic sword light that shot out. Like a long whip, it released an earth-shattering explosion. The majestic sword light slashed the demon's body, producing a thunderous explosion. An unparalleled power exploded, sending the demon flying back hundreds of meters. Its tough scales were cut open, leaving a long sword mark. However, the sword mark was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was also recovering rapidly. Weak human, your sword is no threat to me. The demon's eyes were cold, and its voice was as cold as steel. The fiendish demon's physique was extremely strong, and their self-healing ability was even more astonishing. Even if they were severely injured, they would be able to recover very quickly if given some time. Like a bolt of red lightning, the demon closed in on Xianxia, stirring up a terrifying storm of blades that tore everything apart. Xianxia's beautiful face was solemn. She slashed out with her sword, and wind and clouds gathered. Sword chi surged, and countless sword lights slashed out in the air. Collision, an incomparably violent collision occurred, and terrifying shockwaves wreaked havoc. The surrounding ground was ravaged, covering a radius of several hundred meters, collapsing and leaving behind shocking marks. The speed of these two was extremely fast, far surpassing that of ordinary Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivators. A super bloodline 8th level fiendish demon. Qianzong thought, his pupils narrowing as he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Xianxia had also come to Void Demon Island at this time, or else he would have been in danger. With his current strength, he could kill a 6th level fiendish demon with a super bloodline, but he was no match for an ordinary 8th level fiendish demon, let alone one with a super bloodline. However, Xianxia was able to put up a fight. Her strength was indeed astonishing. However, Qianzong could also see that Xianxia was only able to resist for a while, and was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Slashing out with her sword again, Xianxia pushed the fiendish demon back several hundred meters. Her figure flickered, and like a gust of wind, she quickly flew towards the transmission gate. The fiendish demon was very fast, but Xianxia was not slow either. She was extremely agile, easily avoiding the fiendish demon's attack and entering the transmission gate's protective barrier. The fiendish demon tore through the air and fiercely slammed into the transmission gate's protective barrier. With a loud bang, the transmission gate's protective barrier caved in, as if it had been compressed to the limit, producing a powerful rebound force that repelled the fiendish demon. Countless ripples spread out from the transmission gate's protective barrier. Unable to break through the transmission gate's protective barrier, the fiendish demon went berserk, wantonly destroying everything in its way. Everything within a radius of 100 meters collapsed, turning into dust. Looking at this terrifying destructive power, Qianzong couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. Xianxia also wore a dignified expression. Originally, she thought that after her cultivation had broken through and her strength had increased greatly, she would be able to find more treasures to exchange for contribution points after entering the Void Demon Island. From there, she would be able to further increase her strength before killing Lu Yijue. After all, Lu Yijue's talent was very high, and he had joined the 9-star Force 5 Ju Heavenly Palace. It was a force more powerful than White Cloud Mountain, and it surpassed White Cloud Mountain in all aspects. With the resources and inheritance of White Cloud Mountain, Lu Yijue's strength would definitely become more powerful. Thank you, senior sister. Chenzong watched the fiendish demon leave with anger and killing intent. He turned to look at Yunyanxin and bowed to express his gratitude. I just happened to be here. Yunyanxin smiled slightly. With such a powerful fiendish demon around, the two of them couldn't enter again for a while, and could only return through the transmission gate. Yunyanxin went to other places to earn contribution points, while Chenzong once again went to the Cloud Treasure Peak, intending to exchange more than 100 demon spiritual crystals for contribution points. Summoning White Cloud, Chenzong flew to the Cloud Treasure Peak while checking the storage ring he got from the level 6 fiendish demon with super bloodline. He didn't know what was inside. When Chenzong checked the storage ring, he was suddenly very excited. Perhaps this storage ring belonged to a cultivator, but after it was obtained by the fiendish demon, it became the fiendish demon's possession. The fiendish demon also stored some things inside. Fiendish demons had intelligence that was not inferior to humans, but their way of thinking was often more direct. If there was a storage ring, they would naturally use it. Of course, not all fiendish demons would use a storage ring. Most of them didn't like it. It could only be said that Chenzong's luck was good. There were only a few kinds of things inside the storage ring, but Chenzong was very excited. Magic herbs and demon paragon stones. In other words, if he took them to exchange, he could get a lot of contribution points. This made Chenzong short of breath. There were more than a dozen kinds of magic herbs. The smallest one was worth 50 contribution points, while the largest one was worth 100 contribution points. The total value of all of them was at least more than 30,000. The number of demon paragon stones was more than 600. Chenzong also distinguished that more than 400 of them were low-grade demon paragon stones, and the rest were middle-grade demon paragon stones. There were more than 100 of them. After arriving at the Cloud Treasure Peak and entering the Cloud Treasure Hall, Chenzong immediately exchanged. The person in charge of the exchange recognized Chenzong. When he saw Chenzong coming, he teased, "How many treasures did you get this time?" "Quite a lot." Chenzong smiled and responded. "Oh, quite a lot. It seems that it won't be less than last time." The person in charge of the exchange smiled and his eyes lit up. Chenzong smiled and began to take things out of the storage ring. First, magic herbs. A large pile of magic herbs appeared in front of him, causing the person to gasp. This is demonic dragon blood. Demonic dragon blood was not a type of blood, but a type of magic herb. It was blood red in color and was worth 100 contribution points. With a shocked expression, he began to calculate. 36,000 contribution points. The person was shocked and emotional. Then, his whole body trembled and his pupils contracted sharply because Chenzong took out something else. Demon paragon stones. Demon paragon stones could not be directly absorbed by human cultivators, but there were refiners and others who could make full use of them. Therefore, they could be exchanged for contribution points. Not long after, Chenzong took out all the demon paragon stones. Adding up the spoils of war and the ones he had collected, there were more than 700 of them. Among them, more than 500 were low-grade, and more than 100 were middle-grade. Low-grade was worth 100 contribution points, and middle-grade was worth 1,000 contribution points. More than 500 low-grade demon paragon stones were exchanged for more than 50,000 contribution points, and more than 100 middle-grade demon paragon stones were exchanged for more than 110,000 contribution points. 36,000 contribution points, 58,000 contribution points, and 110,000 contribution points, totaled more than 200,000 contribution points. Including the 6,000 that Chenzong had saved, the total was more than 210,000. 210,000. Chen Zong's breathing was extremely rapid, and the person in charge of the exchange was shocked to the extreme. His whole mind was frozen, and he could not think at all. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong calmed himself down and took back his disciple token. Chen Zong was not the only one in the Cloud Treasure Peak. There were others who were also shocked and frozen. They only came to their senses when Chen Zong walked out of the Cloud Treasure Hall. They rushed out of the Cloud Treasure Hall and saw Chen Zong summon riding white cloud. Some people's eyes flickered as they stared at Chen Zong's back, as if they were planning something. Chen Zong returned to the heavenly peak and entered his own Cloud Treasure Hall. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he first adjusted his breathing to restore his essence, qi, and soul to their peak. Then, he would go back to the Void Demon Island to reflect on his own shortcomings and improve. 4 hours passed just like that. Time to exchange. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong took out his disciple token. Just as he was about to insert it into the card slot, Chen Zong felt that someone had triggered the Cloud Treasure Hall's defensive power. Chen Zong, this Su has something to talk to you about. Come out quickly. At the same time, a voice sounded from outside, penetrating the defensive power and entering the Cloud Treasure Hall. Chen Zong took back his disciple token and appeared outside the Cloud Treasure Hall. He saw a figure standing outside the defensive power. This person looked to be about 20 years old, but it was impossible to tell his exact age. He was wearing a black robe with white cloud patterns. His eyes were sharp, staring at Chen Zong through the invisible defensive power, as if he wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. A tyrannical aura surrounded this person, indicating that his cultivation was not low. Chen Zong estimated that he had at least reached the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, possibly even the 9th layer. What business do you have with me? Chen Zong did not know who this person was, so he asked. A gust of wind blew past, and the other party's words entered Chen Zong's ears. Chen Zong felt a little confused, but he seemed to have grasped something. What are you waiting for? Come out and follow me to see Senior Brother Gao. The young man in black frowned when he saw Chen Zong standing still. He shouted again, by the way, do you still have the contribution points you got before? Take your contribution points with you. If you want to follow Senior Brother Gao, you have to show your sincerity. Senior Brother Gao just happens to need a lot of contribution points. Give him your contribution points and he will value you. Chen Zong smiled. The so-called value were all false. Or rather, they were secondary. What they truly valued was the 200,000 contribution points that he had obtained. 200,000 contribution points, that was a huge amount, at least to the outer sect disciples. For example, Senior Brother Gao, even if he was one of the top experts among outer sect disciples, it would not be easy to get 200,000 contribution points unless he was very lucky. He had to complete many missions and collect treasures to exchange for contribution points. Chen Zong thought for a moment and understood the cause and effect. It was nothing more than someone seeing him obtain 200,000 contribution points in one go in the Cloud Treasure Hall. While he was greatly shocked, he also spread the news, which was known by the so-called Senior Brother Gao. It just so happened that he needed a large amount of contribution points to exchange for something, and because of his status, he sent his subordinates over. It was not good to ask directly, so he gave him the status of a follower and asked for contribution points. Unfortunately, this method was useless for Chen Zong. Ignoring the other party, Chen Zong turned around and walked towards the Cloud Hall's gate. Stop. The young man surnamed Su's eyes darkened and his voice became colder. Are you rejecting Senior Brother Gao's good intentions? I don't know if this is Senior Brother Gao's idea or if it's your own idea. Chen Zong's tone was indifferent, and he did not turn his head. But I suggest that you look for something that can improve your intelligence. It's embarrassing to say such brainless words. You. When the young man surnamed Su heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank and an incomparably cold light flashed across his eyes. His anger erupted and his hair stood on end. The wind howled and countless clouds rushed towards Chen Zong through the Cloud Hall's protective barrier. However, the impact of this aura was weakened by the Cloud Hall's protective barrier and could not affect Chen Zong, but it still allowed Chen Zong to know the other party's cultivation. 9th layer Transcendent Realm, this cultivation made Chen Zong's heart sink slightly. It was much higher than his own cultivation. There was no doubt that by refusing the other party, he would be offending the other party. Offending a mid-ninth layer transcendent realm master was not a pleasant thing, not to mention, it was possible to offend not just one, but a whole group of them. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel any pressure. However, in order not to offend the other party, he could only go along with the other party's wishes and offer up the contribution points he had earned. Impossible, so he could only offend them. Ninth layer transcendent? Then he would turn the pressure into motivation. Watching Chenzong's back disappear into the cloud hall, the young man surnamed Su was furious to the extreme. His chest heaved up and down violently. He wanted nothing more than to kill Chenzong. Among the outer sect disciples of White Cloud Mountain, except for a few, no one dared to disobey him. A trivial new disciple dared to be so arrogant. This person must not be let go and must be suppressed. Taking out the disciple token and inserting it into the card slot, Chenzong began to check. But he was not exchanging, but checking the cloud list. The cloud list was a list of White Cloud Mountain's inner sect disciples. Every outer sect disciple who could make it onto the cloud list was very strong. As for how to make it onto the cloud list, at first, it was through the White Cloud Mountain's outer sect competition. The top 72 masters would be able to make it onto the cloud list and receive rewards from the sect. However, the outer sect competition was not held every year. It was usually held once every 5 years. The last outer sect competition was held more than a year ago. The next one was still 3 years away. First on the cloud list was Fu Yunxiao. Second on the cloud list was Gao Hongjing. Third on the cloud list was Xianxia. Chenzong's gaze swept across and fell on Gao Hongjing, who was second on the cloud list. The so-called senior brother Gao should be Gao Hongjing. To be able to make it to second place on the cloud list, what level had his cultivation and strength reached? Was he at the peak of Transcendent Realm 9th layer, or was he a half-saint? Without thinking about it, Chenzong withdrew his gaze. He also put away the cloud list and began to exchange. What could he exchange for with 210,000 contribution points? Cultivation methods, saint level cultivation methods were indeed stronger than spirit level cultivation methods, and many times stronger. However, the complete White Cloud True Art only required 70,000 contribution points, while saint level cultivation methods required at least 1,000,000 contribution points. Of course, saint level cultivation methods could also be split into parts, but it would require at least 200,000 contribution points. Chenzong could afford it, but once he did, he would only have 10,000 contribution points left. He would not be able to use them. There were very few opportunities to obtain a large number of contribution points. Chenzong was not sure if there would be a next time. Therefore, he had to use the 210,000 contribution points well in order to improve his strength in all aspects. Moreover, he had just exchanged for the White Cloud True Art and had not cultivated it to the extreme. After comparing the two, Chenzong made a decision to give up on exchanging for saint-level cultivation methods. Since he had given up on exchanging for saint-level cultivation methods, he had only cultivated to level 10 of the White Cloud True Art. There was still some time to cultivate level 11 to level 13 of the White Cloud True Art. There was no need for him to exchange for the rest of the White Cloud True Art. I need martial arts, secret skills, and transcendent secret skills. Chenzong quickly listed out what he needed to exchange for. His current martial arts was the Clear Sky Sword technique. It was originally low spiritual level, but he had improved it to middle spiritual level. Perhaps it could be improved to high spiritual level in the future, but it would be difficult. In addition, he needed the White Cloud Void Sword, which was top spiritual level. Lastly, he needed the Nameless Sword technique that he had comprehended in the mysterious subspace of the ancient battlefield. The White Cloud Void Sword, which had been cultivated to the impeccable realm, was very powerful and flexible. If he could comprehend the sword intent, he would become even more powerful. Therefore, Chenzong did not plan to exchange for other top spiritual level sword techniques. Instead, he had his eyes on the 5 White Cloud techniques. There were 3 parts, top, middle, and bottom. The top part required 100,000 contribution points. Chenzong had already thought about which Dao he would major in if he had to choose. Without hesitation, Qianzong directly added the top part of the illusory cloud path to the exchange list. Then, he looked at the secret skills. The secret skills were ranked from level 1 to level 7. The higher the level, the more powerful it was, but the more contribution points it required to exchange for it. Qianzong did not look at the level 1 and level 2 secret skills. He glanced at the level 3 secret skills and did not plan to exchange for them. After all, the level 3 secret skills could not increase his strength that much. Moreover, as his cultivation and strength increased, they might lose their effectiveness soon. The level 4 secret skills at the very least. The level 4 secret skills required 20,000 contribution points and the level 5 secret skills required 50,000 contribution points. Qianzong looked at the level 4 secret skills and the level 5 secret skills. There was no doubt that the level 5 secret skills were more powerful and had more potential. There were actually not many level 5 secret skills in White Cloud Mountain. There were only 4 of them. After comparing them, Qianzong made his choice. Platinum Sword Body, with that, he had 60,000 contribution points left. Next, he would exchange for the Transcendent Secret Skills. The level 3 and level 4 of the Cloud Secret skill required a total of 30,000 contribution points. That's it for now, Qianzong thought to himself and kept 30,000 contribution points as a backup. After confirming, 180,000 contribution points were deducted from the 210,000 contribution points. Not long after, someone sent the items he exchanged over. It was Attendant Li, who had given Qianzong a cultivation technique for the first time. Attendant Li naturally knew what he had given Qianzong. Therefore, he was shocked and in disbelief. It was shocking that a newly promoted heaven-ranked disciple could obtain so many contribution points in such a short period of time. Qianzong, I was right about you, Attendant Li exclaimed as he took out 3 cloud-white spiritual inheritance jades and handed them to Qianzong. It's just luck, Qianzong said with a smile. Indeed, luck played a large part in him being able to obtain 200,000 contribution points. He just so happened to kill a demon with a storage ring. It had to be known that the vast majority of demons did not carry storage rings. Even if they did, they would not necessarily have so many demonic spirit crystals. After handing the items to Qianzong, Attendant Li and Qianzong chatted for a while before leaving. After returning to the Cloud Palace, Qianzong took out the first spiritual inheritance jade and used his spiritual consciousness to receive the information inheritance. These were the level 3 and level 4 of the Cloud Secret skill. Not long after, Qianzong completely absorbed them and waited to be comprehended. Then, he received the other 2 inheritances. The Platinum Sword Body and the upper part of the illusory cloud path. On a certain peak of White Cloud Mountain, there was a pavilion. A figure was sitting in the pavilion, drinking wine. Suddenly, he paused and a smile appeared on his face. I actually chose the illusory cloud path. What a coincidence. However, to be able to obtain so many contribution points in such a short period of time, not bad at all. If Qianzong was here, he would recognize that this person was the person who brought them to White Cloud Mountain not long ago in ancient War City. He was also the person who was honored as the Pathmaster. After consuming a cloud mystic pill, Qianzong began to comprehend the upper part of the illusory cloud path. When Qianzong came into contact with it, he knew that the illusory cloud path was not a cultivation technique. Strictly speaking, it was not a martial art because there were no moves that could be directly cultivated. To be more direct, the illusory cloud path was more like a cultivation path and realm. It was similar to the Heartsword Sutra in this aspect. The other 4 paths should be the same, but each had its own emphasis. However, the Heartsword Sutra was many times more profound than the illusory cloud path and could not be compared. Qianzong felt that even the complete illusory cloud path could not be compared to the Heartsword Sutra in terms of profoundness. As such, he knew how rare and precious the Heartsword Sutra was. This also made Qianzong even more curious about the strength of the creator of the Heartsword Sutra. The Cloud Profound Pill allowed Qianzong's superb comprehension ability to take a step further. However, the illusory Cloud Dao was extremely profound. Even if it was the upper part, wanting to comprehend the profoundness within was not an easy task. Fortunately, Qianzong not only had superb comprehension, but also had the more profound Heart Sword Sutra and the cloud-shattering sword move. There was a cultivation holy land in White Cloud Mountain called the White Cloud Tower. According to legend, it was a supreme treasure that the founder of White Cloud Mountain brought from outer space. It was built on top of White Cloud Mountain's Cloud Realm Peak. The White Cloud Tower was entirely white, as if it was made of white jade. It was 10 meters tall and had 3 floors, with slanted corners. White chains as thick as an arm extended from all directions and connected to the top of the White Cloud Tower, while the other ends of the chains extended all around the peak. These chains were made of cloud chi and were stronger than most metals. They were extremely tough and could absorb powerful attacks. Even a Saint Realm Master would have a hard time breaking them. Chenzong came to the top of the White Cloud Tower and was shocked by the scene before him. Although the White Cloud Tower was only 10 meters tall, which was nothing, when he stood in front of it, he felt as if he was standing in front of the clouds. It was infinitely high. The White Cloud Tower had 3 floors in total. Entering the first floor required 10,000 contribution points, and one could only stay for 1 day. 10,000 contribution points for a day was no doubt amazing. Most people could only dream about it and not actually enter. After all, it was extremely difficult for an ordinary disciple to obtain 10,000 contribution points. If he didn't have 30,000 contribution points in stock, Chenzong wouldn't have come here. I just hope it won't disappoint me. Chenzong stared at the White Cloud Tower and said to himself. 10,000 contribution points a day, he hoped it would be worth the price. As for the second and third floors, Chenzong didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. The second floor required 50,000 contribution points a day, and the third floor required 100,000 contribution points a day. It was a terrifying price. He believed that among all the outer sect disciples, very few could enter. The price was too high. Stepping into the first floor of the White Cloud Tower, Chenzong felt as if he had arrived in a sea of clouds with a flash of white light. White clouds surrounded him in all directions. This seemingly small White Cloud Tower was actually a world of its own. The sea of clouds was vast and boundless. Chenzong could feel that his thoughts were inexplicably affected and became extremely clear. It was no worse than taking the profound cloud pill, perhaps even better. However, the effect of the profound cloud pill was very short, only 2 hours. A day was a short time, so Chenzong didn't dare to waste it and immediately started cultivating. What should he cultivate? It was not worth it to cultivate cultivation techniques here. Therefore, Chenzong cultivated the illusory cloud path. The illusory cloud path required comprehension and cultivation. Although it was not a direct martial art, it contained the profoundness of martial arts. Fist practitioners could comprehend the profoundness of fist arts from it, while sword practitioners could comprehend the profoundness of sword arts from it. What Chenzong comprehended from the path of illusory clouds was naturally the profoundness of swordsmanship. He unsheathed the profound light sword and started to dance in the middle of the sea of clouds. The clouds in the sky were changeable, uncertain, and formless. The Tao master of illusory clouds was the illusion of the clouds, and he could do as he pleased. The reason why Chenzong chose the illusory cloud path was because the illusory cloud path was similar to his previous cultivation path. Firstly, he had experience in it, and secondly, he was very interested in it. The combination of the two would naturally make it easier for him to comprehend and cultivate the illusory cloud path. In addition to the other factors, his efficiency in comprehending the illusory cloud path would far surpass that of others. With a thrust of the sword, thousands of clouds followed. The sword also seemed to dissolve and disappear into the clouds without a trace. Every sword was difficult to distinguish and detect. Every sword carried an illusory color and was covered by the clouds, causing the sea of clouds to churn. Gradually, Chenzong's figure also seemed to merge into the clouds, and he could not be seen. Vaguely, one could only see a ball of clouds billowing and fluctuating. Once he started cultivating, Chenzong forgot about everything else and was completely immersed in it. Senior Brother Gao, that new disciple Chenzong doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Not only did he reject your good intentions, but he also insulted you. The youth with the surname Su stood in front of a young man in a purple robe with his hands behind his back. His eyes were blank as he lowered his head and spoke with some hatred. He doesn't know how to appreciate favors. The corners of the purple-robed youth's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a devilish smile. His eyes seemed to be focused, and he could see through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His voice also seemed to float from the sky. Then find a chance to teach him a lesson. Don't worry, senior brother Gao. I've already made the arrangements. The youth with the surname Su smiled as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. There aren't many chances in the mountain, but as soon as he leaves, someone will follow him and teach him a lesson. Time flew, and a day passed quickly. Zong was completely unaware, as if he could not feel the passage of time. However, when the time was up, a gentle but irresistible repulsive force fell on Zong's body. Zong was expelled from the White Cloud Tower and instantly appeared outside the White Cloud Tower. After being expelled, Zong was still swinging his sword. He only woke up when he felt that something was wrong. When he looked around, he realized that he had already left the White Cloud Tower. As soon as he woke up, Zong felt a large amount of inspiration surging in his mind. He immediately summoned the White Cloud and quickly returned to the Sky Peaks Cloud Hall to begin his closed-door cultivation. Cultivating in the White Cloud Tower allowed Zong to have a deeper understanding of the illusory cloud path. He could only seize the opportunity to enter closed-door cultivation when the inspiration was surging. This closed-door cultivation lasted for 10 days. As soon as Zong opened his eyes, his pupils seemed to have disappeared. What replaced them was a constantly changing cloud with various shapes. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be hiding a sky. He swung his sword. The blade of the sword could not be seen, nor could the sword gleam be seen. There was only a wisp of cloud-like aura that meandered through the air. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. The sword had already returned to its scabbard, but the cloud-like aura continued to spread forward, leaving a sword mark. The power of this sword is not inferior to the green cloud slash. Zong was secretly surprised. The difference in strength between a cultivator and a cultivator who did not use martial arts was very obvious. This was because the method of channeling power in martial arts was not only to fully stimulate one's potential and strength, but also to surpass one's upper limit. It could also draw the power of heaven and earth to support it, making it even more powerful. The green cloud slash was the ultimate move of a middle spiritual level sword skill. By compressing power into the sword body, its power was stronger than an ordinary middle spiritual level sword skill. However, the sword move just now was just a casual move. It was a technique of channeling power that he had comprehended from the illusory cloud path. Strictly speaking, it was not a powerful martial arts sword skill, but it was able to unleash power that was equivalent to the green cloud slash. This surprised Zong. The power was equivalent, but the power consumed was only 1% of the green cloud slash's power. Moreover, Zong felt that this was not the limit. He could continue to improve and surpass the green cloud slash. It seems that I don't need to exchange for other sword skills to exchange for the illusory cloud path. Zong thought to himself. Of course, this feeling was only temporary. If he had enough contribution points and time, Zong would not mind exchanging for more sword skills to cultivate. Even if he did not use them in battle, he could increase his accumulation of sword skills. Comprehending the illusory cloud path, cultivating the white cloud true technique, cultivating the cloud secret technique, the platinum sword body secret technique, and the cloud condensing technique secret technique. Zong's schedule was packed to the brim every day. He didn't even have time to sleep. Of course, Zong wouldn't cultivate all the time. He needed to have a proper rest and balance between work and rest. For example, after cultivating for a few days and nights, he would take 2 to 4 hours to do other things. He would summon the riding white cloud and fly around. The White Cloud Mountain was huge and the scenery was beautiful. Or he would have a drink. As time passed and he worked hard, he continued to improve in all aspects. 2 months later, the third stage of the cloud secret technique was completed. This meant that the white cloud force had reached the third stage. Combining the illusory cloud path and green cloud shatter, the Heart Sword Sutra had improved, and the sixth stage of the change of will was successfully deduced. The change of will was similar to the transcendent secret technique, but there were differences. The transcendent secret technique required cultivation and time. Zong spent 2 months to cultivate the third stage of the cloud secret technique. however, the change of will was different. It was deduced by Qinzong himself. As long as he succeeded in deducing it, he would immediately improve the heart sword force with a little cultivation. The difficulty of the change of will was in the deduction. As soon as the 6th stage was deduced and cultivated, Qinzong improved the heart sword force to the 3rd stage, which was on par with the white cloud force. In the 4th month, in the cultivation room, Qinzong widened his eyes and a strong aura shot out from his body. The white cloud aura was instantly dyed by the golden light and turned into a platinum color. It quickly spread out and finally covered Qinzong's arms with a layer of platinum halo. Platinum sword body entry-level. Secret techniques were divided into entry-level minor accomplishment and grand accomplishment. The platinum sword body was a 5th grade secret technique similar to the azure cloud sword body. Of course, the azure cloud sword body was only a 1st grade secret technique, so the gap between the two was huge. The grand accomplishment of the azure cloud sword body was no longer able to bring any enhancement to Qinzong. In fact, 1st grade secret techniques were still effective for cultivators below the 3rd layer of the transcendent realm, but for cultivators above the 3rd layer of the transcendent realm, the effect was negligible until it disappeared. But now, just the entry-level platinum sword body was enough to make Qinzong feel powerful. His arms, which were covered in a platinum light, were like the tip of a sword, easily cutting through the air without the slightest resistance. It was as if his arms had turned into sharp swords, invincible and unstoppable. Pulling out the profound light sword, Qinzong could feel the aura of the platinum sword body permeating into his sword, instantly covering it in a layer of platinum halo. Silently, Qinzong's sword tore through the air as a platinum sword chi tore through the air, directly leaving a clear mark on the 3rd grade spirit artifact puppet. This sword strike didn't contain any spirit energy, only the pure power of the platinum sword body. Once again, Qinzong pushed his spirit energy and merged it with the platinum sword body's power, piercing through the air. The 3rd grade spirit artifact puppet was directly pierced through. The entry-level platinum sword body can double my current attack power. Qinzong was secretly shocked, immediately trying to cut his arm with the platinum sword body, but the sword was immediately blocked by the platinum light on his arm. It should be able to resist the attack of an ordinary transcendent realm 6th layer cultivator. Powerful attack and defense was the power of a 5th grade secret technique like the platinum sword body. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to improve the platinum sword body. After all, when cultivating, one needed to absorb platinum aura and constantly temper themselves. Qinzong's current cultivation relied on absorbing platinum aura from the air. If he could obtain a treasure that contained platinum aura, he would be able to improve his cultivation even faster. After half a year of secluded cultivation, Qinzong had done his best to improve himself. As soon as he opened his eyes, a sharp light shot out from them, leaving behind 2 sword scars. He opened his mouth and lightly breathed out. That chi was like sword chi that was extremely terrifying. When it landed on the prop puppet, it released an ear-piercing sound. The prop puppet continuously swayed, leaving behind a faint mark. His body shook slightly as a series of explosions rang out and a tyrannical aura surged out like an awakened beast. Amidst the rumbling, a gust of wind swept up inside the cultivation room. Early Transcendent Realm 7th layer, Early Dragon Force Realm 4th layer. Qinzong smiled. After half a year of secluded cultivation, his chi refining and body tempering cultivation had improved significantly, breaking through to the next great realm. Early Dragon Force Realm 4th layer belonged to the Mid-Dragon Force Realm, while Early Transcendent Realm 7th layer belonged to the Late Transcendent Realm. Compared to Blue Wave's world, the improvement from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer of Dragon Force Realm was equivalent to the improvement from the Extreme Mortal Realm to the Earth Spirit Realm, while the improvement from the 6th layer to the 7th layer of Transcendent Realm was equivalent to the improvement from the Earth Spirit Realm to the Profound Sky Realm. This kind of improvement was naturally significant, giving Qinzong a different feeling. After his chi refining cultivation reached the 7th layer of Transcendent Realm, Qinzong felt that his perception and control of world energy had improved significantly. After his body tempering cultivation reached the 4th layer of Dragon Force Realm, it became even more powerful and tyrannical. What was worth mentioning was that the purple cloud true flames had also become stronger, its color becoming deeper. The purple cloud true flame was a world energy that was very difficult to improve. Generally, it had to slowly accumulate over time, or it had to devour otherworld energy to improve itself. However, it had to devour otherworld energy. For example, world energy had to devour otherworld energy. If world energy devoured otherworld energy, the consequences would be even worse. Moreover, when devouring otherworld energy, it had to devour otherworld energy weaker than itself, otherwise it would be devoured instead. The purple cloud true flame had coincidentally merged with his dragon force, so as his dragon force improved, so did the purple cloud true flame. Now my purple cloud true flame should have reached the 4th grade, Qianzong said to himself. The books and records on Mount Baiyun were more abundant and more complete. The records on the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth were also more abundant and complete. Therefore, Qianzong knew the different levels of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth. For example, the earth mystic energy was divided into 9 grades by ancient cultivators, which corresponded to the 9 levels of transcendent mystic energy. Originally, the purple cloud true flame was a 3rd grade transcendent flame, which was equivalent to a 3rd grade transcendent flame. Now, with the increase in his cultivation base, it had reached the 4th grade, which was equivalent to a 4th grade transcendent flame. Early 7th layer transcendent realm, early 4th layer dragon strength, 4th layer white cloud force, 3rd layer heart sword force, 4th grade purple cloud true flame, white cloud emptiness sword intent, heavenly crane wind chaser movement technique, white cloud flight 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 technique, white cloud flight, 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 white cloud flight. Qianzong calculated his current strength. It's been a few years since I came to Mount Baiyun. It's time for me to travel around. Qianzong made up his mind. After a long period of silence, Qianzong's cultivation in recent years had given birth to the idea of traveling outside. A cultivator's cultivation was never about reaching the peak by going into seclusion. Going into seclusion was one of the methods. It was a method to organize one's cultivation. Cultivation had always been divided into movement and stillness. It was about combining the Tao of movement and stillness. Stillness was nurturing, and movement was growth. It was not advisable to be either silent or active. In the world of cultivators, there had never been a powerhouse who cultivated in seclusion. Instead, they relied on their own strength and experienced many life and death situations before finally breaking through. Moreover, there were resources in Mount Baiyun, and there were also resources in the outside world. However, the resources in Mount Baiyun could only be exchanged with contribution points, while the resources in the outside world could only be obtained through adventures. From the bottom of his heart, Qianzong had never been a law-abiding person. With the remaining 20,000 contribution points, Qianzong directly exchanged for the 14th and 15th levels of White Cloud Extreme True Technique. After all, after half a year, other than increasing his cultivation, White Cloud Extreme True Technique had also advanced by leaps and bounds due to comprehending illusory Cloud Tao. It had reached the 12th level and was not far from the 13th level. Qianzong felt that he would definitely be able to reach the 13th level within a year. If he was lucky enough, he might not even need half a year. Therefore, it was necessary to exchange for the 14th and 15th levels. If it was not for the fact that he did not have enough contribution points, Qianzong planned to exchange for all of them. After organizing his storage ring, Qianzong absorbed all the low-grade vitality stones and gave them to the Heart Sword Seal. After all, he would have to rely on the power of the Heart Sword Seal to return to Blue Wave's world in the future. However, the Heart Sword Seal had broken through the world and its power had been exhausted. It had to be replenished. Absorbing the power of the vitality stones was one of the methods. Therefore, Qianzong continuously absorbed the low-grade vitality stones he had obtained to replenish the consumption of the Heart Sword Seal. He still had use for the mid-grade vitality stones. After everything was ready, Qianzong went to the heroic Cloud Peak, which was dedicated to managing the disciples. There was a hall of heroes there, and after reporting his arrival, he quickly flew towards White Cloud Mountain. As soon as Qianzong finished reporting his arrival at the Hall of Heroes, someone immediately passed the news to the youth surnamed Su. "Half a year, shorter than I thought." A cold light flashed across the youth surnamed Su's eyes as a sneer appeared on his face. He originally thought that Chenzong would cultivate on White Cloud Mountain for 1 or 2 years or even 2 or 3 years. After all, for a new disciple, this was very normal. He did not expect that after only half a year, Chenzong would actually plan to leave White Cloud Mountain to gain experience outside. Going out to gain experience was different from going to some islands through White Cloud Mountain's transmission gate. White Cloud Mountain was very large, so Chenzong quickly flew out on his 3-meter-long and 3-meter-wide white cloud. The 3-meter-wide white cloud increased his speed by 3%, and with Chenzong's cultivation having reached the early stage of the transcendent realm, he was much faster than before. The huge White Cloud Mountain was surrounded by endless clouds, like an ocean, and as it drifted gently, it seemed as if the waves of the sea were endless. Riding White Cloud, Chenzong could see many other riding white clouds appearing in other places. Basically, every riding white cloud was bigger than his. Even with Chenzong's speed, it took him a while to fly out of the cloud range of White Cloud Mountain. Immediately, he felt as if the sky was clear and the earth was clear. The sky was vast, the ground was vast, and Chenzong could not help but let out a long roar, a roar that shook the sky like rolling thunder, shaking the world. Riding on his white cloud, Chenzong quickly rushed forward, leaving a white streak in the sky as he gradually disappeared. At the same time, a white cloud also rushed out from the clouds and chased after Chenzong. This white cloud was 4 meters in diameter. After half a quarter of an hour, Chenzong had flown a considerable distance away from White Cloud Mountain. Suddenly, Chenzong's heart trembled. At the same time, a wave of energy broke through the air, carrying with it an astonishing power, like a raging storm, sweeping up thousands of clouds as it rushed towards him. Chenzong looked back and saw a white tornado sweeping across the world, letting out a mighty roar as it approached him at an astonishing speed. This was not a natural phenomenon, but a man-made one, and its aura was very obvious. A sharp light flashed in Chenzong's eyes as he unsheathed his profound light sword. The sword was not visible, nor did it emit any sword light, but it was like a wisp of cloud drifting forward, incomparably sharp. The moment he unsheathed his sword, it had already cut open the tornado. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Through the tornado that was cut open, Chenzong saw the person who attacked him, an unfamiliar face, and asked in a serious tone. "I heard that there is a new disciple, Chenzong, with outstanding talent and outstanding ability. Junior brother, please don't take offense." This person did not answer Chenzong's question and instead said with a smile, making Chenzong feel like this person was a smiling tiger. From the fluctuations of this person's aura, Chenzong knew that he was a late-stage Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator. Such a late-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator wasn't someone ordinary late-stage Transcendent Realm cultivators could compare to, because the other party was also a disciple of White Cloud Mountain and cultivated at least a spirit-grade top-rank martial art, possibly even a top-rank one. "Chin Shitty, take another move from me," the other party said with a smile, but before he finished speaking, he had already attacked. Both palms blasted out, causing the world's yuan qi to surge, shaking the heavens and earth. The clouds wriggled like pythons and the wind howled. The martial arts this person cultivated were obviously related to wind and clouds. The wind and clouds surged as the palm technique was shocking. If it was before he entered secluded cultivation, Chenzong knew he was not this person's opponent, but now, that was not necessarily the case. Brandishing his sword, Chenzong still could not see the blade nor the sword light, only a wisp of cloud chi rapidly spreading forward. This cloud chi was formed from sword chi and was extremely sharp, tearing apart the other party's palm technique and shattering the white clouds under his feet. After losing the white clouds, a transcendent could not fly and immediately plummeted to the ground. Falling from a height of 1,000 meters from the ground, with a Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivation, generally speaking, one would not die, but it would definitely not feel good, unless one's movement skill was extremely profound. The other party had inexplicably attacked him, but there was no killing intent, so Chenzong did not intend to kill him, only teaching him a lesson. Falling at an extremely fast speed, the wind howling in his ears, but this person did not panic in the slightest, instead maintaining a calm expression. When he was falling 500 meters, streaks of clouds gathered from all directions and gathered under his feet. They turned into white clouds and stabilized his body in an instant. However, he did not rush up and instead flew down, saying, "Xianxia is really strong, let's fight on the ground." Zhong stared down and with a thought, the white clouds quickly flew down. Although this place was outside of White Cloud Mountain's boundary, it was actually not that far. On the other hand, Zhong wanted to figure out what the other party's intentions were. Could it be that he just wanted to hunt? Once he defeated the other party, he would be able to find out. Landing on the ground, sword in hand, Zhong's posture was unparalleled. The other party erupted with all his strength, his palms covered in a layer of vigorous spirit energy, his figure flickered as if he was being blown by a strong wind, his speed incomparably fast, accompanied by tens of thousands of clouds, his momentum astonishing. As soon as he closed in on Zhong, a sharp light flashed across his eyes as he raised his palms, like an illusion, sending out countless palm images one after another. After that, an astonishing rumbling sound rang out, surging in all directions. Facing this terrifying palm technique that could shatter mountains, Zhong's expression was slightly solemn, but he was also a little excited. After cultivating in seclusion for half a year, there was obvious improvement in all aspects. He needed an opponent to loosen his muscles and bones, and at the same time, to test his current strength. Facing the palm prints that filled the sky, Zhong did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward with his sword. Clouds filled the air and surrounded the surroundings. Gradually, Zhong's figure became illusory, as if he had merged with the clouds and turned into them. The other party focused his eyes and looked over. He could only see that the area in front of him had turned into a land of clouds. Zhong's figure was faintly discernible, like the clouds in the sky that were ever-changing and unpredictable. "This is illusory cloud path," the other party exclaimed, feeling extremely shocked. The information that Zhong obtained 200,000 contribution points and exchanged for the upper part of the illusory cloud path was not a secret. However, they felt that it would not be easy to comprehend the illusory cloud path. It would be impossible to comprehend anything in just half a year. However, the truth was completely unexpected. In half a year, Zhong had already comprehended most of the upper part of the illusory cloud path. Even the top 10 disciples of the outer sect would find it difficult to do so. From the upper part of the illusory cloud path, Zhong comprehended a unique combat technique, or rather, a sword technique, which he named the illusory cloud sword. Once the illusory cloud sword was unleashed, the sword body disappeared, and even the sword itself seemed to become blurry. It was like clouds and mist that were ever-changing and unpredictable. The illusory cloud path was all about change. The power of every strike of the illusory cloud sword was at the level of a spiritual level superior grade sword technique, but it was not as strenuous as a spiritual level superior grade sword technique. It consumed less energy and was more flexible. He destroyed all of the other party's palm prints. It was unpredictable and ever-changing, making it impossible for the other party to capture his figure. He was completely invincible. The other party roared, and a shocking aura suddenly exploded, spreading in all directions and causing cracks to appear on the ground. To deal with Zhong's illusory cloud path sword technique, it was best to cover it with a powerful force. However, he was not strong enough. In an instant, several swords landed on his body. The first sword tore through his protective spiritual energy, the second and third swords broke his inner armor, and the fourth sword slashed into his body. If Zhong wanted to kill him, he could have killed him. "Tell me, what do you mean?" Zhong pressed his sword against the man's neck. The blade of his sword was cold and threatening, causing goosebumps to appear on his opponent's neck. However, Zhong's eyes were cold and decisive. "This place isn't far from Mount Bayun. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the sect's rules." The man's eyes narrowed. Not only did he not respond to Zhong's words, but he also sounded a little threatening. "Of course, I won't kill you, but it won't be difficult for me to severely injure you." Zhong said unhurriedly, "Do you think it would be ugly if you lost an ear or a nose?" If he killed a fellow disciple, he would indeed be punished by Mount Bayun. However, if he was only injured, the punishment would be relatively light, especially if the other party took the initiative to attack him. Zhong's words made the man shiver. Looking at Zhong's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. "It was Senior Marshal Brother Su who asked me to teach you a lesson." The man quickly weighed the pros and cons and finally said, Senior Marshal Brother Su, Chen Zong suddenly remembered the arrogant and self-righteous young man surnamed Su from half a year ago. Could it be him? After thinking about it, he felt that it should be him. Go back and tell the person behind you not to provoke me again, Chen Zong said coldly. He sheathed his profound light sword and used his body movement technique. Like a crane riding the wind, he flew across the sky. In the blink of an eye, he became a small black dot in the man's eyes. He reached out and wiped his neck. A trace of blood stained his palm. The man stared sharply ahead until Chen Zong's figure completely disappeared. However, he couldn't help but feel shocked. A new disciple whose cultivation was inferior to his defeated him in the end. More importantly, he had only exchanged for the upper part of the illusory cloud path for half a year and had already cultivated it to a certain level. He was a monster. He was definitely a monster-level genius. It was very unwise to make an enemy of such a monster-level genius. No, I have to go back and persuade Senior Marshal Brother Su not to make an enemy of him, the man said to himself. However, he was very worried. Senior Marshal Brother Su had always been stubborn. It would be difficult for him to persuade him. Senior Marshal Brother Su would only listen to Senior Marshal Brother Gao. However, with his status, it was very difficult for him to meet Senior Marshal Brother Gao. In fact, even if he could meet Senior Marshal Brother Gao, it would be useless. However, even if it was useless, he still had to persuade Senior Marshal Brother Su. As for whether he would listen or not, it was not something he could control. White Cloud Mountain itself was very large, and its boundary was also very wide. Chen Zong used his body movement technique and spent more than half a day to truly walk out of the boundary of White Cloud Mountain. Lingyan City, this was a huge city, and it was also the city closest to White Cloud Mountain. To a certain extent, it was inextricably linked to White Cloud Mountain. The city walls were 100 meters tall and 20 meters thick. They flickered with a metallic luster and looked very sturdy. The city gate was majestic and majestic. It was as heavy as a mountain, but it also had an indescribable sense of spirituality. It showed that the person who built the city gate had extremely high attainments. Looking at the city walls and city gate, Chen Zong estimated that even if he attacked with all his strength, it would be difficult for him to completely destroy it. Chen Zong stepped into the city. The incomparably wide streets were like plazas, which astonished him. Compared to the majestic ancient war city, Lingyan City appeared to be much larger. Cloud Gathering Restaurant. This was a rather famous restaurant in Lingyan City because it was founded by an inner sect disciple of White Cloud Mountain. It was one of the places that many disciples of White Cloud Mountain must visit after leaving the mountain and entering Lingyan City. Cloud Gathering Restaurant was not only a place to eat, drink, and play, but it was also a place where disciples of White Cloud Mountain could exchange information. Chen Zong's first purpose in coming to Cloud Gathering Restaurant was to enjoy good food and wine. This was one of his few hobbies. Secondly, he wanted to listen to any information. He had been cultivating in seclusion in White Cloud Mountain, so he was relatively isolated from the outside world. Stepping into Cloud Gathering Restaurant, anyone who showed their White Cloud Mountain disciple token would be able to enjoy a discount. For example, the outer sex human rank disciples could enjoy a 10% discount, the earth rank disciples could enjoy a 20% discount, and the heaven rank disciples could enjoy a 30% discount. Chen Zong's arrival did not cause much of a stir because it was very normal. Only the very famous disciples of White Cloud Mountain would cause a commotion when they arrived, such as the experts on the cloud roll. Chen Zong glanced around and walked up to the third floor. He was about to choose a seat by the window when he realized that it was already occupied. He could only choose an empty table and sit down. He called for the restaurant's waiter and ordered some of Cloud Gathering Restaurant's signature dishes. Chen Zong sat down and waited. While waiting, he also listened to the conversations of the people around him. Most of them were disciples of White Cloud Mountain. One had to know that there were more than 10,000 outer sect disciples in White Cloud Mountain. Not all of them would stay on the mountain. There would always be some who left White Cloud Mountain to gain experience. It was normal for there to be dozens or even hundreds of them gathered in High Cloud City. Cloud Gathering Restaurant was the first choice. The discussions of these disciples were either idle chatter or bragging. Chen Zong did not hear anything useful. A fragrant aroma wafted over. Fine wine and food were served on the table in front of Chenzong, steaming hot. Chenzong relaxed and enjoyed the delicious food and wine. This was one of his ways to relax. A moment later, the sound of footsteps came from downstairs like a storm. A figure quickly rushed up to the third floor and said, "Senior brother Lin Qing is preparing to explore the Black Well. He has invited a group of fellow disciples, but the limit is 7th layer transcendent realm. Does anyone want to sign up? Senior brother Lin Qing." Everyone on the third floor was startled, but they soon became friendly. Obviously, this Lin Qing was quite prestigious. Is it senior brother Lin Qing, a heaven-ranked disciple? Yes, it's him. Since senior brother Lin Qing is leading the team, I'll sign up. The Black Well? I've always wanted to go there. I'll sign up too. In a short time, there were more than 10 people who wanted to sign up on the third floor. I'll sign up too, Chenzong said. Leaving White Cloud Mountain to gain experience was a good opportunity. On behalf of senior brother Lin Qing, I would like to thank all of you for your support. However, we don't need so many people to explore the Black Well this time. Therefore, we need to grind. As for how to grind, please follow me to meet senior brother Lin Qing. Lin Qing was wearing a blue robe with white clouds embroidered on the cuffs. He carried a long sword on his back. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His figure was tall and slender, and his aura was faintly discernible. With his powerful spiritual sense, Chenzong could sense the subtle fluctuations of Lin Qing's aura. 8th layer transcendent realm, however, it was unclear which level he was at. Senior brother Lin Qing. Everyone bowed when they saw him. Junior brothers. Lin Qing smiled and politely returned the greeting. Many thanks for your support, junior brothers. However, this time, we don't need so many people to explore the Black Well. Including myself, we only need 7 people. There were 7 people in the team, but there were more than a dozen people present. Obviously, some of them couldn't go with them. The Black Well is full of dangers. If I'm not careful, even I might die in it. Therefore, the team of 7 should be as strong as possible, Lin Qing said again. He swept his gaze across the group and asked, "But what do you think?" It had to be said that Lin Qing's words were quite skillful, pushing the question back to everyone without offending anyone. Besides senior brother Lin Qing, I, Yang Ziling, want one of the remaining spots. A dark-skinned young man coldly snorted, his body trembling as a powerful aura spread out. This was the aura of an early transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator. With such a cultivation, it was reasonable for him to obtain a spot. I, Lin Jinkong, want one too, another person spoke up, his powerful aura spreading out, the peak of the transcendent realm 7th layer. I, Yang Mingda, want one too. I, Lu Zhang, want one too. I, Wang Kai, want one too. I, Lu Fei Ming, want one too. Of the 6 people who spoke first, the strongest was an early transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator. Besides Lin Qing, no one else could compare. Even the weakest among them was a late transcendent realm 7th layer cultivator. Do any of the other junior brothers have any objections? Lin Qing's eyes swept over the faces of those who remained silent. If there are no objections, then the team will be decided. Choosing the strongest to form a team was a very normal practice, no one would be dissatisfied with this. Who has an objection? Hearing this voice, everyone was surprised, their eyes sweeping around before finally landing on a certain person. This person wore a cloud-white robe and didn't look very old, probably less than 20 years old, but his temperament was outstanding and his eyes were clear and deep. Junior brother, do you have any objections? Lin Qing asked with a slight smile. Senior brother Lin Qing, there are 7 people in our team, so the strongest should be allowed to enter, but having a high cultivation does not necessarily mean one is strong, the person who spoke calmly. Junior brother, how should I address you? Lin Qing asked. Chenzong, the one who objected was none other than Chenzong. Since junior brother says so, what does junior brother intend to do? Lin Qing asked with interest. Senior brother Lu Fei Ming, I'll use my sword, if you can't block it, the spot will be mine. Chenzong looked at Lu Fei Ming, who was a late 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. Good, let's see how sharp your sword is. Let's see if I can't block it, Lu Feiming laughed angrily, his tyrannical aura surging like the wind. Everyone quickly retreated as they all stared at Chen Zong. The aura of an early 7th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator spread out. Early 7th layer Transcendent Realm. That's a bit too much. An early 7th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator can defeat a late 7th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, but it's rare. Senior brother Lu, take this sword. As soon as Chen Zong's voice fell, the profound light sword rushed out of its scabbard and slashed out a brilliant white sword light, like a line separating the sky from the earth. White Cloud Emptiness Sword. Lin Qing's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he exclaimed in surprise. Lu Feiming was also shocked. He instantly gathered all his strength and spread out his arms. Like a crane spreading its wings, a pair of illusory wings condensed and merged in front of him. A whistling sound rang out, as if a crane was flapping its wings, stirring up a gust of wind that sent sand and stones flying. The world's yuan qi surged and completely merged with the wind, creating an astonishing power. Although Lu Feiming said that he would block the sword, he would not foolishly stand in place and defend. Instead, he would fight the attack with an attack. Lu Feiming's figure leaped up amidst the raging wind, flying sand and stones, and rolling clouds. He let out a sharp and resounding cry and burst out with an astonishing speed, suddenly pouncing on Chen Zong with frightening power. Lu Feiming's reaction was extremely fast. First, he blocked Chen Zong's sword with one move. Then, he launched a second move, pouncing on Chen Zong in the air. He wanted to defeat Chen Zong and prove his strength. Lu Feiming's late-stage transcendent 7th layer cultivation was not for show, and when he pushed his full strength to the limit, his strength was astonishing, but in Chen Zong's eyes, it was still inferior to the late-stage transcendent 7th layer cultivator he had defeated before. The sword light, which was like a line between heaven and water, split the heaven and earth. It was unstoppable. Lu Feiming's first attack was torn apart in an instant. The sword light's power was astonishing, but at the same time, it was also extremely flexible. Lu Feiming's complexion suddenly changed and he hurriedly crossed his arms, pushing his spirit qi to cover his arms. Suddenly, he felt an incomparably tyrannical force slam into him, shattering his spirit qi. This force was unparalleled, sending Lu Feiming's body flying over 100 meters. After he crashed to the ground, his blood qi was turbulent and his spirit qi scattered. However, Lu Feiming did not suffer any injuries because Chen Zong had no intention of harming him. The White Cloud Absolute Sky Sword, which had comprehended sword intent, was completely under Chen Zong's control. "Humph, you win, the quota is yours," Lu Feiming said angrily. "Junior brother Lu Feiming, just now, Chen Shidi showed mercy," Lin Qing said with a smile. He was secretly surprised because he could see that Chen Zong had comprehended the White Cloud Absolute Sky Sword's sword intent. One had to know that he himself had yet to comprehend sword intent. Hearing Lin Qing's words, everyone was even more surprised. An early Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator defeated a late Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator and showed mercy. If he had not shown mercy, wouldn't he have been killed on the spot? With this, the teams were set. Lin Qing led the team, and his teammates were Yang Ziling, who was an early Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivator. Lin Jingkong and Lu Zhang were peak Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivators, Yang Mingda and Wang Kai were peak Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivators, and Chen Zong was early Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator. Chen Zong's cultivation was the lowest, but his strength was not to be underestimated. Summoning Riding White Cloud, Lin Qing's Riding White Cloud was the largest, with a radius of 6 meters. Chen Zong's Riding White Cloud was the smallest, only 3 meters, but this was also because Chen Zong had been in the sect for the shortest time. The 7 of them rode Riding White Cloud and quickly left Lingyun City, heading towards the Black Well. Along the way, Lin Qing explained the Black Well to Chen Zong, giving him a basic understanding of the Black Well. As for a deeper understanding, he would need to enter the Black Well and experience it for himself. "Senior brother Lin Qing, how should we distribute the loot after entering the Black Well?" Yang Ziling asked. This was also the question everyone was most concerned about. Otherwise, why would they enter the Black Well? "My idea is that after entering the Black Well, everything of value will be distributed according to contribution," Lin Qing said. Those who discover and obtain 70% of the loot will be divided equally among the others, and those who kill enemies and obtain treasures will be distributed according to contribution, with the highest being 30% and the lowest being 10%. Everyone thought about it for a moment and agreed with this distribution method. In fact, this was a very common method of distribution. Distribution according to contribution was very fair. If one wanted to obtain more, they would have to pay more. Of course, if one was not strong enough, it was likely that they would not obtain much. After flying for half a day on riding White Cloud, Lin Qing began to descend and eventually landed in a mountain valley. The Black Well was in this mountain valley. After traveling for a few thousand meters, Zong and the others saw a very strange well. The well was facing the sky and constantly emitted a black aura, rushing upwards like smoke signals. It felt like this black well was a huge chimney buried in the ground, with black smoke billowing out. The black aura gave people an ominous feeling. "Let's go," Lin Qing said. He jumped into the well and fell rapidly. Yang Ziling also jumped, and one by one, they fell into the black well. Zong fell into the black well and felt the black aura sweep past his body. Traces of coldness filled the air, and within the coldness, there were traces of heat. He felt like he was being hung over a fire and being smoked. The black well was very deep, estimated to be 1,000 meters. Everyone's skills were extraordinary, and they used the rough walls of the black well to slowly fall down without being seriously injured. 1,000 meters was said to be very deep, but in fact, they crossed it very quickly. The 7 of them fell one after another. The ground at the bottom of the black well was very hard. Perhaps it was originally very hard, or perhaps it was compacted by people who fell down often. The light at the bottom of the black well was very dim, and it was almost pitch black. Even though Zong and the others had good cultivation and could see the night as if it was day, they were still greatly affected. The visibility was very low, only about 10 meters. Beyond 10 meters, it was a blur, and beyond that, it was pitch black. "It's so dark here, and we can't see beyond 10 meters. It has a great impact on us." Yang Ziling's eyes were shining. He stared at the surroundings, but still couldn't see clearly beyond 10 meters. He said in a low voice, "Junior brothers, I have Mingguan jade." Lin Qing said as he took out a piece of white jade and put it on. The jade was shaped like a cloud, and there was a white bead inlaid in it. The white bead emitted an extremely strong light, which spread through the jade and became bright but not dazzling. On the contrary, it was very soft and comfortable. Under the illumination of the Mingguan jade, everything within 100-meter radius was clearly visible to everyone. Although 100 meters couldn't compare to their usual range of vision, it was much better than 10 meters. Even so, no one dared to relax. With everyone's speed, the difference between 100 meters and 10 meters wasn't big, or rather, there was no difference. There was only one Mingguan jade, so everyone's movements were greatly restricted. The inside of the black well was a passage that extended in all directions. It was unknown whether it was naturally formed or artificially opened. As for how big it was, it had yet to be fully explored. Among the many passages, Lin Qing seemed to have a purpose and chose one of them, leading everyone deeper. Under the light of the Mingguan jade, barbs of different sizes could be seen above the passage, like the fangs of a vicious dog, causing everyone to be intimidated. The inside of the black well was silent. Everyone's footsteps were very light, but slowly spread out, creating a rhythm. The low and deep roars were like rolling thunder, as if they were coming from all directions. Everyone's expression turned solemn, and they all became vigilant. The black well is inhabited by black demons. The weakest black demons are at the first order of the transcendent realm, while the strongest are at the 9th order of the transcendent realm. They are also very difficult to kill. Lin Qing's voice rang out and entered everyone's ears, "Junior brothers, be careful. Unless the black demon's body is torn to pieces or smashed to pieces, you must not let your guard down. This is because they can erupt at any time and make their final counterattack." When Lin Qing finished his transmission, the thunderous roar was already nearing. A tall figure rushed into the range of the glowing jade. The figure was 5 meters tall, and his body was bloated. Every muscle seemed to be full of elasticity, and his almost black skin gave people the feeling that he was very thick and tough. Its ferocious beast-like face was like a combination of a bear and a wolf, but its eyes were scarlet red, like gems condensed from blood, and its thick and bloated body was filled with astonishing strength. In an instant, everyone attacked. Sword lights flashed, palm prints flew across the sky, and saber lights split the earth. All the attacks landed on the black demon's body, and everyone could clearly see that when the attacks landed, a layer of black light covered the black demon's body, resisting everyone's attacks. However, this layer of black light was instantly broken and the black demon's body was hit. Its skin was thick and tough, and was full of elasticity, to a certain extent, neutralizing part of the attack power. However, the black demon's body wasn't strong enough, and in the end, its skin was torn apart and the attacks cut into its body. Kill. In an instant, the black demon's body was torn into many pieces and scattered on the ground. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out, and from the cuts, it could be clearly seen that the thickness of its skin was at least 2 fingers wide, an astonishing sight. This is probably a 5th order black demon, equivalent to the 5th order of the transcendent realm, Lin Qing said. Everyone's heart trembled slightly. The moment they attacked the black demon, the feeling was very clear. If a 5th order black demon was already like this, what about a 7th order black demon? Junior brothers, please be careful. With our combined strength, even if we encounter a level 9 black demon, we should be able to fight it. Lin Qing said, of course, as far as I know, there are very few level 9 black demons. Unless you're very unlucky, you won't encounter one. Senior brother Lin Qing, I feel that you have a goal in mind. Yang Xiling said. No one said anything. They were all waiting for Lin Qing's reply. The Black Well was a dangerous place, but it was also a place of opportunity. Lin Qing was leading the team. Their goal was very simple. It was better to work together. The distribution method had been discussed, but it didn't mean that they didn't have other goals. If it was just a simple exploration of the Black Well, it was normal. If they had other goals, they had to make it clear. Otherwise, if they were kept in the dark, they might become cannon fodder or something else. It was always uncomfortable. Junior brothers, I have 2 goals in coming to the Black Well. One is to explore the Black Well. Junior brothers are also interested, so we formed a team. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and said, in addition, I paid a great price to obtain secret information from a special channel. Somewhere in the Black Well, there is a black flame demonic lotus that will soon mature. I didn't say it before because I was outside and was worried that the news would leak out. Now that junior brother has asked, I will tell you. Black flame lotus. Some people frowned. They couldn't figure out what treasure it was. Could it be that the ingestion pill can purify spiritual energy and has a miraculous effect on fire-type cultivation methods? It can also make non-fire-type spiritual energy gain fire-type spiritual energy? Yang Xiling suddenly asked. I remember now. The black flame lotus can be exchanged for 100,000 contribution points. Lin Jingkong suddenly said. 100,000 contribution points. Everyone gasped. Apart from Chen Zong and Lin Qing, who were heaven disciples, the other 5 were earth disciples. Even though Chen Zong had received 200,000 contribution points in one go, he was still shocked by the 100,000 contribution points, let alone the others. Junior brothers, this black flame lotus is very useful to me. So when the time comes, if you help me get it, I, Lin Qing, will give each of you 10,000 contribution points. Lin Qing said solemnly, but I'll say the ugly words first. If there's any junior brother who doesn't contribute, then according to the rules, I won't give him any contribution points. Senior brother Lin Qing, if I contribute more, it should be more than 10,000 contribution points, right? Yang Xiling smiled. Of course. Lin Qing nodded. If he could obtain the black flame demonic lotus by himself, he would naturally not need to pay any price. However, the problem was that his own strength was insufficient to obtain the black flame demonic lotus. He needed to form a team with others. As for teaming up with others, it would be best if their cultivation level did not exceed his own. Otherwise, he might become the host instead. An early-stage Transcendent Realm 8th layer and 5 powerful Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivators were very suitable. Even if one of them decided to act rashly in the end, Yang Kai would be able to suppress them with his own strength. It had to be said that Lin Qing's thoughts were meticulous, and he had considered everything thoroughly. Since the conversation had already been made, everyone continued to move forward. The black well was very big, and there were many passageways. Those who were not familiar with the place would get lost easily. Even those who were familiar with the place had to be careful, or they might get lost too. However, Lin Qing did not hesitate and continued forward. Obviously, he had already explored this place before, or he had memorized the route in advance. The roars of the black monster rang out one after another in the distance, but the group did not encounter many black monsters, the strongest of which was only a seventh-order one. A seventh-order black monster was already quite terrifying. Its skin was extremely tough and difficult to penetrate, and the rebound force it contained was even more powerful. However, everyone's strength was not to be underestimated, and working together, they quickly killed the seventh-order black monster and dismembered its body. The black monster was very strange. If its body was not dismembered and only its arms or head were cut off, it would be impossible to kill it. If one thought it was dead and approached it, they would immediately be counterattacked. In the past, when exploring the black well, countless people had died because of this reason. It was not until this characteristic of the black monster was discovered and spread that the death rate had decreased. However, the decrease did not mean that there were no deaths. There were still some people who were not careful enough and died. Junior brothers, according to the information I received, there is at least one level 8 black fiend at the location of the black flame lotus. At that time, if there is only one level 8 black fiend, we will work together to kill it as quickly as possible. If there is more than one, I hope that all of you will show your true abilities. You don't need to kill the black fiend, just keep it occupied while I pluck the black flame lotus as quickly as possible, Lin Qing said in a serious tone. A seventh-order black monster was very strong. The 5 seventh-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators present could kill it one-on-one, but it would take a lot of effort, and if they were not careful, they would be injured. An 8th-order black monster was much stronger than a 7th-order black monster. Yang Xiling did not have absolute confidence in killing it, but keeping it occupied should be possible. In front of us is the place where the black flame lotus grows. Lin Qing pointed forward. Through the light of the radiant jade, more than 100 meters away, a vague entrance could be seen. Everyone also became vigilant. As they slowly approached, they could hear a low roar coming from the front, like rolling thunder, its momentum astonishing, even more shocking than the 7th-order black monster's roar from before. 8th-order black monsters, there should be 2 of them. Lin Qing's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice. According to our agreement, Junior brothers will keep the 2 black monsters occupied while I take the black flame lotus. After obtaining it, we will work together to kill the black monster. No one objected. With the 6 of them working together, keeping 2 black monsters occupied was not a problem. The 7 of them quickly entered through the entrance. The bright light jade's radiance spread out, illuminating the surroundings, covering a radius of 100 meters. However, this cave was not small, exceeding 100 meters. Everyone could only see 2 huge shadows that were at least 8 meters tall, but they did not see the so-called black flame demonic lotus. The level of a black monster was closely related to its size. A first-order black monster was only 1 meter tall, a second-order black monster was 2 meters tall, a third-order black monster was 3 meters tall, and so on. An 8th-order black monster was 8 meters tall. Although the black monster's eyes were scarlet, their eyesight was actually very poor, making it difficult for them to see far. Only a few meters away could they clearly see their targets. However, their hearing and perception were amazing, perhaps because they lived in an environment like the Black Well. Qin Shidi, you and I will work together to keep one of them occupied, the other 4 junior brothers will take care of the other one, Yang Xiling quickly said. He was an early-stage Transcendent Realm 8th-layer cultivator, so although he couldn't kill the black monster one-on-one, he could at least keep it occupied. For safety's sake, he asked Chen Zong to work together to share the pressure. As for the other 4, 2 were peak 7th-layer Transcendent Realm and 2 were peak 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators. They all cultivated top-quality spirit-grade secret arts, so their spirit chi was extremely pure and tyrannical. Even if they couldn't kill the 8th-order black monster, they could at least keep it occupied. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Qing quickly moved to another place to search for the black flame lotus. Without the illumination of the radiant jade, everyone could still see clearly within a 10-meter radius, so fighting the black monsters didn't affect them much. This cave wasn't actually very big, only about a kilometer in radius, so Lin Qing quickly found the so-called black flame lotus. While Chen Zong and the others were keeping the black monster busy, they still had time to look around. Because Lin Qing was carrying the radiant jade, they were able to see the black flame lotus from a certain distance away. Near the black flame lotus, a black aura filled the air. This aura was like a dense fog, but it didn't dissipate, covering a 10-meter radius around it. A palm-sized black lotus flower, which seemed to be surrounded by black flames, was blooming little by little, exuding a strange and soul-stirring aura. The blooming of the lotus flower meant that it was about to mature. Lin Qing had grasped the timing of his arrival very well. If he had arrived early, he would have had to wait for a long time, but if he had arrived late, the black flame lotus might have already been eaten by the black monster. If the black monster ate the black flame lotus, it would definitely become even stronger and more terrifying. Presumably, these two 8th-order black monsters were waiting here for the black flame lotus to mature. As if sensing that Lin Qing was close to the black flame lotus, the two 8th-order black monsters went berserk, charging straight at Lin Qing. Chen Zong and the others immediately exerted their strength, using sword, saber, and palm techniques to their heart's content, bombarding the black monsters' bodies. However, they could only break the layer of black light outside their bodies, unable to break through their tough skin. However, the tyrannical power still caused the black monsters' bodies to stop, buying time for Lin Qing. Lin Qing had already taken out a round jade-white box, which emitted traces of cold fog. It was obviously made of cold jade, and from its appearance, it seemed to have been specially made for the black flame lotus. Lin Qing held the cold jade box in one hand while staring at the black flame lotus that was about to fully bloom. At the same time, he also paid attention to the two 8th-order black monsters, preventing them from rushing over. Fortunately, the 6 junior brothers were also doing their best to stall the two frenzied black monsters, but the frenzied black monsters were even more terrifying, putting a lot of pressure on everyone. The black monsters were very powerful, and if they were hit, even Yang Xialing would not be able to withstand it and would be injured. Therefore, everyone was very careful to avoid being injured while also holding the black monsters back, which was very laborious. When the black flame lotus had fully bloomed, Lin Qing quickly took action, directly plucking the black flame lotus and putting it into the cold jade box, then into his storage ring. After doing all this, Lin Qing immediately drew his sword and slashed at one of the 8th-order black monsters. Seeing that the black flame lotus was successfully collected by Lin Qing, everyone stopped paying attention and focused on dealing with the black monsters. The black aura in the surroundings gathered towards the center, and then continued to shrink towards the center. In the end, it turned into a black flame that was the size of a needle and kept burning. The flame was very small and its aura was very weak. Everyone's attention was focused on the black monsters, so they did not notice it. Lin Qing's cultivation was at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, and he was also a heaven-grade disciple, so his strength was very tyrannical. Once he slashed out, it did not take long for a black monster to be beheaded. The black light spread out and exploded in an instant. The terrifying power spread out in all directions like a stormy sea. Everyone felt as if they were in the middle of a huge wave and retreated. In the explosion of the black light, the black demon's body expanded rapidly. It reached 9 meters, then 9 meters, then 9 meters, and finally stopped at 9.2 meters. The 9.2-meter black demon's aura was even more terrifying. It surged like smoke, shaking the entire cave. Everyone's expression changed. Even Lin Qing, who was the most powerful, had a dignified expression. A furious roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the sound waves surged and swept out, causing numerous holes to be blasted open on the ground in the surroundings. The black demon, who had unexpectedly reached 9 meters, waved its thicker arms and blasted out a terrifying storm. It swept out in all directions like a roaring hurricane. Chen Zong quickly retreated. But he was still affected. He could only feel an irresistible force coming at him. It was so irresistible that it could destroy mountains. Chen Zong used his body movement to the extreme and tried his best to dodge. However, the range of the storm was very wide. It covered all directions without any gaps. Even if Chen Zong's body movement was better, he could not avoid it. He could only try his best to protect himself. His body was hit by the hurricane, and he quickly retreated in the direction where the black flame lotus was growing. Inadvertently, Chen Zong stepped on the ground, right on top of the black flame. The purple cloud true flame within Chen Zong's body seemed to have sensed something and instantly released a burst of power. It extended out of Chen Zong's control from the bottom of his feet and directly enveloped the black flame. With a curl, it disappeared into the bottom of his feet. Chen Zong also felt the strange movement of the purple cloud true flame. However, Chen Zong did not have time to check it out as the black demon was crazily attacking and destroying everything. Even Lin Qing was forced to retreat by the black demon. "Junior brothers, don't fight. Leave here." Lin Qing slashed out with his sword, causing boundless sword light to surge out. It contained immense power as it slammed into the black demon monster's body, causing it to explode. Even though the powerful energy did not break through the black demon monster's defenses, it still caused its body to sway and continuously retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Qing immediately rushed out of the cave. Everyone seized this fleeting opportunity and rushed towards the exit at full speed. The 9th rank Black Fiend was too strong, unexpectedly strong. Even if the 7 of them worked together, it would be very difficult to kill it. Even if they could kill it, there would be no benefits. After all, the only thing of value on the Black Devil monster's body was its pair of eyes. However, that value was relative. It could be sold for some origin stones. To the crowd, those origin stones were nothing. If they were divided, it wouldn't be much. The Black Demon's pawn didn't have much intelligence, but it had shocking beast instincts. It locked onto the group and immediately chased after them. Every step it took left deep footprints on the ground. It was as if there was an earthquake. The terrifying aura was extremely violent, crazily rushing over. The astonishing pressure caused everyone's faces to turn cold, and they continued to rush forward with all their might. From the moment they entered the Black Well until now, they had not gained anything. Originally, he planned to explore other places after collecting the Black Flame Bewitching Lotus and look for valuable things. He didn't expect that a rank 8 Black Fiend would go berserk and become a rank 9 Black Fiend. The opponent was too strong, and the Black Well was very dangerous, so he could only return along the way. Lin Qing was the strongest. From time to time, he would attack the Black Fiend with his sword to slow it down and buy time for the others to escape. The others wouldn't let Lin Qing bear the pressure alone, so they all understood the principle of working together. Although the 9th rank Black Fiend was very strong, its strength lay in its body. As long as they didn't fight it in close quarters, they wouldn't be in too much danger. If it was a 9th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, it would be very difficult for them to escape. Their arrival was slow, but their departure was quick. Everyone used their movement techniques to their utmost to return. They rushed to the entrance of the Black Well and leaped up into the sky. They then quickly summoned Riding White Cloud and rode it to fly up into the sky. The 9th rank Black Fiend also rushed to the mouth of the Black Well. Its incomparably thick and solid legs bent as waves of tyrannical power unceasingly rushed out from its body, pouring into its legs like waves. One could clearly see its muscles trembling madly. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk an astonishing sound rang out like a clap of thunder. An incomparably tyrannical power gushed out from its legs and bombarded the ground, causing it to tremble like an earthquake. The hard ground was also crushed by this tyrannical power. The formless power seemed to have taken form at this moment. It was like a cloud of smoke that pushed the Black Demon's huge body into the sky like a meteor going against the flow of the current. Its speed was far faster than Chen Zong's group. It would only take a moment for it to rush out of the Black Well and continue chasing after Chen Zong's group. Just as the Black Fiend was about to rush out of the Black Well, an invisible power appeared and suppressed it, knocking it down. A violent explosion rang out as the Black Fiend was directly smashed into the ground. However, the Black Fiend's vitality was very tenacious. It didn't die and would quickly recover. After leaving the Black Well, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of being chased by a 9th rank Black Fiend wasn't good. "Unlucky, we didn't find anything," Lin Jingkong said unhappily, shaking his head. Fortunately, we have seen your brother Lin Qing's 10,000 contribution points, LV Zhang said with a smile. Thinking that they could still get 10,000 contribution points, everyone felt much better. After all, 10,000 contribution points wasn't a small amount. If they had to complete the mission by themselves, they would have to spend a lot of time and energy. Now that they didn't spend much time, they could get 10,000 contribution points in less than a day. Of course, the process wasn't that easy, but no matter what, everyone came out unscathed. Lin Qing followed the previous agreement and took out his disciple token, transferring 10,000 contribution points to everyone. Thank you, junior brothers, Lin Qing said with a smile after transferring the contribution points. Goodbye. Let's work together next time. Let's go. After cupping their hands, everyone left. Chenzong didn't return to Lingyun City. Instead, he summoned White Cloud and quickly flew in the direction of another city. Jigu City was a city outside of White Cloud Mountain's boundary. In terms of scale, it wasn't smaller than Lingyun City. As soon as he entered Jigu City, Chenzong didn't find a restaurant to have a meal. Instead, he booked a room. After closing the door, he immediately checked it carefully. What was the reason for the purple cloud primordial flame's strange behavior in the black well? Chenzong didn't know, but he had to check it out to be at ease. Previously, he was in a hurry to escape, and then he had to find a relatively safe place after separating. After checking, Chenzong looked into the purple cloud primordial flame in his body and found a little black. This discovery surprised Chenzong. A flame. Chenzong was even more surprised. That black flame was actually a wisp of flame the size of a finger. It continued to burn and emitted traces of heat. That heat had an indescribable strangeness and was very demonic. It made Chenzong think of the black flame demonic lotus. Black flame lotus. Thinking of this, Chenzong's eyes narrowed slightly. He carefully recalled the process in the black well. The place where he landed was exactly where the black flame lotus grew. Was there any relationship between the black flame lotus and this flame? Chenzong had been in seclusion for half a year. In addition to cultivating, he had also read a lot of ancient books. With Chenzong's powerful soul and memory, he could remember the contents of those ancient books with just one reading. Therefore, after half a year, Chenzong had read a lot of ancient books and accumulated a lot of knowledge. For example, when Lin Qing mentioned the black flame lotus, Chenzong already knew what it was, but he didn't show it. Now that he thought about it carefully, Chenzong remembered a relatively rare ancient book he had read. It recorded a characteristic of the black flame lotus. That was, the black flame lotus could give birth to a special kind of earth flame, the black flame lotus. So, that black flame was the black flame lotus? Chenzong's face was full of disbelief. If it was really the black flame lotus, then he was really lucky. Not all black flame lotuses could give birth to the black flame lotus. The black flame lotus is born from the black flame lotus. It has the ability to purify and give the power of the black flame lotus. Chenzong recalled the rare ancient book he had read. If it was really the black flame lotus, then it should have this ability. However, this flame seems to be very weak. Weak. It was reasonable. After all, when the black flame lotus was plucked, the black flame lotus had just condensed and was swept into the body by the purple cloud true flame. There was no chance for it to grow properly. The growth of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth, in addition to the accumulation of time, is also through devouring other extraordinary powers of heaven and earth. Chenzong's eyes shone brightly as he said, if I use the purple cloud true flames to devour the black lotus demonic flame, it will allow the purple cloud true flames to grow even further. Furthermore, it will allow the purple cloud true flames to evolve and possess the abilities of the black lotus demonic flame. Thinking of this, Chenzong did not hesitate. He immediately urged the purple cloud true flame to devour the black lotus demonic flame. The black lotus demonic flame was not willing to be devoured. However, it was helpless. The black lotus demonic flame had just appeared and was swept away before it had a chance to grow. It was not even a first-grade flame, while the purple cloud true flame was a fourth-grade flame. The difference between a fourth-grade flame and a first-grade flame was too big. It was a complete suppression. In addition, the purple cloud true flame was controlled by Chenzong. It was more active and aggressive. On the other hand, the Black Lotus demonic flame did not have a consciousness and could only passively defend. In just a few breaths, the Black Lotus demonic flame's resistance was defeated. The purple cloud true flame immediately scattered the Black Lotus demonic flame and devoured it bit by bit. Chenzong could clearly feel that the purple cloud true flame was undergoing a little change. The original purple color was now filled with bits of black. The black color was emitting a demonic light, making the purple cloud true flame look even more beautiful. The purple cloud true flame's aura was also changing. The original illusion was still there, but now there was a trace of demonic light. When the purple cloud true flame had completely devoured the Black Lotus demonic flame, the change was complete. After all, the purple cloud true flame was much stronger than the Black Lotus demonic flame. Therefore, it did not take long. Previously, Chenzong was not very sure. However, after devouring, he was 100% sure that it was the Black Lotus demonic flame. Chenzong opened his palm, and under the control of his mind, wisps of purple fire mist drilled out of his palm and rose above his palm. The originally pure purple fire mist was now filled with bits of black starlight, which looked even more dazzling and dazzling. After swallowing the Black Lotus demonic flame, the purple cloud true flame is still at the 4th grade, Chenzong said to himself. After all, the Black Lotus demonic flame's grade was too low. Although the purple cloud true flame did not reach the 5th grade, it was still somewhat stronger. The most important thing was the change in the purple cloud true flame. With the ability of the Black Lotus demonic flame, its potential had greatly increased. In the future, the possibility of it reaching a higher grade or even evolving into a heavenly flame had also increased. Most of the earth flame's potential was limited. Not to mention being unable to evolve into a heavenly flame, it was difficult to even reach the 7th, 8th, or 9th grade. For example, according to Chenzong's understanding of the purple cloud true flame, its growth potential was at the 6th grade. After reaching the 6th grade, it would be very difficult to reach the 7th grade. As for the 8th grade, it was needless to say. As for the Black Lotus demonic flame, its growth potential was at the 5th grade. Now that the purple cloud true flame had swallowed the Black Lotus demonic flame, its growth potential was certain to reach the 7th grade. As for whether it could reach the 8th grade, it was hard to say. Since it has swallowed the Black Lotus demonic flame, its original name is no longer suitable. Chenzong gazed at the bits of black starlight flickering in the purple mist. It was exceptionally magnificent and gave off a feeling of the starry sky. Just like the starry sky, let's call it the purple cloud black star flame. With a change of thought, Chenzong decided on the name of this new earth flame. From now on, there was one more type of earth flame. Since he had mastered the purple cloud black star flame, Chenzong began to channel the purple cloud black star flame into the spiritual wheel. The spiritual wheel was the foundation of spiritual power. If he wanted to purify spiritual power, it was best to start from the spiritual wheel because it was the foundation. Tracing to the origin, the purple cloud black star flame first entered the first spirit wheel. As the spirit wheel rotated, it gradually spread out and covered the entire spirit wheel. The spirit wheel turned from white to purple, and within the purple, there were even specks of demonic black starlight. As the fire mist rose, the spiritual energy inside the first spiritual wheel began to burn. This kind of burning wasn't to burn the spiritual energy, but to burn the impurities into ashes to achieve the goal of purifying the spiritual energy. The benefits of purifying one's spiritual energy were great. It meant that one's explosive power would be even more tyrannical, and in a way, one's strength would increase. However, purifying spiritual energy was not an easy task. It required both luck and time. 6 hours later, the spirit energy in the first spirit wheel was completely purified. As the purple cloud black star flame retreated, the white color of the spirit wheel looked even purer. It gave off a clear and pure feeling like the sun shining on a sunny day after a summer rain. Outside of the spiritual wheel, there was a slight sense of distortion. It was as if the surrounding air was being distorted by the flames. After 6 hours of calcining, the purple cloud black star flame had consumed quite a bit of energy and needed to recover. Fortunately, the purple cloud black star flame had fused with the dragon energy. By circulating the dragon energy, it could speed up the recovery process. Chenzong was multitasking. He circulated his dragon power to restore the purple cloud black star flame while checking the purified first spiritual wheel. As soon as he circulated the spiritual energy within it, Qianzong compared it with the spiritual energy of the other spiritual wheels. He immediately discovered that the difference was very obvious. 100%, the difference in purity was 100%, which meant that it was twice as pure. Even if I cultivate the White Cloud Ultimate Technique to the 13th level, the purity of my spiritual energy will only increase by 30%. 2 levels will only increase it by 70%. Qianzong secretly compared. In that case, the purification power of the purple cloud black star flame was indeed very good. It was better than 2 levels of a spiritual level. Technique. However, it was not 3 levels. It was between 2 and 3 levels. The increase in spiritual energy purity directly increased Qianzong's strength and made him even more powerful. This was a great benefit. Of course, the current increase was not enough. He had to refine and purify all 7 spiritual wheels. In addition to the spiritual energy being twice as pure, there is also a blazing aura of flames. Qianzong's eyes flashed. Qianzong carefully felt the blazing aura of the spiritual energy. It was not weak, but it was also not very strong. However, it could still increase the power of the spiritual energy. Of course, it was not as pure as the spiritual energy. If converted, it was roughly equivalent to 20% of the spiritual energy's power. It was better than nothing. After the purple cloud black star flame recovered, Qianzong began to refine and purify the second spiritual wheel. Staying in the upper room of the restaurant, Qianzong did not step out. He wholeheartedly cultivated. Refining the spiritual wheels, recovering the power of the purple cloud black star flame, and then refining the spiritual wheels again. After 5 days, Qianzong finally finished refining and purifying all 7 spiritual wheels with the purple cloud black star flame. The 7 spiritual wheels, which were twice as pure as before, began to rotate at an even faster speed. They let out a mighty roar as if they could crush everything. The spiritual energy contained within the spiritual wheels had also become purer and more tyrannical. It also carried a blazing heat that could melt gold and iron. The benefits of the spiritual energy becoming pure and carrying a blazing aura were also revealed. Qianzong's meridians were constantly being refined, becoming wider and tougher. They were able to accommodate tyrannical spiritual energy in an instant. It seems that the black flame demonic lotus's effect is not as good as this, Qianzong secretly said. Of course, if the black flame demonic lotus was combined with other precious spiritual herbs and refined by a skilled alchemist, the effect would be even better. Originally, it was agreed that the spiritual energy would be distributed according to contribution. However, it was a complete accident that he obtained the Black Lotus demonic flame. Should he tell them now that he obtained the Black Lotus demonic flame? The mysterious energy of heaven and earth was very precious and rarely seen. Its value was not something the Black Flame demonic lotus could compare to. Qianzong was sure that if he said that he obtained the Black Lotus demonic flame, it would definitely attract covetous eyes. After finishing his cultivation, Qianzong opened the door and went to the restaurant. He ordered a table of delicious food and wine and began to eat and drink. Every time he went to a city, Qianzong would find a restaurant and have a big meal. This time, due to some special circumstances, he did not do so. Instead, he went into seclusion first. Now that his seclusion was over, he had to eat and drink as he pleased. After a delicious meal, Qianzong did not return to his room. Instead, he walked out of the restaurant and strolled on the wide streets of Xigu City. He did not have any special purpose. It was just a very leisurely stroll. The scale of Xigu City was not inferior to Lingyun City. However, compared to Lingyun City, Xigu City had a different kind of heritage. It was a kind of charm that had settled down with the passage of time. It was a kind of rational and ancient flavor. As people walked on the streets, they seemed to be influenced by this kind of invisible smell. They were tainted with a trace of this aura. Even the bodies of the peddlers seemed to have an additional charm of being well-read. Without a doubt, just from the senses alone, this was a city with a considerable cultural heritage. However, Qianzong also discovered that there were many cultivators in Xigu City. Almost every person walking on the streets had a cultivation base. The only difference was the level of their cultivation base. Even the peddlers who were dressed very ordinarily were at least in the foundation building realm. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the sky pillar upper region was extremely dense and pure. Because of this, the people who were born and raised here had decent aptitudes. Even without cultivating, they still had a strong body. Moreover, some simple cultivation techniques were widely spread here. One could cultivate them with a little effort. With a superior environment, decent aptitudes, and cultivation techniques, one could reach the foundation building realm after many years as long as one persisted in cultivating. It would strengthen one's body and prolong one's life. After walking for an hour, Qianzong did not use any movement techniques. He walked at the speed of an ordinary person. Therefore, he only walked through a long street before turning around and walking back to the restaurant. After relaxing his body and mind, Qianzong began to cultivate. As he circulated the white cloud ultimate technique, the 7 spirit wheels immediately sped up. A large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi poured into the room from all directions and quickly filled Qianzong's eyes. As soon as it came into contact with Qianzong's body, it was immediately absorbed into his body and quickly refined. It strengthened the 7th spirit wheel and improved his cultivation base. During his cultivation, Qianzong was surprised to find that the white cloud ultimate technique seemed to be showing signs of breaking through to the 13th level. When Qianzong left White Cloud Mountain, his White Cloud Ultimate technique had only broken through to the 12th level. He estimated that it would take at least half a year to break through to the 13th level. He did not expect to see signs of a breakthrough in such a short time. Striking while the iron was hot, Qianzong continued to circulate the White Cloud Ultimate technique. As he improved his cultivation base, he also improved the White Cloud Ultimate technique. Half a day later, a tyrannical aura spread out from Qianzong's body. Wisps of white clouds filled the air, as if they were coming from Qianzong's body and sweeping in from all directions. The wisps of cloud mist were astonishingly flexible and had an extremely pure quality to them. The 13th level of the White Cloud Ultimate technique, Qianzong couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Sure enough, coming out for life experience was the right choice. If he hadn't come out for life experience and was still cultivating on White Cloud Mountain, he definitely wouldn't have made such an obvious improvement. Perhaps his cultivation was still at the early stage of the 7th layer transcendent realm, but his strength had improved significantly. The true White Cloud Extreme Art broke through to the 13th level so quickly. Perhaps it's because my spirit energy was purified by the purple cloud black star flame. The purity of my spirit energy affects my cultivation method to a certain extent, causing my cultivation method's realm to rise as well. Qianzong suddenly understood. The realm of a secret art was closely related to the density or purity of one's spirit energy. After all, when a secret art's realm increased, the density and purity of one's spirit energy would be directly affected. Therefore, the improvement of one's spirit energy would in turn affect one's secret art's realm. Such enlightenment immediately gave Qianzong a deeper understanding of his secret arts cultivation. Although his White Cloud Ultimate technique had reached the 13th level, the purity of his spirit energy was higher than the 15th level of the White Cloud Ultimate technique, somewhere between the 15th and 16th levels. Following this, Qianzong didn't leave the upper room of the restaurant and instead focused wholeheartedly on his cultivation. On the 12th day in the upper room of the restaurant, Qianzong suddenly felt a blazing aura spread out from his body and instantly engulfed his entire body. This kind of power wasn't the purple cloud black star flame's power, but another kind of power. Extraordinary force. After working hard for so long, I've finally mastered the fire attribute extraordinary force, Qianzong's eyes flashed. 13th level of White Cloud True Art, True Flame Body Tempering Art, 4th layer of White Cloud Force, 3rd layer of Heart Sword Force, 1st layer of Purple Flame Force, 4th grade Purple Cloud Black Star Flame, White Cloud Absolute Sky Sword, Illusory Cloud Path, Blue Cloud Disintegration, Heart Sword Sutra. These were all the cultivation arts, martial arts, and powers that Qianzong had mastered. With my current strength, I can become a powerful master in Blue Wave's world, Qianzong's eyes flashed, but it's not enough. My opponents are very strong. With his current 7th level transcendent realm cultivation, he wouldn't have the upper hand against those powerful opponents. Stronger. At the very least, I need to raise my cultivation to 9th level transcendent realm. Chenzong had already made up his mind. In theory, 9th level transcendent realm cultivation was equivalent to the late heavenly profound realm in Blue Wave's world. With that kind of cultivation and the combination of various martial arts, one's strength would reach an extremely high level. Only then would one be able to deal with those powerful enemies and kill them one by one to settle their grudges. The cultivation environment of Blue Wave's world was naturally not comparable to the cultivation environment of Lingwu Holy World. There was no benefit in returning early. There was a very unique force in Jigu City called Ancient Knowledge Pavilion. Ancient Knowledge Pavilion was known for its knowledge of the 8 directions and 4 extremes. In layman's terms, Ancient Knowledge Pavilion was a force that specialized in information trading. The headquarters of Ancient Knowledge Pavilion was located in Jigu City. Chenzong wanted to improve himself more efficiently, whether it was cultivation or strength. However, just cultivating in seclusion wasn't enough. He needed to sharpen himself. However, he couldn't blindly sharpen himself. Otherwise, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Chenzong came to Ancient Knowledge Pavilion to inquire about a suitable place for him to train. After paying the corresponding fee, Chenzong left Ancient Knowledge Pavilion and Jigu City with satisfaction. Myriad Treasure Secret Realm. Chenzong called out riding White Cloud and flew forward rapidly at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Hidden territories existed in heaven and earth. Some hidden territories were naturally formed by heaven and earth, while others were created by masters. Most of the time, the mystic realm only existed in the void. Only at certain times would the passageway open, allowing people to enter and obtain benefits within a limited time. The 10,000 Treasures Mystery Domain was originally a natural mystery domain. Later, it was found by an 8-star sect and established as a place for this sect to train its disciples. This sect was called the 10,000 Treasures Mystery Domain. The sect was called the 10,000 Treasures sect because it possessed many treasures. However, having many treasures had also become a drawback of the sect. It attracted the covetous eyes of other powerful forces. Undercurrents surged, and in the end, a fierce war broke out. After that great war, the 10,000 Treasure sect became history and a large number of its treasures were divided up. As for the 10,000 Treasure Sealed World, it was a special place. Moreover, the 10,000 Treasure Sealed World was just a place for the disciples of the 10,000 Treasure sect to hone their skills. The treasures inside were all spirit grade, suitable for transcendence and of little value to saints. It was said that after a discussion, the 10,000 Treasure Secret Realm did not belong to the sect. Instead, they made it an open secret realm. In this way, the 10,000 Treasure Secret Realm was not destroyed. It had been passed down to this day and would appear once every 10 years. Over the years, the 10,000 Treasure Secret Realm had opened many times. Many people had entered to search for treasures, but no one knew how many treasures were left inside. 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley, this was the entrance to the 10,000 Treasure Secret Realm that had opened over the years. It was 50,000 kilometers away from Jigu City, but Chenzong was flying on a white cloud, so his speed was very fast. The 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley was actually very ordinary. It was just an ordinary valley, like many other ordinary valleys. However, it was very famous because of the 10,000 Treasures Secret Realm. It could be said that the 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley was created by the 10,000 Treasures Secret Realm, making it famous far and wide. When Chenzong saw the 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley, many people had already gathered in the valley. These people were not all standing together. Some were alone, while others were in groups of 3 or 5, each occupying a place. "Someone else is coming." A burly man wearing a black eye patch said coldly as he stared at the figure that was rapidly approaching in the sky with his single eye flickering with light. "The 10,000 Treasures Secret Realm is about to open. There must be many people who know about it, and there are also many who are rushing over." The beautiful woman next to the one-eyed burly man smiled. "That's right. For many people, the 10,000 Treasures Secret Realm is a rare opportunity." The hunchbacked old man next to the one-eyed burly man said in a hoarse voice. The one-eyed burly man, the beautiful woman, and the hunchbacked old man. The combination of these 3 people was quite strange and very eye-catching. Naturally, Chenzong's arrival was not only noticed by these 3 people, but also by the others. A white cloud in the sky. He's a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. A white cloud in the sky with a radius of 3 meters. It looks very ordinary. I guess he's a human class disciple. At most, he's an Earth class disciple. The white cloud in the sky of White Cloud Mountain was a symbol, so it was quite easy to distinguish. Many cultivators knew about the white cloud in the sky. The white cloud in the sky was only 3 meters in size, so Qianzong was underestimated. However, Qianzong didn't care. Being underestimated or overestimated wouldn't cause his cultivation to decrease or increase, and it wouldn't cause his strength to weaken or increase. Qianzong landed and put away riding White Cloud. He stood alone in a corner of the valley and swept his gaze across the crowd, taking in all the people standing around him. There were about 100 people, but this wasn't all of them. There would be more coming. There were more than 100 people present, and each of them exuded a tyrannical aura. The weakest of them was in the Transcendent Realm 4th layer, while the strongest was in the 7th or 8th layer. Some of them had a calm and neutral aura, some had a deep and profound aura, some had a fierce and violent aura, and some had a gloomy and strange aura. A person's personality, cultivation method, martial arts, and so on would all form a unique aura, which would become a person's mark. Some of these people were loose cultivators, and they were not young. Some were disciples of sect or family, and they were relatively younger. After all, loose cultivators often didn't have outstanding inheritances or resources, so it was relatively difficult for them to cultivate. Therefore, it was reasonable for loose cultivators to be older than young Kai. Sect or family disciples had better resources, environment, and inheritances, so it was relatively easier for them to cultivate. They would be younger than loose cultivators when they reached the same realm. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the ground shook, and a sound like the beating of a drum came from the distance and quickly approached. Everyone's attention was attracted by the sound as they saw a huge black figure running along the ground. It was a bear, a big black bear. When it ran, it was 5 meters tall, and if it stood up, it would likely be more than 10 meters tall. The fur on the black bear was like steel needles, which made the black bear look even more powerful. A tuft of golden hair grew on the big black bear's forehead. It fluttered in the wind like a burning flame, swaying in the wind. It was very conspicuous and eye-catching. It's a golden flame earth-shaking bear. A 7th grade spirit beast, golden flame earth-shaking bear. It's Master Golden Flame. Master Golden Flame is also here. Although Master Golden Flame is strong, the treasures inside the myriad treasures sealed world are still attractive to him. Qianzong stared at the black-robed old man on the black bear's back while listening to the crowd's discussion. The black-robed old man had a serious look on his face, giving him a dignified appearance. His black robe was covered with complicated golden lines that crisscrossed with each other, giving it a mysterious appearance, like a burning flame. Qianzong could feel that this Master Golden Flame's aura was extremely strong and was exuding an astonishing heat, as if it could burn everything. 9th layer Transcendent Realm. This Master Golden Flame was a 9th layer Transcendent Realm master, but because the other party's aura was restrained, Qianzong couldn't tell what Master Golden Flame's cultivation was. However, after reaching the 9th layer Transcendent Realm, he could indeed be called a master. Listening to their conversation, Qianzong also knew that this Master Golden Flame was a loose cultivator. For a loose cultivator to be able to cultivate to the 9th layer Transcendent Realm and even have a 7th grade spirit beast, it was indeed amazing. Greetings, Senior Golden Flame. The loose cultivators greeted Master Golden Flame one by one. For many loose cultivators, Master Golden Flame was a signboard. A loose cultivator's life was more difficult than that of a sect's disciple or a family's disciple. If they didn't have a strong enough backer, their life would often be even worse. The strong were a kind of invisible deterrence. If the loose cultivators were to be compared to a special force, then Master Golden Flame was equivalent to the main force. Of course, there was no lack of Master Golden Flame among the loose cultivators, but compared to a force, there were fewer of them. When the loose cultivators saluted, Master Golden Flame would also salute one by one. As for the sect's disciples and family's disciples, most of them wouldn't salute, some of them maintaining their status. Qianzong could see that although everyone was standing separately, the loose cultivators and the disciples of the forces were clearly separated. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk as the commotion caused by Master Golden Flame's arrival calmed down again, everyone continued to wait for the opening of the myriad treasures sealed world. Suddenly, an astonishing sound of fierce collisions rang out. Who's fighting? Such a powerful collision of auras, these two are very strong. Everyone was surprised when they saw dust billowing in the distance, like an earth dragon rolling over, waves of earth surging towards the myriad treasures sealed world. Amidst the thick dust, two figures were constantly colliding, emitting astonishing auras. These were the fluctuations of spiritual energy, extremely shocking. 8th layer transcendent realm. Chen Zong thought. His sharp eyes looked over and saw that the two figures didn't seem to be very old, in their 20s. A 20-year-old 8th layer transcendent realm cultivator was indeed shocking. With a loud bang, the ground shook and cracks spread out like lightning. The two figures were also sent flying by the tyrannical force, landing on opposite ends of the myriad treasures sealed world. Xianxia, as a loose cultivator, you can actually fight me to a standstill with 80% of my strength. Not bad, I'll give you some time to think about it. The young man who landed on the side of the forces had his hands behind his back, staring at one of the loose cultivators with a domineering gaze, his voice filled with oppression. Su Xixiang, although you're stronger than me, it's absolutely impossible for me to submit to you. There's no need to think about it. The other young man, Xianxia, replied firmly. Xianxia, a rogue cultivator, was a rare genius among rogue cultivators. Not only was he extraordinary, he also had many fortuitous encounters. It was said that his master was an expert among rogue cultivators, a half-step sage. Su Xixiang, a 1,000-year-old descendant of the Su family, was the #1 genius and possessed extraordinary abilities. Many geniuses from various forces had been defeated by Xianxia, causing his reputation to soar. Naturally, it also attracted some hostility. Su Xixiang fancied Xianxia's ability and wanted to subdue him, but Xianxia refused. Xianxia's refusal caused Su Xixiang's eyes to narrow, emitting a dangerous light. A tyrannical aura spread out like an invisible hand wreaking havoc in all directions, causing cracks to spread out rapidly. Xianxia's face turned solemn as he gathered his strength. Even though his talent was extraordinary, he had a powerful master, and he had many fortuitous encounters, allowing him to surpass many geniuses of his generation and become a famous heaven's pride among rogue cultivators. There was still a gap between him and Su Xixiang. If Su Xixiang used his full strength, Xianxia wouldn't be his opponent. But even if he wasn't, Xianxia didn't have any thoughts of submitting. His aura became more and more desolate, as if Su Xixiang would explode in the next breath and attack Xianxia with his full strength, injuring or even killing him. Little friend Su, little friend Zhang has his own decision. I'm afraid it's not good for you to force him. Sage Golden Flame spoke, his voice full of majesty. Sage Golden Flame, I know you like to meddle in other people's business. Su Xixiang turned to look at Sage Golden Flame, his eyes emitting a cold light. The corner of his mouth curled up, his face full of disdain. Meddling in other people's business has nothing to do with me. But if you meddle in my business, I'll beat you to death. Sage Golden Flame's expression turned solemn after hearing Su Xixiang's words. The rogue cultivators' faces changed greatly, and they were inwardly furious. What? You bunch of losers want to make a move against me? Su Xixiang's sneer became even more obvious. I'm right here, you can try. Su Xixiang's attitude was extremely arrogant, to the point that the disciples couldn't stand it, let alone the rogue cultivators who were directly provoked. They really wanted to kill Su Xixiang, but they didn't dare to. The 1,000-year Su family was very powerful, but they were a 7-star power. The consequences of killing their #1 genius wasn't something these rogue cultivators could bear. They would definitely receive revenge from the 1,000-year Su family. That would be a bloodbath. Even an expert like Adept Golden Flame wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone, this has nothing to do with you. Senior Golden Flame, thank you for speaking up for justice, but leave this matter to me. Xianxia spoke hurriedly as he was deeply afraid that the rage of everyone would cause an irreversible and terrible consequence. After that, Xianxia's eyes emitted a cold light as he stared at Su Xixiang and said in a low voice, Su Xixiang, I've already said it very clearly. I'll absolutely not submit to you. If you want to fight, then let's fight. An intense killing intent instantly shot out from Su Xixiang's eyes. It was like two bolts of cold lightning, causing Xianxia's heart to tremble slightly as he became extremely vigilant. In the next moment, he was about to receive Su Shixiang's terrifying attack. Rumble, a loud sound rang out. It was not Su Shixiang who made a move, but the 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley. This vibration attracted everyone's attention, causing Su Shixiang to shift his gaze away from Xianxia. The vibration became more and more obvious as an invisible force appeared in the 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley. Countless yuan qi of heaven and earth surged in from all directions. The heavenly wind blew, and the yuan qi of heaven and earth danced in the air like white dragons. Eventually, they gathered in the center of the 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley. Everyone was repelled by this powerful force, and they all retreated, staring at the changes in the valley. Endless yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered in the center of the valley, condensing into an even more powerful yuan qi of heaven and earth. The light was so bright that it was hard for people to look at it directly. An even more powerful energy fluctuation spread out, sweeping in all directions and spreading to a very far place. This kind of energy fluctuation. Could it be that the 10,000 Treasures secret realm has already opened? Dozens of miles away, a group of people who were running quickly with their movement techniques all paused. The leader carefully sensed for a while, then quickly said, "Speed up." In another direction, hundreds of miles away, a very muscular figure flew past at an astonishing speed. Behind him, there was a red shadow floating. Upon closer inspection, it was a cloak, a very long cloak. The 10,000 Treasures secret realm has opened? The tall figure paused slightly. The long red cloak fluttered in the wind, allowing his body to stay in the air. It seems that I have to speed up. Hopefully, I can find a treasure that can help me break through. After all, the 10,000 Treasures secret realm was valued by many people. In the center of the 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley, countless yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered. Then, as if the void was being torn apart, a white crack appeared. The crack expanded, and countless yuan qi of heaven and earth swirled around, finally condensing into a white portal. The portal emitted a very profound energy, as if it contained endless mysteries. The 10,000 Treasures secret realm has opened. Let's go. Everyone looked at the mysterious white portal excitedly. They were all very excited. Su Shixiang burst out with an extremely powerful energy and charged forward without caring about anything. He didn't even take Chenzong, a disciple of White Cloud Mountain, seriously. Of course, he didn't know that Chenzong was a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Su Shixiang was the first to enter the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. Perhaps, he could get more benefits if he entered earlier, but was that the truth? Of course not. The 10,000 Treasures secret realm was opened by the 10,000 Treasures sect for the sect's Transcendent Realm disciples to gain experience. There was no difference between entering earlier and later. Not long after, Chenzong also took a step forward and entered the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the 10,000 Treasures secret realm was very pure. The sky was clear and the earth was bright. At a glance, it gave people a spacious and comfortable feeling. Chenzong bought information from Ancient Knowledge Tower, so he naturally had a detailed understanding of the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. When Ancient Knowledge Tower provided the news that the 10,000 Treasures secret realm was about to open, they also told Chenzong some information about the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. Since it was a secret realm used by the 10,000 Treasures sect to cultivate the disciples of the sect, it naturally wouldn't be too dangerous. Of course, that was in the era of the 10,000 Treasures sect. Now, the 10,000 Treasures secret realm was ownerless. Once it opened, as long as one was at the Transcendent Realm, anyone could enter. Naturally, the danger would be greatly increased. There were hundreds of people who had arrived at the 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley one after another. Now, they were all rushing into the 10,000 Treasures secret realm, either alone or in groups of 3 to 5. They quickly went in all directions. The 10,000 Treasures secret realm would be open for a month. After a month, it would close. If one didn't leave at that time, they would be trapped inside and the consequence would be death. This point had been confirmed. Someone had entered but didn't manage to leave in time. When the 10,000 Treasures secret realm opened again, the person's corpse was found. Outside the 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley, a group of people quickly arrived. This group of people didn't look very old. They were about 20 years old, but most of them didn't look more than 25 years old. This group of people was wearing black armor that was very close to their bodies. They were surrounded by an astonishing aura that was very domineering and strong. Among this group of people, there was a familiar face. If Qianzong saw him, he would recognize him. It was Xianxia. Big Dipper Tyrant Sect. This group of people was the disciples of Big Dipper Tyrant Sect. The 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley was located relatively close to Big Dipper Tyrant Sect. The group of Big Dipper Tyrant Sect disciples quickly entered the teleportation gate and entered the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. After the group of Big Dipper Tyrant Sect disciples had all entered the 10,000 Treasures secret realm, a figure arrived not long after. His long red cloak fluttered in the wind, making rustling sounds. Without any hesitation, the figure directly rushed into the teleportation gate of the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. The teleportation gate didn't disappear. Instead, it would exist for a month and would only close after a month. Therefore, in this 1 month, anyone with a suitable cultivation could enter and exit as they wished. Qianzong was searching, looking for opportunities. In the 10,000 Treasure secret realm, opportunities were everywhere. However, whether one could encounter them or not depended on one's luck and ability. Qianzong felt that his luck had always been good. The 10,000 Treasure secret realm was very big. After hundreds of people entered, they dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Only Qianzong was left alone. The environment of the 10,000 Treasure secret realm was very good. It had a strong self-recovery ability. Even if it was damaged, 10 years was enough for it to completely recover, unless the damage was too severe. This was a method that the powerhouses of the 10,000 Treasures sect had set up when they first opened it. It was to prevent the 10,000 Treasures secret realm from collapsing. As he walked, Qianzong suddenly realized that the scenery in front of him had changed. It was as if he had stepped into another place. First, it was a fog-like white expanse. Qianzong felt as if he had fallen into a fog. He couldn't tell north from south and could only keep moving forward, hoping to step out of this place. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. He was cloaked in fog and held a long sword. The sword light reflected a cold luster. Qianzong's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. A sense of danger arose spontaneously. Subconsciously, Qianzong's figure flashed as he dodged. A beam of sword chi pierced through the air and shot past his afterimage. The dark light sword was unsheathed. Green light filled the air. The white cloud technique was activated. Extremely pure spiritual energy instantly poured into the long sword, dyeing the green sword body white. The white light flowed like autumn water. He attacked with his sword. In the fog, Qianzong fought with a strong enemy who he couldn't see clearly. His opponent's swordsmanship was very brilliant. Every sword move was full of illusions and contained many changes. Among the changes, there was also an amazing sharpness. This swordsmanship gave Qianzong a lot of inspiration. He had a deeper understanding of the illusory cloud technique. All kinds of mysteries emerged one after another. Illusory Cloud Empyrean Sword. Qianzong attacked with his sword. The sword light was like a line between the sky and the water. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it also contained many changes. Its lethality was not inferior to the White Cloud Empyrean Sword, but it had many more changes. This was the result of Qianzong integrating the mysteries of the illusory cloud technique into the White Cloud Empyrean Sword. It changed and became a killer move of the illusory cloud technique. The figure in the fog couldn't resist at all and was directly cut in half. As the figure was cut in half and dispersed, the surrounding fog also quickly dissipated. When it completely disappeared, Qianzong's gaze was attracted. It was a cold light. It was also a long sword. It was inserted into the ground and released an amazing aura. The name of the sword was Cold Edge, a grade 4 spirit artifact. It possessed the strength of a standard transcendent realm 4th layer, stronger than the profound light sword. When the Cold Edge sword entered his hand, a trace of coldness flowed through it like flowing water. The sword light was dazzling and cold. The Cold Edge sword in his hand was more comfortable than the profound light sword. It could also further improve Qianzong's strength. Putting the profound light sword into his storage ring and carrying the Cold Edge sword on his waist, Qianzong looked around and stepped forward again. His first harvest made Qianzong look forward to the myriad treasures hidden realm even more. Perhaps he could improve even more here. The sooner he improved, the sooner he could return to Blue Wave's world. After settling his grudges, he could come to this world to cultivate in peace, improve himself comprehensively, and pursue the Tao of transcendence. This thought flashed through Qianzong's mind, and he couldn't help but recall the scene of the universe he had seen when he had an opportunity in Blue Wave's world. That kind of ice-cold, profound, magnificent, vast, and boundless mysterious scene continuously attracted Qianzong. At that time, Qianzong had an idea. One day, he would definitely go to the vast and endless void of the universe to wander freely. But now, the gap was too big. Thinking about the huge figure he saw in the universe, the more his cultivation improved, the more he felt that the cold figure was powerful. Even the floating clouds king couldn't compare to it. Collecting his thoughts, he should improve himself as much as possible. Junior brothers, let's disperse and look for opportunities. We'll gather at the exit in a month, said the leader of the Big Dipper Tyrant sect disciples. Yes, senior brother Long, senior brothers, see you in a month. The dozen or so Big Dipper Tyrant sect disciples dispersed and each chose a direction. Are you going to obediently hand it over, or do you want me to beat you to death and search your corpse for it? Su Shixiang stared coldly in front of him. Su Shixiang, don't go too far. The middle-aged man glared at Su Shixiang. He was a rogue cultivator with a Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivation. He was considered an expert among rogue cultivators, but he was too weak in front of Su Shixiang. It seems like you have made your choice. Su Shixiang snickered. He flicked his finger, and thunder burst appeared. The rogue cultivator had no time to dodge or even react. His glabella was pierced through from the back of his head, and he died instantly. Su Shixiang made a grabbing motion, and the rogue cultivator's storage ring flew into his hand. Su Shixiang's face was filled with disdain as he inspected it. There was only one thing in this rogue cultivator's storage ring that piqued his interest. Everything else was trash to him. There were also beasts living in the Myriad Treasures secret realm. These beasts were cultivated by the Myriad Treasures sect in the past. They were called treasure beasts. The uniqueness of the 10,000 Treasures secret territory and the methods of the cultivators of the 10,000 Treasures sect in the past were to combine the essence of demonic beasts with the power of the 10,000 Treasures secret territory and condense them into demonic beasts. As long as one could kill them, one would be able to obtain treasures. This treasure could be a spirit artifact or a spirit pill. However, after the destruction of the 10,000 Treasures sect, the 10,000 Treasures mysterious territory became an ownerless place. Gradually, it lost control, and the number of treasure beasts decreased. Now, they were rare. However, Qianzong's luck was not bad. He actually encountered one. It was a ferocious golden tiger. It was 8 meters long, and its tail was a few meters long. It swept across the air like a steel whip, bringing about a series of shocking whistling sounds. On the back of the golden tiger, there were even barbs that were incomparably sharp. The golden tiger's eyes were burning with golden flames as it stared at Qianzong. It made Qianzong feel like he was being ignited. Roar, an earth-shattering roar was heard. The golden tiger suddenly leaped, and its huge body brought about a shocking momentum. A gust of wind swept across, and an earth-shattering force instantly surged toward Qianzong mercilessly. Qianzong looked solemn. The impact of the golden tiger was very strong. He unsheathed his cold-edged sword, and a sword light pierced through the air. Against a treasure beast like the golden tiger, which was built from the spirit essence of demonic beasts and the power of the Myriad Treasures secret realm, the illusory cloudway sword technique was not ideal. This was because the golden tiger did not have any intelligence. It only had instincts, and it was difficult to confuse it. Platinum sword body. Once the entry-level platinum sword body was displayed, a platinum aura spread across his arms, and then into the cold-edged sword. It greatly increased Qianzong's attack power. Illusory Cloud Sky Slashing Sword. The White Cloud Sky Slashing Sword had been changed by Qianzong into the Illusory Cloud Sky Slashing Sword. Its power did not decrease at all, and it even incorporated many changes. The golden tiger was very strong, and it brought great pressure to Qianzong. If he was not careful, he might be heavily injured or even killed. However, Qianzong was not afraid at all, and he went all out to deal with it. Fighting on the edge of life and death could stimulate one's potential. After half a year of seclusion, Xianxia had improved greatly in all aspects, and a part of it had also settled down. This settling down was equivalent to potential, and it could only be truly stimulated through a life and death battle. Right now, he was in the process of stimulating his potential. The fierce battle allowed Xianxia to have a deeper understanding of the illusory cloudway. All kinds of profound mysteries emerged and burst forth in his mind. The illusory cloud sky-slashing sword had more changes, and it was also more agile. When the sword slashed out, it looked like it was slashing towards the opponent's head, but it was actually slashing towards the opponent's abdomen. The golden tiger was very strong, and Xianxia estimated that it would not be any weaker than a rank 8 spiritual beast. Kill, the power of the cold-edged sword was completely stimulated. The sword light was shockingly cold. This sword was extremely powerful, but Xianxia's figure was extremely agile. He had integrated a trace of the illusory cloud Dao's profoundness into the heavenly crane windchaser movement technique. Not only did it increase the speed of his movement technique, but it also had more variations. Passing by, the incomparably tyrannical sword slashed through the golden tiger's body. The golden tiger fell forward, and a sword wound appeared on its abdomen, quickly extending to its back. There was no blood flowing out, because the treasure beast was not a demonic beast, but a unique life form formed from the essence of a demonic beast, and the power of the myriad treasure's secret domain. The golden tiger's body broke apart, turning into countless light rays and dissipating. In the end, it left behind a round pearl, which was a pellet. The pellet was bigger than a lotus seed, and it was golden in color. There were many patterns on it, and it looked very mysterious. When Xianxia looked at it, he realized that no matter how he looked at it, those patterns seemed to form the shape of a ferocious tiger's head. Layers of light surrounded it, and that was the pellet's halo, which only high-quality pellets would have. Waves of fragrance spread out from the pellet, and with a sniff, the fragrance entered his body. Xianxia immediately felt his body gradually heating up, as if his blood and qi were being ignited. The heat spread to every part of his body, and Xianxia felt that his bones and muscles were changing, becoming stronger and stronger. Body refinement pellet. Xianxia's eyes lit up. His body refinement cultivation had been increasing slowly, and even if he cultivated the true flame body refinement technique to the extreme and grasped the technique intent, it was not much faster. It was far behind his qi refinement cultivation. Why was the improvement so slow? Because compared to qi refinement, body refinement was more focused on the replenishment of resources. Otherwise, the improvement would be very slow if he cultivated on his own. He did not know the name of the pellet, but he was sure that it was a body refinement pellet. Without hesitation, Xianxia swallowed it immediately. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it quickly went down into his stomach and melted instantly. At the same time, Xianxia heard a series of tiger roars coming from his stomach. Along with the tiger roars, the power of the pill continued to spread out, cleansing his body layer by layer like rolling waves. Xianxia clearly felt that with the tiger's roar and the advancement of the pellet's power, his internal organs, blood, bones, muscles, and skin were all affected and began to change. The true flame body refinement technique was activated naturally, refining and absorbing the power of the pellet. The blazing purple flame dragon power was also surging, and it let out a high-pitched dragon's roar. The dragon and tiger roared, and the dragon and tiger met. Xianxia's aura began to rise little by little. Breakthrough, middle stage dragon power realm level 4, with just one pellet, Xianxia's body refinement cultivation began to break through a small level as soon as the power of the pellet was released. As the power of the pellet continued to emerge and merge into Xianxia's body, it was continuously refined by the purple flame dragon power, and his aura continued to rise. When the dragon power and the purple cloud black star flame merged into one, as the dragon power increased, the purple cloud black star flame would also grow, unless it reached the upper limit of its potential. The purple flame dragon power was more powerful than ordinary dragon power, so it needed to absorb more power to increase its level. Late-stage dragon power realm level 4, when Xianxia's body refinement cultivation broke through again, the power of the pellet no longer emerged, because it had been used up. In fact, it was not used up. At least half of it had merged into his muscles, bones, and flesh, and was slowly released to continue to strengthen Qianzong's physique and improve his body refinement cultivation. The improvement of his body refinement cultivation did not directly increase Qianzong's strength, but it more or less improved Qianzong's defense, which was a good thing. There were many fortuitous encounters in the Myriad Treasure's secret realm. Or rather, they were not fortuitous encounters, because the things in the Myriad Treasure's secret realm were originally used by the Myriad Treasure sect to cultivate disciples. However, after so many years, without the support of the Myriad Treasure sect, the Myriad Treasure's secret realm was no longer what it used to be. However, those who entered the secret realm would more or less gain something. The only difference was whether the things they obtained were precious enough and useful to them. Of course, even if it was useless to them, they could take it out and sell it, or exchange it for something useful to them. It was rare to see someone like Qianzong, who had obtained something useful to him twice. Using the Heavenly Crane Windchaser body technique, Qianzong quickly flew forward. His speed was very fast, and there seemed to be wisps of clouds surrounding his body, making Qianzong's body technique look a little more illusory and full of changes. This was the integration of a trace of the illusory cloud path's mystery, which improved the essence of his body technique. However, the Heavenly Crane Windchaser body technique was still a spiritual level middle tier, and it was very difficult to improve it to spiritual level upper tier. But in next to no time, Qianzong noticed that instead of utilizing the Skycrane Windchaser movement technique, it was better to use pure physical strength to travel. Because doing so would accelerate the stimulation of the energy that had fused with the medicinal pill within his body, allowing him to advance his body refinement cultivation even faster. This steel was called the Mysterious Steel. It was one of the many treasures that the Thousand Treasures sect had placed in the Thousand Treasures secret territory. It contained many mysteries. Comprehending it would allow one to understand its mysteries and deepen one's understanding of the martial arts skills that one had cultivated. In the Thousand Treasure sealed world, there was not only one Myriad Mystery Steel, but several of them, scattered in different places. The Myriad Mystery Steel was integrated with the Thousand Treasure sealed world and could not be taken away, otherwise, it would destroy the Thousand Treasure sealed world. In addition, the Myriad Mystery Steel was only useful to transcendence, so the sect that destroyed the Thousand Treasure sect back then did not touch it, leaving behind an opportunity for their descendants. Qianzong naturally knew about the existence of the Myriad Mystery Steel after buying the information from Ancient Knowledge Pavilion. Without hesitation, he immediately stood in front of it and began to comprehend it. On the Myriad Mystery Steel, there seemed to be only one color, but in fact, there were many different colors, each with its own mystery. Qianzong soon immersed himself in it, and a force rose from the Myriad Mystery Steel and fell on Qianzong's body, forming a translucent light film that protected Qianzong. This was also the reason why Qianzong dared to comprehend the Myriad Mystery Steel with such confidence. This defensive barrier was enough to withstand attacks from a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm Master without breaking, and as soon as it was attacked, the person comprehending it would instantly wake up and react. This was also the Thousand Treasure sect's consideration. This way, the disciples who entered the Thousand Treasure sealed world would not be disturbed. After all, the purpose of the Thousand Treasure sealed world was to allow the disciples of the Thousand Treasure sect to gain experience. As soon as he immersed himself, Qianzong felt that the environment around him seemed to have changed, but in fact, there was no change. What changed was Qianzong's mind. A sea of clouds surged, and countless clouds swirled around, constantly changing. It felt like entering the first floor of White Cloud Mountain's White Cloud Tower. Of course, the effect was not as good, but it was similar. Time flowed freely. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. After being separated from his fellow disciples, Xianxia went on a training trip and acquired a treasure. Unfortunately, that treasure was of some use to him at the moment, and he would rather take it back to the sect and exchange it for merit points. After all, having reached the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, Xianxia was already considered a very strong master among transcendents. Some treasures were of great use to those with lower cultivation, but they were not of much use to those with higher cultivation. This was relative. Myriad Profound Steel. From afar, Xianxia saw a towering monument. Instantly, his eyes shot out a dense amount of light. As a disciple of the Big Dipper Tyrant sect, It was only natural for him to have some understanding of the myriad treasure's secret realm. Immediately, Xingji's heart burned with passion. By comprehending the myriad mystery monument, his attainments in martial arts would be able to take another step forward and increase his strength. Xingji immediately sped up and rushed towards the myriad mystery monument. Shortly after, his eyes emitted a shocking light as he stared at the figure in front of the myriad mystery monument. It's him. With just a glance, Xingji recognized the figure in front of the myriad mystery monument. His eyes shot out flames of anger as if they could burn everything. On the fierce ancient battlefield, he intercepted his old opponent, Wu Lingkong, and was about to kill him. In the end, he was intercepted by someone else and even used a terrifying move to severely injure him, making him feel like he was about to die. It was terrifying. Since then, Xingji's heart was filled with killing intent towards Zong. As long as he had the slightest chance, he would definitely blast Zong into pieces. Unfortunately, Zong joined White Cloud Mountain and became their disciple, while he joined the Big Dipper Tyrant sect and became their disciple. Originally, he thought that it would be a long time before he would meet Zong again. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to meet Zong here. An eye for an eye, blast him into pieces. With a shake of his long spear, an extremely tyrannical aura exploded from Xingji's body. His killing intent was like an erupting volcano, incomparably ferocious. The astonishing power shattered the surroundings, causing cracks to appear and quickly spread out. The terrifying power burst out, causing the ground to shatter. Xingji's body rushed towards Zong at an astonishing speed. His speed was too fast, and a long gully was carved out on the ground, causing waves of earth to roll. Boom! Xingji's spear stabbed forward like a meteor, traversing several hundred meters in an instant. This spear was incomparably tyrannical and unparalleled, as if it could shatter a mountain. Before the spear tip could pierce Zong's body, a spear light had already pierced through the air and shot out, directly hitting the defensive energy around Zong's body. Xingji knew about the myriad mystery monument and naturally knew about its defensive energy. The spear light hit the defensive energy and disturbed Zong, causing him to wake up. Once he woke up, the defensive energy of the myriad mystery monument would also lose its effect. The spear light arrived first, causing the defensive energy of the myriad mystery monument to lose its effect. His tyrannical attack could directly bombard Zong's body. With his full power, he could blast his opponent into pieces, leaving not even a corpse behind. It had to be said that Xingji was very decisive. He absolutely did not give Zong the slightest chance or time. Once he attacked, it was a sure kill without mercy. In fact, he was also worried that Zong had learned some shocking techniques after entering the White Cloud Mountain and escaped from his hands. At that time, it would be even more difficult to find him. The moment the defensive energy was attacked, Zong sensed it and immediately woke up. His body suddenly tensed up as an indescribably terrifying pressure, extremely tyrannical and violent, bombarded him. The shocking impact was as if it wanted to shatter his body. Very strong, Zong knew that it would be difficult for him to withstand this attack. He absolutely could not withstand it. However, Zong's reaction was incomparably fast, exceeding his cultivation level. The Heavenly Crane Windchaser movement technique had long become an instinct. When that incomparably tyrannical attack arrived, Zong's figure naturally moved, bringing with it a kind of cloud-like transformation. It was also like a heavenly crane spreading its wings, facing the wind. An afterimage was left behind on the spot, and before it even appeared for an instant, that lifelike afterimage was shattered. An extremely terrifying power pushed forward, tearing apart the hard ground and creating a shocking gully. Finally, it hit the Myriad Mystery Tablet and exploded. The Myriad Mystery Monument was indeed a treasure. After withstanding such a tyrannical attack, it was still intact. Xingji was also a little surprised that he did not kill Zong with one attack. Zong's reaction speed was too fast, but he did not stop at all. His spear swept out, creating a terrifying storm that wreaked havoc in all directions. Rumbling sounds swept out, and the storm contained an extremely shocking qi, sharp and tyrannical. After nearly a year, Xingji's cultivation had not only increased by a lot, his strength had also greatly increased, and his spear technique had also become more tyrannical. However, although his improvement was great, Chenzong's improvement was even greater. Because Chenzong came from the Blue Cloud sect, a 4-star sect, while Yu Xingji came from a top 6-star sect. The greater the difference, the more obvious the improvement. A sword light flashed, incomparably sharp and cold. The sword tore the storm apart and mercilessly attacked Yu Xingji. Chenzong also recognized Yu Xingji. He knew that this person held a grudge against him for what happened last time, and already had the intention to kill him. Now that he attacked, it was confirmed. Since that was the case, then he would kill the opponent. Chenzong attacked with his sword, and did not show any mercy. Yu Xingji was an enemy, and had the intention to kill him, so he should be killed. The sword tore the storm apart, and attacked Yu Xingji. The storm dissipated, and Yu Xingji's face was cold. His spear swept horizontally, as if it could shatter a mountain. After entering the Big Dipper Overlord sect, Yu Xingji cultivated a new spear technique, which was extremely powerful and tyrannical. Every spear attack seemed to have used up all of its strength, and it wanted to shatter Chenzong. Chenzong displayed the illusion cloud sword technique, and the cloud surged and changed. Using skill to break through strength, and in close combat, it immediately made Yu Xingji unable to display his tyrannical strength to his heart's content. The martial arts of the Big Dipper Overlord sect emphasized bravery and strength, especially the spear technique. It was bold and powerful, but it was somewhat lacking in terms of variations. Yu Xingji also knew his shortcomings, but he did not panic. Instead, his face darkened, and he lowered his waist into a horse stance. Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical aura exploded from his body. With a boom, an astonishing aura surged, as if flames were soaring into the sky. The surrounding ground was completely shattered, and inch by inch cracks appeared. The terrifying power even forced Chenzong to retreat. Big Dipper Battle Chi, this was the true inheritance of the Big Dipper Overlord sect. It was a secret art, yet not a secret art. It was very unique and tyrannical. Chenzong was pushed back by the impact, and Yu Xingji immediately smashed out with his spear, as if it could shatter a mountain, causing Chenzong's face to change greatly. This spear was driven by Big Dipper Battle Chi, and its power was even more terrifying. Under the spear's shaft, the air was directly compressed, and like a mountain falling down, Chenzong's body tensed up. Dragon force erupted, a tyrannical force impacted every part of his body. Resisting this pressure, Chenzong displayed his heavenly crane windchaser movement skill to the extreme, and quickly dodged to the side. With a boom, the place where he stood was shattered by the terrifying power of the spear, but the spear was still under Yu Xingji's arms, and fiercely swept forward, blocking Jiang Duanyue. Under Big Dipper Battle Chi, the power of each of Yu Xingji's spear attacks increased by at least 50%. Chenzong's cultivation was at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 7th layer, while Yu Xingji's cultivation was at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer. The difference of one layer was very obvious, and under normal circumstances, such a gap would be fatal. In particular, Yu Xingji was a genius who was designated as a heaven-grade disciple by the Big Dipper Overlord sect and cultivated a top-rank spirit-grade secret art. However, Chenzong was not an ordinary person, and was even more of a genius than Yu Xingji. Although Chenzong's cultivation was one layer lower than Yu Xingji's, Chenzong had cultivated a top-rank spirit-grade secret art to the 13th layer, and because of the Black Lotus demonic fire, his spirit chi had been purified, greatly increasing its purity. It was equivalent to the 15th to 16th layer of the White Cloud Extreme True Art. This kind of spirit chi purity was undoubtedly astonishing. One had to know that a top-rank spirit-grade secret art was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even the heaven-grade disciples who had entered the sect several years earlier than Chenzong were not necessarily better than Chenzong in terms of the White Cloud Extreme True Art. The 10th layer, Yu Xingji was also a genius. In recent years, he had cultivated a top-rank spirit-grade secret art to the 10th layer and displayed his Big Dipper Battle Chi, greatly increasing his power, but he was still unable to surpass Chenzong. Thousand Jin Spear. His shout was like a sudden clap of thunder. The sound of thunder surged and tore through all directions. This spear seemed to weigh more than 1,000 jin, and the Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi added to it made its power terrifying to the extreme. The spear stabbed out, but it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping forward. Its momentum was like a thunderbolt, and it was more terrifying than any of the previous spears. Within a radius of 10 meters, it was completely enveloped by the spear. The air was compressed, and it was as hard as a steel plate, containing the power to shatter everything. Chenzong couldn't help but sigh. The Heavenly Dipper Tyrant sect's secret arts were truly terrifying. The spirit energy they cultivated was inclined to be strong and overbearing, and the Heavenly Dipper battle chi was even more terrifying. Fortunately, although Yu Xingji's cultivation was much higher than his, there was a clear gap between them in terms of secret arts and secret arts. If it was an ordinary early transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator, they would not be Chenzong's opponent at all, but Yu Xingji was not an ordinary cultivator, but a top genius. Yu Xingji was very strong, so it would not be easy for Chenzong to kill him. Under the spear strike, the space in front of Chenzong seemed to solidify, making it difficult for him to breathe. Hard sword force, white cloud force, illusory cloud void slashing sword. Although Chenzong had mastered the power of purple flame, it was still unable to fuse with the white cloud force and heart sword force. Naturally, it could not be integrated into this sword strike to enhance its power. Otherwise, Chenzong's attack power would have been greatly enhanced. Spear and sword collided, creating an astonishing shockwave that tore through the air. The surrounding ground was ravaged and shattered, as if it had been trampled by a giant beast. The myriad mystery steel was repeatedly impacted, but it remained intact. Even a half-step saint would find it difficult to damage it, unless it was a saint realm master. Of course, at this time, neither Chenzong nor Yu Xingji cared about the myriad mystery steel. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to kill the other. Especially Yu Xingji, his killing intent towards Chenzong soared again and again. How long had it been? The weakling in front of him had now become so strong. What kind of talent was this? If he was given a few more years, wouldn't he surpass him? Dragon-slaying spear. Yu Xingji unleashed his strongest move. His arms gripped the long spear tightly as his muscles bulged. His upper body seemed to be filled with air, and his veins protruded as he unleashed his strongest power. His Heavenly Dipper battle chi also surged into the long spear. The rumbling sound was earth-shattering, and it was as if an astonishing dragon's roar was heard. First, it was incomparably high up in the sky, shaking people's souls. Then, the resounding dragon's roar became sharp, bringing with it a bit of mournfulness, as if it was being slaughtered. This spear could slay dragons. Of course, it didn't mean that one could truly slay a true dragon. It was just a saying. After all, dragons were extremely powerful existences. Slaying a dragon meant that one's power was extremely terrifying. It could also be considered a grand wish of the person who created this move. Chenzong's hair stood on end. He felt as if he would wail and struggle under this horrifying spear. This spear was not only powerful, but it also contained a kind of impact on the spiritual level. It could disintegrate one's will and make one lose all resistance. If a person's will was not strong enough, facing this spear, they would most likely be injured or even killed. 100 illusions cloud mist. Chenzong muttered silently. Countless clouds instantly spread out, covering all directions. His figure swayed and split into two. One wielded a sword and attacked the dragon-slaying spear, while the other attacked Yu Xingji. The two figures gave Yu Xingji the feeling that they were both real. The dragon-slaying spear was extremely powerful. The figure was instantly hit, paused for a moment, and then exploded like smoke. The other figure had a cold expression, holding a sword and attacking with a chilling aura. Yu Xingji's long spear shook and suddenly rotated. He used the other end of the spear to fiercely lift it up, colliding with the sword. Yu Xingji was a top genius. His basic spear arts were naturally very solid, and his adaptability was extremely fast. 100 illusions cloud mist. Chenzong used it again. This move was the move that Chenzong had comprehended after using the myriad mystery steel to deepen his understanding of the illusory cloud way. Different from the illusory cloud void slashing sword, the 100 illusions cloud mist fully unearthed the illusory cloud way's Tao of transformations. This move had many transformations and was most suitable to deal with cultivators like Yu Xingji. The surrounding clouds and mist interfered with Yu Xingji's vision, making it harder for him to make a judgment. Two figures wielded swords and attacked from the left and right. Both swords were real and carried Chenzong's full strength. Kill, Yu Xingji was incomparably solemn. 100 illusions cloud mist, in an instant, 3 figures appeared, causing Yu Xingji to be extremely shocked. Under the siege of the 3 figures, Yu Xingji was injured. Damn it! Yu Xingji's face was filled with horror. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough contribution points to exchange for the celestial body of the Celestial Dipper Overlord sect, he wouldn't have been injured by the other party. At this moment, Yu Xingji was also very regretful. In order to accumulate contribution points to exchange for the Celestial Dipper Overlord body, he didn't exchange for other secret techniques. The secret technique that he cultivated previously was only of the 3rd grade and couldn't keep up with the current situation. With his injury, his strength was affected and reduced. It was impossible for him to kill the other party. Making a prompt decision, Yu Xingji immediately retreated, intending to escape. After recuperating from his injury and increasing his strength, he would take revenge. However, Qinzong was already prepared. Once again, he used the 100 illusions cloud mist. 3 figures wielded swords and attacked from 3 different directions. Yu Xingji could only block one of them, but he couldn't block the other 2. This move that was full of transformations was too mysterious for him. Seeing Yu Xingji fall to the ground under his sword with his eyes wide open and full of unwillingness, Qinzong heaved a sigh of relief. This Yu Xingji was indeed a strong enemy, especially after becoming a disciple of the Celestial Dipper Overlord sect. His strength had become even more tyrannical. If he continued to live, he might bring some trouble to Qinzong in the future. Qinzong didn't like trouble. It was best to put an end to it. However, the long spear that Yu Xingji used wasn't ordinary. It was a 5th grade spiritual weapon, 1 grade higher than the cold-edged sword in his hand. Its value wasn't low, so Qinzong put it away. Then, Yu Xingji's storage ring was also taken by Qinzong. Qinzong wasn't in a hurry to check the storage ring. Instead, he flicked his finger and a wisp of black flame shot out. It landed on Yu Xingji's corpse and burned rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire corpse was covered. With a terrifying high temperature, Yu Xingji's body was turned into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. After doing all this, Qinzong checked Yu Xingji's storage ring. Yu Xingji's storage ring was of the 4th grade. It was the same as Qinzong's storage ring, but there were many things stored inside. There were elixirs and vitality stones. For Qinzong, vitality stones were still very important. They could replenish the power of the Heart Sword seal. After checking the things inside Yu Xingji's storage ring, Qinzong found something. He found a jade box with a very unique appearance. The jade box was octagonal and blood red, as if it was carved from blood red jade. It emitted a faint fluctuation of vitality. It was very pure. The blood red jade box was cold to the touch and felt very good. It made Qinzong feel that it was very extraordinary. He guessed that the things inside should also be extraordinary. When he opened it, layers of halos spread out, accompanied by bursts of exotic fragrance. When the exotic fragrance hit his nose, Qinzong could feel that his spiritual wheels were spinning faster. His spiritual power seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and fluctuated. This was an elixir. It was a silver-white elixir. It didn't seem to be refined from any spiritual medicine. Instead, it seemed to be some kind of metal. There was no doubt that this was an elixir that could improve the cultivation of qi cultivation. My luck is not bad, Qinzong said secretly. He couldn't help but feel a little happy. Previously, he had obtained the cold-edged sword, which was suitable for him. He also obtained an unknown body refinement elixir. After taking it, his body refinement cultivation increased. Now, the elixir was still being released. When he encountered the myriad mystery steel, he comprehended its mysteries. Although he was interrupted, he still comprehended the 100 illusions cloud mist. It was very profound. In the end, he killed Yu Xingji and got rid of a problem. Because of this, he even obtained an elixir that, although he didn't know the name, could improve the cultivation of qi cultivation. Qinzong didn't hesitate at all. He immediately threw the elixir into his mouth and swallowed it. When the elixir entered his stomach, it didn't immediately dissolve. Instead, it fell into his qi and kept spinning. It released traces of silver mist that quickly spread out and merged with the 7th spiritual wheel. Zong looked inside himself and felt that it was very magical. It turned out that this elixir was different from other elixirs. It didn't dissolve immediately after consumption. Instead, it slowly released its medicinal power and merged with the spiritual wheel to improve the cultivation. This speed was twice as fast as when he wholeheartedly operated his cultivation method. In other words, as long as the medicinal power of the elixir wasn't exhausted, Zong could cultivate at twice the speed. However, he didn't know how much medicinal power this elixir had. How much could it improve his cultivation? Zong turned around. His gaze passed through the broken ground and landed on the intact myriad mystery steel. His eyes flashed with regret. This myriad mystery steel could only be comprehended once. After it was interrupted, it couldn't be continued. If Xianxia hadn't interrupted him, his mastery of the 100 illusions cloud mist would have been even more profound. He hoped that he could find other myriad mystery steels and comprehend them. Very good. Stomping his feet, a tyrannical power erupted and pushed his body forward. The ground cracked as Zong's body turned into an arrow and shot forward at an astonishing speed. His muscles trembled, and like flowing water, waves after waves of energy surged, unceasingly rushing towards his legs before slamming into the ground, causing his speed to become even faster. This was to accelerate the absorption of the medicinal efficacy of the unknown body refinement pill, thus increasing his body refinement cultivation. Outside the Thousand Treasures mountain valley, cultivators constantly rushed over from afar. When they saw the teleportation gate, they didn't hesitate and immediately entered. More and more people entered the Thousand Treasures hidden domain just to obtain opportunities. Without opportunities, one would have to put in a lot of time and effort to cultivate on their own, and they might not be able to improve much. Therefore, opportunities were extremely important. Sometimes, one opportunity was better than 10 years of hard work, or even dozens of years of hard work. Every expert, although they had experienced many life and death situations, none of them became strong by relying on their own efforts. Every one of them had more than one opportunity. Perhaps his luck had run out. Zong didn't encounter any more opportunities, but he met Xianxia. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Xianxia clenched his fist and punched out fiercely, overbearing and violent, like a volcano erupting in an instant, destroying everything in its path. The terrifying fist energy was like a dragon's roar, shattering the sky. The pressure of the fist cut open the ground, and a ravine rushed forward, like waves of water surging to both sides. Zong's pupils suddenly shrank. So strong. The power of this blow is not inferior to Xianxia's, in fact, it is even more ferocious. Xianxia's cultivation was at the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, and the secret art he cultivated was also a top-rank spirit-grade secret art. He had been cultivating it for a long time, so his spirit energy was much stronger than Xianxia's. Zong had already seen Xianxia's character before entering 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley. Arrogant, overbearing, and scrupulous, and acting on his own whims. This was a lawless person. A person with amazing talent and strength who acted without restraint was undoubtedly terrifying. Now, because Zong refused to hand over his storage ring, Xianxia wanted to kill Zong and take the storage ring from his corpse. Zong, on the other hand, was never a person who would resign himself to fate. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you in return, simple and direct. Facing Xianxia's extremely ferocious fist, Zong's aura fluctuated as he waved out his sword. Sword chi spread out like smoke and mist, suddenly bringing up a raging wave. It went from calm to violent with shocking power. Every time Zong fought, his swordsmanship and combat ability would improve, especially when fighting a strong enemy, the effects were even more obvious. Using his full strength, even the purple flame dragon force, Zong engaged in close combat. Under the influence of the dragon force, Zong's sword swung faster and more explosively. The power of the purple cloud black star flame was also terrifying, as if it could burn anything, shocking and exciting Xianxia. World's mystical fire. He really wanted to obtain this world's mystical fire, but unfortunately, world's mystical fire was very precious and difficult to obtain. He had not expected this person to have it. If he killed him, that world's mystical fire would be his. Boom! Boom! Xianxia clenched his fists tightly and punched out again and again. Every punch seemed to be filled with his full strength, carrying with it a terrifying power. It was like a volcanic eruption, smashing everything into pieces. Every punch shook the sky and shattered the vacuum. The fist and the sword collided again, and each time an astonishing power was released, tearing the surroundings apart. Qianzong performed the illusory cloud sword art to the extreme. Clouds and mist filled the air and surged in all directions. Every sword move became very mysterious and contained many changes. However, Su Shixiang was not someone that Xingji could compare to. Although he was arrogant, his strength was really strong. With just his fists, he was able to withstand Qianzong's sword without suffering any damage. In fact, each of his punches brought great pressure to Qianzong. Illusory cloud sky slashing sword, when the sword struck out, the sword light condensed into a line. It was like a ray of light that connected the sky and the water. It was like an aurora that separated the heaven and the earth. That ray of light was fluctuating and changing constantly. If one looked closely, one could see that the ray of light was formed by countless fine sword qi. Countless fine sword qi fluctuated constantly, causing the white sword qi to be full of changes. Su Shixiang's expression suddenly changed. There were so many changes in this sword that he could not see through it. Then, the corner of his mouth curled up and a cold smile hung on it. If he could not see through it, then so be it. He would just smash it. His fists shook and the power of the spiritual weapon surged. Tyrannical power gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Using force to break technique, brilliant techniques could be used to break the opponent's strength, making it impossible to dodge or defend. However, at the same time, tyrannical power could also push everything aside and break all the ever-changing techniques. Using force to break technique or using force to break technique was not absolute. It was relative and completely depended on the person. If one's technique was strong enough, they could break technique with force. If one's strength was strong enough, they could ignore all techniques. For example, if one could sink a piece of land with one punch, then it would be useless no matter how many changes there were. It would still be shattered. When Qianzong fought with Yu Xingji, he did not have this feeling. However, when he fought with Su Shixiang, this feeling became very obvious. Su Shixiang's strength was very strong and vigorous. His spiritual energy was very shocking. 100 Illusions Cloud. In the midst of the cloud, Qianzong's figure swayed and split into three. Holding swords, they attacked from three directions. Su Shixiang was shocked again. The changes in this move were more subtle than the previous one. However, so what? He would smash them all. Under the terrifying double fists, Qianzong's three figures were bombarded. Two of them were smashed and one of them was pushed back. Su Shixiang took a step forward. Without any changes, he just punched fiercely. The fist force covered all directions and suppressed the vacuum. 100 Illusions Cloud. Qianzong used it again, but it was still smashed by Su Shixiang's double fists. Su Shixiang smirked. It's useless. It's useless. You're too weak. However, I can see that you're a talent. Surrender to me and give me the special fire of heaven and earth. Then I'll spare your life. Facing a terrifying opponent like Su Shixiang, a normal person's will would have been shaken. However, Qianzong was not. He kept using the 100 Illusions Cloud and began to improve. In a flash, 4 figures came with swords. Su Shixiang was shocked. With one more figure, there would be more changes and more pressure. Su Shixiang tried his best to smash the 3 figures and resist the attack of Qianzong's real body. Platinum sword body. The platinum aura quickly spread up and covered Qianzong's arms. It then spread to the cold-edged sword, greatly increasing its power. 100 Illusions Cloud. The 4 figures came with even more power. Su Shixiang attacked and smashed the 3 figures, but he was unable to push back Qianzong. Qianzong's sword pierced through the air and slashed at Su Shixiang's back, tearing his robes apart. The cold-edged sword was blocked. Under Su Shixiang's robes was an inner armor with amazing defensive power. The inner armor was also broken by the cold-edged sword, but it blocked the cold-edged sword for a moment, giving Su Shixiang time to react. You've succeeded in angering me. Su Shixiang's face sank. If it weren't for the inner armor blocking the attack, he would have been injured. Even when he fought with Xianxia, he wasn't injured. He didn't even need to use his full strength. However, this person's cultivation was only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer. Even when he used his full strength, he still couldn't defeat him and was almost injured. Rage, Su Shixiang was really angry. He felt as if a high and mighty god had been injured by an ant. That's right, Su Shixiang thought of himself as high and mighty, superior to others. Since you've angered me, you'll have to bear the consequences of my anger. Su Shixiang's expression became more and more ferocious as the pupils in his eyes changed, becoming vertical slits that exuded a cold and tyrannical aura. With a shake of his left arm, an extremely terrifying force burst forth from it. Cold, tyrannical, frigid, filled with an evil aura. In an instant, the sleeve on Su Shixiang's left arm exploded, like countless butterflies fluttering in the air. A scarlet aura spread to his left arm, and a strange sound rang out. Su Shixiang's left arm seemed to have been injected with something terrifying, and it underwent a mutation. It rapidly expanded, and black lines protruded from under his skin, settling down on his skin like a brand, condensing into thumbnail-sized scales. Black scales, scarlet energy, and a cold and tyrannical evil aura. Su Shixiang's left arm changed greatly in that instant. It grew twice as long and twice as thick. It looked like the arm of an evil dragon. The unique bloodline of the 1,000-year-old Su family, Evil Dragon's Arm. As soon as the Evil Dragon's Arm appeared, Su Shixiang's pupils turned into vertical slits, looking extremely cold and evil. A terrifying aura filled the air, extremely tyrannical. With a boom, Su Shixiang's left arm suddenly attacked Chenzong. It was extremely fast and carried an extremely terrifying power. With his powerful spiritual sense, Chenzong was the first to sense it, but he felt like he couldn't keep up with his opponent's speed. He barely had time to swing his sword, but Chenzong already felt an extremely terrifying power bombarding him. The power was like an erupting volcano, but also like a collapsing mountain. It was extremely tyrannical, beyond what he could bear. Under this attack, the cold-edged sword trembled. Chenzong felt like the web between his thumb and forefinger was about to be torn apart, and even his arm felt like it was about to be destroyed. His entire body flew backward like a meteor, his blood and qi churning, his muscles aching, and his 7 spirit wheels also stopped spinning. Strong, this kind of power had at least doubled. Su Shixiang's strength was already very strong, and if it was doubled, it would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. After this attack, Su Shixiang didn't stop at all. He waved his left arm again, and his sharp claws tore through the air. With a scarlet evil aura, he mercilessly attacked Chenzong. In an instant, the left arm seemed to extend endlessly, and in an instant, it approached Chenzong and grabbed him fiercely. Chenzong couldn't help but tremble. That kind of cold and tyrannical aura seemed to be dragging him into an abyss. He forcefully operated his spirit wheels, mobilized all the power in his body, and used the Heavenly Crane Windchaser movement technique to quickly retreat. With a boom, the evil dragon's arm bombarded the ground, creating a huge crater. In the endless dust, Chenzong was constantly pushed back by the aftershock. He immediately summoned Riding White Cloud and rose into the air as fast as he could. Riding White Cloud had this kind of advantage, it had the advantage of being in the air. Riding White Cloud, you're a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Su Shixiang's evil and cold vertical pupils stared at the white cloud in the sky, and the words he spoke became cold and tyrannical. Chenzong ignored Su Shixiang, and used all his strength to ride White Cloud and quickly left. He had no choice, this Su Shixiang was very strong, and with his current strength, he wasn't a match for him. Since he wasn't a match for him, there was no need to stay and fight to the death. So what if you're a disciple of White Cloud Mountain? Su Shixiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The scarlet aura disappeared, and the evil dragon's arm returned to normal. He used his movement technique to chase after Chenzong. He couldn't fly, but he could chase after Chenzong on the ground. As long as Chenzong landed, he could attack again. Chenzong glanced down and ignored him. He also didn't ride White Cloud too quickly. Instead, he maintained a high altitude, an altitude that Su Shixiang couldn't reach, and took some pills to recover his spirit energy and heal his injuries. Seeing White Cloud slowing down, Su Shixiang also slowed down. He raised his head from time to time and was secretly angry. He couldn't fly, and didn't have any long-distance skills, so he could only stare. Riding on the white clouds full speed, it was extremely fast. It flew across the sky, leaving behind a long white tail that slowly dispersed. Below, Su Shixiang was in hot pursuit. The rare fire of heaven and earth. Su Shixiang was obsessed with Chen Zong's rare fire of heaven and earth. If he could get it, his overall strength would be improved. Moreover, Chen Zong had to die, otherwise, he would be a big problem for him. To Chen Zong, Su Shixiang, who was like a maggot in his bones, was also a problem. After all, his current strength was still not strong enough. He could only see if there was a chance to get rid of Su Shixiang temporarily. An intense roar shook the world. Immediately, a cluster of blazing fire light shot towards the sky. It was as though a raging fire was burning the sky as it spread, causing a large portion of the sky to be dyed red. A shocking heat was just like an invisible wave that swept across the world and wreaked havoc in all directions. A gust of wind formed by the heat blew, making Chen Zong's long hair and robe flutter. The shocking heat seemed to be burning his body to a crisp. Su Shixiang, who was running at high speed on the ground, was also shocked. He could feel the terrifying heat rushing towards him. His eyes were fixed on the distance ahead. The fire soared into the sky, like a huge volcano erupting, with endless power. This kind of power was too terrifying. It made Chen Zong and Su Shixiang's hearts tremble. They felt that if they were hit by that power, they would be turned into ashes in an instant. What is that? It's so scary. Su Shixiang's eyes widened, his face full of shock. He quickly looked up at the sky and fixed his gaze on Chen Zong. His eyes were sharp and fierce. Su Shixiang made a decision in an instant. He gave up on Chen Zong and quickly rushed towards the fire. Compared to Chen Zong, Su Shixiang felt that the fire was more important. Looking at Su Shixiang's rapidly departing figure, Chen Zong's eyes were fixed on the fire. His face was full of seriousness. Very far, even though Chen Zong was very far away from the source of the soaring flames, he could clearly feel the intense heat. Even the purple cloud black star flame in his body was trembling. Suppression, that heat was much stronger than the purple cloud black star flames. That was why the purple cloud black star flame felt so suppressed. After thinking for a while, Chen Zong changed his direction. Although Chen Zong was very curious and wanted to get the thing with the fire, he knew that it was very dangerous. For example, Su Shixiang had chased after them. However, there were many people who were more powerful than Su Shixiang who had entered the myriad treasure's secret realm. Moreover, even if he chased after them, he might not be able to obtain the treasure. After thinking for a while, Chen Zong gave up and changed his direction to look for other opportunities. It was hard to find opportunities while flying in the sky. Now that Su Shixiang had left, Chen Zong landed on the ground and used his dragon power to hasten his journey. He wanted to speed up the spread of the body refining pill so that his body could absorb it faster. As for the other qi refining pill, it continuously released pure energy into Chen Zong's seventh spirit wheel, constantly improving his qi refining cultivation, gradually approaching the middle stage of the transcendent realm's seventh layer. The ground cracked, as if a giant beast had awakened from its slumber and soared into the sky. Thick cracks appeared in the ground, like scars on the earth. Raging flames spurted out from the cracks and soared into the sky. There were hundreds of thick cracks, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. The fire at the center of the cracks was the densest, shooting straight up into the sky, as if it wanted to break the sky of the myriad treasure's secret realm. The heat was unparalleled, containing a trace of indescribable dominance and sharpness, like the edge of a sword, invincible. Many figures rushed over from all directions. However, they stopped 10,000 meters away and circulated their cultivation methods. Spiritual energy surged and filled their bodies, resisting the intense heat that was enough to melt gold and iron. Even so, most people felt uncomfortable, as if the heat was about to burn them to a crisp. A figure suddenly passed by the crowd, flying forward at an astonishing speed. This figure was covered in a layer of golden flames that burned fiercely, isolating himself from the heat as much as possible. Venerable Golden Flame. A group of people recognized the identity of this figure. It was none other than the prestigious ninth layer Transcendent Realm Master, Venerable Golden Flame. At first glance, the name Venerable Golden Flame seemed to be related to his golden flame earth-shaking bear, but in fact, only those who truly understood Venerable Golden Flame understood that his name came from his cultivation. Golden Flame True Art, this was the inheritance Venerable Golden Flame obtained in his early years. After many years of cultivation and opportunities, he finally cultivated it to the peak, transforming his spirit chi into golden flames. Although golden flames could not compare to world spirit flames, they were not inferior by much. This was Venerable Golden Flame's specialty. In the blink of an eye, Venerable Golden Flame was rapidly approaching the center. However, the deeper he went, the higher the temperature became. From time to time, flames would spurt out from the cracks. It was extremely frightening. Venerable Golden Flame did not dare to face it head-on. He quickly dodged, displaying an extremely brilliant movement technique and experience. However, when Venerable Golden Flame reached the 5-kilometer mark, his expression became extremely dignified and he stopped, not daring to move forward. In front of him, countless flames constantly sprayed out from the ground, densely packed without any gaps. Moreover, the temperature was so high that Venerable Golden Flame felt that his Golden Flame True Art would not be able to resist it. If he was even slightly careless, he was likely to be struck, and even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Venerable Golden Flame's old face became dignified as his brow furrowed. Although the center of the crack was a great attraction to him, he was a cautious person and did not intend to continue forward as it was too risky. The reason Venerable Golden Flame was able to survive until now was because he was cautious enough and did not make enemies with others as much as possible. Those who lived in the same era as him had either become Saint Realm Masters or had already turned into bones. Making up his mind, Venerable Golden Flame immediately turned around, his eyes widening as he stared at a figure flying through the sky at an astonishing speed. When the figure flew past him at an extremely fast speed, it brought with it a blazing gust of wind that caused Venerable Golden Flame's body to sway as if he was about to be blown away. He tried his best to stabilize his body, but then, an extremely sharp roar made him dizzy. This speed. After Venerable Golden Flame stabilized his body, he quickly looked back and saw that the figure had already entered the 5-kilometer mark and was rapidly approaching the center. The speed was so fast that he was horrified. Half-step saint. Venerable Golden Flame's expression became even more dignified. It was a half-step saint master. Having lived for many years, Venerable Golden Flame had seen many half-step saints and Saint Realm Masters, so he could tell that the figure just now was a half-step saint master. A half-step saint master had actually entered the Myriad Treasure secret realm. It felt like an adult had joined a child's game. However, the Myriad Treasure secret realm only restricted entry to Saint Realm Masters and did not restrict entry to half-step saints. If a half-step saint master wanted to enter, there was nothing he could do. The half-step saint master ignored the others and stared straight ahead. Through the blazing flames, he saw a shadow in the flames. It was the shadow of a sword. Or rather, there was a sword artifact inside. Half-step saint artifact. The half-step saint master's eyes shone brightly like the sun. Half-step saint artifact, it was a powerful weapon that surpassed spirit artifacts and possessed the strength of a half-step saint master. Naturally, it was more precious than a spirit artifact. Most half-step saints did not have a half-step saint artifact to use. Being able to use a grade 9 spirit artifact was already very good. Only those top half-step saints or those with extremely good luck could wield a half-step saint artifact. A tyrannical power filled his body, isolating him from the blazing heat. The half-step saint master directly rushed towards the center of the flames, instantly submerging into the sky. These flames were released by the half-step saint artifact and were extremely terrifying. If an ordinary 9th-layer transcendent realm master were to enter, they would definitely be burned to ashes within a few breaths of time. Even Venerable Golden Flame would not be able to last more than 10 breaths of time. His cloak fluttered as layers of power surrounded his body, repelling the blazing flames as he quickly approached the half-step saint artifact at the center of the flames. His big hand made a grabbing motion in the air. It pierced through the raging fire, and quickly reached for the hilt of the semi-sage tool. The half-saint expert's speed was extremely fast. He instantly grabbed the hilt of the long sword. Just as he was about to retrieve it, a tyrannical power erupted from the long sword. Astonishing golden flames spread rapidly. The power was extremely terrifying. Like a volcanic eruption, it directly shook off the half-saint expert's palm. You actually still want to resist? The half-step saint opened his eyes wide, and a powerful force surged out. It filled his arm and covered his palm, and an extremely dazzling red light burst out. It was as if he was holding a scorching sun. Boom! Golden flames soared into the sky with terrifying power, colliding with the half-step saint's palm. The momentum was earth-shattering. Terrifying aftershocks wreaked havoc and swept out in all directions. The flames in the outside world were instantly dispersed. The half-step saint artifact long sword slashed through the air. The golden flames condensed into a sword ray that traversed the heavens and the earth. It seemed as if it could tear the heavens and the earth apart as it slashed towards the half-step saint expert. The power of this sword made the expressions of everyone 10,000 meters away change greatly. It was as if they were being torn apart and burned to ashes. It was extremely terrifying. Even Venerable Golden Flame's expression turned grave. He intuitively felt that even if he were to use his full strength, he would still be injured by this sword. Submit to me. The half-step saint expert spread out his hands, carrying an extremely terrifying and tyrannical power. It was incomparably ferocious. It seemed as if it could shatter a mountain as it blasted towards the sword ray. A half-step saint artifact already possessed a considerable amount of intelligence. Although it didn't have intelligence, it had an instinct to seek luck and avoid danger. Moreover, although a half-step saint artifact's power was great, if it wasn't controlled by someone, it would be relatively rigid and unable to exert its full power. Therefore, it was simply not a match for the half-step saint expert. Making a prompt decision, the half-step saint artifact long sword seemed to have intelligence. It instantly broke through the air and flew away. This change immediately startled the half-step saint expert, and he was caught off guard. Don't run! A thunderous roar exploded in the sky. The half-step saint expert immediately burst out at full speed and chased after the sword ray. His biggest purpose in entering the 1,000 treasures sealed realm was to find an opportunity to break through to the saint realm. However, it was very difficult, almost impossible. Secondly, it was to improve his strength. Obtaining a half-step saint artifact was undoubtedly a great way to improve one's strength. Now that there was a half-step saint artifact long sword in front of him, how could he let it leave and lose the opportunity to improve his strength? For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. A huge palace that was completely black stood on the ground. It was majestic, like a giant beast that was sleeping. Once it woke up, it would burst out with a shocking power that would sweep through the world. The gate of the Black Palace was closed. There were 3 ancient golden words on the plaque above, which emitted a mysterious aura: 100 Treasures Palace. 100 Treasures Palace. Shenzong was shocked. According to the information from Ancient Knowledge Tower, the 100 Treasures Palace was a very famous opportunity in the Myriad Treasures secret territory, but it was also very difficult. Shenzong's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the Black Palace. His hands fell on the closed gate, and he suddenly exerted force. Waves of tyrannical power surged as the 7 spiritual wheels rotated at full speed. The dragon power surged, and the dragon roar resounded. The tyrannical power was like waves that surged endlessly, and all of it rushed towards his arms. Shenzong's robe fluttered. The muscles on his arms bulged, and the blue veins undulated like dragons and snakes. With a boom, the closed gate was suddenly pushed open by the tyrannical power of Shenzong's arms. It made an ear-piercing sound that made one's scalp tingle. When the gate was pushed open a gap, Shenzong's face suddenly changed. An extremely terrifying and blazing aura flew toward him from afar. It was so fast that Shenzong couldn't react in time, and he was already hit by the tyrannical power. In an instant, Shenzong felt that his body was penetrated, but he didn't feel any pain because the speed was so fast that it was beyond his reaction time. Don't run! A thunderous roar shattered the heavens and the earth. It rolled and swept over, causing Shenzong's mind to be in a daze. Everything around him seemed to have slowed down, or it could be said that he had entered a world where the flow of time was even slower. It was a very strange feeling. The powerful soul sense woke Shenzong up in an instant. An amazing heat came from afar. Shenzong could vaguely see a ball of dazzling red light filling the sky. The dazzling red light condensed into a huge palm, which grabbed Qianzong as if it covered the sky and the sun. The red hand was as magnificent and domineering as the sun. It was incomparably scorching. Even with the purplish cloud-black star flame, Qianzong still felt as if his body was about to burn. He would die. In an instant, Qianzong knew that if he was hit by the red light hand, he would definitely die. Even if he used up all his strength, he would not be able to resist it and would be smashed into pieces in an instant. Qianzong's survival instinct broke out, and all his strength surged out of his body in an instant. He felt as if his body was inflated with air, and with the most amazing strength, he immediately rushed toward the gap of the heavy door. With a boom, as if an ancient bell had been rung, an amazing sound wave swept out. On one side, it hit the door, but was completely blocked by the door. On the other side, the ground outside the palace was torn apart, layer by layer, and a huge hole was blasted open. Under this terrible blow, the door, which was only slightly ajar, was violently pushed open. A gust of wind suddenly blew into the palace and bombarded Qianzong's body, forcing Qianzong to keep moving forward. With a flash of red light, the pursuing figure instantly passed through the door and entered the palace. The sharp pain of being penetrated exploded and swept through Qianzong's body, making him twitch. The sharp pain was like a surging tide, uncontrollable, and he almost fainted. But Qianzong knew very well that he couldn't faint, otherwise, he would never wake up again. That was an expert, a very terrible expert. He was not someone he could compete with at present. Resisting the sharp pain, Qianzong kept rushing forward. Behind him, the terrible pressure of the expert was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. So far, Qianzong still didn't know what had happened. He was like an innocent person who was accidentally involved in danger. Explain, would the opponent listen to his explanation? No, moreover, to explain to a complete stranger, who attacked him without mercy, was undoubtedly the behavior of a weakling. At this moment, Qianzong only had one thought: escape. Escape from this fatal crisis. Hand over the half-divine weapon, and I'll spare your life. The cold and domineering voice was full of amazing killing intent, like the strong wind of the sun blowing over Qianzong, making Qianzong's heart tremble. Without hesitation, Qianzong rushed forward. The walls of the hall were circular, and there were many symbols on them. Each symbol was different. Some of the symbols were like knives, some were like swords, and some were like spears. Qianzong, who was rushing forward quickly, only had time to catch a glimpse of the strange symbol in front of him. It looked like a furnace, but also like a ball of fire that could refine everything. It emitted an incomparably wonderful fluctuation of aura that reached directly to the soul. With no time to think, Qianzong charged headfirst into it. It was as if he had just passed through the surface of water, and his body was swallowed up. The tyrannical power, like the eruption of the sun, mercilessly bombarded the wall with terrible power, making a loud noise. But it didn't hit Qianzong. Instead, Qianzong was sucked into it and disappeared. The figure flew quickly, approaching the place where Qianzong had entered, but was blocked. Damn it! The half-divine expert was furious. His eyes were like cold lightning, and his killing intent was radiating. He had chased after the half-divine weapon until here, but he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen, causing the half-divine expert to miss him. This is the 100 Treasure Palace. Those who enter and challenge will be sent out. I'll wait in the 100 Treasure Palace. The half-divine expert muttered to himself, his tone getting colder and colder. The 1,000 Treasure secret realm would be open for a month. One had to leave within a month, otherwise, one would stay here forever and become a corpse. Therefore, the person who entered the 100 Treasure Palace couldn't stay here forever. For the sake of a half-divine weapon, it was worth waiting here for a year or even a few years, not to mention a short period of time, because it would greatly increase one's strength. Waves of severe pain assaulted Qianzong, making his face twist. The terrible heat kept swimming in his body, as if it was going to turn him into ashes. With the support of his strong will, Qianzong quickly took out some elixirs to heal his injuries. His injury was very serious. His right chest had been pierced through, and the culprit that had pierced through his right chest was a sword. The body of the sword was red, and it looked like a flawless gem. The spine and the edge of the sword were golden, and not only did it look exquisite, it also had an indescribable sharpness. Zong gripped the exquisite sword hilt with both of his hands, and a blazing heat immediately spread out. Zong exerted his strength and forcefully pulled the sword out of his chest. That kind of pain caused Zong's vision to darken. As soon as the sword was pulled out, Zong felt the elixir's power converging on the wound, but it was blocked by a terrifying force. Not only was it scorching hot, but it was also astonishingly sharp, causing the elixir's power to dissipate. Zong wanted to put the sword into his storage ring, but he found that the sword was already in his hand. A quasi-holy weapon. Zong recalled the words of the powerhouse, and his eyes suddenly became blazing. He had obtained a quasi-holy weapon before, which was the sky-climbing tower. He knew very well that the sky-climbing tower was very powerful. Now, he was lucky enough to obtain a second quasi-holy weapon, and it was a long sword. Feeling it carefully, Zong could feel the tyrannical power contained in this long sword. It was many times more tyrannical than his own cold-edged sword. It was even more tyrannical than the power that he possessed. However, he was able to obtain this quasi-holy weapon because it had penetrated his body. Thinking about it, Zong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zong quickly looked around. It was pitch black, and only the light emitted by the quasi-holy weapon longsword illuminated the area. Let's heal first. Thinking to himself, Zong took out more elixirs and ran the white cloud technique. A powerful spiritual power rushed to his chest, and he also mobilized the purple flame dragon power. Relying on his own strength and the power of the elixirs, he constantly attacked the power entrenched in his chest, and gradually wore it down. The power was blazing and sharp, and it was undoubtedly left by the quasi-holy weapon longsword. From this power, Zong further felt the tyrannical power of the quasi-holy weapon longsword. Time flew. As Zong's own strength and the power of the elixirs were constantly consumed, the power in his wound was also constantly consumed, and finally exhausted. After all, Zong's strength could be controlled and recovered, but once the power in his wound was consumed, it couldn't be recovered. After completely consuming the power in his wound, Zong's injury quickly recovered, and it didn't take long for him to recover. After his injury was healed, Zong completely recovered his strength. Then, he grabbed the long sword next to him and carefully observed it. The length and thickness of the sword were very much to his liking. The body of the sword was as smooth as a mirror, and it seemed to be made of flawless rubies. It was very dazzling, and the golden color on the sword ridge and the sword edge made it even more brilliant. In terms of appearance alone, this sword was better than all the weapons he had ever seen before. Of course, the power of this sword was also completely better than all the weapons he had ever seen before. I practice swordsmanship, and I'm sincere about it. In my hands, this sword can exert its strongest power. Zong said to himself. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. Unconsciously, traces of the aura of the sword principle spread out from Zong's body. The long sword seemed to be able to sense it. It trembled slightly and made a melodious sound. Immediately, traces of red light flowed on the sword like water, which was very dazzling. Then, the red light spread out and sprayed out, wrapping Zong's body. Zong felt that a hot and sharp aura was entering his body little by little and spreading rapidly. However, this hot and sharp aura didn't hurt him at all. Instead, it made Zong feel very comfortable. This sword actually recognized Zong as its master on its own initiative, and Zong didn't need to refine it. Usually, when a normal practitioner obtained a spiritual weapon or a semi-holy weapon, they would need to refine it first. Spiritual weapons were relatively easy to refine, but semi-holy weapons had undergone a transformation and had the ability to choose their own masters, just like holy weapons. For example, Zong practiced swordsmanship, and he was sincere about it. He had a strong aura of the sword principle, which made the sword feel comfortable, so it recognized him as its master on its own initiative. Otherwise, he could only refine it by force. With Zong's current ability, it was impossible to refine this sword by force. Scarlet Flame Edge, Zong felt that this name was very easy to pronounce and was also very satisfied. Holding the semi-saint artifact Scarlet Flame Edge in his hand, he gently waved it and a tyrannical power burst out from the sword. It turned into a golden flame sword and tore through the darkness. Just a trace of power was enough to make Zong feel apprehensive. However, Qinzong also felt that when he used the Scarlet Flame Edge, his spirit energy consumption was also astonishing. It was many times more than when he used the Grade 4 spirit artifact Cold Edge Sword. And this was because the Scarlet Flame Edge had recognized him as its master. If it didn't recognize him as its master and he used his own strength to forcibly use it, the consumption of spirit energy would be more than 10 times higher. Thus, Qinzong knew that he couldn't use the Scarlet Flame Edge Sword for a long time and could only use it as a trump card. But it didn't matter. Normally, Qinzong wouldn't use the Scarlet Flame Edge Sword. After all, it was a semi-saint artifact and he was just a transcendent. It would easily attract the attention of strong masters. With a thought, the Scarlet Flame Edge Sword turned into a wisp of golden flame and flowed like water into Qinzong's palm. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. A semi-saint artifact had surpassed a spirit artifact and had some characteristics of a saint artifact. It was just that its power was inferior to a saint artifact. From the moment he entered this place until now, Qinzong's feet hadn't moved. Now that everything was ready, Qinzong took a step forward into the darkness. This step seemed to unlock some kind of mystery. A ray of light suddenly appeared and quickly spread out, illuminating all directions and dispelling the darkness. The Spirit Refinement Challenge begins. Challenger, please get ready. A simple and vigorous voice suddenly sounded from all directions and entered Qinzong's ears. The Spirit Refinement Challenge? Qinzong frowned slightly. Qinzong had already obtained information about the 100 Treasure Palace from Ancient Knowledge Tower. There were many treasures in this palace. The treasures were not limited to weapons or pills, but also secret arts, martial arts, and so on. Each of these treasures turned into a symbol and appeared on the walls of the palace. If one wanted to challenge any of them, as long as they touched the symbol, they would be sent into the challenge space. The difficulty of the challenge varied depending on the treasures involved. The more precious the treasure, the more difficult the challenge would be. Originally, Qinzong had planned to spend some time challenging the 100 Treasures Palace. Every time the Myriad Treasures secret domain opened, everyone would only have one chance to challenge the 100 Treasures Palace. If they succeeded, they would receive a reward. If they failed, they would receive nothing. It was a rare opportunity, so Qinzong had to be cautious. However, he didn't expect that something unexpected would happen. He didn't have any time to choose and crashed into one of the symbols. Spirit Refinement Challenge. It sounded like it had something to do with spirit refinement, but Qinzong wasn't sure what kind of treasure it was. Although the Ancient Knowledge Tower's information was very detailed, it didn't cover every single treasure in the 100 Treasures Palace. He only hoped that it was a treasure that was suitable for him. Tens of thousands of rays of light flashed from all directions, converging towards the center like a myriad of streams returning to their source. The light shone brightly, and a figure appeared within it. It was a figure holding a long saber that exuded a faint light, giving Qinzong a very dangerous feeling. The figure of light flicked its right arm, and the long saber slashed through the air. The saber was so fast that Qinzong had a hard time responding. Fortunately, Qinzong's spiritual sense was strong enough to detect the attack in an instant. His spirit energy surged, and his dragon force vibrated, pushing his body to the side and narrowly avoiding the saber. While dodging the saber, Qinzong unsheathed the cold edge sword and pierced through the sky like an aurora, rapidly stabbing towards the figure of light. Qinzong's unexpected sword attack did not succeed. It was split apart by the opponent's saber. The astonishing saber light tore through the air. Not only was its speed very fast, its power was even more astonishing, sending Qinzong flying. The tyrannical power surged, and Qinzong's bones went numb. So strong. Qinzong was secretly shocked. With his own strength, an ordinary early-stage Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivator was not his opponent. Even a genius like Xianxia would have been killed by him. However, this figure of light saber was able to repel him, which was enough to prove that its strength surpassed Xianxia's and even Su Shixiang's. Su Shixiang's strength was extremely tyrannical, even comparable to an ordinary early-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator. As this thought flashed through his mind, Qinzong erupted with his full strength, summoning the platinum sword body and covering his arms with platinum chi. Sword strike. This sword strike seemed to cut through the void, the sword light constantly fluctuating, making it difficult to dodge. The figure of light did not show any intention of dodging and still slashed out with its saber. This saber strike looked very simple, as if it did not contain any profound mysteries. It was just a simple slash, but it seemed to have been cleansed of its essence, as if it had been cleansed of its essence. The illusory cloud void slashing sword was instantly shattered. The power contained in this saber strike was completely beyond Xianxia's expectations. Unable to dodge in time, Xianxia was once again pushed back, the terrifying power constantly attacking his body, invading his insides and wreaking havoc. Xianxia immediately mobilized his purple cloud black star flame to burn away the invading power. His expression becoming more and more dignified, Xianxia realized that he had still underestimated the strength of this figure of light. His 7 spirit wheels revolved at full strength, and at the same time, his 7th spirit wheel expanded slightly, breaking through to the middle stage of the 7th layer transcendent realm, further increasing his strength. Pushing his purple dragon flames, Xianxia's speed reached the limit, instantly appearing beside the figure of light and slashing out with his sword. The sword light flashed and split into thousands of swords. They were densely packed like a torrential downpour. The power of each sword was extremely terrifying as they bombarded the figure of light. Even if it was a mountain, it would be pierced through and shattered by Xianxia's sword. However, as the figure of light slashed out with its saber, it seemed as if thousands of sabers had been condensed, and wherever it passed, the sword light melted like snow. The second slash, Xianxia had no time to dodge and could only barely raise his sword to block. The tyrannical power exploded, and Xianxia was once again pushed back, his blood chi tumbling and his spirit chi surging. The third slash, another seemingly ordinary slash, but with an inexplicable charm, struck Xianxia once again. Pucci. Xianxia couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood as his cold-edged sword trembled and his arm went numb. Too strong. The strength of this figure of light was too strong, to the point where even Su Shixiang was no match for it. Thinking quickly, Xianxia knew that with his current strength, he really wasn't this figure's opponent. If he continued to fight, the final result would be him being defeated, losing this challenge and missing an opportunity. I can only use you. Xianxia muttered to himself, sheathing his cold-edged sword and grasping the air with his right hand. A golden flame quickly spread out from his palm and condensed into a long sword in the air. A flawless ruby-like sword, the sword's spine and edge were golden like flowing water. The red flame sword, with the long sword in his hand and the spirit chi surging, red and golden lights lit up on the sword and merged into a golden flame, shining brightly. Activating the power of the red flame sword, Xianxia immediately found that his spirit chi was constantly being consumed at an amazing speed. Without any hesitation, he attacked with his sword. The golden flame turned into sword light and broke through the air, sweeping in all directions. The figure of light waved his saber to attack, but the saber light paused for a moment and then collapsed. The golden flame sword light cut through the figure of light's body and cut it in half. With only one slash, the powerful figure of light that Xianxia couldn't resist was cut in half. This scene slightly surprised Xianxia. Strong. The power of the red flame sword was so strong that it increased his strength a lot. However, in just 3 breaths of time, Xianxia's spirit chi had been consumed by 10%. Xianxia quickly put away the red flame sword and took out an elixir to recover his spirit chi. Xianxia didn't forget that the half-saint who attacked him just now might be waiting for him in the 100 Treasures Palace. Not leaving here, that was impossible. The challenge was successful and the reward was given out. A ball of light appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Reaching out, Xianxia grabbed the light. When the light disappeared, Xianxia had a purple jade in his hand. It was the spiritual jade of inheritance. Before he could check the contents of the spiritual jade of inheritance, a force came and repelled Xianxia. As if time and space had changed, Xianxia left the challenge space in an instant and appeared in the 100 Treasures Palace. You're finally out. A voice full of malice entered Xianxia's ears. Immediately after, a terrifying force blasted towards him. The force was overbearing and vigorous, unparalleled. It was as if the sun was shooting down from the sky and wanted to turn Xianxia into dust. Just as the repulsive force appeared in the challenge space, Xianxia put away the spiritual jade of inheritance. The moment he appeared in the 100 Treasures Palace, the red flame sword appeared in his hand. He activated his power and slashed out. The golden flame sword radiance tore through the sky and slashed towards the half-saint's ferocious attack. With a roar, a terrifying explosive force wreaked havoc in the 100 Treasures Palace. It was so terrifying that it seemed like it could destroy everything. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qianzong quickly rushed towards the entrance of the 100 Treasures Palace. He had to leave here first. However, the half-saint wouldn't let Qianzong escape. In particular, he had already sensed the power of Qianzong's sword. It was the power of the half-saint longsword. Killing intent overflowed. Slash. The 7 spiritual wheels revolved at full speed. Tyrannical spiritual energy gushed out and poured into the red flame sword. Golden flames flourished and soared into the sky. Using all his strength, he slashed the illusory cloud void. Qianzong knew that even if he had the red flame sword, he wouldn't be able to kill the half-saint because his opponent was a true half-saint. However, he only needed to stall the half-saint for a moment. The half-saint's expression changed drastically when he slashed out with his sword. Tyrannical energy gushed out. He pushed his hands forward and a blazing ball of light blasted out. It was like a huge sun falling from the sky. An even more terrifying explosion sounded. It was earth-shattering and reverberated in the 100 Treasures Palace. A terrifying force spread out in all directions. With the help of this force, Qianzong quickly retreated from the 100 Treasures Palace and ran away as fast as he could. However, the half-step saint was able to resist this terrifying force and rush out. Qianzong's heart suddenly sank. His original plan was to stall the half-saint powerhouse and take the opportunity to leave the myriad treasures' secret domain. However, it seemed that he couldn't do it now. With his own strength, he was no match for the half-saint powerhouse even with the red flame sword. This is the only way, Qianzong thought to himself. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the power of the Heart Sword Seal. The Heart Sword Seal had been replenished by Qianzong's primordial stones again and again. The Heart Sword Seal's power had been restored. The void in front of him was suddenly torn apart. Qianzong didn't hesitate and plunged into it. Just as Qianzong's figure disappeared, the spatial crack closed as well, infuriating the half-saint who was pursuing him. An extremely terrifying energy erupted and destroyed everything in the surroundings. For the latest novel to read, please visit It was colorful and grotesque, as if it was a colorful passage. It surged from one side like a tide and quickly flowed to the other. It was like a long river, spreading through the void. At the front of the long river, there was a mass of light that flowed forward quickly. This mass of light was white and translucent, and one could vaguely see a figure protected inside. It was none other than Qianzong. Last time, the power of the Heart Sword Seal sent Qianzong's soul to the Lingwu Holy World. At that time, Qianzong was in a coma and didn't know anything, but this time, he was awake, and it wasn't his soul that passed through, but his entire body. Being protected by the power of the Heart Sword Seal, Qianzong was not affected by external forces. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have been torn apart by this terrifying power and disappeared completely. Not to mention Qianzong, even Saint Realm Masters wouldn't be able to resist it. But now, with the power of the Heart Sword Seal protecting him, Qianzong could enjoy the scenery outside with peace of mind. The scenery of the void of the universe was so profound, so magnificent, and so breathtaking. Strictly speaking, this wasn't the first time Qianzong had seen such a scene, but he was still shocked. The void of the universe was vast and filled with countless mysteries. Qianzong gazed at it and immersed himself in it, feeling an indescribable feeling. In the distance, streams of light flashed past like shooting stars. They seemed lonely, but they were also very gorgeous, giving off a kind of shocking feeling of burning away the beauty of life. Qianzong looked back and saw a huge mass of light suspended in the void of the universe, seemingly eternal. It was the Lingwu Holy World. Time passed, and the distance between Qianzong and the Lingwu Holy World grew farther and farther, until he could no longer see it. Looking ahead, Qianzong saw a small light. It was very small, but it was slowly expanding. It was the end of the passage opened by the power of the Heart Sword Seal. It was also the place Qianzong wanted to go to, or rather, return to, Blue Wave's world. In his plan, Qianzong intended to raise his cultivation to the transcendent 9th layer before returning to Blue Wave's world to settle his grievances. After all, the people Yang Kai would be dealing with were all very strong. Only with a ninth layer transcendent realm cultivation would he be able to guarantee his safety. However, his plan couldn't keep up with the changes. A semi-sage level longsword appeared, followed by a semi-sage level expert. With his strength, even if he had a semi-sage level longsword, he wouldn't be a match for that semi-sage level expert. Since he couldn't beat them and it was also difficult to escape, Chenzong had no choice but to return to Blue Wave's world in advance. With my current cultivation and strength, I can also dominate a region in Blue Wave's world. However, if I want to deal with those people, perhaps it is still not enough. Chenzong muttered to himself, a sharp light flickered in his eyes. However, if I use the crimson flame flowing sword, I wonder if I can fight against a monarch realm expert? The crimson flame flowing sword was a semi-sage level transcendent artifact and possessed tyrannical power. Chenzong believed that with his cultivation and wielding the crimson flame flowing sword, he could kill a ninth layer transcendent realm expert. However, Blue Wave's world's emperors were also not ordinary. Whether or not he could fight them, Chenzong wasn't certain, but even if he couldn't, he should have no problem protecting himself. Since he had already made such a choice and was on his way to Blue Wave's world, Chenzong didn't think too much about it. Regret was useless, so he might as well put his thoughts on other things. For example, appreciating the vastness and mysteries of the universe, or thinking about what he should do after returning to Blue Wave's world. The power of the Heartsword Seal was extremely tyrannical. It had opened up the void barrier between Lingwu Holy World and Blue Wave's world, creating a universal void passage that connected the two worlds, making the incomparably long distance seem like a short journey. Under Chenzong's gaze, Blue Wave's world was getting closer and closer. The rays of light around Blue Wave's world were like chains and also like flying dragons. Suddenly, with a flash of light, Chenzong recalled the scene he had seen in the periphery of Lingwu Holy World. There seemed to be countless rays of light flying around, like chains and also like flying dragons. Heartsword Seal. Chenzong couldn't help but think of the Heartsword Seal. In the past, when he had obtained the Heartsword Seal, there had been a silver dragon circling around it. However, on that day, he had forcibly stimulated the full power of the heaven-ascending pagoda and was unable to bear it. After his soul was protected by the Heartsword Seal and broke through space, the silver dragon around the Heartsword Seal had disappeared. After pondering for a while, Chenzong couldn't find any clues. Or rather, the idea that appeared in his mind made Chenzong feel unimaginable, unbelievable, and illusory. Chenzong simply gave up. Carrying Chenzong, the Heartsword Seal instantly rushed forward and pierced into the world barrier of Blue Wave's world, tearing it apart and entering it. As soon as he broke the world barrier of Blue Wave's world and entered it, the power of the Heartsword Seal was exhausted. Just a little bit more, and Chenzong secretly felt lucky. If the power of the Heartsword Seal was exhausted before breaking the world barrier, then the consequences would be very serious. With his own strength, it was absolutely impossible to break the world barrier, and it was impossible to survive in the void of this universe. There was only one way out, which was death. Feeling the heaven and earth spiritual energy of Blue Wave's world, Chenzong couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was a smell that he had not smelled for a long time. Heaven and earth spiritual energy and heaven and earth origin chi were essentially the same, merely in terms of level, heaven and earth origin chi was a bit more superior. It could be said that heaven and earth spiritual energy belonged to heaven and earth origin chi and was contained in heaven and earth origin chi. However, heaven and earth origin chi was not heaven and earth spiritual energy because it was of a higher level. His figure rapidly fell, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Countless auras were cut open by his figure and rushed into the sky one after another, completely enveloping Chenzong's figure. This place was 10,000 meters high in the sky. With Chenzong's cultivation, if he fell and hit the ground, he would most likely die. Just as he was about to summon White Cloud Flight, Chenzong suddenly remembered that Blue Wave's world's heavenly profound realm masters were capable of flight. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the 7th layer transcendent realm, which corresponded to the early stage of the heavenly profound realm, so he should be capable of flight. However, he didn't break through in Blue Wave's world. The rules of Lingwu Holy World and Blue Wave's world were different, so he didn't know if he could do it. His figure rapidly fell, but Chenzong didn't panic at all. Instead, he carefully comprehended. The reason why Sky Profound Realm experts could fly was that they had preliminary contact with the power of heaven and earth. With the help of the power of heaven and earth, they could fly. Therefore, the more powerful a Sky Profound Realm expert was, the stronger their ability to fly was because they had a deeper understanding of the power of heaven and earth. In Lingwu Holy World, when one stepped into the transcendent realm, they had already come into contact with the power of heaven and earth. Of course, they didn't rely on themselves, but on their secret arts and martial arts. There was a clear difference between Blue Wave's World Sky Profound Realm and Blue Wave's World Sky Profound Realm. Blue Wave's World Sky Profound Realm experts relied on themselves to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. Their method was relatively crude. Lingwu Holy World's Transcendent Realm experts used secret arts and martial arts as a bridge to come into contact with the power of heaven and earth. Chen Zong wasn't an ordinary 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. He had cultivated a top-grade spirit-grade secret art to a very high level. After calming down and comprehending the power of heaven and earth, he immediately grasped the essence of Blue Wave's World Sky Profound Realm. Surrounded by clouds, Chen Zong's figure also came to a stop, stopping in midair. Then, with a thought, Chen Zong's figure moved to the side and slowly flew up. Sure enough, he could fly. If I was in Lingwu Holy World, I wouldn't be able to do it. Chen Zong felt that it was a novelty, but at the same time, he secretly thought to himself. Lingwu Holy World was different from Blue Wave's world. It was much more advanced than Blue Wave's world. Just comprehending the power of heaven and earth was not enough to let him fly. Chen Zong was no stranger to flying. He could do it by riding a white cloud, but riding a white cloud was a kind of method. It was somewhat different from flying by oneself. If there was a comparison, it was like swimming with clothes on and swimming without clothes. Flying was a bit strange for the first time, but he soon became familiar with it. Chen Zong looked around more carefully. He was impressively above a vast ocean. The seawater was deep blue, and at a glance, he couldn't see the end of it. Looking around, it was even more difficult to distinguish the direction. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around carefully, but he still didn't see anything. Relying on his feelings, Chen Zong chose a direction and flew in the air. At first, his speed was slow, but it gradually increased. In the end, his speed surpassed the speed of sound. He flew past like a stream of light, leaving behind a trace in the sky that didn't disappear for a long time. Chen Zong clearly remembered that in Blue Wave's world, the ocean occupied the majority. It was very vast. If one didn't have a clear direction and goal, even an emperor-level powerhouse might get lost in the ocean. Chen Zong carefully looked around while flying. He wanted to see whether there was a ship or an island. Only by doing so could he ask for directions and know where to go. A violent rumbling sound came from afar, and a huge waterspout crazily swept over. Chen Zong's complexion couldn't help but change. This was a natural disaster. The ocean wasn't calm. It was normal for huge waves or storms to appear. This kind of waterspout was one of the disasters. The waterspout rolled up tens of thousands of tons of seawater, forming a waterspout. It soared straight into the sky, and its range was also constantly expanding. It expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters, and then continued to increase. Finally, it formed a waterspout with a diameter of 10,000 meters. It was as if it could destroy the world. A 10,000-meter waterspout was undoubtedly very frightening. It was a natural disaster rarely seen even in 100 years. Its range was very wide, and it affected tens of thousands of meters. It was as cold as a sword, strangling everything. Chen Zong's complexion became more and more solemn. He knew that if he fell into it, it would be difficult for him to survive. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Zong immediately called out White Cloud and broke out with the fastest speed to leave. There was a difference in speed between flying on one's own and riding White Cloud. From the moment the 10,000-meter waterspout appeared to the moment it formed, its speed was extremely fast, and its range was very wide. A terrifying suction force was continuously sucking in all directions, greatly slowing down Chen Zong's speed. Chen Zong broke out with all his strength to resist it. He gradually left the range of the waterspout and quickly left. Rumble, heaven and earth shook, and the sea rolled over and over. It was incomparably terrifying. This kind of might made Qianzong's mind tremble. Even an emperor-level powerhouse wouldn't be able to resist it. I wish you all the best on Children's Day. The ship was made of black iron wood. It was 30 meters long and 13 meters wide. Its huge sails fluttered in the wind and broke through the waves. It quickly moved forward in the opposite direction of Qianzong. Two people stood on the cold and spacious ship's bow. They were looking forward as if they were looking for something. There was a trace of worry in their eyes. A figure descended from the sky and landed on the deck. He didn't try to hide his movements, which immediately attracted the attention of the two people and the other people on the deck. Who is it? His voice was cold and harsh. Numerous auras of varying strength, but similar in strength, landed on that figure and locked onto him. I'm here to ask for directions. Qianzong looked indifferent. He wasn't affected at all. Ask for directions. The people were surprised. They didn't expect that the other party would answer like this. The two people standing on the bow were obviously the masters of this ship. They immediately walked towards Qianzong and stared at Qianzong's face. They looked at Qianzong as if they wanted to see through him. Qianzong looked very young. His aura was not obvious. Under normal circumstances, it was already very difficult to reach the extreme mortal realm. But this was the boundless sea. There were no islands in front of him and no land behind him. Even an Earth Spirit Realm expert would find it difficult to travel in this place. Unless he was at the profound sky realm and could fly. But this person looked too young. It was impossible for him to be at the profound sky realm. How should I address you, little friend? The old man in the lead restrained the light in his eyes and asked. My surname is Qianzong. Qianzong said honestly, but please tell me, which direction is the Blue Waves continent? Qianzong's purpose was to ask for the direction of the Blue Waves continent so that he could hurry over. As for other things, they were secondary. Who do you think you are? If you want to ask for directions, you should have the attitude of asking for directions. The young man beside the old man said coldly with an unhappy expression. In his opinion, Qianzong was just a young man. He was even younger than him. He was very unhappy that Qianzong was so arrogant. What attitude do you think I should take? Qianzong glanced at the young man. His calm eyes startled the young man instantly. His muscles tightened involuntarily, and his hair stood on end. This kind of feeling came and went quickly. It disappeared in an instant as if it was an illusion. When this youth was about to speak again, that old man spoke first. Little friend Qianzong, Blue Waves continent is behind this ship. Thank you very much. Qianzong was eager to leave after expressing his gratitude. Little friend, please wait a moment. The old man quickly said, Little friend, do you know the current situation of Blue Waves continent? The old man was actually just asking casually, but he didn't expect his question to hit the nail on the head. It has already been several years since I left the continent. Could it be that the Blue Waves continent has undergone some great changes? Qianzong paused and couldn't help but ask. A few years was a relatively short period of time for cultivators. Even if there were any changes, it wouldn't be too big. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. It seems little friend really doesn't know the current situation of Blue Waves continent. The old man suddenly revealed a bitter expression, and that youth was endlessly resentful. As for the other people around, some of them lowered their heads, and some of them clenched their fists in anger. I wonder if little friend knows about Demon Suppressing Fortress? The old man straightened out his mood and asked again. After seeing Qianzong nodding his head, he said, It would be better for little friend to follow me to the inner cabin. I will tell little friend about the changes of Blue Waves continent in these past few years in detail, so that little friend can be mentally prepared. Qianzong thought for a bit. He didn't lack time, so he agreed. As for the other party's plot to deal with him, Qianzong nevertheless didn't think much about it, and he also wasn't afraid. Before this, Qianzong had already clearly investigated the cultivation of the strongest person on this ship. Qianzong naturally knew about Demon Suppressing Fortress, and he was even very familiar with it. Because he was once a member of Demon Slaying Division in Demon Suppressing Fortress. He also personally participated in the War of Demon Race's army and beheaded many demons. That war, even after a few years, Shenzong still remembered it vividly as if it happened yesterday. Then, the old man's words shocked Shenzong. He had never expected that in just a short few years, Blue Wave's continent would unexpectedly have such a huge change. The cause of this change was ancient Demon Hall. More than 1,000 years ago, ancient Demon Hall had once brought disaster to the continent, causing great destruction. Countless experts were killed, and the people were in a terrible situation. Especially the Hall Master of Ancient Demon Hall, Ancient Demon Lord, his strength was very terrifying. He was at the peak of Emperor level, and no one could rival him. Under the circumstances, many Emperor-level powerhouses sacrificed their own strength and integrated it into the body of one of them, raising their strength beyond the Emperor level. That person was a half-step saint-level powerhouse. However, the half-step saint-level powerhouse that was forcibly produced was not a true half-step saint-level powerhouse. Although he defeated Ancient Demon Lord, he was unable to truly kill him. In the end, he could only suppress him under a C. After suppressing Ancient Demon Lord, the half-step saint-level powerhouse that was produced was also unable to withstand too strong an external force and died. Following the suppression of Ancient Demon Lord, 7 of the 13 demon emperors under his command were also killed, 4 were suppressed, and 2 escaped with heavy injuries and went into hiding. The 13 demon flags of Ancient Demon Hall represented by the 13 demon emperors, which made people tremble in fear. Because of this, most of the demon path experts under the 13 demon flags were killed, and a small number of them escaped with heavy injuries and went into hiding. After more than 1,000 years, most of the Ancient Demon Hall experts who had escaped with heavy injuries also died. Only a few tenaciously survived and recovered their strength little by little. However, they continued to hide and did not dare to act rashly. They were only waiting for the day when they could rise again. As long as the Heaven Old Devil Lord did not come out, the remnants of the Heaven Old Devil Palace would not dare to appear, and would not dare to stir up trouble. At most, they would do evil in some small places, and would not provoke any strong enemies, nor would they be discovered. But 3 years ago, Ancient Demon Lord's seal was broken by someone, and he broke out of the seal. Ancient Demon Lord was incomparably evil. The moment he broke out of the seal, all the creatures within 1,000 miles of the sea were killed. Their flesh and blood were devoured and absorbed to recover Ancient Demon Lord's strength. From the time he broke out of the seal to the time he recovered a portion of his strength, the time it took for him to recover was extremely short. By the time the Righteous Path experts reacted, Ancient Demon Lord had already disappeared. That's right, the powerful Ancient Demon Lord had indeed disappeared, and no one could find a trace of him. He had actually gone into hiding to recover his strength and rebuild Ancient Demon Hall. 1 year, in just a year's time, the disappeared Ancient Demon Lord brought Ancient Demon Hall back to the world, and even subdued many powers. In one fell swoop, he broke the sealing Heaven Absolute Land Demon Suppression Great Array outside the Demon Suppressing Fortress, and released the Demon Clan Rankers and Demon Clan Army. The Heaven Old Devil Lord himself possessed the bloodline of a Demon Clan Ranker, and the experts of the Heaven Old Devil Palace were either from the Demon Clan, or from the half-devil with the bloodline of the Demon Clan, or from the human clan who cultivated in the Devil Dao. Ancient Demon Hall joined hands with the Demon Army and Demon Clan Rankers in Earth Demon Abyss. With the fastest speed, they once again opened up the passage from Earth Demon Abyss to the surface of Blue Wave's continent, allowing the Demon Clan Rankers and Demon Army to rush to the surface one after another. With Demon Suppressing Fortress as a stronghold, they advanced eastward. The army of Demon Race changed their previous greedy and rash fighting style, and changed to a steady fighting style, nibbling away at Blue Wave's continent little by little. And under the leadership of Ancient Heaven Demon Master, Ancient Heaven Demon Hall sneaked into Blue Wave's continent, causing disaster everywhere, cooperating with the army of Demon Race, accelerating the erosion of Blue Wave's continent. Moreover, there were also some forces that originally belonged to Blue Wave's continent who sought refuge with Ancient Demon Hall or Demon Clan, gradually tilting the balance. Today, the situation of Blue Wave's continent had already changed greatly, and was completely different from a few years ago. Now, of the 24 continents of Blue Wave's continent, 10 continents have already fallen into the hands of Demon Clan, 3 continents have fallen into chaos, 1 continent is occupied by Demon Clan, and the other 10 continents are still under the control of our human race. It can be said that we are evenly matched with Demon Clan. The old man sighed, full of unwillingness. Hearing the old man, Qianzong was endlessly shocked in his heart. This situation was truly extremely dangerous. In just a short few years, such drastic changes had actually occurred, completely beyond his imagination. What about the 15 major forces? Qianzong promptly asked, what about remote Yuan Heaven sect? Now, there are no longer 15 major forces. The old man lamented, Proud Sword Heaven sect, Profound Righteous Heaven sect, and 9 Stars Heaven sect have been exterminated, Eternal Heaven sect exists in name only, Qi clan and Z clan have also become history. As for remote Yuan Heaven sect, because it is quite far from demon suppressing fortress, it has not been attacked by the demon army, so it is still in good condition. Hearing that remote Yuan Heaven sect was still in good condition, Qianzong finally breathed a sigh of relief. But this was only temporary. Looking at the current situation, Demon Clan was unstoppable, and sooner or later, they would advance to remote Yuan continent. At that time even remote Yuan Heaven sect would not be spared. It could be said that with the cooperation of ancient Demon Palace, the army of Demon Clan was almost invincible, especially this time, the army of Demon Clan sought stability, which was even more terrifying. Moreover, this time, many continents were divided by the army of Demon Clan at lightning speed, and it was difficult for them to join forces, so they could only fight on their own. This old man was originally from ancient Liangzhou, one of the 24 continents. He could be considered as the patriarch of a strong clan, with a late-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert overseeing it, but because ancient Liangzhou had fallen into chaos, Earth Spirit Realm experts were basically nothing, and it was very likely that they would be exterminated. Therefore, the patriarch made a prompt decision, and immediately made a choice to move away from ancient Liangzhou, and prepare to go to the sea to look for an island to settle down. The ambition of Demon Clan was Blue Wave's continent, and for the islands in the sea, it was estimated that they were not that ambitious. After all, the sea was vast and there were many islands, and there were many powerful sea beasts in the sea, which were not good to provoke. So, in the current chaotic world, leaving Blue Wave's continent was a good choice. At the very least, they could let their clan continue to pass on. Otherwise, if they did not rely on Demon Clan, they would be exterminated. Do you know who broke the seal of ancient Demon Master? Qianzong asked curiously. Although this old man has some status in ancient Liangzhou, but in the end, it is not enough. This kind of secret is not something I can know. The old man shook his head and said with a wry smile. Learning about the drastic changes of Blue Wave's continent from the mouth of this old man, Qianzong nevertheless pondered, and his plan should be changed. Patriarch Luo, in the future, if you hear the news of Blue Wave's continent's Demon Clan retreating, if you have the intention to return to the continent, you can go to remote Yuan Heaven sect of Taiyuan continent and report my name. Qianzong got up and said, if Blue Wave's continent is occupied by Demon Clan, there is naturally no need to pay attention to it. Finished speaking, Qianzong left the inner cabin, and his figure soared into the sky, leaving behind the shocked patriarch Luo. Regardless of the shock of the Luo family, Qianzong flew towards the direction of Blue Wave's continent at full speed. As long as the direction was clear, with Qianzong's powerful spiritual sense and ability, he would not get lost unless he encountered some special situation. Demon Race, Ancient Heaven Devil Hall. While flying, Qianzong muttered to himself. His eyes became deeper and sharper. Originally, he had returned to Blue Wave's continent to settle his grudges, but now he found that the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. For a time, Qianzong did not have a clear plan. Could it be that he could fight against Ancient Heaven Devil Hall and Demon Race by himself? That was not realistic. Let's return to Taiyuan Heaven sect first, Qianzong said secretly. To a certain extent, Taiyuan Heaven sect was equivalent to his home, especially Blue Feather Mountain. In addition, the Blue Feather Mountain Lord who was poisoned was his master. In addition, returning to Taiyuan Heaven sect would also allow him to understand the current situation. After all, Taiyuan Heaven sect was one of the top forces of Blue Wave's continent. Their intelligence was very developed and they would know more secrets. The ship of Luo family had been out for several days, but the speed of that ship was actually not fast. At least, it was far slower than Qianzong's flying speed. Therefore, after flying for more than half a day, Qianzong saw the outline of land. Gu Liangzhou, This was one of the 24 continents. It was not under the control of the 15 top forces. It was similar to Ming Sword Continent. Previously, Gu Liangzhou was still under the rule of the Righteous Path, but now, ancient Heaven Devil Hall had invaded and began to cause chaos. Either submit to ancient Heaven Devil Hall or be exterminated. Luo family did not want to submit to ancient Heaven Devil Hall, but also did not want to be exterminated, so they chose to go out to sea to preserve their strength and find an island to pass down. Seeing the outline of land, Chenzong did not reduce his speed and quickly flew over. This was Gu Liangzhou. Chenzong did not have any intention to stay here. Instead, he looked around and distinguished the direction, looking for the direction to Taiyuan continent. After a few years, although Blue Wave's continent had changed greatly, the position of the 24 continents had not changed. Therefore, Chenzong quickly found the direction and continued to fly forward. Ha ha ha, kill. 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 Delicious blood. It's all mine. Murderous blood refining bead, strengthen my blood devil flag. Battle cries rang out everywhere, sounding incomparably evil. Shocking murderous intent swept out in all directions, vaguely turning into a red mist that pervaded the air, covering the sky and the sun. Kill. Kill these demon bastards. Chi energy overflowed in all directions as rumbling sounds surged endlessly, causing the void to tremble. Each and every one of these demonic Tao powerhouses was surrounded by a scarlet energy that was as sharp as a blade and as cold as hell. It was extremely terrifying. Each and every one of them had a ferocious look on their faces as they attacked without any hesitation or mercy. Blood spurted out from the bodies of the people they killed. They were all refined by a unique power and condensed into blood beads. These blood beads were also collected by the demonic Tao powerhouses. The 13 devil banners of the Sky Ancient Devil Hall and the Blood Devil Banner rushed over, killing everyone they saw and taking the blood pearls. They showed no mercy and were inhumane. This naturally caused the major powers of the ancient Frost Prefecture to retaliate. Both sides engaged in a life and death battle. The Blood Devil Banner's demonic Tao powerhouses had shocking demonic skills and battle prowess. They had the upper hand and were constantly slaughtering the ancient Frost Prefecture's cultivators. Of course, the cultivators of Gu Liangzhou weren't pushovers either. They counterattacked with all their might, killing many of the Blood Demon Flag demonic Tao experts. However, the bodies of the Blood Demon Flag demonic Tao experts exploded one by one. Boom. 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 Blood spurted out like lava from a volcano, covering dozens of meters. The ancient Frost Prefecture's cultivators within that radius were completely covered. They were even affected by the shockwaves. They were either killed on the spot or severely injured. The ancient Frost Prefecture's cultivators were filled with grief and indignation. Every time they killed a demonic Tao powerhouse, they would suffer even greater losses. If this battle continued, they would be completely wiped out in the end. Murderous intent filled the sky as the scarlet color filled the sky. Even from far away, Chenzong could clearly feel it. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the scarlet color in front of him. Chenzong frowned slightly as he felt the terrifying murderous intent and baleful aura in front of him. Without hesitation, Chenzong slightly changed his direction and quickly flew towards the scarlet clouds in the sky. This was undoubtedly a demonic Tao powerhouse's rampage. It was one thing if he didn't see it, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he naturally wouldn't pretend that he didn't see it. Chenzong's speed was extremely fast. Even an ordinary Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivator in the Lingwu Holy World could match his speed. In the blink of an eye, he flew over 10,000 meters and approached the bloody battlefield. In an instant, Chenzong's powerful spiritual sense swept across the battlefield. He immediately distinguished between friend and foe and unsheathed his cold-edged sword. An awe-inspiring sword light streaked across the sky and instantly cut through the bodies of 3 demonic Tao powerhouses, directly cutting them in half at the waist. Chenzong's appearance was very sudden. The speed of his sword was extremely fast. The 3 demonic Tao powerhouses were cut in half at the waist before they could even react. They died an unnatural death. However, these 3 demonic Tao powerhouses were all Earth Spirit Realm experts. Their reactions were very fast and ruthless. Their vitality was also very tenacious. they didn't die instantly. Instead, they used the last of their strength to rush towards Qinzong and detonate themselves. Suppress. Light flashed through Qinzong's eyes as a cold light shot out like lightning. With a low roar, a powerful force instantly descended and surged from all directions. It was as firm as steel as it instantly suppressed the 3 Earth Spirit Realm demonic cultivators who were about to explode. Their explosion radius was limited to a radius of a meter, making it impossible for them to spread to the surroundings, let alone affect Qinzong. In fact, with Qinzong's strength, even if he was in the center of the explosion of 3 demonic Dao powerhouses, he wouldn't be injured at all. He just didn't want to be affected out of caution. After all, demonic Dao cultivation methods were very strange. Qinzong didn't know whether there were other evil aspects to them. This method was the method to control the power of heaven and earth. Originally, Qinzong didn't know how to do it. However, after coming to the Blue Waves world, taking into account the unique rules of the Blue Waves world, the cultivation methods and martial arts he cultivated in the Lingwu Holy World, and Qinzong's super strong perception, he was able to comprehend it. In terms of the method to control the power of heaven and earth, Qinzong was superior to Green Dragon Sword Sovereign and even Maniac of that year. After all, they relied on their own bitter cultivation and appeared rough. However, Qinzong had the help of cultivation methods and martial arts, which was equivalent to a smooth path. Of course, if it was a Sky Profound Realm demonic Dao powerhouse who exploded, Qinzong wouldn't be able to suppress it with his control of the power of heaven and earth. When the sword was drawn, a light flashed. It was vast and mighty like the autumn water, like the changing clouds and mist. The sword light twisted like dragons and snakes. As if it had intelligence, it nimbly bypassed the righteous martial artists of Gu Liangzhou and slashed towards the demonic Dao powerhouses of Blood Demon Flag. Gu Liangzhou was one of the 24 continents of the Azure Water continent. After all, it wasn't one of the 15 great continents. Therefore, there were relatively fewer Sky Profound Realm powerhouses. However, the battle here was very intense. Not only were there extreme mortal realm powerhouses, there were also Earth Spirit Realm powerhouses. There were also a few Sky Profound Realm powerhouses participating in the battle. Qinzong's arrival was equivalent to injecting a fresh army. Under his sword, the extreme mortal realm and Earth Spirit Realm demonic Dao powerhouses of the Blood Demon Flag were continuously killed. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 100 extreme mortal realm and Earth Spirit Realm demonic Dao powerhouses were killed by Qinzong. As a result, the pressure on the righteous martial artists of Gu Liangzhou was greatly alleviated. As the crisis struck, a sea of blood surged. Impressively, a Sky Profound Realm demonic Dao powerhouse of the Blood Demon Flag had his eyes on Qinzong. He instantly attacked. A blood-red long blade streaked across the sky, bringing with it a surging sea of blood. This was a 3rd-layer Sky Profound Realm demonic Dao powerhouse. In comparison, the 3rd-layer Sky Profound Realm was equivalent to the 7th-layer Transcendent Realm in the Lingwu Holy World. It should be equivalent to the late or peak of the 7th-layer Transcendent Realm. This level was nothing to Qinzong. He stabbed out with his sword. The sword light was like water, directly shattering the blood-red blade light. It pierced through the surging sea of blood and pierced through the body of the 3rd-layer Sky Profound Realm demonic Dao powerhouse. Sword chi exploded, madly twisting and tearing the demonic Dao powerhouse's body apart. You will die too. This demonic Dao powerhouse was extremely fierce. Using the last of his strength, he madly rushed towards Qinzong, trying to drag Qinzong down with him. As for the method, it was self-detonation. Qinzong immediately controlled the power of heaven and earth, gathering it from all directions to suppress the madness of the 3rd-layer Sky Profound Realm demonic Dao powerhouse. Although it couldn't suppress him, it could slow down his speed to a certain extent. The cold-edged sword was drawn. The sword light was like a storm, instantly tearing the demonic Dao powerhouse's body into pieces, cutting off his self-detonation. This was the first Heavenly Profound Realm powerhouse to die since the bloody battle started. The Heavenly Profound Realm was more powerful than the Extreme Mortal Realm and the Earth Spirit Realm. They could fly and were very difficult to kill, unless there was an obvious gap in strength. The 3rd-layer Sky Profound Realm was a rare powerhouse. He was also the strongest in the Blood Demon Flag's invasion this time. Similarly, the strongest on the side of the Guliang state's righteous side was also at the third-layer Sky Profound Realm. Now, the only third-layer Sky Profound Realm powerhouse on the Blood Demon Flag side was killed, and he couldn't drag anyone down with him even if he wanted to self-detonate. This was a huge blow to the demonic Dao powerhouses on the Blood Demon Flag's side. At the same time, it was also a huge incentive for the Guliang state's righteous side. Kill. The righteous side seemed to have been injected with a powerful new force. They exploded and counterattacked, immediately causing great casualties to the demonic Dao powerhouses. They couldn't even self-detonate. Self-detonation usually needed some time to accumulate power. If they could seize the opportunity, they could interrupt the opponent's self-detonation. The demonic Dao's side's morale was low, and they didn't seize the opportunity to self-detonate. Naturally, they would be interrupted. Retreat. 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 The Sky Profound Realm expert of the Blood Demon Flag had an incomparably unsightly expression on his face as he repeatedly roared. Then, he burst out with his full speed and flew into the distance. Now that the situation had changed, it was very unfavorable for the Blood Demon Flag. If they stayed, it would only increase their casualties. Do you think you can leave? Chen Zong smiled lightly. He stood still and suddenly waved the long sword in his hand. A white sword light tore through heaven and earth, like a line separating the sky and the water. The few heavenly profound realm powerhouses of the Blood Demon Flag who were escaping at full speed were caught up and their bodies were cut. The terrifying sword chi exploded, attacking their bodies and killing them crazily. They didn't even have the chance to self-detonate. Those heavenly profound realm powerhouses of the Blood Demon Flag were killed instantly. Today is the first day of the 6th lunar month. My friends, have you been naughty? Have you been naughty? Thank you for your help. Otherwise, Guliang province would have fallen into the hands of the ancient demon hall's demonic shadow. The Guliang province's righteous path martial artist who was at level 3 Sky Profound Realm cupped his hands and bowed to Chen Zong. Everyone was actually very shocked. Because Chen Zong looked very young, which was around 20 years old, but his strength was so terrifying. He was actually able to kill the Blood Demon Flag's third-layer Sky Profound Realm demonic Dao expert, and even stop him from self-detonating. This meant that his strength was obviously superior to his opponent. 4th LV of the Sky Profound Realm, or even higher. No need to thank me. I just happened to meet you. Chen Zong smiled. How should I address you? The 3rd LV of the Sky Profound Realm cultivator asked again with a serious face. Chen Zong, disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect and Dark Feather Mountain. Chen Zong thought for a moment and replied. So you're a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect and Dark Feather Mountain. Everyone looked even more serious, but they were even more confused. They knew about the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, a top force. However, they had never heard of a Sky Profound Realm cultivator called Chen Zong, and he was so young. Since he looked so young, he should be at least in the 4th LV of the Sky Profound Realm. He should be very famous. Why had they never heard of him? The 3rd LV of the Sky Profound Realm cultivator was very confused. However, he thought that Chen Zong wouldn't lie. A young cultivator at least in the 4th LV of the Sky Profound Realm represented endless potential and a bright future. Saying that he was a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect would only increase the reputation of the sect. The 3rd LV of the Sky Profound Realm cultivator wanted to invite Chen Zong to a banquet to thank him, but Chen Zong refused. Firstly, the bloody battle had just ended and there was still the aftermath to clean up. Secondly, Chen Zong was in a hurry to return to the Taiyuan Heaven Sect. These people were killed by you. These are your trophies. Please accept them. The 3rd stage of the Sky Profound Realm took out a bunch of storage rings and handed them to Chen Zong. They belonged to the few Sky Profound Realm demon cultivators that Chen Zong had killed before. Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't refuse. After taking the storage rings, he took his leave and flew away again. Such strength at such a young age. No one in the world can compete with him. A warrior in the 1st level of the Sky Profound Realm sighed deeply as he watched Chen Zong leave. But it's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. Another warrior at the 1st level of the Sky Profound Realm sighed. Now, the drastic changes of these years had caused the Blue Waves continent to sink into chaos. The demon race was wreaking havoc, and the ancient demon hall was wreaking havoc everywhere. It was unknown how many geniuses had fallen because of this. A portion of them had also defected and joined the ancient demon hall, weakening the strength of the righteous path and strengthening the strength of the demonic path. If a genius appeared on the righteous side, they would quickly be targeted by the demonic side. If they weren't assassinated, they would be kidnapped. Now, Chenzong, who claimed to be a disciple of the Blue Feather Mountain of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, would definitely become famous after this battle. He would also be targeted by the demonic path and be assassinated. Therefore, they felt that it was a pity. If such a peerless genius had appeared a few years ago before the Blue Waves continent had fallen into chaos, his future would have been limitless. Not necessarily. Times create heroes. Since ancient times, the strong have been tempered. Perhaps, he will be the strongest of his generation. The eyes of the third stage of the Sky Profound Realm flashed as he put forward a different opinion. This possibility was very low, but it wasn't impossible. Chenzong was extremely fast. He constantly flew forward and left the ancient Liangzhou. He stepped into another big continent. This continent was called the Hunli continent, and it was adjacent to the Taiyuan continent. The Hunli continent was the same as the ancient Liangzhou. They didn't have a top force overseeing them, but there were many forces in it. It was complicated. The ancient Liangzhou had just been invaded by the demonic path, but the Hunli continent hadn't yet. Therefore, it was relatively peaceful. However, because of the chaos caused by the demonic path, the Hunli continent was several times more chaotic than a few years ago. The ancient Heaven Demon Lord broke the seal, and the ancient Heaven Demon Hall made a comeback. The demonic path forces on the Blue Waves continent also began to recover. Like a spring breeze or a wildfire, they began to bring disaster to all continents. The Hunli continent naturally couldn't be spared. Even though the ancient Heaven Devil Palace had yet to enter, the local Devil Dao forces of the Hunli continent were gradually rising, causing quite a bit of chaos in various parts of the Hunli continent. Some small forces were directly destroyed, and only the stronger forces were able to resist. As time passed, the demonic path became more and more rampant. Flying through the air, Chenzong saw many demonic path forces causing trouble. As long as he saw them, Chenzong would attack and kill them. If someone asked for his name, Chenzong would reply that he was a disciple of the Blue Feather Mountain of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, Chenzong. For a time, the reputation of Chenzong of the Blue Feather Mountain of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect gradually spread in the ancient Liangzhou and Hunli continent. Indirectly, the momentum of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect became stronger. After killing many people of the demonic path, Chenzong also passed through the Hunli continent and stepped into the realm of the Taiyuan continent. As soon as he stepped into the Taiyuan continent, Chenzong felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. Without the slightest pause, Chenzong quickly flew in the direction of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. His speed was extremely fast. What he saw and heard along the way was different from the ancient Liangzhou and Hunli continent. It was more peaceful. Perhaps, it was because the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, the top force of the Taiyuan continent, was overseeing it. Before the arrival of the ancient demon palace, the revived demonic path forces did not dare to show themselves, for fear of being uprooted by the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. Although several of the 15 top forces of the Blue Waves continent had been destroyed, it was undeniable that the top forces still had a shocking foundation and were very powerful. They were not so easy to deal with. Of course, Chenzong also had a feeling that it was not that there were no demonic path forces in the Taiyuan continent. There were, but they were hiding and were even more secretive. Chenzong was not in the mood to care about them now. He would return to the sect first. The Taiyuan Heavenly Sect was located in the Taiyuan Mountain, which was the largest and tallest mountain in the Taiyuan continent. It was very conspicuous. Seeing the outline of the Taiyuan Mountain, Chenzong sped up a bit. He rushed into the Taiyuan Mountain and quickly went to the Blue Feather Mountain. Who is it? When Chenzong entered the Taiyuan Mountain, immediately, a tyrannical aura swept over from all directions and locked onto Chenzong's figure. At the same time, an astonishing roar surged like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. This was the aura of the Sky Profound Realm experts of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. They noticed the arrival of Chenzong. the current situation was not the same as before. Even the proud sword heavenly sect and other powerful forces were exterminated. Although the Taiyuan heavenly sect was strong, it was about the same as the proud sword heavenly sect. Therefore, the experts of the Taiyuan heavenly sect were very vigilant. Now that there was an unfamiliar sky profound realm expert directly intruding into the Taiyuan mountain, they naturally had to be very vigilant. Before Qinzong even entered the Blue Feather Mountain, he was forced to stop. Of course, this was also because Qinzong did not intend to force his way in. Otherwise, with Qinzong's strength, he could have directly intruded into the Blue Feather Mountain. Who is it? Why did you not pay respects to the mountain and directly intrude into the Taiyuan heavenly sect? One of the Sky Profound Realm experts released a tyrannical aura of the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm, locking onto Qinzong as he asked in a deep voice, his eyes flickering. Qinzong glanced over and found that among the 3 Sky Profound Realm experts who stopped him, one was in the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm, and the other 2 were in the 6th level of the Sky Profound Realm. He had never seen them before. It seemed that they were the hidden forces of the Taiyuan heavenly sect. Now, they were not hiding anymore. I am Qinzong, the 3rd disciple of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. Qinzong replied truthfully. The 3rd disciple of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. The 3 Sky Profound Realm experts were all stunned. This answer was too different from what they had imagined. They could not guess. A Sky Profound Realm expert, and not an ordinary one at that. He was so young, but he said that he was the 3rd disciple of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. It was unbelievable. Of course, the 3 of them knew who the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was. He was an expert in the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. However, he had been poisoned many years ago and was still unconscious. However, they also knew that the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain did have 3 disciples. The 3rd disciple seemed to be called Qinzong. However, Qinzong was so young. How could he have become a Sky Profound Realm expert? Moreover, his age did not seem right. He looked too young, about 20 years old. Qinzong was not even 100 years old. He should be at least 40 or 50 years old. At this time, more Sky Profound Realm experts of the Taiyuan heavenly sect arrived. Of course, there were also experts of the Blue Feather Mountain. In just a few breaths, there were more than a dozen Sky Profound Realm experts. The weakest of them was in the 4th level of the Sky Profound Realm, while the strongest was in the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm. Their tyrannical auras locked onto Qinzong, but did not bring any pressure to Qinzong. Qinzong glanced over and his eyes fell on one of the figures. A smile appeared on his face. Elder Xianxia, said Qinzong. Yes, one of the dozen Sky Profound Realm experts was Elder Xianxia of the Blue Feather Mountain. Elder Xianxia's aura had reached the 5th level of the Sky Profound Realm. He was stronger than before. You are. Elder Xianxia frowned and stared at Qinzong. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. A name gradually emerged in his heart, but he did not dare to believe it. I am Qinzong, said Qinzong with a smile. You are indeed Qinzong, Elder Xianxia exclaimed. Then why do you look like this? As the saying goes, one's appearance is born from one's heart. Qinzong's soul had transmigrated and occupied Qinzong's body. As time passed, his appearance also changed imperceptibly, gradually returning to his original appearance, which was the appearance of the Blue Waves world. However, due to the difference in age, the current Qinzong looked like he was in his 20s in the Blue Waves world. He was a little different from when he had joined the Taiyuan Heaven sect. This was also the reason why Elder Xianxia felt that he was Qinzong, but was not sure. Something happened a few years ago that restored my appearance to a younger age. Qinzong smiled and gave a simple explanation. It was not impossible, but it was still shocking. Because it was not only a matter of becoming younger, but also a matter of his cultivation reaching the Sky Profound Realm. Are you really Qinzong? Suddenly, a LV7 Heavenly Profound Realm expert asked in a deep voice as he stared at Qinzong with a solemn expression. This is the 5th Grand Elder of our Blue Feather Mountain, Elder Xianxia hurriedly said. Greetings, 5th Grand Elder, Qinzong cupped his hands and bowed, then smiled. I believe there is no need to pretend. Qinzong gave detailed answers to Elder Xianxia's questions. Back then, Elder Xianxia had accompanied him back to Chaotian Island to deal with the affairs of the Unhindered Sword sect. They had also returned to the eastern continent to meet his father and relatives. After the confirmation, everyone believed Qinzong's identity, and Qinzong had truly returned to Dark Feather Mountain. Although Qinzong was a little unhappy about the repeated verification of his identity, he still cooperated. After all, he understood that the current situation was chaotic, and they were not deliberately targeting him. They were just thinking about the safety of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. Otherwise, if a Demon Dao Heavenly Profound Realm expert was allowed to sneak into the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, it was hard to imagine what kind of destruction it would cause. Qinzong breathed a sigh of relief as he re-entered Dark Feather Mountain. Memories of the past surged like a tide. Qinzong, where have you been all these years? Walking beside Qinzong, Elder Xianxia was a little curious. Because there had been no news of Qinzong in the past few years, Elder Xianxia thought he was dead. Elder, I have been trapped inside a pocket dimension for the past few years, unable to get out. However, due to that, I managed to obtain some fortuitous encounters. My cultivation-based sword and I was reborn. I look even younger than before, Qinzong replied. With a smile. Of course, this answer was fake, but it sounded very real. After all, Qinzong couldn't say that his soul had traveled to a more powerful cultivation world and had now returned. It sounded too unbelievable, and it was a matter of great importance that could easily attract covetous eyes. Elder Xianxia didn't think too much about Qinzong's answer. After all, it wasn't strange to have a fortuitous encounter, and it wasn't impossible to be trapped in a secret realm. What's your current cultivation? Elder Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Second layer of the Heavenly Profound Realm, Qinzong said with a smile. The cultivation of the intermediate seventh layer of the Transcendent Realm was theoretically equivalent to the second layer of the Heavenly Profound Realm, but his real strength was far superior. Elder Xianxia couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. How old was Qinzong? Less than 100 years old, but he had already reached the second layer of the Heavenly Profound Realm. He was indeed the number one genius of the Taiyuan Heavenly Profound Realm, and a peerless genius of his generation. None of the geniuses of the same generation as Qinzong had reached the Heavenly Profound Realm. The Heavenly Profound Realm was, and it was difficult even for geniuses to break through it. Qinzong had left his peers far in the dust. In fact, he had even surpassed many seniors. Xianxia, elder, how is my master? Asked my master. Xianxia asked Xian's. He's. And Xianxia's, he's with him's, he. How is he's SSS Xian sect? Sect. Sect. To the sect. Sect master is still unconscious. Fortunately, the demonic poison hasn't deepened. But if we don't get the antidote before the time limit, we won't be spared. Elder Xianxia sighed. You're now at the Heavenly Profound Realm. You're qualified to visit Sect Master. I'll make this request to the Sect Master later. Qinzong nodded. The current situation is very bad. Elder Xianxia continued, explaining the current situation to Qinzong in detail. In Elder Xianxia's view, Qinzong had been trapped in the secret domain for several years, and these years happened to be the time when the Kanglan continent was undergoing drastic changes. Therefore, he started from the beginning. Qinzong didn't interrupt, but quietly listened to Elder Xianxia's words. Elder Xianxia was in a high position, so he naturally knew more about the situation than the patriarch of the Luo family. The 24 continents of the Kanglan continent could be divided into two major parts, east and west. The western part was occupied by the demon race, while the eastern part was occupied by the human race. The division was very clear, but the demon race army was advancing little by little, steadily nibbling away at the Kanglan continent and gradually gaining the upper hand. The ancient demon hall was wreaking havoc everywhere. 3 continents had already fallen into complete chaos, and the demon Dao was flourishing. Although the eastern continents were still under the rule of the human race, the demon Dao had recovered, and chaos was everywhere. The situation was getting worse. The Taiyuan continent was still better. Without a top force overseeing it, the signs of chaos were becoming more and more obvious. According to the current situation, the Kanglan continent would fall under the rule of the demon race in less than 10 years. Listening to Elder Xianxia's explanation, Chenzong's heart grew heavier. Elder Xianxia, has Ming Sword continent also fallen into the hands of the demon race? Chenzong couldn't help asking. He wanted to return to the Kanglan world to settle his grudges, and one of the grudges was in Ming Sword continent. Bright Sword continent has long been occupied by the demon race army. Elder Xianxian sighed, as if he was a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. Chenzong couldn't help exhaling a long breath. If Ming Sword continent was occupied, then what about the Extreme Heaven Society, and what about Maniac and Ban Zhongquan of the Skyscraper Society? Maniac must die, Ban Zhongquan must die, but what about these two people, were they killed? Or did they leave Ming Sword continent? Elder, do you know who broke the seal of the ancient demon lord? Chenzong asked curiously. It could be said that it was precisely because the ancient demon lord broke out of the seal that there was a series of changes, that there was a disaster in the Kanglan continent, and the person who broke the seal of the ancient demon lord was undoubtedly the biggest accomplice. In addition, the seal of the ancient demon lord was certainly not weak. To be able to break it, that person's ability must also be very strong. Chenzong was naturally interested in learning more about such a person, because maybe in the future, he would have to face him. This person is called Morongzhen, Elder Xianxian said, gnashing his teeth, his face full of murderous intent, as if he couldn't wait to skin this person alive. Morongzhen. Chenzong was taken aback, feeling that the name was very familiar. His memory seemed to travel back in time, returning to a few years ago in the fortress that suppressed the earth demon abyss. Is this Morongzhen? This Morongzhen is a half-demon, has the bloodline of a demon expert, and was once a member of the army of the demon-suppressing fortress. Elder Xianxian explained, and Chenzong finally confirmed that this Morongzhen was the Morongzhen of the demon-slaying division. Only, why did Morongzhen want to do this, to break the seal of the ancient demon lord? Back then, the seal of the demon refining platform of the demon-suppressing fortress was broken by Morongzhen, Elder Xianxian said again, shocking Chenzong. Back then, Chenzong had personally participated in the battle of the demon-suppressing fortress. It was because the demon refining platform had been broken, and the experts of the demon race had appeared one after another. It turned out that the person who broke the seal of the demon refining platform was Morongzhen. Morongzhen. This name left an incomparably deep impression on Chenzong, and could be said to be unforgettable. Originally, Chenzong was curious about Morongzhen, and wanted to compete with him, but the ensuing battle dispelled Chenzong's thoughts. Many years had passed, and Morongzhen had long faded in Chenzong's mind. Now that he had reappeared, it was incomparably deep. However, Morongzhen had become the biggest accomplice in the upheaval of the Kanglan continent. Chenzong didn't hate him, perhaps because he didn't have a direct relationship with him. But not hating him didn't mean he admired him. If he encountered him, Chenzong would kill him with his sword. After all, Chenzong didn't have a good impression of people like him who only wanted to see the world in chaos. Moreover, it was because of Morongzhen that he had to change his plans after returning to the Kanglan world. With Elder Xianxian's explanation, Chenzong understood more and more, and knew that the current situation was very bad. Afterwards, Chenzong went to see his master, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was placed on a cold jade bed, which could keep his body intact. He looked serene, as if he was in a deep sleep, but his skin was suffused with wisps of blue-black, like runes. It was a ghastly sight. Chenzong knew that the blue-black runes covering every part of his body were the demonic poison. Only by removing the demonic poison would his master be able to wake up and recover. Master, I will definitely find the antidote to remove the demonic poison in your body and let you recover. Chenzong said to the peacefully lying Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain, his tone incomparably solemn. Back then, Chenzong had made a promise and tried his best, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed. One of his wishes, or perhaps his greatest wish, was to obtain the antidote to the demonic poison in his master's body and let him return to normal. Chenzong was willing to pay any price to obtain the antidote. After staying with the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain for a while, Chenzong left and returned to the Blue Feather Mountain. Chenzong was now a second-layer Heavenly Profound stage expert, and an elder of the Blue Feather Mountain. Inside the cave, Chenzong organized his thoughts, but he didn't have a clear plan. He had a goal, which was to find the antidote to the demonic poison, find the Empyrean Extreme Sky Association, especially the Empyrean Extreme Sky Association's leader and sword master Azure Dragon, find the Matian Association's leader, Ban Zhongquan, and Maniac, and return to the eastern land of Chaotian Island to visit his father and his relatives and friends. Chenzong's thoughts were in a mess, so he put them aside and took out a few storage rings from his storage ring. They were the rings he obtained from killing the Heavenly Profound stage experts of the Demon League. After checking, he found spiritual stones, elixirs, and so on. There were also some spiritual weapons, cultivation methods, and martial arts manuals. In addition, there were many blood-red beads. The blood-red beads emitted powerful fluctuations of blood qi. However, some of them were pure, while others were impure. Obviously, these blood-red beads were condensed from the blood of living creatures, which was equivalent to crystallization of blood essence. They had a miraculous effect on the cultivation methods of the Blood Demon League. It should also be effective for refining my body, Chenzong thought to himself. However, Chenzong didn't rush to try it. Instead, he took out a purple spiritual inheritance jade from his storage ring. It was the reward he received from the challenge in the 100 Treasure Palace in the Myriad Treasures secret realm of the Lingwu Holy World. Chenzong's spiritual consciousness penetrated the purple spiritual inheritance jade and received the information inside. He was overjoyed. The secret art of spiritual refinement. The spiritual inheritance jade contained the secret art of spiritual refinement. It was worth 100,000 contribution points in the White Cloud Mountain. There were 10 scarlet soul crystals and 1 purple soul crystal in his storage ring, but he couldn't refine and absorb them because he didn't have the secret art of spiritual refinement. His original plan was to earn more contribution points and exchange them from the White Cloud Mountain. Now that he had the secret art of spiritual refinement, he could refine and absorb those soul crystals to further strengthen his soul and improve his comprehension ability. In front of Chenzong, the 10 scarlet soul crystals shone with a strange red light as if they were about to come to life. Staring at the first scarlet soul crystal, Chenzong moved his fingers and quickly formed a seal. Using this, he guided his spiritual sense and condensed it into a spiritual seal. Through his hands, it fell into the scarlet soul crystal. One by one, the spiritual seal was faintly discernible as it flew out and landed on the scarlet soul crystal. The scarlet soul crystal seemed to be roasted by a high temperature as it softened bit by bit. Chenzong had tried it before. With his physical strength, he could not move the soul crystal at all. One should know that with his cultivation of Dragon Power Level 4, his physical strength was unparalleled. Breaking mountains and splitting the earth was not a problem for him. However, he could not do anything to the soul crystal at all. It was obvious how tough it was. But now, the tough soul crystal actually softened. It softened to the extreme and turned into a drop of scarlet liquid. It emitted a very strange fluctuation. The scarlet liquid flew up and entered Chenzong's mind from between his eyebrows. It went straight to his soul. Suddenly, Chenzong felt a chill spread through his mind. However, it wasn't in his mind, but in his soul. It was just that the mind was where the soul resided. That was why there was such a feeling of coldness spreading. Chenzong's soul was originally ordinary. After obtaining the Heartsword seal, his potential was constantly stimulated and strengthened to a certain extent. After traveling through time and space to the Lingwu Holy World and absorbing Chenzong's soul, his soul became even stronger. Now that he had absorbed the scarlet soul crystal's essence, his soul grew even stronger. Chenzong carefully sensed the scarlet soul crystal's essence gradually fusing into his soul. He felt that his soul was constantly absorbing the essence of the scarlet soul crystal and strengthening bit by bit. It was very comfortable. 15 minutes later, the scarlet soul crystal's essence completely fused into Chenzong's soul. It's about 10% stronger, Chenzong said to himself. He was very happy. With his already strong soul, the increase of 10% was very obvious. Moreover, there were still 9 scarlet soul crystals and 1 purple soul crystal that had not been absorbed. Of course, the soul crystals could not be absorbed limitlessly. There was an upper limit, and the upper limit depended on the individual, or the potential of the individual soul. Normal cultivators could only absorb 1 to 3 scarlet soul crystals before they were unable to absorb any more. Genius cultivators could absorb 4 to 6 pills. Geniuses could absorb 7 to 9 pills. Qianzong estimated that he should be able to absorb 7 to 9 pills, but whether he could absorb all of them was a little uncertain. One by one, Qianzong absorbed all 10 scarlet soul crystals. As a result, Qianzong's soul was strengthened by 50%. It wasn't like absorbing one pill could increase one's strength by 10%. In fact, the second pill would only increase one's strength by less than 10% and would gradually decrease. After the 10th pill, the amplification effect became very small. Thus, the total amplification effect was only 50%. I haven't reached my limit yet, Qianzong said to himself. His eyes flashed as he stared at the last soul crystal. It was the purple soul crystal, which was of a higher level than the scarlet soul crystal. Forming seals, refining, absorbing. First, he felt a burst of coldness. Then, a trace of scorching heat spread, as if the intertwining of ice and fire. In the depths of Qianzong's mind, there was a void, a dark void. In the void, there was a trace of mist. The mist was silver and emitted a faint halo, which was very charming. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the silver mist was actually condensed from tiny silver stars. The purple soul crystal was refined and absorbed by Qianzong. An extremely pure power was injected into the soul cloud. Suddenly, the cloud rolled like a sea of clouds. The silver light became more and more dazzling and bright. It slowly rotated like a beautiful and charming star. Gradually, the soul cloud became denser and denser. As it rotated, it gathered and compressed toward the center. The first drop of silver liquid was condensed. Like a giant beast, it swallowed the soul cloud from all directions and grew little by little. Liquefaction of the soul. Qianzong never thought that his soul would liquefy. The soul cloud was compressed more than 10 times and completely liquefied into a drop of silver water. It floated in his mind and emitted a silver glow. It gradually spread and formed layers of halo. Qianzong learned that the soul could be divided into 3 forms: gas, liquid, and solid. The gas form was in the form of mist. The normal strength of the soul was in the gas form. However, some gas forms were very thin, while some were very rich. For example, Qianzong's soul cloud was very rich, far stronger than the normal soul strength. The liquid form was the level above the gas form. There was an essential difference. If it was compared to the cultivation level, it was like the difference between the foundation establishment realm and the transcendent realm. This kind of qualitative change was no longer the so-called improvement. As his soul liquefied and completely transformed into a liquid state, Qianzong could clearly feel that his mind was becoming clearer and clearer. His thoughts were incomparably clear, as if there were no blind spots. In an instant, thousands of thoughts burst forth. In other words, in an instant, Qianzong could think about many problems at the same time. His ability to understand problems became stronger. My comprehension should have improved too, Qianzong secretly said, but he didn't try it, so he didn't know whether it had improved or not. But then again, even if there was no improvement, the liquefaction of the soul was already a great thing. As the halo of the liquefied soul continued to spread, Qianzong also felt that his spiritual sense was strengthened and had some kind of indescribable change. It seemed that it was transforming and becoming more advanced. Carefully observing and feeling the liquefied soul, the silver drop of soul water was extremely deep and mysterious. It made Qianzong feel like the void of the universe was full of mysteries. With a thought, the profound light sword appeared from the storage ring. Then, it automatically unsheathed, as if it was lifted by an invisible force. It flew quickly around Qianzong's body, faster and faster. The sword disappeared and turned into a stream of blue light. The blue light surrounded Qianzong. Suddenly, the blue light stopped and the profound light sword reappeared, displaying the blue cloud sword art. Originally, Qianzong could also use his spiritual sense to pick up some things, but they weren't heavy. As for using his spiritual sense to control the sword and display sword arts, it was absolutely impossible in the past, but now, he could do it. This was the benefit of having his soul liquefied. However, Qianzong also felt that although he could control the sword with his spiritual sense, it wasn't powerful enough. It could only be said that it wasn't powerful enough. Of course, it wasn't completely useless. At the very least, it could deal with Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivators, or even Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators. However, Qinzong's current strength wasn't weak. Ordinary Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivators were no match for him at all, let alone Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators. Therefore, using his spiritual sense to control the sword was quite useless. With a thought, the profound light sword returned to its scabbard and returned to the storage ring. Qinzong then took out a blood bead and prepared to absorb the pure vitality inside to refine his body. One's physique was closely related to one's vitality, from which tiger and dragon power were born, which in turn nourished one's vitality and physique, improving one's body tempering cultivation. However, these blood beads weren't pure and contained impurities, making it difficult to absorb. Therefore, Yang Kai first had to refine and purify them until they were incomparably pure. Ordinary body tempering cultivators would naturally swallow these blood beads into their stomach and slowly refine them to remove the impurities, but Qinzong had a better method. Purple cloud black star flame emerged from his hand and immediately wrapped around the blood beads in Qinzong's palm, burning them. The blood droplet quickly melted, and wisps of black aura spread out from it. They rose in spirals like smoke signals, emitting traces of burnt smell. When the black aura disappeared, the blood beads were completely refined and purified, becoming incomparably pure, without the slightest impurities, sparkling and translucent like rubies. Qinzong opened his mouth and swallowed. The extremely pure blood droplets entered his mouth and were swallowed by Qinzong. Immediately, the blood droplets spread out and fused into his muscles, bones, and blood. The True Flame's body tempering technique was activated, the dragon power surged, and his vitality grew stronger. Now, Qinzong felt it was a pity that he didn't get a better body tempering technique. The True Flame's body tempering technique was only a low-class spiritual level technique, which couldn't keep up with his cultivation progress. However, he had no choice but to use it since he didn't have a better body tempering technique. As the body tempering technique was activated and the purple cloud black star flame spread, the power of the blood beads kept merging with Qinzong's vitality, making his vitality more vigorous and pure. Gradually, it spread out, increasing the dragon power, strengthening the internal organs, bones, muscles, and skin. The storage rings of the Sky Profound Realm experts of the Blood Demon flag contained a lot of blood beads. There were at least several hundred of them. Qinzong continued to refine and absorb them. He felt that the dragon power in his body was constantly growing, and his physique was also constantly improving. This feeling was very carefree and incomparable. Qinzong didn't know how long he had been cultivating. He completely forgot about everything else, and immersed himself in the improvement of his cultivation. The blood beads were getting fewer and fewer, and Qinzong's vitality was getting stronger and stronger, feeding back the dragon power, refining his physique, and improving his cultivation. Strong power was surging in his body. When the last blood bead was refined and absorbed by Qinzong, Qinzong's body shook, and a series of explosive sounds were heard. Vaguely, it was as if a tiger was roaring, and a dragon was roaring. Layers of ripples spread out in all directions with Qinzong's body as the center. This was the ripple caused by Qinzong's body tempering technique after it was obviously improved. With a little force, Qinzong tightened his muscles. He felt that his body contained a terrifying power that could destroy mountains. It was as if he could sink the earth and break the sky with one punch. Of course, this was just an illusion. Even a body tempering expert of the Dragon Power Realm Level 9 couldn't sink the earth and break the sky. Late stage of the Dragon Power Realm Level 5, sensing his own body refinement cultivation, Qinzong's eyes glowed brightly like lightning piercing through the sky. Late 7th layer Transcendent Realm, late 5th layer Dragon Force Realm, 4th layer White Cloud Force, 4th layer Heart Sword Force, 1st layer Flame Force, 5th grade Purple Cloud Black Star Flame. Tyrannical power lurked in his body, and as long as he willed it, it would instantly erupt, releasing astonishing power. With my current strength, I shouldn't be at a disadvantage when fighting Su Shixiang in close combat, Qinzong thought to himself. Using the spirit refinement secret art to refine and absorb the soul crystal, Qinzong's soul had undergone a transformation. His perception had also increased, and his understanding of the Heart Sword Sutra had deepened. Thus, he had comprehended the seventh transformation of the Heartsword Sutra, and raised his Heartsword force to the fourth level. As for his cultivation reaching the late stage of the transcendent realm, that was because of the chi refining pill he had consumed. However, after reaching the late stage of the transcendent realm, the power of the pill had also been consumed. After refining and absorbing the hundreds of blood beads, Chenzong's vitality had become more vigorous, and his dragon power had also increased. His body refining cultivation had also broken through to the late fifth layer dragon force realm, and the purple cloud black star flame had merged with his dragon power. Otherwise, the hundreds of blood beads would have been enough to raise his dragon power to the sixth layer. However, because he still needed to raise the purple cloud black star flame, his dragon power had only reached the late fifth layer. With my current strength, ordinary sixth layer heavenly profound realm cultivators are no match for me. As for seventh layer heavenly profound realm cultivators, Chenzong couldn't help but think. In theory, a seventh layer heavenly profound realm cultivator in the blue wave world was equivalent to an early ninth layer transcendent realm cultivator in the Lingwu holy world. However, due to the difference in cultivation methods and martial arts, an early ninth layer transcendent realm cultivator in the Lingwu holy world was definitely stronger than a seventh layer heavenly profound realm cultivator in the blue wave world. In other words, an ordinary seventh layer heavenly profound realm cultivator in the blue wave world might not be his opponent. However, he still needed to fight a seventh layer heavenly profound realm cultivator to find out. However, Chenzong was confident that even if he couldn't defeat them, he could definitely contend with them. Chenzong came out of his closed-door cultivation. It would be difficult for him to improve anything else in a short period of time. Right now, eldest senior brother is guarding the border of the ultimate martial continent against the devil race army, while second senior brother and senior brother Yu Xianxia are staying in the Taiyuan continent to pursue the devil Dao forces. Chenzong pondered. Since he had returned to the Taiyuan heavenly sect, he would not stay in the sect. Let's look for second senior brother first and see if he knows the whereabouts of the antidote. If he doesn't, we'll look for eldest senior brother. Chenzong quickly organized his thoughts. Whether it was himself, eldest senior brother and second senior brother, they were all working hard on the matter of the antidote for the demonic poison. He didn't know if they had made any progress. Chenzong immediately headed to Elder Song Xian's residence to ask him where his second senior brother Feng Shigui was. Elder Song Xian didn't ask any questions and immediately told Chenzong where Feng Shigui was. The Taiyuan continent was not small. Led by the Taiyuan heavenly sect, there were many first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate forces. For example, the Blazing Sword sect was a powerful force second only to the Taiyuan heavenly sect. To a certain extent, the Taiyuan continent belonged to the Taiyuan heavenly sect, but the other forces also had a share because they had taken root here, multiplied, and continued to develop and pass on their legacies. The Taiyuan continent was the foundation of the various forces. Since it was the foundation of the various forces, they naturally wouldn't allow the demonic path forces to cause chaos. Therefore, with the Taiyuan heavenly sect as the leader, the disciples and even elders of the various forces were dispatched to form the Dao Defender Alliance, which was distributed in the various cities of the Taiyuan continent to monitor the situation at all times. Once they found something suspicious, they would immediately investigate. If it was related to the demonic path, they would resolutely attack without mercy. It was also because of the existence of the Dao Defender Alliance that the demonic path forces in the Taiyuan continent didn't dare to show their faces for fear of being annihilated. But just because they didn't dare to show their faces didn't mean they didn't exist. There were always some demonic path experts who thought they were very powerful and wouldn't be discovered and killed, or who couldn't bear the loneliness and would occasionally take action. After all, the demonic path's cultivation was very strange. Most of them relied on external forces and were very evil. If one relied on their own bitter cultivation, it would be very difficult to achieve anything. Their cultivation would be very slow, or even impossible. But if they could use some methods, their cultivation speed would be very fast and their strength would be shocking. One was fast, one was slow, and the other was no progress at all. How would the demonic path cultivators choose? Clearly, the majority of demonic path cultivators would choose the former and take the risk. They felt that as long as they were careful enough, they could avoid the Dao Defender Alliance's investigation. On the other hand, the majority of demonic path cultivators had rather extreme temperaments. They could hide for a while, but they wouldn't hide forever. They would always find an opportunity to come out and kill people and commit arson. Grand Truth City. This was one of the many cities in the Taiyuan continent and one of the cities guarded by the Tao Defender Alliance. There was a Tao Defender Tower in Grand Truth City, and it was a branch of the Tao Defender Alliance. A figure hurriedly entered the Tao Defender Tower from outside. The long-haired Fengshe Gui immediately asked, "Junior brother Yu, what is the situation?" Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said in a harsh tone, "Senior brother Feng, I'm certain that it was done by the demonic path. Let's go." Fengshe Gui was even more direct as he left the Tao Defender Tower with a group of senior and junior brothers. In order to better eradicate the demonic path, every branch of the Tao Defender Alliance was made up of disciples and elders from the same sect. This way, they were more familiar with each other and could work together better. Almost everyone in the Tao Defender Tower was from the Taiyuan Sky sect. There were 7 people with Fengshe Gui in the lead, all of them emanating the aura of the Earth Spirit realm. The 7 of them quickly left the Tao Defender Tower and headed west. Grand Truth City was very large, and things that happened in the corners were very well hidden. If one didn't purposefully investigate, they wouldn't know what was going on. But since the Tao Defender Tower was here, they naturally wouldn't let anything slip by. Therefore, Xianxia had found traces of the demonic path in the west. With the Tao Defender Alliance's attitude towards the demonic path, they would pursue them to the end without mercy. They would kill without mercy and nip all demonic path factions in the bud. They wouldn't allow them to rise and maintain the stability of the Taiyuan continent. Only then would the Taiyuan continent not be attacked by the demonic path from the inside and outside. Which of the continents occupied by the demonic path hadn't fallen into chaos from the inside? The demonic army had invaded and broken through, finally falling into the claws of the demonic path. Only by maintaining internal stability would they be able to better resist the invasion of the demonic path. Under Fengshe Gui's lead, the 7 of them quickly made their way to a small alley in the west of the city. Their expressions immediately turned grave, because they could feel traces of a sinister aura lingering in the alley. It was a very evil aura. It really is the aura of the demonic path. Fengshe Gui's expression was frosty as his eyes shone with a frightening light. Senior brother Feng, this aura should belong to a demonic path expert who cultivates the Yin demon methods. They should be from the Yin demon school. A long-faced man spoke with great certainty after carefully identifying the aura. After pursuing the demonic path factions many times, they all possessed extraordinary abilities and rich experience. They all had their own strengths. How is their cultivation? Fengshe Gui asked. This long-faced man was from the Tao Guard Tower in Dezhen City and was quite adept at distinguishing auras. Their cultivation should be between the 3rd and 6th level of the Earth Spirit realm. There are 2 of them, one stronger than the other weaker. The long-faced man spoke after carefully identifying the aura. Although he was adept at distinguishing auras, it wasn't an easy task to determine cultivation through the lingering aura. He couldn't be very precise and could only give a rough estimate. Between the 3rd and 6th level of the Earth Spirit realm. The light in Fengshe Gui's eyes grew brighter. His cultivation was now at the 7th level of the Earth Spirit realm. Even if the 2 demonic path cultivators were both at the 6th level of the Earth Spirit realm, they still wouldn't be his match. Not to mention that he had 6 junior brothers who weren't weak either. Junior brother Lin, can you find the whereabouts of the 2 demonic path experts through the lingering aura? Fengshe Gui asked again. Please wait a moment, senior brother Feng. The long-faced man's face was solemn after he finished speaking. He focused all of his attention on observing and sensing with all of his might. After about 7 minutes, the long-faced man strode forward with Fengshe Gui and the others immediately following. With the long-faced man's ability to track auras, Fengshe Gui and the others had killed quite a few demonic path experts. The long-faced man followed the lingering auras and walked further and further into the wilderness. He gradually came to a section of the city wall and was blocked by it. Senior brother Feng, it looks like the 2 demonic path experts have left the city. The long-faced man's eyes shone brightly as if he could see through the city wall. After them. Fengshe Gui didn't hesitate at all. The 7 of them immediately crossed the city wall and continued their pursuit. The 7 of them quickly left Dezhen City and continued forward into the forest. Stop. Feng Shigui suddenly paused and called out at the same time, his expression grave, not long after they'd entered the forest. Senior brother Feng, what is it? The others all asked. Do you all feel that something is off? Feng Shigui's expression was grave as his eyes focused and a sharp light swept across them like lightning. Senior brother Feng, are you saying that this is a trap set by the demonic path? Xianxia's thoughts raced as he spoke immediately. That's right. This feeling has become more and more obvious after we've left the city. Feng Shigui admitted quite directly. Junior brothers, it's best that we withdraw from this forest first. Just as Feng Shigui's words were spoken and the group was about to move, waves of cold, sinister air swiftly spread out from all directions. Layers of shadows suddenly appeared and surrounded the group. Ha 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 ha, you're worthy of being a disciple of the Sky Peak sect. You've discovered that something is wrong so quickly, but it's too late. Eerie laughter rang out like an owl's, sending chills down one's spine. Figures dressed in long black robes appeared all around them, as if they'd become one with the shadows of the forest. They gave off a fleeting and unreal feeling, as if they were illusions. Rats of the Shadow Demon sect. Feng Shigui's mouth quirked up in a cold smile. You dare show yourselves? You're too naive if you think you can take us on with just a few rats. A 6th-level Earth Spirit Realm disciple's face was filled with killing intent as his voice was as cold as the edge of a blade. Although the 5 Shadow Demon sect disciples who'd formed an encirclement gave off strong auras, they didn't exceed the 7th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. They were 6th level at most. It would be quite difficult for them to take on Feng Shigui's group of 7. When the ancient voice sounded, gusts of sinister wind seemed to appear out of thin air, blowing over with a whooshing sound. The tens of thousands of tree branches in the surroundings swayed and rustled, making one's hair stand on end. Feng Shigui and the others' expressions changed as well, becoming incomparably solemn. An expert, this was a demonic expert, even stronger than the 5 around them. An expert that made even Feng Shigui feel pressured. 4th Elder, you've come. The 5 Shadow Demon sect members all bowed in one direction. The grass and trees parted as a shadow appeared, as light as a feather. It didn't seem to be walking, but rather had left the ground and floated over. It was also a person shrouded in a long robe. His features couldn't be seen clearly, but judging from his voice, he shouldn't be young. The aura emanating from this figure was very strong and sinister. 8th level Earth Spirit Realm. Feng Shigui's expression grew more and more serious. Under normal circumstances, demonic cultivators were often a bit stronger than righteous cultivators of the same level, because their methods and martial arts were often quite extreme. Therefore, an 8th level Earth Spirit Realm expert of the Shadow Demon School would be stronger than an ordinary 8th level Earth Spirit Realm expert. Feng Shigui was now at the initial 7th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. As a genius himself, it was easy for him to challenge those of a higher level. However, it was quite a bit of pressure for him to face off against an 8th level Earth Spirit Realm expert. Junior brothers, I'll hold off the 4th Elder. You kill the other 5 as quickly as possible and then come help me. Feng Shigui immediately sent a message to the other 6. Alright, Senior Brother Feng. Everyone responded immediately. His long sword was unsheathed as sword light flashed, tearing through the air as it shot mercilessly towards the 4th Elder. At the same time, Xianxia's long sword was unsheathed as the light from the blade flashed through the air, attacking one of the Shadow Demon sect members. The other 5 Sky Peak sect members also made their moves, showing no mercy. Stubborn fools. The 4th Elder of the Shadow Demon sect roared angrily as a sinister aura billowed out like a gale, uprooting all the trees in the surroundings. It was incomparably terrifying. His hands, which were hidden under the wide sleeves of his black robe, also reached out in an instant. They were withered like ghost claws, and dark chi surrounded them. They were as sharp as blades, and with incomparable viciousness, they grabbed at Feng Shigui. Feng Shigui could feel the strength of his opponent as soon as they exchanged blows. He wasn't someone an ordinary 8th level Earth Spirit Realm expert could compare to. With a sword in his hand, Feng Shigui exerted all of his strength. The sword light was like a rainstorm falling from the sky. Every sword was incomparably sharp. It stabbed crazily, but it was all blocked by the ghost claws of the fourth elder of the Shadow Demon School. Claw shadows filled the sky and attacked from all directions. The yin qi was chilling and the baleful aura was shocking. It tore the sky apart like a ghastly purgatory and covered Shirgui. The cold baleful aura kept attacking his body. Feng Shirgui felt a chill invade his body, interfering with the circulation of his spirit qi. Even his qi and blood were affected. His skin was slightly numb. Feng Shirgui's expression was solemn as his features were grave. He circulated his spirit qi with all of his spirit qi, trying his best to defend against the invasion of the yin qi. However, the difference in cultivation level still affected his strength slightly. Although it was very slight, it was obvious in a fight between experts. After shattering the sword light, a claw viciously clawed at Feng Shirgui's body. Even though Feng Shirgui tried his best to defend, he was still hit and flew backwards. The protective spirit qi and inner armor on his body were all torn apart, leaving behind 3 claw marks. The claw marks were dark and emitted traces of yin qi. They kept invading Feng Shirgui's body, causing a faint trace of darkness to appear on his face. Die. The Shadow Demon School's fourth elder injured Feng Shirgui with his claw and shot out explosively. Like a yin demon emerging from closed-door cultivation, his claws were suffused with a dark aura. They were extremely cold as they clawed at Feng Shirgui mercilessly. He would tear Feng Shirgui's body apart in the next breath. Universe Sword. Feng Shirgui forcefully suppressed the yin qi within his body and roared out violently. His spirit qi exploded forth in an instant as the long sword in front of him flashed with incomparably dazzling light, forming an incomparably sturdy defense. This move was purely defensive and possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. Even those who were slightly stronger than Feng Shirgui would find it difficult to break through it. The Universe Sword blocked the Shadow Demon School's elder's killing blow. The sword light shattered and the tyrannical strength sent Feng Shirgui flying backwards. His blood and qi roiled as his organs were impacted. A wave of yin qi invaded his body once again, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood that emanated traces of yin qi. Senior brother Feng Xianxia and the others were greatly alarmed when they saw Feng Shirgui injured again. Their attacks were also affected as they were repelled by the 5 Shadow Demon School experts. These 5 experts weren't weak. The weakest was at the 4th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, while the strongest was at the 6th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. The strongest amongst Xianxia's group was at the 6th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, but there was only one of them. 2 of them were at the 5th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, while the other 3 were at the 4th level. For example, Xianxia was at the 5th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. Originally, Xianxia's cultivation wouldn't have risen so quickly, but the great changes in the Kanglan continent had brought about a great calamity as well as many fortuitous encounters, further stimulating everyone's potential. Moreover, because of Chen Zong, the fortunes of the Remote Sky sect had become exceedingly strong. The disciples of the Remote Sky sect had all received good fortune, increasing their cultivation speed and finding fortuitous encounters more easily. This was especially evident for the disciples who had decent potential to begin with. Perhaps Xianxia's potential couldn't compare to those geniuses, but he was still one of the top geniuses on the Kanglan continent. His own hard work and the great changes brought about by the demon race had caused his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, allowing him to reach the 5th level of the Earth Spirit Realm today. Feng Shirgui had been injured twice. The Shadow Demon School's 4th elder waved his sharp claws, immediately repelling and injuring Xianxia and the others. All 7 of the Remote Sky sect had been injured in an instant, greatly decreasing their strength. Spare their lives and bring them back alive. The Shadow Demon School's 4th elder said darkly. Under his black robe, a pair of cold eyes were extremely ruthless. Make good use of them and let more righteous sects walk right into our trap. Keek, 4th elder is right. Kill more righteous sects and plunge the Remote Sky continent into chaos. When the time comes, it will be easier to welcome the arrival of the ancient Sky Demon Palace. The Shadow Demon School was actually related to the ancient Sky Demon Palace. Many years ago, the remnants of the ancient Sky Demon Palace had left behind some inheritances that had been obtained and established. The ancient Sky Demon Palace was the leader of the demonic sections. Therefore, many demonic sects wanted to join them, and the Shadow Demon School was no exception. Senior brother Feng, you go first. Xianxia transmitted his voice, preparing to block the Shadow Demon School's experts with the other 5 to buy time for Feng Shigui. After all, Feng Shigui's cultivation was the highest, and his strength was the strongest. He had the highest chance of escaping and returning to Grand True City to report the situation. Feng Shigui made a prompt decision, exploding forth with a slash of his sword. A majestic sword chi pierced through the air, attacking the 4th elder of the Shadow Demon School. At the same time, he used his movement technique with all his strength, rapidly retreating. At this time, he had to leave and bring the news back to the Dao Guardian Tower, allowing others to prepare. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would fall into the same trap as this time. However, the 4th elder of the Shadow Demon School seemed to have expected it. His claws tore through the air, directly shattering that majestic sword chi. His figure shot out like an arrow, piercing through the air towards Feng Shigui, blocking his path. This elder advises you to obediently surrender. Perhaps you can still live. After blocking Feng Shigui, the 4th elder of the Shadow Demon School said in a sinister tone, his words filled with pressure and threat. Whether you can live or not is not up to you to decide. Very unexpectedly, a voice rang out. It was calm and indifferent, as if the sky was high and the clouds were far away, startling everyone. Who? The 4th elder of the Shadow Demon School raged. Chi was dense, and wind roared. The other 5 experts of the Shadow Demon School also rapidly looked around, but they didn't discover anything. This voice, it seems a bit familiar. Xianxia was inwardly surprised, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, he quickly searched his memories, but couldn't find it. Feng Shigui and the others were also astonished, but some hope appeared in their hearts. As long as a righteous expert came, the situation would be advantageous to them. A figure descended from the sky, riding on a white cloud. The white cloud disappeared, and the figure also landed. Senior brother Feng, senior brother Yu, long time no see. As soon as the newcomer landed, he smiled at Feng Shigui and Xianxia. You are? Feng Shigui and Xianxia stared at Qianzong in astonishment. Because they found that they didn't know him at all. However, for some reason, they felt that he seemed a little familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before. Back then, when Qianzong entered the Taiyuan Heaven sect, he was already over 20 years old, and his appearance was even more mature than now. Moreover, because he had changed his body, although this body's appearance gradually became closer to his original appearance as time passed, there were still some differences. Those who weren't familiar with Qianzong would have a hard time recognizing him. At most, like Xianxia, they felt that he was a little familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before, but they couldn't remember. Shortly after, Xianxia's eyes widened as he stared at Qianzong. His mouth also opened wide, and he pointed at Qianzong. He wanted to say something, but no matter what, he couldn't because he was too excited. I am Qianzong. Qianzong smiled. You. Xianxia was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself, his whole body trembling. Qianzong. 3rd junior brother. Feng Shigui's eyes also widened, his face full of disbelief. They had also tried to find Qianzong's whereabouts and used all possible forces, but unfortunately, they couldn't find him. It was as if he had disappeared. For a time, they thought that Qianzong was already dead. It wasn't until the ancient demonic palace reappeared and the demonic army came again, that the Kanglan continent fell into the demonic disaster, that they temporarily stopped searching for Qianzong. They didn't expect that Qianzong was still alive. Qin Shidi, leave quickly and go to the Dao Guard Tower in Dijin City. Tell the elders what happened here, junior brother Feng said immediately. In Feng Shigui's opinion, although Qianzong's talent was outstanding, his cultivation time wasn't as long as his. He might not be a match for the 4th elder of the Shadow Demon sect. Just now, Qianzong came here by riding on a white cloud, which meant that Qianzong had a flying treasure. Taking advantage of this opportunity to leave this place, the chances of him escaping were very high. Escape? You are dreaming. The 4th elder of the Shadow Demon sect laughed strangely, his killing intent cold. For safety's sake, the 4th elder personally made a move. His figure shot out like an arrow leaving the bow, incredibly fast. It was only after his figure had crossed several hundred meters that an extremely sharp wind-splitting sound rang out. An extremely cold chill blew like a gale, battering Chenzong's body. However, this kind of chill had no effect on Chenzong at all. When the fourth elder's claw tore through the air, carrying the intent to kill as it clawed towards Chenzong, a flash of sword light as bright and cold as snow tore through the air. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes, not daring to look at it directly for fear of being blinded. When the sword light appeared, it was as if the sun was in the sky, melting the ice and snow, leaving nothing to hide. The cold aura was torn apart as the claw in the air was also destroyed in an instant. The sword light was unstoppable as it cut through the body of the fourth elder. The sword was so fast that the fourth elder didn't even feel it when he was cut open. The sword light exploded in that instant, splitting into 5 streaks as they tore through the air like flying swords. At the same time, they pierced through the foreheads of the other 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts, killing them instantly. When Fengshe, Gui Xianxia and the others opened their eyes, they saw a scene that shocked them to the core. 6 experts of the Shadow Demon School, one of whom was even at the 8th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, had all been killed. The elder in particular had been split open from head to toe, dying a horrible death. Qin Shidi, you killed them. Yu Jingxiao stuttered. It wasn't that Chenzong couldn't be killed. He could be killed, and it was well done. It was just that it was too shocking and hard to believe. Fengshe Gui also found it hard to believe. This third junior brother's strength was just too strong. With a thought, Chenzong collected all the storage rings of the 6 Shadow Demon School's experts, then turned to the Extreme Yuan Heaven Sect's disciples with a faint smile and said, "Senior brothers, how should we deal with this matter?" After all, Chenzong had just arrived and didn't know the specifics of the situation. Fengshe Gui and the others clearly knew what would happen after killing these demonic cultivators. Third junior brother, by killing people from the Devil Dao, you can accumulate devil-slaying merit points in the Dao Defense Alliance. You can exchange them there. Fengshe Gui explained, but junior apprentice brother still hasn't registered with the Dao Defender Alliance. You can keep the contribution points from killing these 6 Shadow Devil Gate experts and transfer them to junior apprentice brother when the time comes. Okay. Chenzong had no objections. He didn't care much about the contribution points anyway. After all, the cultivation of the Lingwu sacred world far surpassed that of the Kanglin world. Similarly, the treasures of the Lingwu sacred world were not something that the Kanglin world could compare to. Therefore, Chenzong felt that there might not be anything in the Kanglin world that could catch his attention. If there was anything that he truly needed, it would be spirit stones. Spirit stones could restore the power of the Heartsword seal and allow him to return to the Lingwu sacred world. In addition, there were also pills or elixirs that could increase his cultivation. But at his cultivation level, it wasn't easy to rely on external items to increase his cultivation, even in the Lingwu sacred world, let alone in the Kanglin world. After dealing with these matters, Fengshe Gui led the group back to the Dao Defender Tower in Dijin City. Along the way, Yu Jingxiao was naturally very curious about Chenzong's whereabouts. Chenzong repeated what he had told Elder Xianxia, but it didn't arouse any suspicion because it wasn't impossible. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't find any news about you all these years. Yu Jingxiao sighed, a little envious of Chenzong's luck. His cultivation had increased, his strength had increased, and even his appearance had become much younger. Of course, the latter wasn't the main point. The main point was the former. Fengshe Gui couldn't help but ask, "Third junior brother, what's your current cultivation?" Back then, Chenzong's cultivation was far inferior to his. But now, it seemed that Chenzong's cultivation was higher than his, and not just by a little bit. Second senior brother, my cultivation is now at the 2nd layer of the Heavenly Profound stage, and I'm about to break through to the 3rd layer. Chenzong smiled. Gasps sounded one after another as the 7 Taiyuan Heaven Sect disciples stared at Chenzong in shock and disbelief. If Chenzong said that his cultivation was at the 9th layer of the Earth Spirit stage, everyone would be shocked, but they would still find it acceptable. After all, the Earth Spirit stage was the same level as them. But the Heavenly Profound stage and the Earth Spirit stage were 2 different concepts, and belonged to the gap between 2 great realms. Since ancient times, how many experts had been stuck at the limit of the 9th layer of the Earth Spirit stage, unable to break through until they died of old age and regretted it for the rest of their lives. Although they were all geniuses of the Taiyuan Heaven sect and were confident that they could break through to the heavenly profound stage, it would take many years. Even Feng Shigui, who had the highest cultivation, believed that it would take at least 20 years or even 100 years to break through to the heavenly profound stage. But Chen Zong had already left them far behind, and had become a heavenly profound expert. Moreover, he wasn't at the first layer of the heavenly profound stage, but the second layer, and was about to break through to the third layer. After all, Chen Zong was younger than them. The seven looked at Chen Zong as if they were looking at a giant monster, and they were extremely shocked. After a while, the seven gradually came to their senses, but the shock in their hearts still existed, and it was like a surging tide. Third junior brother. Feng Shigui didn't know what to say. Second senior brother, I've come to ask you if you have any news about the antidote to the demonic poison? Chen Zong asked in a serious voice, and revealed his purpose. The antidote to the demonic poison. Feng Shigui's face darkened slightly, and he frowned. Then, he shook his head helplessly. I've been searching for it for many years, but I still haven't found it. It's too difficult. Hearing Feng Shigui's words, Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he wasn't too disappointed. Third junior brother, come with me to the Path Guardian Tower first, and we can catch up, Feng Shigui said. It's not easy to find the antidote to the demonic poison, so we don't lack time. Okay. Chen Zong's thoughts turned. The antidote to the demonic poison was indeed difficult to find. Otherwise, Feng Shigui wouldn't have worked so hard for so many years. Without any results. Therefore, a little bit of time was indeed not a problem. After waking up from the shock brought about by Chen Zong's cultivation, everyone became even more friendly. Chen Zong didn't put on any airs. In fact, Chen Zong never put on airs. Usually, if you treat me with sincerity, I'll treat you with sincerity. But if you treat me as an enemy, I won't be merciful. Chen Zong also learned about the current situation of the Path Guardian Alliance, Grand Truth City, and the situation of the demonic forces in the Taiyuan continent. According to what we know, the master of the Shadow Demon School is a profound sky expert, and the great elder of the Shadow Demon School is also a profound sky expert, Xianxia said. However, the Path Guardian Tower in Grand Truth City has a profound sky elder of our Taiyuan heavenly sect overseeing it. The people of the Shadow Demon School don't dare to appear openly. Chen Zong nodded. Although the demonic forces had recovered because of the ancient Heaven Devil Palace, it hadn't been long enough. The demonic forces weren't strong enough, especially in a place like the Taiyuan continent where there were peak forces overseeing it. It was even more difficult for the demonic forces to appear. They could only move in the dark like rats, waiting for an opportunity to cause some destruction and trouble. But this was only temporary. The Path Guardian Alliance always felt that the demonic forces were planning something. When the time came, they would completely erupt. At that time, it might be the time for the righteous and demonic forces to fight. When Chen Zong and the others returned to Grand Truth City's Path Guardian Tower, waves of cold wind blew in the forest outside Grand Truth City. The wind swept through, causing the uncle to sway as if he was about to be uprooted. It was as if a storm was approaching. It was incomparably terrifying. Shortly after, two black shadows silently descended from the sky. They were two people wearing black robes. Under the cover of the black robes, their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. They're all dead. A somewhat old voice rang out, bringing with it traces of coldness that spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by more than 10 degrees. It's a sword wound, killed with a single sword strike. The other voice was slightly younger, but it was very obscure. It sounded like metal scraping against each other, making people feel that it was very ear-piercing. The attacker is very strong, at least at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. He should be a 9th level Earth Spirit Realm genius from the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. The old voice rang out again. A 9th level Earth Spirit Realm genius from the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect? The slightly younger voice seemed to be deliberating. According to normal logic, their analysis wasn't wrong. After all, the 6 experts of the Shadow Demon School were only in the Earth Spirit Realm. Under normal circumstances, Sky Profound Realm experts wouldn't casually attack them. Moreover, these people weren't stupid. They wouldn't provoke a Sky Profound Realm expert unless they were extremely unlucky. These two people were the Shadow Demon School's master and great elder. They were both in the Sky Profound Realm and were experts of the demonic path. Looks like the plan to destroy the Dao Guard Tower in Dezhen City won't go so smoothly. The old voice of the Shadow Demon School's great elder rang out again. No worries. I've already contacted an expert from the Shadow Demon Flag of the Ancient Demon Palace. He'll be here in a few days. When the time comes, that expert will lead us to attack Dezhen City and destroy the Dao Guard Tower in one fell swoop. The Shadow Demon School's master's voice became colder and colder, filled with killing intent. We should make more preparations. The Shadow Demon School's great elder said. Only by being fully prepared could the plan go smoothly and prevent any accidents from happening. Yes. Other than that expert from the Shadow Demon Flag, I've also contacted the Blood Demon School's master. When the time comes, they'll also come and join us to attack Dezhen City. After that, we'll destroy the Dao Guard Towers in the other cities step by step and the so-called Dao Defender Alliance to welcome the arrival of the Ancient Demon Palace. The Shadow Demon School's master's voice became colder and colder, and the surrounding temperature dropped even more. Good. Since Master has already made the plan, this elder will wait for the arrival of all the experts. Then, we'll move out in one fell swoop. While speaking, the Shadow Demon School's great elder let out a sinister laugh. After that, the great elder of the Shadow Demon School waved his hand. A row of jet black flames surged out, sweeping over the 6 corpses on the ground in an instant. This was the Een flame. The 6 corpses were immediately set ablaze, burning fiercely. However, there was no sound. Not long after, the 6 corpses were completely burned into ashes by the Een flame, completely disappearing. After doing all this, the Shadow Demon School's great elder and the Shadow Demon School's master once again soared into the sky. Without making any sound, they streaked across the sky like owls and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The strongest person in Dezhen City's Dao Guardian Tower was an elder of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. He had a powerful cultivation of the 3rd tier of the Profound Heavens realm and his surname was Li. Good, Green Feather Mountain has a successor. Elder Li laughed heartily and was very happy. The other elders of the Profound Heavens realm were the same. The price that the Lord of Green Feather Mountain paid was not in vain. With you here, Green Feather Mountain may replace Tianyuan Mountain as the first mountain of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, Elder Li said with a smile. Elder Li, you flatter me, Chenzong said modestly. In terms of seniority, Chenzong was not as good as Elder Li. After all, Elder Li and the Lord of Green Feather Mountain were of the same generation. However, Chenzong was now an elder of Green Feather Mountain and was recognized by the entire sect. In addition to his peerless talent, his status was not inferior to Elder Li's at all. Even though the conversation between the elders was just idle chatter, it was not something that disciples could casually interrupt. Feng Shirgui and the others all sat quietly to the side. However, they were still very shocked. They were shocked by Chenzong's cultivation and strength, and by Chenzong's current status. A disciple and an elder were 2 completely different levels of status. Of course, there were some genius disciples whose status was comparable to or even higher than some elders. However, for a peerless genius like Chenzong to become an elder, his status was incomparable. Chenzong did not find out about the antidote to the demonic poison from Feng Shirgui. However, he did not leave immediately and planned to stay here for a while. After all, he had not seen Yu Xiao, the senior brother who had brought him into the Taiyuan Heaven sect, for many years. He missed him a little. Moreover, his cultivation had improved greatly and his strength was much stronger than before. Yu Xiao could not compare to him in any aspect. Therefore, it was necessary to give Yu Xiao some guidance indirectly. The cultivation methods and martial arts of the Lingwu Holy World were much better than those of the Tsanglan world in terms of level. They were essentially superior. It was as if Chenzong was standing on the shoulders of giants overlooking Yu Xiao and the others. Under his guidance, Yu Xiao, Feng Shirgui, and the others were all geniuses. They absorbed Chenzong's guidance and turned it into their own. Although their cultivation didn't improve much, their spiritual energy became purer, and their martial arts attainments improved further. 3 days passed in a row. In addition to the necessary cultivation, the people of the Dao Guardian Tower also patrolled around Grand True City to see if there were any traces of the demon Dao. However, it was a pity that he didn't notice it at all. It was different from usual. The entire Dijin city was in a very peaceful atmosphere, just like when the demonic forces had yet to recover. A storm is coming. Elderly sighed, his eyes sparkling. After living for so many years and experiencing so many things, how could he not feel that something was wrong with Dijin city? The demonic forces might be brewing some conspiracy. Elder Ming, who was at the second level of the Sky Profound Realm, said with certainty. His eyes sparkled with wisdom. Those who could cultivate to the Sky Profound Realm were no fools. Otherwise, they would have died a long time ago. I don't care what kind of conspiracy it is. As long as those rats dare to show up, I will crush them all. A tall and sturdy elder with thick palms had murderous intent in his eyes. He laughed and grabbed the air with his thick palms as if he was going to crush something. It made an ear-piercing sound of air exploding. It was very frightening. This elder was also at the second level of the Sky Profound Realm. His surname was Zhong. He was different from Elder Ming in terms of wisdom and rationality. He advocated using violence to curb violence. His martial arts were all focused on his hands, which were like bear paws. They had terrifying power. Therefore, he was also called the Giant Hand Elder. Don't be careless. Increase your vigilance. Elderly said. 2 days later, Qinzong and the others felt that Dijin city had become more peaceful. It was so peaceful that it was somewhat quiet, which made them feel a little uneasy. It's time for the wind to blow. Qinzong whispered as he stood in front of the window on the top floor of the Dao Guardian Tower and looked out at the blue sky. These days, Dijin city had been very peaceful, so peaceful that Qinzong had a bad feeling. One had to know that Qinzong's soul sense was already stronger than that of an ordinary peak 9th level transcendent realm cultivator. After his soul liquefied, his soul sense had undergone a transformation, becoming stronger and more sensitive to the outside world. This was another reason why Qinzong had stayed behind for the time being. He estimated that something would happen in the next 1 or 2 days, and it would not be a small one. Night fell. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Most of the lights in Dijin city were extinguished, plunging the city into darkness. Most people had fallen into a deep sleep. Outside Dijin city, a gust of cold wind blew through the air. Accompanied by the cold wind, black shadows flew out of the forest as if they were weightless. 1, 2, 3, there were a total of 130 figures, each of them exuding a tyrannical aura. 100 of them were extreme mortal realm experts, at least at the 4th layer of the extreme mortal realm. 30 of them were earthly spirit realm experts, with the weakest at the 3rd layer of the earthly spirit realm and the strongest at the 9th layer of the earthly spirit realm. A cold and gloomy aura filled the air. Then, 2 silhouettes silently flew down from the sky and landed quickly. Greetings, Sect Master, Great Elder. The 30 figures saluted. The newcomers were the Sect Master and Great Elder of the Shadow Demon School. One of them was at the 1st layer of the Sky Profound Realm, while the other was at the 2nd layer of the Sky Profound Realm. The Sect Master and Great Elder of the Shadow Demon School didn't pay any attention to the experts of the Shadow Demon School. After landing, they quickly turned to the side and bowed, "Greetings, Lord Demon Generals." All of a sudden, the chilly wind became stronger. A gust of wind blew, making whistling sounds. A black cloud, accompanied by the chilly wind, quickly drifted over from afar. An astonishing cold pressure covered the sky and covered the earth, making the bodies of the experts of the Shadow Demon School sink, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. The Great Elder and Sect Master of the Shadow Demon School bowed and didn't stand up. The black cloud drifted closer, and a figure could be seen in the middle. He was wearing a black battle robe, and behind him was a long black cloak. The black cloud was brought about by the cloak. Demon General, he was one of the 13 demon flags of the ancient Heaven Devil Palace, the Shadow Demon Flag. The ancient Heaven Devil Palace's strategy was to first disrupt the continents from the inside. The method was naturally to let the experts of the ancient Heaven Devil Palace take action and integrate the forces of the demon Dao in the various continents, creating chaos and massacres. It would be easier for the demon army to invade. Now, the ancient desolate continent had already fallen into chaos, and the Hanli continent was also on the verge of chaos. The demon Dao forces in the Taiyuan continent couldn't appear because the Taiyuan continent's forces were too strong, and the demon Dao forces were too weak. If it was possible, the ancient Heaven Devil Palace would naturally send more experts over. However, it wouldn't be easy. The sect of the Taiyuan continent wouldn't let things go so easily. The more people there were, the harder it would be to act. Hence, this time only a demon general of the Shadow Demon flag came. They would first integrate some demon Dao forces and create destruction in small areas, then slowly expand the war results. It could be considered as a vanguard and a probe. Dispense with the formalities. That demon general spoke. His voice was cryptic and gloomy, causing the experts of the Shadow Demon sect to feel their hearts sink. They felt as though they had fallen into a cold abyss. Now, follow me into the city and kill until the heavens and earth are turned upside down. The moment the demon general of the Shadow Demon flag finished speaking, he soared into the air again, transforming into a dark cloud. He brought along a torrential killing intent as he rushed towards the Grand True City. Let's go. The Shadow Demon sect leader and Grand Elder spoke in unison as they moved swiftly. The experts of the Shadow Demon sect immediately rushed towards the Grand True City. Their killing intent surged out uncontrollably from their bodies, along with the chilling aura. With over 130 people moving together, their might was shocking. Everywhere they passed, the chilling wind would surge, and not a single blade of grass would survive. The Dao Guardian Tower was located at the northern corner of the Grand True City. The experts of the Shadow Demon sect followed the demon general of the Shadow Demon flag as they rapidly flew towards the Dao Guardian Tower. Their killing intent and chilling aura were not concealed at all. They are here. Elder Li's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, emitting a shocking cold light. It was as if he could see through the wall as he looked into the distance. Everyone, listen to my order. Get ready for battle. In the past 5 days, the Grand True City had been abnormally peaceful. It had already alerted Elder Li and the others. They had been waiting and preparing for battle at all times. Now, the wind was blowing. From several thousand meters away, the demon general of the Shadow Demon flag made a grabbing motion with his right hand. A black light shot out from his storage ring. It was a pitch-black machete. The tip of the machete was extremely cold. As soon as it appeared, the air in the surroundings seemed to be frozen. The demon general waved his machete. The pitch-black machete emitted a shocking black light. The chilling aura surged and fluctuated. A 10-meter-long black machete light tore through the vast sky, carrying an extremely terrifying power. It attacked the Dao Guardian Tower as if it could split a mountain. If it was hit directly, the Dao Guardian Tower would be split in half in an instant. In that moment of danger, Elder Li's figure flashed and appeared outside the tower. He stood in the air as a tiger-headed machete appeared in his hand. He raised it up high and gripped the hilt with both of his hands. A powerful energy surged and poured into the machete. The tiger pattern on the machete lit up as if a fierce tiger had jumped out. Chop, the machete light was shocking as it condensed into an extremely ferocious huge tiger. It rushed out in the air. The tiger-shaped machete light and the pitch-black machete light clashed in an instant. The terrifying power exploded in an instant, spreading out in all directions. The shocking power was like a sharp blade that tore through the vast sky. It covered the entire area and shattered the vast ground below into ruins. Not bad. You can actually block my first attack. The Shadow Demon flag general's cryptic voice sounded. It was extremely evil, as if it came from all directions. Then, he waved the machete in his hand again. The pitch-black light spread out. As it breathed in and out, it crossed dozens of meters in the air. It violently fluctuated as it slashed out again. This time, it was completely different from the first attack. It was not a machete light, but a black wave. The waves rose and fell one after another. Each black wave was formed by countless machete lights. It was extremely terrifying. Facing this attack, Elder Li's face became serious. He could not help but become serious because he realized that this attack was extremely powerful. He did not have the confidence to block it. However, he could not retreat. Behind him was the Dao Guardian Tower. It was not a treasure, but it was a symbol. Moreover, there were many people inside the tower. The peerless genius of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, Qianzong, was among them. If he was hit by this attack, not only would the Tao Guardian Tower be cut into pieces, but the people inside would also die. As a result, he could not retreat. Since he could not retreat, he could only rely on his own strength and ability to block the attack. Moreover, he had to block it. Only then would he be able to protect the Tao Guard Tower and the juniors of the Supreme Yuan Heavenly Sect. He would fight to live from the brink of death. His spirit energy instantly erupted from his body and poured into the machete. Then, an extremely violent roar rang out. It was like a tiger roaring in the forest. Under the night sky, it constantly fluctuated. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. With a boom, the black wave-like saber light chopped down on Elder Li's large saber. The tiger-shaped saber light paused for a moment before it was defeated in a stalemate. Elder Li's expression changed greatly, but he didn't dare to retreat. He braced himself and unleashed all of his strength, trying his best to defend against this terrifying blade. He was forced to retreat continuously, feeling as if the blade in his hand was about to fly out. His chi and blood surged, and his spiritual energy shook. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew backwards, crashing into the Tao Guard Tower. From the moment Elder Li appeared to the moment he was sent flying, it was actually a very short time. Elder Ming and Giant Hand Zhong Chonglao appeared at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, holding Elder Li's body. They only felt a powerful force pulling them back continuously. Fortunately, they used all of their strength to stop their bodies from crashing into the Tao Guard Tower. The three of them looked very serious. Fourth level of the Sky Profound Realm. Elder Li's heart sank. The difference between the third and fourth level of the Sky Profound Realm wasn't small. One person was enough to suppress the three of them. Elder Li and the others had guessed that the recent peace was due to undercurrents, but they never thought that the demonic faction would have such an expert appear. According to their information, the strongest expert of the Shadow Demon School who was wreaking havoc in the Dezhen City area was at the second level of the Sky Profound Realm. There were 3 people in the Dezhen City's Tao Guard Tower who could deal with him, so they weren't afraid at all. However, the current situation was unexpected. A 4th-level Sky Profound Realm demonic expert was undoubtedly very strong. The 3 of us will hold him back. Let the disciples retreat first. Elder Ming said seriously. Against a 4th-level Sky Profound Realm Devil Dao expert, if the 3 of them worked together, they would be able to stall him for a while, but they would not be able to kill him. The other 2 Sky Profound Realm experts in the Tao Guardian Tower were at the 1st level. The current situation was that a 4th-level Sky Profound Realm demonic Tao practitioner had come to attack, and the 2 Sky Profound Realm practitioners from the Shadow Demon School had also appeared afterwards. They'd even brought a few dozen Earth Spirit Realm practitioners with them. This was extremely disadvantageous for the Tao Guard Tower. Where there's life, there's hope. At this moment, they had forgotten the fact that Qianzong was also in the 2nd level of the Sky Profound Realm. After all, Qianzong hadn't fought in front of them, and they hadn't known each other for long. Members of the Shadow Devil School, listen to my orders. Kill without mercy. The Shadow Devil School's master's gloomy and cryptic voice rang out, filled with astonishing killing intent. Kill. More than 130 Extreme Realm and Spiritual Realm experts of the Shadow Demon School roared one after another. Their killing intent shook the heavens. They transformed into a gust of night wind and swept across. Kill. Another battle cry came from the Tao Guardian Tower. It was the disciples of the remote Yuan Heavenly Sect. The Extreme Mortal Realm, Earth Spirit Realm, and 2 1st-level Sky Profound Realm elders all rushed out. Extreme Mortal Realm against Extreme Mortal Realm, Earth Spirit Realm against Earth Spirit Realm, Profound Sky Realm against Profound Sky Realm. Kill, Fengshe, Gue Jingxiao, and the others all went to find the Earth Spirit Realm experts of the Shadow Devil School. However, they didn't bite off more than they could chew. Instead, they looked for people they could deal with. For a moment, with the Tao Guardian Tower as the center, the righteous and demonic sects were in a chaotic battle. Frightening energy blasted out in all directions, wantonly destroying everything. Fortunately, the area around the Tao Guardian Tower was empty. Thus, they were able to cause even more damage. However, the moment the battle started, it had already alerted the entire Dezheng city. Especially the people around the Dao Guardian Tower, who were the first to feel it. One by one, they woke up from their sleep. Their faces were deathly pale as they scrambled to escape, fearing that they would be affected. If they were affected and died in this kind of fierce battle, there would be no way to redress their grievances. Elder Li, Elder Ming, and Zhong Lao worked together and used all their strength to stall the Shadow Devil Flag's 4th-level Sky Profound Realm expert. It was extremely difficult, and they didn't know how long they could last. The other 2 elders were facing off against the Shadow Devil School's Master and Great Elder. However, the 2 elders of the Dao Guardian Tower were both at the 1st level of the Sky Profound Realm. One-on-one, they could fight against the Great Elder of the Shadow Devil School, but they couldn't defeat the Shadow Devil Sect's Master, who was at the 2nd level of the Sky Profound Realm. Die. An obscure voice seemed to resound from all directions, entering the elder's ears. That elder's complexion suddenly changed. He couldn't tell where the voice came from. He only felt a chilly wind assaulting him, and his entire body felt cold. Shortly after, silhouettes appeared one after another. They were like layers upon layers of ghostly shadows, accompanied by waves of chilly wind. They carried killing intent as they attacked that elder. This elder's heart sank, and his entire body felt cold. The opponent's strength was very strong, completely surpassing his own. He couldn't even withstand 3 moves. With this move, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. What should he do? If he was killed, the situation would be even more disadvantageous to his side. With a change of thought, this elder immediately became ruthless. He quickly poured all of his strength into the heaven wheel, wanting to detonate it and perish together with the opponent. Wait a moment. A gentle voice seemed to come from the void, entering the elder's ears, making him feel an indescribable peace of mind. Then, a wisp of sword light tore through the darkness, madly attacking. Heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart at this moment. The figure of the Shadow Demon Sect's Master was also forced out in an instant. It was as if the sun was shining, and the shadows disappeared. He didn't even have time to make a sound before that sword light slashed through the body of the Shadow Demon Sect's Master like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable and indestructible. Kill. The Shadow Demon Sect's Master was directly split open by that sharp sword light, his body torn apart. After that sword light killed the Shadow Demon Sect's Master, it didn't dissipate. Instead, it continued to attack, killing another 6 Shadow Demon Sect's experts before disappearing. The might of that one sword was so strong that it instantly made the Shadow Demon Sect's people raise their eyebrows in shock. Even the 2nd layer of the Sky Profound Realm's Master was killed in one sword strike. Who was this? The 4th layer of the Sky Profound Realm's Shadow Demon Flag's general was also shocked. His extremely sharp eyes swept across the sky, as if he wanted to see through all concealment. With a slash of his blade, the blade light surged out like a wave, transforming into 3 extremely shocking blade lights, instantly forcing Elder Li and the other 2 to retreat. Come out for this, General. Along with the violent shout, his killing intent shook the heavens. Once again, the blade slashed through the sky, and the biting cold blade light wanted to shatter the Dao Guardian Tower. Elder Li and the others were forced back. They were simply unable to block this attack. Just when the Dao Defender Tower was about to be struck, a wisp of stunning sword light appeared. It was like a ray of light piercing through the clouds. It was incomparably resplendent and dazzling, and it was like a brand in everyone's eyes. Wherever the sword light passed, the blade light paused for an instant, then shattered. This scene immediately made Elder Li and the other 2 extremely shocked. Who was it? Who exactly was it that could actually break the blade light of a 4th layer of the Sky Profound Realm's demon expert with one sword strike? His strength definitely wasn't inferior to the opponent's. A trace of hope immediately emerged in everyone's hearts, as if the dark clouds had been pushed aside to reveal the bright moon. A figure stood in the air in front of the Dao Guardian Tower. That figure didn't look tall, at least compared to the Dao Guardian Tower, it seemed so small. It wasn't even 1/10 of the Dao Guardian Tower's size. No, it wasn't even 1/20th of the Dao Guardian Tower's size. But that seemingly small figure standing in front of the Dao Guardian Tower was like a towering giant, firmly protecting the Dao Guardian Tower. No one could break through it. That figure was the peerless genius of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect's Green Feather Mountain, Qianzong. Wasn't his cultivation at the second layer of the Sky Profound Realm? Why did his strength seem to be higher than the second layer of the Sky Profound Realm? However, Qianzong was a peerless genius. Challenging someone of a higher level wasn't difficult for him at all. However, using the cultivation of the second layer of the Sky Profound Realm to fight against a fourth layer of the Sky Profound Realm, this gap in strength seemed a little too big. It was unbelievable. For a moment, Elderly and the others only felt that their brains weren't enough. They couldn't wrap their heads around it, and couldn't figure it out. The demon expert of the Shadow Demon flag had already grasped his blade and shot out like an arrow from a bow. Like a black lightning bolt streaking across the night sky, his long blade tore through everything. With extreme killing intent, he mercilessly attacked Qianzong. This blade could break the mountains and part the seas. Facing the strongest blade of the demon expert of the Shadow Demon flag, Qianzong's expression was cold and he didn't panic at all. It was as if the blade that was coming at him wasn't a blade that could break the mountains and part the seas, but a wisp of cool breeze. Holding the cold-edged sword in his hand, he didn't move his sword until the moment the opponent's blade came at him. Sword light flashed, and the cold light was extremely shocking. The sword shattered the opponent's blade light and counterattacked. Extremely horrified, the demon expert of the Shadow Demon flag was extremely frightened. His whole body trembled, and he hurriedly burst out with all his strength, turning into streaks of dark shadows that were hard to distinguish between real and fake. He tried to dodge Qianzong's counterattack. This sword gave him a feeling that it was extremely dangerous. If he couldn't dodge it, he might die. He didn't have time to think about why such a terrifying expert appeared here. The intelligence didn't mention it at all. Dozens of shadows surrounded Qianzong, and it was hard to distinguish between real and fake. They held their blades and attacked him from all directions. This was a tyrannical unique skill, 100 Shadow Kill, which could confuse the enemy and instantly counterattack. With this skill, this demon general had killed many strong enemies. This time, he thought he could also succeed. However, the dozens of shadows all paused, then exploded like smoke. A beam of sword light directly pierced through one of the shadows, and that shadow was revealed. It was the demon expert of the Shadow Demon flag. You. How did you know it was me? The obscure voice was full of confusion. 100 Shadow Kill was extremely mysterious. It was the martial art that the Shadow Demon Emperor of the Shadow Demon flag was proud of. It was very brilliant. He had practiced it for many years and had already mastered its mystery. Even if the enemy was stronger than him, it would be difficult to distinguish where the real body was. But the opponent didn't hesitate. He attacked with his sword and directly pierced through his real body. The terrible sword chi raged inside his body, killing him. Because, you're too weak. Qianzong's tone was very calm. He pulled out the cold-edged sword from the opponent's body, without a trace of blood on it. When the cold-edged sword left the body, it also took away the vitality of this demon general. His body fell down, but the curved blade and storage ring in his hand fell into Qianzong's hands, becoming Qianzong's spoils of war. Seeing the sect master die first, followed by the Heaven Ancient Devil Hall's experts, all the experts of the Devil Dao were terrified. Even their bodies started to tremble. Without any hesitation, the great elder of the Shadow Demon sect immediately moved. He exploded with his full speed and quickly flew in another direction, planning to escape this place. However, Qianzong's gaze swept over and landed on the great elder of the Shadow Demon sect who was over 10,000 meters away. It made him, who was running at full speed, unconsciously tremble. A trace of extreme coldness seemed to surge out from the depths of his soul, freezing everything. In the next breath, Qianzong waved his sword. The second level of the Sky Profound Realm Master of the Shadow Demon sect died. The fourth level of the Sky Profound Realm Master of the Shadow Demon flag died. The first level of the Sky Profound Realm Master of the Shadow Demon sect died. In an instant, the rest of the Shadow Demon sect's Extreme Realm and Earth Spirit Realm experts were terrified, completely losing their will to fight. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Dao Defender Tower's Extreme Yuan Sky sect's disciples attacked with all their strength, killing without stopping. In just a short moment, dozens of Shadow Demon sect's experts were killed. The other shadow demon sex experts reacted one after another, immediately fleeing in all directions, wanting to escape from this place. They swore that they would never go near Dijin City again. They didn't even dare to go near it, because there was an extremely powerful expert overseeing this place. Jia 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 jia. At this moment, a strange and sinister laughter came from the other side of Dijin City, filling heaven and earth, attracting everyone's attention. The smell of blood spread along with the night wind, causing everyone's expression to become serious. At first glance, half of the sky was dyed red by blood, spreading rapidly like a bloody tide, covering the sky and the earth, swallowing everything. Vaguely, everyone felt that Dijin City was about to be drowned by a sea of blood. Many people in Dijin City screamed one after another, sinking into despair and chaos. Blood Devil Sex Expert. Elder Lee's eyes widened, his face solemn and filled with shock. This kind of aura was much more powerful than that of the Shadow Demon Flag's Demon General. Elder Chenzong, are you sure you can deal with him? Elder Ming immediately asked. The fourth level of the Sky Profound Realm expert from the Shadow Demon Flag was so powerful. If it wasn't for Chenzong, they would have all died here. Now, an even more powerful demon sect expert had arrived. Except for Chenzong, no one was a match for him. But could Chenzong fight against him? It would be best if he could, but if he couldn't, then Chenzong had to leave quickly, because he had a bright future ahead of him. Everyone's gaze fell on Chenzong, who carried everyone's hope. Leave it to me. Chenzong smiled faintly. He was calm and composed, which instantly caused everyone's nervous mood to relax. An indescribable confidence rose in the hearts of the 5 elders and the various disciples. They had confidence in Chenzong. The sea of blood surged, filling the air, surging over, devouring everything. A figure rose and fell in the sea of blood, exuding overwhelming malice and killing intent. Everyone must die. I will refine you all into blood pearls for me to absorb. An incomparably evil voice filled the world, causing those with weaker cultivations to feel extremely uncomfortable. They could only feel their blood and chi fluctuating uncontrollably, as if it was going to tear their skin and soar into the sky. 5th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. Elder Lee and the others' expressions became more and more serious. Only Chenzong's expression did not change in the slightest. A demon cultivator at the 5th level of the Sky Profound Realm could slaughter everyone in the entire Dijin City by himself. He was an expert of the Blood Demon Flag, and also a demon general. However, he had accepted the Blood Demon sect's invitation to join hands with the Shadow Demon sect to besiege Dijin City. Because he was too far away, he was a few steps slower. They haven't done anything yet? This expert of the 5th level of the Sky Profound Realm was very surprised. Then, he saw the corpses on the ground, and his pupils shrank slightly. However, his cultivation was profound and powerful, so he did not intend to retreat. Instead, he rushed over at an even faster speed. The demon cultivator of the Blood Demon Flag could refine blood pearls, which were refined from the blood of humans or demonic beasts. The higher the cultivation of a warrior or demonic beast, the more vigorous the blood and chi would be, and the better the blood pearls refined would be, which would be more helpful to the cultivators of the Blood Demon sect. The sea of blood surged. The expert of the 5th level of the Sky Profound Realm of the Blood Demon Flag flew over quickly. An astonishing pressure filled the world, rolling over and attacking, making it difficult for everyone except Chenzong to breathe. They felt as if they were being swallowed by the sea of blood, and their eyes could only see a thick and suffocating blood-red color. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong slashed out with his sword. The cold-edged sword, with an extremely cold sword light, cut through the night sky, and slashed towards the demon cultivator of the Blood Demon Flag. This sword, like a beam of white light, split the world in two. Chenzong did not intend to show any mercy, nor did he intend to play tricks on his opponent. He used 50% of his strength as soon as he slashed out. With Chenzong's current cultivation of the late stage of the Transcendent Realm and his tyrannical spirit energy, he could kill an ordinary cultivator of the 6th level of the Sky Profound Realm if he went all out, let alone a cultivator of the 5th level of the Sky Profound Realm. Even if a demon cultivator of the 5th level of the Sky Profound Realm was more difficult to deal with than a righteous cultivator of the same level, as long as he was not a peerless genius, he would not be Chenzong's opponent. This sword strike made the demon cultivator of the blood demon flag feel an extreme sense of crisis. Blood-red light shot out from his eyes, and he folded his arms to the center. The sea of blood behind him split into two huge blood waves in an instant, converging from the left and right, and rushing forward. The sword light was extremely sharp. It split the sea of blood in two and rushed towards the demon cultivator of the blood demon flag like a hot knife through butter. The demon cultivator of the blood demon flag looked extremely dignified. Seeing the sword light tearing the sea of blood apart, he shook his arms, and a blood shadow suddenly rose from his body. Like a blood demon, he raised his thick arms and punched out fiercely. The demon cultivator of the 5th level of the Sky Profound Realm pushed his fists to the extreme, and with a terrifying force, he blasted towards the sword light, trying to shatter it. However, the sword light was extremely condensed. It shattered the fists and rushed towards the demon cultivator of the blood demon flag like a hot knife through butter. Damn it! The demon cultivator of the blood demon flag was furious and horrified. How could this sword be so terrifying? Regardless of everything, blood beads flew up into the air and exploded around him. Driven by the secret technique of the blood demon flag, a giant blood-red hand seemed to travel through the void, tearing the sky apart and grabbing towards the sword light. This arm was like the arm of a blood demon. It was bloody, brutal, and ferocious, as if it came from the abyss of hell. The giant arm grabbed the sword light. Instantly, the sword light was shattered, which surprised Xianxia. After shattering the sword light, the blood demon's giant arm grabbed towards Xianxia mercilessly, as if it wanted to grab a big piece of the sky and crush Xianxia. This was the demon cultivator of the blood demon flag's attack, which was beyond his limit. It was powerful enough to threaten or even hurt a 6th-level Sky Profound Realm expert. Dodge! Elderly and the others were shocked and hurriedly rushed over. This attack was too powerful. They didn't think that Xianxia could resist it, and Xianxia was the peerless genius of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. They couldn't afford to lose him. However, Xianxia's reaction was faster. He swung the cold edge sword again. This time, Xianxia used 80% of his strength. The sword light tore through the sky, tearing the sky and the earth. The giant arm of the blood demon was instantly torn apart. The sword light mercilessly attacked. Slash, the sea of blood was split open. The blood demon flag cultivator didn't have time to explode more blood orbs before he was cleaved apart by the sword. A straight line of blood appeared between his brows and quickly spread, splitting him in two. Blood orbs were very important to the blood demon Dao cultivators. They were resources for increasing their cultivation, and also a method for them to execute some secret arts. It was undeniable that the secret arts of the blood demon Dao that were executed with the aid of blood orbs were very powerful and shocking, but they required time. Under this sword, the blood demon flag cultivator didn't have the time to execute any secret arts at all. He was immediately killed by Xianxia. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw that Xianxia had killed an extremely terrifying blood demon Dao cultivator with only 2 moves. 5th level Sky Profound Realm. That was a 5th level Sky Profound Realm cultivator, not the 5th level Earth Spirit Realm. It was hard to believe that he'd been killed so easily. The blood demon sect master, elders, and other experts also followed. However, when they saw the sea of blood in the sky disappear, the powerful experts of the blood demon flag being killed, and the sword light that tore the sky and earth apart, they were dumbfounded. What kind of cultivator was this? Run! They hurriedly ran without hesitation. However, Xianxia was even faster. He didn't move from his original spot, and continuously slashed out with the frost-edge sword. The blade couldn't be seen, and only streaks of sword light rapidly shot forward. Every streak of sword light seemed to travel through time and space, killing one blood demon sect cultivator after another. Kill, kill, kill. In less than 3 breaths of time, more than 100 experts of the blood demon sect were all killed. As for the experts of the shadow demon sect who wanted to escape but stopped because of the arrival of the experts of the blood demon flag, they were also killed by Xianxia with a swing of his sword. Hundreds of corpses littered the ground, and the stench of blood filled the air, making the night wind even colder. Next, it was naturally time to clean up the battlefield. The demonic Dao had suffered great losses in this battle. It could be said that Dezhen City wouldn't have to worry about anything for a considerable period of time after this. However, the righteous side had also suffered some losses. The Sky Peak sect had lost more than a dozen extreme mortal realm cultivators and a few earth spirit realm cultivators. Some of those in Dajin City had also been affected, with many casualties. However, such a sacrifice could be exchanged for the demonic Dao's heavy losses, and it was worth it. Qinzong didn't need to deal with the aftermath. Even the spoils of war after the deaths would be sent to Qinzong. However, Qinzong didn't take all of it. He only took a part of it, such as the spiritual stones and blood beads. The spiritual stones could be used to replenish the Heart Sword Seal's power, and the blood beads could be used to refine the body. The other things were divided among the others, especially those who'd been killed or injured. They needed to be compensated. Elder Qinzong, we're lucky to have you. Otherwise, Elder Ming was very grateful. He was only able to survive because of Qinzong's help. Qinzong only smiled at this, and didn't take credit for it. The Shadow Demon sect and Blood Demon sect have been eliminated. Dajin City will be peaceful for a period of time. Elderly sighed. This was their purpose of staying here, to resist the demonic Dao and protect Dajin City. But now, Qinzong had achieved it in advance with his own strength. Without the Shadow Demon sect and Blood Demon sect, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be other demonic Dao forces appearing. Qinzong said. Elder Qinzong is right. We still can't relax our vigilance. Elder Ming nodded. Soon, Dajin City regained its tranquility, and the destroyed houses were quickly rebuilt, as if the fierce battle last night was just an illusion. However, only those who had participated in it or witnessed it knew that it wasn't an illusion. It was a real battle, a bloody battle, a massacre that almost destroyed the city. Fortunately, Qinzong was there. He displayed his amazing strength and turned the situation around, turning the massacre into a counter-massacre. 3 days later, Qinzong came out of seclusion. His qi and blood were even stronger than before. With the help of the blood orbs, his body-refining power had broken through from the late stage of LV5 to the early stage of LV6 Dragon Power Realm. Moreover, the purple cloud black star flame had risen from grade 5 to grade 6. Its power was even more shocking. The increase in body-refining realm did not increase Qinzong's overall strength by much, but it did increase Qinzong's close combat strength and life-saving ability. However, the increase in the purple cloud black star flame did increase Qinzong's attack power. Other than the blood beads, Qinzong's other gain was spiritual stones. Most of the lower, middle, and upper spiritual stones were provided by Qinzong to the Heart Sword Seal to replenish its power. The last gain was a secret skill called the Blood Refinement Skill. The Blood Refinement Skill was a secret skill used by Blood Demon sect experts to refine blood beads. It was quite profound, but it was not difficult for Qinzong. He easily understood the essence of it. However, the Blood Refinement Skill was a secret skill of Blood Demon sect. Only Blood Demon sect martial artists could cultivate it. Other Demon sect martial artists could not cultivate it at all, let alone Righteous sect martial artists. This was because the prerequisite to cultivating the Blood Refinement Skill was a cultivation technique of Blood Demon sect. However, this was not a problem for Qinzong. With his powerful soul and high comprehension ability, Qinzong not only comprehended the Blood Refinement Skill completely, but he also used the blood beads to analyze it at a deeper level. He modified it bit by bit, changing its nature. After the modification, the Blood Refinement Skill was no longer limited to Blood Demon sect martial artists. Others could cultivate it as well. As the one who modified it, Qinzong could easily cultivate it to the extreme. Elders, Senior Brother Feng, Senior Brother Yu, I will take my leave first. Qinzong smiled at everyone outside the Dao Guard Tower in Dajin City. Third Junior Brother, be careful. Remember to pass my greetings to eldest Senior Brother Feng said. You're already so powerful now. There's nothing to worry about. However, you should still be careful. Yu Jingxiao smiled. After saying goodbye, Qinzong left Dajin City. Facing the rising sun, he bathed in the golden light, leaving behind an eternal shadow. Stepping on the road paved with golden light, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The extreme Yuan continent and the extreme martial continent were adjacent to each other. The extreme Yuan heavenly sect and the extreme Martial Heavenly Sect were also the two closest forces to the top 15 forces of the Kanglan continent. Therefore, the two forces often competed with each other to motivate each other. Now, the demon army was coming from the demon-suppressing fortress in the far west. They were invincible, occupying many continents, destroying many forces, and slaughtering countless humans. They came to the border of the ultimate martial continent and began to attack the ultimate martial continent. The Taiyuan continent was adjacent to the ultimate martial continent. If the ultimate martial continent was breached, it would be the Taiyuan continent's turn. Everyone understood the principle of interdependence and did not ignore it. Therefore, with the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect as the leader, the various forces of the Taiyuan continent mobilized a group of warriors to enter the ultimate martial continent to help the ultimate martial continent resist the demon race army. In addition to the warriors of the various forces, there were also some rogue cultivators who volunteered to participate. After all, one was to protect their homeland, and the other was to kill demons to gain merits, which could be exchanged for some cultivation methods, martial arts, and so on to further strengthen themselves. The eldest disciple of the Blue Feather Mountain Lord was the eldest senior brother of the younger generation of the Blue Feather Mountain Lord, Tanghua. Previously, he served as a general in the Demon Suppression Fortress and led a demon suppression army to resist the attack of the demon race army. He was very experienced, so this time he was transferred to the border of the ultimate martial continent to lead a legion of warriors to resist the attack of the demon race army. At the border of the ultimate martial continent, in a general's tent of the demon suppression army, a tall and strong figure was looking at a topographic map. The topographic map showed the area around the border of the ultimate martial continent. One side was represented by white, which was the camp of the demon suppression army, and the other side was represented by black, which was the camp of the demon race army. Report. A long voice came from outside the tent, and then a figure rushed into the tent like lightning. He cupped his fists and knelt on one knee. Speak. Tanghua did not raise his head, but continued to stare at the topographic map, carefully studying it as he spoke. The left wing of the demon race army will move 30 miles to the left, the vanguard will move forward 10 miles, the main force and the right wing will not move for the time being. The scout immediately reported the information of the demon race army. Left wing, right wing, vanguard, main force, and so on were not the internal names of the demon race army, but the definitions given by the demon suppression army to better distinguish the demon race army and give orders. Tanghua's expression did not change, and the white on the topographic map moved according to the information of the scout. Immediately, his pupils constricted, and a bright light burst out. The scout got up and slowly retreated. Pass down the order, our army will not move, and will not change to cope with the changes. After a quarter of an hour, Tanghua said. Yes. A voice unexpectedly sounded, but there was no figure. The tent fell into silence again. Chenzong was extremely fast, leaving the Taiyuan continent and entering the ultimate martial continent. As soon as he stepped into the ultimate martial continent, he immediately felt that the atmosphere was different. Although there was chaos in the Taiyuan continent, it was not serious, only slight, so the overall atmosphere was relatively peaceful. But because the ultimate martial continent was facing the attack of the demon race army, the overall atmosphere was more bleak. What the ultimate martial continent was facing was not only the attack of the demon race army, but also the internal strife of the demon race forces. It could be said that there were internal and external troubles. If there was no help from the forces of the Taiyuan continent, the current ultimate martial continent would have been broken through by the demon race army, and it would be very dangerous. Although now with the help of the Taiyuan continent, it was barely holding on, and no one knew when it would be broken through. Chenzong did not stop, and quickly flew across the sky, towards the border of the ultimate martial continent, where the demon suppression army was located. Arriving at the border, Chenzong looked around and saw many warriors wearing armor. They were the warriors of the demon suppression army. Strong warriors were trained to form an army, and they could display a stronger combat strength, so they could resist the demon race army. Otherwise, they would be scattered under the attack of the demon race army. Chenzong released his spiritual sense, and it instantly covered the front, sweeping past the demon suppression army. Numerous tents stood tall and seemed to be scattered, but there was a certain pattern to them. Every tent was guarded by Earth Spirit Realm cultivators with profound cultivation. Qianzong's spiritual sense had a qualitative change because of the liquefaction of the soul. Not only did it cover a larger area, but it was also more difficult to detect. Wherever his spiritual sense swept, Qianzong saw through the demon suppression army. In this demon suppression army, there were some emperor-level powerhouses, a total of 3. In addition, there were many profound sky realm powerhouses. After 3 breaths, Qianzong found the place where eldest senior brother Tanghua was. His figure flashed, and he approached at an astonishing speed. When Qianzong approached the demon suppression army, he immediately felt a tyrannical aura locking onto him from afar. It was the aura of one of the emperor-level powerhouses. Although the emperor-level powerhouse could not detect his spiritual sense, his cultivation was much higher than Qianzong's. Therefore, when Qianzong approached, his aura leaked out slightly, and it was normal for him to be discovered. However, the emperor-level powerhouse only released a trace of his aura on Qianzong. Because he felt that Qianzong was not a demon race, but a human, he did not have any killing intent, so he did not make any other moves. Then, a powerful aura of the late-stage profound sky realm spread from afar, and also locked onto Qianzong. Qianzong found that he could get rid of the aura of these late-stage profound sky realm powerhouses, but Qianzong did not do so. He came here to find eldest senior brother, not to cause trouble. Soon, Qianzong stopped outside Tanghua's tent. He was stopped by 2 guards outside the tent. The 2 guards stared coldly at Qianzong. "Both of you, please report that Qianzong of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect's Blue Feather Mountain has come to visit," Qianzong said. Although he knew that eldest senior brother Tanghua was in the tent, he was handling military affairs. Therefore, it was better to let someone report his arrival first. This was basic courtesy. One of the guards immediately turned and entered the tent. Not long after, a tall figure stepped out quickly, his face full of joy. "Third junior brother, it's really you." Tanghua's voice was full of excitement. "Eldest senior brother." Qianzong's face was full of smiles. The 2 brothers hugged each other. After the battle at the demon-suppressing fortress, Qianzong had left first. At that time, there was still news of Qianzong, but there was no news after that. All kinds of rumors were spreading that Qianzong was dead. Tanghua even thought that Qianzong was really dead, and felt that it was a pity. He did not expect that Qianzong was still alive and had come here. Tanghua was very happy. "Come, let's go inside." Tanghua grabbed Qianzong's arm and walked into the tent. Qianzong did not resist. Tanghua sat down, and Qianzong also sat down. "Third junior brother, where have you been these years? Why is there no news at all?" Tanghua asked impatiently. Qianzong repeated what he had said to Elder Xianxia. "I see. I also received news that you're dead." Tanghua nodded, and said with some lingering fear, "But then again, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Now that your cultivation has reached the 2nd level of the profound heaven realm, you're even stronger." Qianzong smiled. Indeed, he was dead, but he was reborn in another world, and now he had returned. "We haven't seen each other for a few years. Eldest senior brother's cultivation has also improved a lot." Qianzong smiled. Tanghua's aura was restrained, but there was still a trace of it leaking out. Qianzong sensed that it was the aura of the profound heaven realm, and it had reached the 4th level of the profound heaven realm. When they were in the demon-suppressing fortress, Tanghua's cultivation was at the peak of the earth spirit realm. It was normal for an emperor-level expert to break through to the profound heaven realm in a few years. But to be able to reach the 4th level of the profound heaven realm in a few years was very shocking, and many people could only look up to him. "A few years ago, I also had a fortuitous encounter. That was how I broke through to the profound heaven realm, and then I improved by leaps and bounds." Tanghua smiled. Qianzong did not ask in detail. After all, everyone had their own fate. Asking too much would not be a good thing, and it would make others feel that he was jealous or coveting. After the 2 of them chatted in the tent, the topic turned to the demon army. According to Tanghua, the demon army outside the ultimate martial continent was not the entire demon army, but only a part of it. Because after the demon army gradually invaded and occupied the continents, they would definitely leave behind a portion of the army to guard, to prevent the righteous faction from attacking. Now that the demon army had occupied 10 continents, at least half of the army was guarding those 10 continents. The other half of the demon army was also divided into several groups, attacking on their own. The demon army attacking the ultimate martial continent was only a small portion of it. Even a small portion was very terrifying, not to mention that there were still demon warriors being sent over from the Earth Demon Abyss to replenish the army. This was a battle of life and death, a war between races. There was no luck. 3 days ago, the demon army launched an attack, but was resisted by the demon army. The battle lasted for half a day, with neither side winning or losing, but both sides suffered thousands of casualties. So far, the demon army had not launched a general attack, but only probing attacks again and again. If it was a general attack, then it would not be as simple as thousands of casualties. Eldest senior brother, in these years, have you found the antidote to the demon poison? Chen Zong asked one of the purposes of his trip. I found the formula for the antidote to the demon poison. Tang Hua's face was solemn. I also collected part of the formula, but I am still short of the last 3 ingredients to refine the antidote. Hearing this, Chen Zong revealed a look of joy. What he was most afraid of was not finding anything. Now, although eldest senior brother did not directly find the antidote to the demon poison, he found the formula for the antidote. He only needed to find the various ingredients needed to refine the antidote. There were still 3 ingredients missing, but at least, there was hope. Calculating, there was still more than 10 years, Chen Zong believed that in these 10 years, he could definitely find the other 3 ingredients. Eldest senior brother, can you let me see the formula? Chen Zong asked. Of course. Tang Hua immediately took out a black scroll from his storage ring. It was very rough and ancient, and seemed to be made from the skin of some living creature. This is made from the skin of the Earth Demon Abyss Demon Dragon. Tang Hua seemed to have noticed Chen Zong's gaze and explained. The demonic dragon of the Earth Demon Abyss was at least at the profound sky realm. Using the skin of such a demonic dragon as a scroll to record the formula showed how precious it was. It also showed how difficult it had been for eldest senior brother to obtain it. Perhaps he had gone through dangers unknown to himself. Chen Zong opened the scroll and read it carefully. Most of it was written in the language of the demon race, but there was a note in the language of the human race at the side. The handwriting was not old, and there were even pictures of the relevant materials. They were very clear and easy to read at a glance. The refining method was also recorded. Third junior brother, we are still lacking these 3 items before we can gather them. Tang Hua said. Chen Zong nodded and memorized the 3 missing materials. The blood essence of the demon dragon's heart, purgatory demon soul flower, earthine profound nether liquid, these 3 were the main ingredients for refining the antidote to the demonic poison, while the rest were supplementary ingredients. The supplementary ingredients could be replaced with similar materials, so they were less valuable and easier to find. However, the main ingredients could not be replaced. Eldest senior brother, do you know where I can find these 3 materials? Chen Zong could not help but ask. There is only one place. Tang Hua's face was serious. Although he did not say it out loud, Chen Zong immediately understood. One place, the Earth Demon Abyss. The demonic poison was not rare among the demon race, but the antidote to it was different. It was very rare. Because the demon race had not prepared any antidote at the beginning when they created the demonic poison, nor did they plan to prepare an antidote. It was only after some unforeseen events that the antidote became available. However, 3 of the materials needed to refine the antidote were more precious. As the name suggested, the blood essence of the demonic dragon's heart was refined from the demonic dragon's heart. There was only 1 drop, and it could be said that it was the purest blood essence of the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon was at the profound sky realm and was very powerful. The purgatory demon soul flower was more precious than the blood essence of the demonic dragon because it was harder to find. As for the earthine profound nether liquid, it was the rarest. The Earth Demon Abyss was the base camp of the demon race. It was the demon race's territory and extremely dangerous. To get the 3 main materials, one had to enter the Earth Demon Abyss to find them, and not to the upper level, but the lower level. The 7th, 8th, and even 9th level. Eldest senior brother, I will go and find these 3 main materials. Chen Zong closed the scroll and said directly. Third junior brother. Tang Hua was shocked when he heard this, and quickly tried to persuade Zong. Although Zong's cultivation was at the second level of the profound sky realm and he had improved a lot, he might be able to fight against someone at the third level of the profound sky realm. However, the Earth Demon Abyss was the demon race's territory. Especially the last few levels, there were many experts of the demon race, and they were all high-level demon race, which was equivalent to the profound sky realm. There were even demon emperor experts. Not to mention that Zong was at the second level of the profound sky realm, even if he himself was at the fourth level of the profound sky realm, he would only die if he entered. Even a titled demon emperor expert of the human race would not dare to enter alone. It was no different from seeking death. The materials for the demonic poison antidote were important, but his junior brother's life was also important. Eldest senior brother, I have made up my mind. Zong interrupted Tang Hua and said directly. Third junior brother, there are still more than 10 years left. We will find a way. Tang Hua said. 10 years was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. Perhaps, after the demon race's army was defeated and they went straight into the Earth Demon Abyss, they could take the opportunity to find the 3 main materials to refine the antidote. This was thinking on the bright side. It was also possible that the demon race's army would defeat the human race and completely occupy the Kanglan continent. At that time, the so-called antidote would not be important. However, as a disciple and as a promise, finding the antidote was a must. This was Tang Hua's obsession, Feng Shigui's obsession, and Zong's inner obsession. Eldest senior brother, don't worry. I will not go to the Earth Demon Abyss unless I have absolute confidence. Zong said. He could see Tang Hua's attitude. Although he had made up his mind, he still had to be tactful. Hearing Zong's words, Tang Hua did not say anything. If Zong wanted to go, he could not stop him. He only hoped that Zong would not act impulsively. Otherwise, not only would he not get the main materials back, but he would also lose his life. Eldest senior brother, is there anything I can do here? Zong changed the topic. Even if he wanted to go to the Earth Demon Abyss, there was no need to rush now. Third junior brother, there is a special army in our demon resistance army called the Thorn Demons. There are not many people, but they are all elites. Tang Hua's eyes suddenly lit up. Thorn Demons. Zong smiled and nodded. Then eldest senior brother, arrange for me to join the Thorn Demons. Zong knew very well that it was not good for him to lead troops to war. It was not what he was good at, nor was it what he wanted. Only a department like the Thorn Demons was suitable for him. Tang Hua was one of the great generals of the demon resistance army. He had a high status and great power. His outstanding ability and strength also gave him great prestige. Therefore, with Tang Hua's arrangement and his identity as an elder of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, Zong easily joined the Thorn Demons and became a member. After joining the Thorn Demons, Zong naturally received a high-rank spirit sword and a high-rank spirit robe. The Thorn Demons had fewer members compared to the demon resistance army, but they were all transcendents and geniuses. 2 days passed in a row. Zong and Tang Hua talked and cultivated. The demon resistance army did not make any special movements. They were constantly moving, as if they were preparing for something. Zong was also a little curious. In addition, there was a spirit fruit in the demon resistance army that could help him improve his cultivation. However, it required a lot of merit points to exchange. So, he left the Thorn Demons and used the Heavenly Crane wind-chasing movement technique to quickly cross the border and enter the demon resistance army's territory. He wanted to explore and find an opportunity to earn some merit points. The faster way to earn contribution points was naturally to assassinate powerful demons. Zong's whereabouts were very secretive. The 3 Emperor-level powerhouses did not discover him. This time, Zong had a new understanding of the illusory Cloudway. He integrated it into his body and hid his aura better. Unless one saw him with their own eyes, it would be difficult to detect him. Things like Zong's attempt to infiltrate the Devil Army had also happened before. Speaking of which, some elites of the Demon Resistance Army would also act as assassins and sneak into the Demon Resistance Army to find an opportunity to assassinate the human generals. They would assassinate each other and weaken each other bit by bit. Of course, in the face of such assassinations, both sides would be prepared. Sometimes, the assassins would fail and be killed instead. This caused the number of assassinations to decrease. In the demon resistance army's territory, the aura was dark, violent, and mixed. It was the fluctuation of demon chi. If it was in the past, Qianzong would have to rely on the demon resistance seal to resist it. But now, the spiritual energy cultivated by the White Cloud Ultimate technique was very pure and could not be affected by demon chi. Moreover, Qianzong's body refinement realm was quite high and had the purple cloud black star flame. Even if the demon chi was 10 times denser, it would not affect Qianzong at all. Of course, Qianzong's long robe could also resist demon chi to a certain extent. Qianzong released his spiritual sense. The spiritual sense that had undergone a qualitative change could not be detected by emperor-level powerhouses. Naturally, the demon resistance army would not be able to detect it. Qianzong also used his spiritual sense to conceal his aura and hide his whereabouts. Unless one saw it with their own eyes, it would be difficult to detect it. There were also many tents in the demon resistance army. The appearance of these tents was different from the tents of the human resistance army. They did not look so uniform and had very strong racial characteristics. For example, the demonic beasts' tents looked like fortresses, while the winged demonic beasts' tents looked like huge wooden buildings and so on. Qianzong's spiritual sense swept across the area, clearly examining everything in the surroundings and comparing them to each other. Soon after, Qianzong displayed his ability to the extreme. The more profound illusory cloud way also displayed an astonishing power at this moment. He silently sneaked into a tent. The sword light flashed and disappeared in an instant. The people outside the tent did not notice. In an instant, the demonic beast's high-ranking officer in the tent was beheaded by Qianzong. That demonic beast's high-ranking officer was equivalent to the first layer of the profound sky realm. The moment his head was chopped off, Qianzong's left hand grabbed the void. His 5 fingers flicked and drew an incomparably mysterious trajectory. Immediately, the blood of that demonic beast's high-ranking officer spurted out and floated in the air along with his 5 fingers, quickly condensing into a blood bead. After quietly killing a demonic beast general without being discovered by the demons outside the tent, Qianzong activated the illusory cloud way to the extreme and left the tent. The illusory cloud way was the way of transformation. After his soul liquefied, Qianzong's power of understanding had been enhanced, and his understanding of the illusory cloud way had deepened. When he used it, not only could he hide his aura better, but he could also hide his figure and whereabouts better, making it difficult for others to detect him. Demons whose cultivation was not high enough would not be able to detect him at all. After the qualitative change of his soul consciousness, even the demon emperor could not detect him. This was another big advantage of Qianzong. He could find the location of the demonic beast generals better without being discovered, making it easier to assassinate them. 1. 2. 3. Not long after, 5 demonic beast generals died under Qianzong's assassination. These 5 demonic beast generals were all upper-class demons. The weakest one was equivalent to the first LV of the Sky Profound Realm, while the strongest one was equivalent to the 4th LV of the Sky Profound Realm. However, no matter what level they were at, they could not withstand one strike from Qianzong. They did not even have time to make a sound. There were many upper-class demonic beast generals in this army. The death of 5 of them did not affect the overall situation. Qianzong had succeeded 5 times in a row, so he naturally would not stop. He continued to search and assassinate. Kill. 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 More than 10 demonic beast generals were assassinated by Qianzong. Qianzong sneaked into the 11th tent, preparing to assassinate the 11th demonic beast general. This was a stronger demonic beast, equivalent to the 5th LV of the Sky Profound Realm. One strike. Qianzong only used one strike to kill this demonic beast general. He took his blood essence and refined it into a blood bead, then kept his head. This was the symbol of merit. The demonic beast's physique was stronger, and their chi and blood were more vigorous. The blood bead refined from the blood refinement bead would contain more power. The moment Qianzong left the tent, he felt a gaze. Coincidentally, a general of the demon clan was passing by. That general had a very high cultivation level, the 6th rank of the upper class, which was equivalent to the 6th level of the Sky Profound realm. However, he was even stronger than that. Although Qinzong's illusory cloud path was very profound, it hadn't reached the stage where it could completely conceal its whereabouts under the eyes of a 6th level Sky Profound realm expert. It would more or less leave some traces. After all, the illusory cloud Dao was about transformation and not invisibility. Humans. This was a powerhouse from the blood demon race. The moment he saw Qinzong, he was first stunned, then he roared and transformed into a blood-colored figure. He instantly swept across the sky and pounced over. Layers of blood-colored figures appeared, and a bloody mist filled the air. The other demons also heard the noise and reacted one after another, immediately surrounding them from all directions. Since he had been discovered, Qinzong gave up acting cautiously. Without fear, he unsheathed his cold-edged sword and attacked. He had used all of his strength in this strike. After all, this was the territory of the Devil Race army. If he didn't leave in time and attract more Devil Race experts, it would be very disadvantageous for him. He activated all of his spiritual energy and attacked with the illusory cloud void. That powerhouse from the blood demon race couldn't dodge or resist at all. His head was directly cut off by the sword. In an instant, the head fell into Qinzong's storage ring, and the blood essence in the body was also refined into blood beads. The other Devil Race experts rushed over. When they saw Qinzong's figure, they were extremely furious. A human actually dared to sneak into the Devil Race army alone and so deep. He didn't take the Devil Race army seriously at all. He should be cut into 8 pieces and torn into 10,000 pieces. In the past, there had been cases of human experts sneaking in to assassinate, but they usually acted together and looked after each other. After being discovered, most of them couldn't escape and were all killed. There were even fewer people who sneaked in to assassinate. Kill, Qinzong swung his sword. The sword light was shocking and invincible. A group of Devil Race experts were all killed. Qinzong used the blood refining technique, which he had cultivated to the extreme. Their blood essence left their bodies and was immediately refined into blood beads. Their heads were also put into the storage ring. Qinzong swung his sword and killed the Devil Race experts while rushing toward the border. He used the heavenly crane chasing the wind movement technique to the extreme. No one was a match for his sword. He killed all of them, refining them as he killed them. Stop him. Don't let him escape. The Devil Race experts shouted, their killing intent shocking the sky. Qinzong was not afraid at all. His expression was cold and calm. He used the heavenly crane chasing the wind movement technique to the extreme. There was no trace of him. It was as if a white heavenly crane had spread its wings in the sky. Its speed was fast and its body was light. It shuttled through the thousands of soldiers and horses. With a sword across the sky, it killed countless. Not long after, Qinzong killed his way out of the encirclement and rushed toward the border. Monstrous devil chi surged, filling half of the sky and spreading wildly. An extremely powerful aura suppressed the world. Soon after, a huge black hand extended from the monstrous demonic aura. That huge hand was a demonic hand. It was accompanied by tens of thousands of black smoke signals as it surged towards the sky and made a grabbing motion. A part of the world seemed to be suppressed. Time and space seemed to be frozen. Qinzong's figure also paused. He felt that the air around him was compressed like fine steel. The demonic hand grabbed out, darkness and shadows enveloped Qinzong's body, wanting to crush him. Qinzong was like a chicken in front of this giant devil hand. But Qinzong was not a chicken. The devil hand was so powerful that Qinzong's figure paused for a moment. He shook again, like a fish swinging its tail in the water or a crane shaking its feathers. He dispelled the power around him and escaped in an instant. With a hong sound, that enormous demonic hand crushed a region of space, even more so grabbing the sturdy ground, producing a crater. The great earth trembled. It was a devil clan expert. Qinzong knew from the fluctuation of his aura that he was at least a 7th level superior. He was more powerful than an ordinary 7th level heavenly profound realm expert. If it were another place, Qinzong would stop and fight with him and kill him. But here, it was the devil clan's territory. It was better to leave first. Qinzong wanted to leave, but the devil clan expert did not let him. He separated the sky with a finger and blocked Qianzong's way. The giant black finger emitted monstrous devil qi. Devil flames burned fiercely, wanting to burn everything. Qianzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light was shocking and cut off the giant finger. But a tall figure appeared in front of the giant finger and pointed at it, shattering the sword light. The Devil Royal Clan. The Devil Royal Clan was the royal clan of the Devil Clan in the Earth Devil Abyss. They looked more like humans, but they were more mysterious and their eyes were deeper. The Devil Royal Clan's devil qi was very pure and powerful. Their strength was far superior to ordinary Devil Clan experts. If defined by human standards, every member of the Devil Royal Clan was at least a top genius, or even a heavenly talent. 7th level superior, Qianzong knew the Devil Royal Clan expert's cultivation from the fluctuation of his aura. Although he was only a 7th level superior, his strength was definitely stronger than an ordinary 7th level heavenly profound realm expert. Human, I admire your courage. But you can't escape death. The Devil Royal Clan expert seemed to be high and mighty, staring at Qianzong with indifferent eyes. Qianzong did not reply. He directly slashed out with his sword. The Devil Royal Clan expert sneered and pointed with his finger. That finger was filled with black light, devil qi, and raging devil flames that shattered the sky. It was obviously only a finger-sized black light, but it had the ferocity of a falling meteor, as if it could shatter a mountain with a single finger. This finger was closer and more violent, but it was more in line with Qianzong's intention. 100% spirit energy, 100% dragon force, 100% spirit energy of the 7th level late transcendent realm and the 6th level early dragon force realm erupted in an instant, fusing with the 4th layer heart sword force and the 4th layer white cloud force. Slash, with a single sword strike, the power of the King Devil Clan's finger was shattered into pieces. It was like a hot knife through butter. This slash was so fast and full of changes that the Devil Royal Clan expert did not know how to resist. With a look of horror, the Devil Royal Clan expert's neck was suddenly cut off and sent flying high into the air. Qianzong reached out with his left hand and grabbed the Devil Royal Clan expert's blood, instantly refining it into a blood bead. He then put the Devil Royal Clan expert's head into his storage ring and quickly left. You dare to leave after killing a Devil Royal Clan expert? Like a thunderclap that could split the heavens and earth, the sound was so loud that it filled the heavens and earth. Terrifying devil aura filled the sky and crushed down, causing Qianzong's expression to change drastically. Formidable martial artist, the devil race's formidable martial artist had made his move. This aura made Qianzong feel extremely oppressed. Devil clouds rolled and covered half the sky. The oppressive aura made all the devil race experts stop in their tracks, their faces full of shock. They knew this aura very well, it was the aura of the Endless Clouds Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor had made his move, the two armies had fought many times, but until now, no Thear-cranked formidable martial artist had made his move. This was because once a Thear-cranked formidable martial artist made his move, it meant that the situation had escalated and could lead to a decisive battle. The devil race did not want to fight yet as they would suffer great losses. The humans did not want to fight either. They wanted to delay the devil race as long as they could to preserve their strength and buy more time for their juniors to grow. This time, the Devil the Arch actually made his move personally. However, this was also because a Devil Royal Clan formidable martial artist had been killed. The Devil Royal Clan's numbers were relatively small to begin with, and each of them was an elite. Furthermore, he had been killed in the devil race's territory. This was akin to slapping the devil race's face on the ground. Furthermore, this human was so young and yet so powerful. He was definitely a peerless genius of the human race. When he grew up, he would be a huge threat. Hence, the Devil the Arch made his move and wanted to get rid of him in one fell swoop to prevent future troubles. The Devil Thearka's aura was shocking, and his devil aura filled the heavens and earth. The pressure was unparalleled, and Qianzong felt suffocated. His entire body felt like it was being pressed down by an invisible devil mountain. It was extremely heavy, and the shocking pressure attacked him from all directions. The air became extremely hard and heavy. Qianzong felt as if his body had been shackled by heavy shackles. The 7 spirit wheels in his body spun very slowly, as if he was dragging a heavy object. His blood essence also became sluggish, and even his dragon power seemed to be in a deep slumber. This pressure was not only devil aura but also the suppression of heaven and earth powers. Thear-cranked formidable martial artists could already use heaven and earth powers to suppress their targets. This was their advantage. The combination of these factors resulted in Qianzong's current situation. He was under immense pressure. Die. A voice rang out, and its tone reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. It was mighty and unstoppable. A black finger light pierced through the sky and shot down from the dark clouds. Its speed was extremely fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. It was like an aurora, piercing through everything and shooting towards Qianzong. Once again, it's the college entrance examination. Thousands of people are fighting for it. Students, it's time to decide your fate. Thinking about all of you, you've studied hard for 18 years, you've stayed up late at the internet cafes to play games every day. With a computer in hand, the world is yours. You can hang out in bars and flirt with girls. How carefree. All of this makes me, the samsara, envious. Work hard on the exam, release your primordial strength, get into your ideal university, master new skills, become white-collar workers, marry beautiful girls, marry the great Prince Charming, and walk to the peak of life. Of course, those students who didn't do well in the exam don't have to be discouraged. You still have a chance. As long as you work hard, you'll be able to build your own company soon. At that time, you'll be able to beat Taba and trample Jingdong. You'll be able to get those students who got into your ideal university to work for you and walk to the peak of life. Above, I'm teasing you. After the teasing, the samsara specially opened this chapter to bless the students who will be taking the college entrance examination tomorrow. Enter the examination room in your best condition, show off your knowledge, and achieve ideal results. I also bless the juniors who are preparing for the college entrance examination. Little Dumpling's sword is sharp, and it will open up a path for you. It will cut through all obstacles and make you invincible, solve all problems, and achieve new heights. The Demon Emperor had arrived. The Demon Emperor had made his move. Qianzong realized that with his current strength, he couldn't fight against the Demon Emperor at all. The late-stage 7th level Transcendent Realm was theoretically equivalent to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. Although the cultivation in the Lingwu Holy World was far better than in the Tsanglan world, coupled with his outstanding ability, he could challenge those above his level and even kill those in the 7th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. And the 7th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm was theoretically equivalent to the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. Qianzong believed that he could even fight against an ordinary 8th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm and have a chance of winning. But the gap between the 8th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm and a titled emperor was too big. Although titled emperor's use of the power of heaven and earth was relatively crude, it couldn't withstand their high realm. Qianzong could also control the power of heaven and earth, and it was even more subtle. In an instant, Qianzong repelled the power of heaven and earth that was suppressing him, but the Demon Emperor's aura was too strong and couldn't be completely resisted. The opponent's finger was even faster, piercing through the sky. It was too late. Even the titled emperors of the human race from the Demon Resistance Army couldn't catch up. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong sheathed the cold-edged sword because it was impossible to fight against the Demon Emperor with this sword. His right hand grasped the void and golden flames flowed like water, instantly condensing into a long sword. The sword was like a flawless ruby, with a wisp of golden light flowing from its spine and edge. Half-Saint Artifact, Red Flame Sharp Sword. Now, he could only rely on the power of a half-Saint Artifact. A half-Saint Artifact had the power of a half-Saint. It was with this sword that Qianzong could temporarily escape from the pursuit of a half-Saint realm powerhouse and seize the opportunity to activate the Heartsword seal. With the power of the Red Flame Sharp Sword, it was enough to kill any Demon Emperor. Spirit energy surged and poured into the Red Flame Sharp Sword. Golden flames instantly spewed out like a volcanic eruption, like flowing clouds in the sky. Qianzong's expression was cold and solemn. With a wave of his sword, golden flames slashed out. The power of this sword was unparalleled, and it directly shattered the Demon Emperor's finger. Immediately after, a stunning golden sword light tore through the sky like a blazing sun. It went against the current and blasted towards the dark clouds in the sky. However, Qianzong was not happy at all. Instead, he frowned. He was a little confused and then stunned. Just now, the sword did not really exert the power of the red flame sword. It was not that Xianxia was unwilling, but it was restricted by some kind of restriction, as if it came from this world. With no time to think, Xianxia pushed his body movement to the extreme and rushed toward the border. As long as they crossed the border, they would be in the camp of the anti-demon army. The Endless Cloud's demon emperor descended and blasted out a palm strike, shattering the golden sword light. However, his expression was grave. Very strong, the power of that sword was very strong. Then, Endless Cloud's demon emperor's eyes fell on the golden flame longsword in Xianxia's hand. His eyes flashed with an intense light. With his eyesight as a demon emperor, he could naturally see that this human was able to resist him in an instant because of the golden flame longsword in his hand. If he could obtain the golden flame longsword and make it his own, wouldn't he become even stronger? It was very, very difficult for an emperor to improve. Therefore, they were very eager to obtain any method to improve their strength. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. It was the illusory Cloud Empyrean sword. The sword turned golden and split heaven and earth. Endless Cloud's demon emperor's expression was grave. This move was very powerful, and he had to deal with it with all his strength. He opened his arms and wriggled his fingers. Endless demonic flames rolled and spread out. Dark clouds circled in the sky, and the wind and clouds surged. Suppress! The Endless Cloud's demon emperor roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. His hands formed a demonic seal, and with terrifying power, he struck down from the sky. This strike was like a huge seal and also like an ancient mountain. It had an amazing defense and also a terrifying attack. It was an ultimate move that combined attack and defense. The golden flame sword radiance slashed at the seal, creating a crack at the bottom of the seal. Like a hot knife through butter, the golden flame sword radiance continued to rush upwards, splitting the seal into two. However, the power of the golden flame sword light was also exhausted. The power of a half-step saint weapon was extraordinary, but for some reason, it couldn't be fully released. Now, Xianxia didn't expect to be able to kill a demon emperor with the red flame sword. He only needed to delay the demon emperor and buy time for himself to escape. One strike after another, 3 golden flame sword lights tore through the sky and shot toward Endless Cloud's demon emperor. Endless Cloud's demon emperor's expression grew grave in the face of these 3 sword lights. There was no doubt that if he was hit, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia exploded with astonishing speed and approached the border. On the human side, the titled emperors in the anti-demon army were constantly paying attention to the movements of the demons. When Endless Cloud's demon emperor attacked, they were already alarmed. Very quickly, the titled monarchs of the human race also discovered Xianxia who was being hunted down. Even though they were curious as to why a demon emperor would make a move against a sky-profound realm human, they did not think too much about it. They would save this human first. Xianxia's spiritual sense was very powerful. He had already sensed the movements of the titled emperors of the human race. He immediately put away the red flame sword and drew the cold edge sword. Endless Cloud's demon emperor chased after him and attacked Xianxia. Everywhere it passed, heaven and earth were turned upside down. It was extremely terrifying. If Xianxia was hit, even with his strong body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He would be smashed into meat paste in an instant. At the same time, the titled emperors of the human race also arrived. They raised their hands like sabers and slashed the void. The saber light was shocking, splitting the world. The collision of the 2 titled emperors caused an extremely terrifying shockwave. Xianxia felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. Even the high-rank spirit artifact robe on his body couldn't withstand the impact and was directly destroyed. Fortunately, Xianxia's speed wasn't slow and his physique was strong enough, so he was able to remain unscathed under this shockwave. However, Xianxia's qi and blood were in turmoil, making him even more aware of the strength of a titled emperor. Whether one was titled emperor or not was truly a chasm. With my current strength, even if I break through to the transcendent realm 8th layer, without using the red flame sword, I'm afraid I won't be a match for a titled emperor, Xianxia thought to himself as he rushed towards the anti-demon army camp without slowing down. The difference between titled emperors and non-titled emperors was too great. It was a qualitative difference. If there was a huge difference between the profound heaven realm of Blue Wave World and the transcendent realm of Lingwu Holy World, then when one reached the level of a titled emperor, this difference would be constantly reduced. Seeing Qinzong escape, although Demon Emperor Endless Clouds was unwilling, he didn't attack again. After all, the outcome of a battle between titled emperors wasn't so easy to determine unless the gap was too great. Demon Emperor Endless Clouds no longer had the will to fight, and the titled emperor of the human race wouldn't chase after him either. For him, now wasn't the time. He actually managed to escape from the pursuit of a devil emperor. The martial monarch turned around and looked at Qinzong Yuan's departing figure, a look of contemplation on his face. As soon as Qinzong returned, he took out the heads of the demons he killed one by one and calculated their merits. There were mid-level demons, equivalent to the Earth Spirit realm, and high-level demons, the strongest of which had reached the superior 7th order. These demons had just been killed by Qinzong not long ago, so the remnant aura on their heads could be used to identify their cultivation when they were alive, and then calculate their merits according to their cultivation. Half an hour later, the identification was completed, and Qinzong received a large number of merits, which he immediately exchanged for. The spirit fruit was in his hands. This spirit fruit was covered in azure light, like rolling waves, containing an astonishing amount of pure spirit qi. With this spirit fruit in hand, Qinzong immediately announced that he would enter seclusion. Swallowing the spirit fruit, Qinzong circulated the white cloud extreme true art and quickly refined it. After liquefying his soul, Qinzong's comprehension had improved. In other words, there was no increase in quantity, but there was a qualitative change, making it easier for him to comprehend various mysteries. His 7 spirit wheels continued to revolve, and half a day later, the pure spirit qi contained in the spirit fruit was completely refined and absorbed. Qinzong's aura grew stronger, and 3 breaths later, it grew stronger again. Peak 7th layer transcendent realm, 14th stage of the white cloud extreme true art, this time, both of them had broken through, causing Qinzong's strength to increase significantly. The 14th layer of the white cloud extreme true art, because of some fortuitous encounters, had allowed the purity of his spirit qi to surpass that of the 16th layer. The improvement in his strength made Qinzong happy, but it was still not enough. This kind of cultivation was not enough to dominate deep sea world. At the very least, he needed to reach the 9th layer of the transcendent realm to be fearless. After refining the spirit fruit, his qi refining cultivation had improved, and his secret art had broken through, but Qinzong did not come out of seclusion, instead taking out the condensed blood beads and beginning to refine them. The demon race's physique was naturally stronger, and their vitality was also more vigorous, so after being refined into blood beads, the energy contained in them was even more vigorous. Coupled with Qinzong's modified blood refining technique, the refinement was even more thorough. As he refined and absorbed the blood beads one by one, Qinzong felt that his vitality was constantly strengthening. The strength and vitality tempered his internal organs, bones, muscles, and skin, and nourished his dragon power, causing it to increase. After the increase in dragon power, it nourished his body, strengthened his physique, and strengthened his vitality, forming a perfect cycle. After Qinzong had refined all the blood beads, his body refinement cultivation had increased by quite a bit, from the early 6th layer dragon power realm to the late 6th layer dragon power realm. Only then did Qinzong have time to think. When he was in the Lingwu sacred world, he could unleash the full power of the Scarlet Flame sharp sword for a short period of time to contend against a half-saint martial artist. Here, however, he was inexplicably restricted, and could only unleash a small part of its power to contend against a Thear-cranked martial artist. After studying it carefully, Qinzong realized that the Scarlet Flame sharp sword was filled with threads, like a net that sealed most of the sword's power. This was the power of heaven and earth from the Kanglan world. Only if Qinzong's cultivation was strong enough could he unleash more of the Scarlet Flame sharp sword's power. In other words, Qinzong could not use the Scarlet Flame sharp sword to kill the arch, at most, he could contend against one. However, if his cultivation increased, he would be able to unleash more power. Then, killing a Thear-cranked martial artist would not be a problem. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed that his strength had dropped from the half-saint level to that of a Thear-cranked martial artist. However, there was nothing he could do. Qinzong did not have the ability to contend against an entire world by himself. After cultivating, Chenzong came out of seclusion. Tang Hua came looking for him and could not help but scold him. This scolding was out of concern. After all, Chenzong had snuck into the demon race's army without saying a word. It was very dangerous. If he was not careful, he could have been killed. Tang Hua also knew that if a human the arch-martial artist had not intervened at the critical moment, Chenzong would have been in danger. After being scolded by Tang Hua, Chenzong did not refute. "Junior brother, remember to be careful," Tang Hua said at last. "Yes, eldest senior brother." Chenzong nodded and agreed. The arch-martial artist who had saved Chenzong was from the ultimate martial heaven sect and was titled Martial Emperor Xingwu. Chenzong should go and thank him. However, when Chenzong went to Martial Emperor Xingwu's place, he was invited to another place to meet another the arch-martial artist. Emperor Gu Yuan, one of the two known the arch-martial artists of the ultimate Yuan heaven sect. "You are Chenzong." Emperor Gu Yuan's gaze was very domineering. It was as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. His tone also contained a shocking power. It was as if he wanted to oppress others all the time. "Greetings, Emperor Gu Yuan." Chenzong bowed. But in fact, Chenzong did not have a good impression of Emperor Gu Yuan. After all, some things had happened in the past. "You were able to raise your cultivation to the second level of the heavenly profound realm in just a few years. It's indeed not bad." Emperor Gu Yuan's words were very domineering and direct. "I think the fortuitous encounter you had should be very extraordinary. This time, you were able to escape from the demon emperor. I have to say that you are very lucky," Emperor Gu Yuan said again with a playful look on his face. "If it wasn't for Martial Emperor Xingwu, I would have lost my life," Chenzong said. "Chenzong, you are very clear about the current situation. Our human race needs to be strong enough to resist the devil race." Emperor Gu Yuan's eyes shone like the sun, as if he wanted to pierce through Chenzong. "You have a big secret on you. With this, you can escape unscathed from the devil emperor. I hope you have a selfless spirit and announce the big secret. Even if you can't let everyone know, at least some of them know. It can greatly increase the chances of our human race winning." Emperor Gu Yuan's gaze became more and more aggressive. "I can't announce it. It's only for my use," Chenzong said, looking at Emperor Gu Yuan without fear. He did have secrets, but these secrets had nothing to do with others. He could escape safely from the devil emperor because of the half-saint weapon, red flame sharp sword. Could it be that he had to take out this sword? Impossible. If this sword was useless to him, Chenzong wouldn't mind. However, this sword was a very strong trump card for him now. He definitely couldn't hand it over. "You have a treasure on you, right? It's that treasure that allowed you to escape from the devil emperor." Emperor Gu Yuan stared at Chenzong for more than 10 breaths, trying to pressure Chenzong and break his heart. His tone was full of shocking oppression. "Lend me the treasure. When the devil race retreats, I will return it to you." Emperor Gu Yuan's words made Chenzong's heart sink slightly. If he really lent out the red flame sharp sword, Chenzong was sure that he would never get it back. In other words, Emperor Gu Yuan would never take the initiative to return it. "Emperor Gu Yuan, you must be joking. This treasure is connected to my life. Forgive me for not lending it." Chenzong's tone was very firm. With the red flame sharp sword, even if it was sealed by the power of the Kanglin world, Chenzong could still have the strength of an emperor in a short period of time. He was not afraid of Emperor Gu Yuan. What's more, Emperor Gu Yuan wouldn't dare to attack him openly. Staring at Chenzong for half a quarter of an hour, the atmosphere was incomparably bleak. If it was an ordinary heavenly profound realm, they would have already suffocated. However, Chenzong was safe and sound, without any fear. Emperor Gu Yuan resisted the urge to make a move to suppress him because he wasn't confident. Since the other party was able to escape from the hands of the demon emperor, they most likely had the ability to escape from him as well. If this matter were to blow up, it would be very disadvantageous for him. "I'll give you some more time to think about it carefully. Is your personal interests more important or the righteousness of the human race more important?" Emperor Gu Yuan spoke, standing on the moral high ground. "Goodbye." Chenzong didn't pay any more attention to Emperor Gu Yuan. He turned around and strode away. In his heart, he was very disappointed with Emperor Gu Yuan of the Taiyuan Sky sect. Although it was the mentality of many cultivators to take the treasures for themselves after discovering them, it was different when they actually encountered them. First, it was unfair, and now it was coveting his treasures. How could Qinzong respect it? However, Qinzong didn't change his mind because of Emperor Gu Yuan. He still went to see Emperor Jingwu and thanked him. Martial Emperor Jingwu's attitude was quite good. Although he guessed that Qinzong had some kind of precious treasure that allowed him to escape from the endless clouds demon emperor's clutches until he made a move. He didn't think so. However, Martial Emperor Jingwu wasn't like Emperor Gu Yuan, who coveted Qinzong's treasures. After thanking him, Qinzong bid farewell to Martial Emperor Jingwu and returned to his tent. It seems that I can't stay here any longer, Qinzong thought to himself. Emperor Gu Yuan was definitely coveting it. Maybe after a long time, he would find an opportunity to deal with him. Therefore, it was necessary to leave this place. In addition, he could also find an opportunity to go to the Earth Demon Abyss to find the 3 main materials for refining the demonic poison antidote. More than 10 years was a little long, but it wasn't that long. Who knew how long it would take to find them after entering the Earth Demon Abyss? Now that his cultivation had improved and his strength had increased, his confidence was also greater. In addition, the demon army had invaded the surface, and the power in the Earth Demon Abyss was probably not as strong as before. It was a good opportunity. After making up his mind, Qinzong waited. The 3 emperor-level powerhouses had a rotation. One person would be on duty for 10 days, and then another person would be on duty, and so on. Previously, it was Martial Emperor Jingwu who was on duty and saved Qinzong. The other 2 emperor-level powerhouses who were not on duty were quietly cultivating and improving themselves. Time passed, and Qinzong had been cultivating in seclusion. When Emperor Gu Yuan's duty ended, Qinzong left a letter to senior brother Tang Hua. He used the mystery of the illusory cloud way to completely restrain his aura. Even if the emperor-level powerhouses were not present, it would be difficult to detect him. Secretly leaving the camp, Qinzong went to the ultimate martial continent without anyone noticing. He planned to leave the ultimate martial continent from other places. Now, the 24 continents of the Kanglan continent could be divided into East and West. The West was occupied by the demon army. If Qinzong wanted to enter the Earth Demon Abyss, he had to go all the way to the West. That was the territory of the demon army. He had to go all the way to the demon-suppressing fortress before he could enter the Earth Demon Abyss. Qinzong knew very well that this journey to the west was not as easy as before. It was full of danger, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he had an idea. He wanted to use this opportunity to go all the way to the west and kill demons to refine blood pearls to improve his body refining cultivation. The ultimate martial continent was adjacent to each other. On one side was the Taiyuan continent, on the other was the Bianwu continent that had been occupied by the demon army, and on the other side was the Summer Bright continent that had not been completely occupied by the demon army. The Summer Bright continent was at the junction of the east and west of the Kanglan continent. It was also Qinzong's choice to head west. As soon as he stepped into the Summer Bright continent, Qinzong could clearly feel the chaotic aura here. It was the aura of the demon path. It was very strong, indicating that this continent was close to falling. The demon path forces led by the ancient demon palace were very active here, stirring up trouble. On the other hand, the righteous path forces were completely suppressed here, struggling at death's door. If there were no accidents, the remaining forces would either leave the Summer Bright continent or be destroyed by the demon path forces. Qinzong did not plan to stop at the Summer Bright continent. Firstly, time was of the essence. Secondly, even if he stayed behind and did his best, it would be difficult to resist the invasion of the ancient demon palace. The demon path was prosperous, this was the current trend. With his own strength, or rather with his current strength, it was impossible to resist. Moreover, he was not some savior. He could not save so many people. Crossing the Summer Bright continent, Qinzong did not deliberately look for people of the demon path. However, there were many people of the demon path who had their eyes on Qinzong. This was because the righteous aura on Qinzong was very obvious. The aura of the demon path and the righteous path were completely different. It was like the clear and turbid water, clearly separated and easy to sense. Naturally, those people of the demon path who voluntarily looked for Qianzong were like courting death. They were all killed by Qianzong's sword. Their blood was also refined into blood pearls by Qianzong using the blood refining technique. However, Qianzong did not refine just anyone. Now that his body refinement cultivation had reached the late stage of the 6th level of the dragon power realm, ordinary blood pearls were no longer effective. At the very least, he had to refine the blood essence of a profound sky realm expert into blood pearls in order to increase his body refinement cultivation. The demon path forces in the Summer Bright continent were prosperous, and there were many demon path experts. Therefore, even if Qianzong did not take the initiative to look for them, he had killed many demon path experts along the way. When Qianzong crossed half of the Summer Bright continent, his path was blocked. A jet-black demon aura covered his entire body and rose into the sky like smoke signals. The cold aura spread in all directions, and it was extremely terrifying. This demonic Dao powerhouse's eyes were pitch black, without the slightest bit of white in them, causing others to be even more alarmed. Like this, he stared at Qianzong with a chilling gaze, as if he wanted to see through Qianzong. "Tell me your name. When I fall, I don't kill nameless people." The demon path expert pointed his black long saber at Qianzong. His voice was extremely cold, and his killing intent was shocking. The black long saber had a biting cold aura, as if there were countless ghosts screaming. It was extremely mournful, and no one knew how many lives it had taken. The tyrannical aura spread in all directions, and Qianzong knew that this was a demon path expert at the 3rd level of the profound sky realm. "You're too weak." Qianzong responded directly. He unsheathed his cold-edged sword, and the sword light pierced through the air. The demon path expert's intuition was amazing. His pupils shrank to the size of needles in an instant. He couldn't block the sword. With a loud roar, he exerted all his strength and fully activated his demonic technique. The black aura spread out and poured into the long saber, crazily slashing. However, before his saber could fully slash, the sword light had already pierced through his forehead. The sword chi minced his brain and scattered his soul. A demon path expert at the 3rd level of the profound sky realm seemed to be quite powerful. He was definitely a strong opponent for the righteous path, but he was nothing to Qianzong. Qianzong could kill a demon path expert at the 7th level of the profound sky realm with one slash, not to mention a demon path expert at the 3rd level of the profound sky realm. His left hand grabbed the air and immediately refined the demon path expert's chi and blood into a blood bead and stored it in his storage ring. The demon path expert's storage ring naturally became Qianzong's spoils of war. Without stopping, Qianzong continued forward, leaving behind a dried-up corpse that had been sucked dry of blood. This situation was caused by the blood demon path's blood refinement technique. A demon Dao expert stared at the corpse of the 3rd LV of the heavenly profound realm demon Dao expert and said with a serious expression. His eyes were filled with a terrifying cold light. First, he decapitated him with one slash, then used the blood refinement technique. Who did this? Another demon path expert was astonished. He rubbed his chin and pondered. At least the 4th level of the profound sky realm. Could it be Demon Blood Sword? The 3rd demon path expert guessed. Demon Blood Sword, he had a bit of a background. He was a profound sky realm expert of the blood demon path who was in the 5th level of the profound sky realm. He was a genius of the blood demon path. It was said that he once fought against a righteous expert at the 6th level of the profound sky realm. Not only was he not killed, he wasn't even injured. Instead, his opponent was lightly injured. Demon Blood Sword is temperamental. He might be the one who did it. In the end, the blame was thrown to Demon Blood Sword. Send someone to warn him. In this situation, we demons must be united. We can't fight among ourselves. Otherwise, it will only give the righteous path an opportunity. If he doesn't listen, tell him that this is the Crown Prince's order. Crown Prince. The group of demon path experts were shocked. Crown Prince, his full name was the Crown Prince of the Devil Dao. He was the direct disciple of the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord of the Ancient Devil Hall. His talent was astonishing, his cultivation was profound, and his strength was powerful. In the Devil Dao, he had an extremely high status and prestige. Since the Crown Prince has spoken, we must carry it out. Immediately warned Demon Blood Sword to not act recklessly. The sword rose, and a bloody light filled the sky. Another beam of majestic sword light cut through the bloody light, tearing the ground apart and spreading forward. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was shattered. The sword fell, and a group of righteous experts were all killed. Blood flew out of their bodies and gathered in the air. It was refined by an invisible force into blood beads and flew toward a sword-wielding figure. This person wore a short blood-red robe and held a blood-red longsword in his hand. He didn't look very old, perhaps in his 20s or 30s. His face was pale, without a trace of blood. His eyes were dark and deep, and his eyebrows were blood-red. He looked very strange. The stark contrast between his pale face and blood-red eyebrows left a deep impression on others. Who is it that is using my name to kill people? If I find you, I will make you beg for death, this person said with a sinister expression. Being warned by the Crown Prince of the demonic path, he did not do anything wrong. Of course, the Demon Blood Sword would not be happy. Now, the Demon Blood Sword was searching everywhere to find out who was using his name to kill people and shift the blame to him. Crown Prince, I found the Demon Blood Sword and warned him not to attack people of the demonic path. However, from the looks of it, he does not seem to know about this, a demonic path expert said respectfully in the darkness. You can deal with these matters yourselves, a voice came from the darkness. The tone was cold and had a hint of impatience. Yes. Who? Chenzong exhaled a breath. It shot out like a sharp sword and pierced through a rock a dozen meters away, shattering it instantly. Its power was shocking. Feeling the increasing power in his body, Chenzong could not help but smile. Peak Dragon Force Realm Stage 6. I thought that after returning to the Kanglan world, my cultivation would slowly increase. I did not expect my body refining cultivation to have such a significant improvement, Chenzong muttered to himself. It did not take long for him to rise from Dragon Force Realm Stage 4 to Peak Dragon Force Realm Stage 6. Unfortunately, he lacked a body refinement martial art and was unable to truly transform his body refinement cultivation into strength and completely display it. Even so, the strength of his body refinement had also increased his close combat strength and survivability. Perhaps, my body refinement level can catch up with my chi refinement level in a short period of time, or even surpass it, Chenzong said to himself. With the blood refinement art, there were many Devil Dao experts, but there were even more Devil Dao experts. These were all good materials for him to improve his body refinement cultivation. All the blood beads were refined and absorbed by Chenzong. He got up but did not continue his journey. Although Chenzong was very eager to enter the Earth Demon Abyss as soon as possible and find the three main ingredients, it was not easy to enter the Earth Demon Abyss. After entering, it was also very dangerous. Therefore, along the way, he had to improve his cultivation and strength as much as possible to increase his survivability. Cultivating chi was not easy, especially in the Blue Billow world, unlike the Lingwu sacred world. Heaven and Earth's spiritual chi could not compare to Heaven and Earth's origin chi. With a powerful cultivation method like the White Cloud True Art, the effects of absorbing Heaven and Earth's origin chi would be better. Unless Chenzong could find some treasures to improve his cultivation, otherwise, his chi refinement level could only be improved slowly and slowly. Chenzong made up his mind to improve his body refinement level to Dragon Power Realm level 7 before continuing his journey. In the latter half of the Summer Bright Continent, Chenzong began to look for Devil Dao experts to kill and refine blood beads. After killing them, he used the blood refinement art to refine blood beads. You are the one who pretended to be me and killed people, right? A sinister voice, filled with extreme killing intent, sounded from behind Chenzong. It was as if a cold wind from hell had blown over. Chenzong put the blood beads into his storage ring and turned around. He saw a figure in a blood-red short robe pulling out a long sword from his waist. The sword light was scarlet, and a shocking smell of blood gushed out as if a sea of blood was rushing over. This person's face was pale, his eyes were deep, and his eyebrows were blood-red. He looked very evil. Demon Blood Sword. Chenzong already knew of the other party's arrival and was not surprised at all. A name flashed in his mind. Looks like it is indeed you. Demon Blood Sword's eyes became deeper, and a blood-red light gradually bloomed in the center of his pupils. You are from the righteous path. Why do you know the blood refinement art? Demon Blood Sword did not attack immediately, but asked instead. He was very curious and felt that this was very important. A righteous path expert was actually able to use the blood refinement art. It had to be said that this was very shocking, and he had to figure it out. The blood refinement art was an inherited secret art of the Blood Devil sect. Other Devil Dao experts were unable to learn it. Of course, the other Devil Dao experts all had their own unique secret arts, and each had their own merits. Who said that the righteous path can't learn the blood refinement art? Chenzong smiled. Are you not going to explain it properly? Demon Blood Sword stared at Chenzong. His blood-red sword was completely unsheathed, and his figure suddenly flashed, turning into a blood-red lightning bolt that directly pierced through the air. Demon Blood Sword's cultivation was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm, but his strength was very strong, reaching the standard of an ordinary 6th level Heavenly Profound Realm expert. His speed was extremely fast, and his sword pierced through the air. However, his goal was not to kill Chenzong, but to first cut off Chenzong's arms and then slowly torture them. First, he wanted to interrogate Chenzong as to why he knew the blood refinement art. Second, he wanted to torture Chenzong and make him suffer as a punishment for daring to kill someone in his name. As soon as Demon Blood Sword attacked, Chenzong's eyes lit up slightly. With Chenzong's attainments and insight, he could naturally see that Demon Blood Sword's sword art was very good. It was also very concise and direct, a sword art that was purely for killing. Cold Edge Sword was unsheathed and slashed forward. It was a very ordinary slash, but it made Demon Blood Sword feel that it could not be dodged. One slash to kill, the blood-colored sword light was instantly shattered, and Demon Blood Sword's body paused. Only then did he feel a sharp pain from his chest, which quickly spread throughout his body. He grabbed with his left hand and used the blood refining technique, directly refining Demon Blood Sword's blood into a blood bead. Henceforth, the genius of the Blood Demon sect was dead. This was a loss to the Blood Demon sect, but it was nothing to Chenzong. At most, he would have an additional blood bead that could increase his body refinement cultivation. Chenzong never stayed in one place. Instead, he constantly searched for demon sect experts to kill. Chenzong would not deliberately deal with ordinary demon sect experts, but if he saw them, he would draw his sword and kill them to weaken the demon sect's power. In just a few days, the righteous faction experts discovered that the demon sect was not as rampant as before. After asking around, they found out that someone was hunting demon sect experts, and it seemed to be someone from the Blood Demon sect. Great, infighting. Dogs biting each other. The righteous faction was very happy. Originally, they were struggling at death's door, hesitating whether to continue fighting or retreat. Now that demon sect experts were being killed one after another and suspected of infighting, it gave them a very good opportunity. Demon Blood Sword was killed, and his blood was refined into a blood bead. Who did it? The group of demonic Dao experts was furious. Originally, they guessed that it was Demon Blood Sword's doing and warned him, but looking at Demon Blood Sword's reaction, he did not seem to know. Now, even Demon Blood Sword was dead. For a time, the late-stage Profound Heaven Realm Demon sect experts all moved out, searching everywhere. However, they were still searching in the direction of the Blood Demon sect. After all, only the Blood Demon sect knew the blood refining technique. As a result, they were searching in the wrong direction. However, there were many late-stage Profound Heaven Realm Demon sect experts in the Summer Bright State. All of them mobilized and used various secret techniques, but they still managed to find Chenzong by chance. Righteous faction? The two 7th-stage Profound Heaven Realm Demon sect experts were dumbfounded. They were tracking with a secret technique and should have found a Blood Demon sect expert, but they did not expect to find a righteous faction expert. Could it be that the secret technique had failed? However, no matter if it was because the secret technique had failed or some other reason, since they found a righteous faction expert, they might as well kill him. The two demon sect experts' gazes let Chenzong know that he had become their target, like prey. In fact, Chenzong also treated the two 7th-stage Profound Heaven Realm Demon sect experts as his prey. His figure flashed and soared into the sky like a crane spreading its wings. His speed was extremely fast and light. The cold-edged sword was unsheathed, bringing with it a shocking sword light that swept across the sky. Kill. When the two demon sect experts saw that Chen Zong did not run away and instead took the initiative to attack, they were instantly enraged. They attacked together from the left and right. The black color condensed into a single horn that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. With an extremely shocking power, it fiercely pierced toward Chen Zong. A ball of pitch-black light bombarded like a setting sun, sinking into the ground. The power of these two attacks was extremely terrifying. If an ordinary 7th stage Profound Heaven Realm expert was hit, his body would be smashed into pieces in an instant, leaving no corpse behind. However, it was impossible for them to hit Chen Zong, because the sword light slashed through, directly shattering the attacks of the two demonic cultivators. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword light mercilessly slashed through the bodies of the two demonic cultivators. Even the 7th stage Profound Heaven Realm experts of the Demon King clan were no match for Chen Zong, let alone the demon sect experts. Especially now that Chen Zong's cultivation had improved a little, his strength was even stronger. After killing with one slash, Chen Zong performed the blood refining art. 2 blood beads flew up. After taking the storage rings from the two demon sect experts, Chen Zong floated away, leaving behind 2 shriveled corpses with horrified faces. Whether for the righteous faction or the demon sect, the late-stage Profound Heaven Realm experts were all top experts. The death of one was not a small loss, not to mention the death of 2 at once. When the corpses of the two demon sect experts were discovered, the entire demon sect went into an uproar. The blood demon sect also became the target of the other demon sect's crusade. After all, only the blood demon sect could cultivate the blood refining art. General Blood River, you should make a statement on this matter. I will investigate thoroughly, General Blood River said angrily. The terrifying aura of a 9th stage Profound Heaven Realm expert spread out in all directions. As the strongest expert of the Blood Demon sect in the Summer Bright State, General Blood River would not allow the Blood Demon sect members to kill each other. At least, at this moment, he absolutely would not allow it. However, there was someone who disobeyed and dared to go against his will. Investigate. He had to be thoroughly investigated and punished to serve as a warning to others. Even General Blood River was personally investigating. All the demon sect forces in the Summer Bright State were mobilized, which terrified the righteous faction members who were hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to act. Chen Zong refined and absorbed the blood droplets one by one. Powerful energy flowed into his body and into his pure and majestic qi and blood. It was like a river flowing into a great river, surging endlessly. Looking into his body, Chen Zongha could see his own qi and blood flowing endlessly like a long river. It flowed through his bones and organs, tempering his body time and time again. When the last blood droplet was refined and absorbed, Chen Zong could feel that his qi and blood had grown to a peak, the limit of a level. Next, it was time to break through. The qi and blood in his body surged endlessly like a storm, constantly charging and accumulating energy. He activated his powerful spiritual sense, trying to break through the limit. Again and again, Chen Zong focused all of his attention, his mind completely focused. There was a rumbling sound, as if something had been shattered. The surging qi and blood stopped as if they had exhausted all their energy. However, at that moment, a new and stronger energy was injected into them, causing them to surge again and more violently. Breaking through the limit, an even stronger qi and blood swept through his body, again and again. His heart beat like a drum, shocking everyone. The purple cloud black star flame spread and burned continuously, strengthening his body and strengthening his dragon power. An extremely resounding dragon roar resounded, shaking the surroundings. Layers of energy surged out like ripples, endlessly surging out. His aura skyrocketed, early level 7 dragon power realm. Immediately, the skyrocketing aura calmed down, indicating that his cultivation was stabilizing. Level 7 dragon power realm was equivalent to the Profound Heavens realm. There was an obvious gap between level 6 and level 6. Chen Zong could feel that his dragon power had not only doubled, but it was also much purer. His bones and muscles were also tempered, becoming harder and more resilient, filled with explosive power. Strands of invisible energy spread out from his body and finally covered his skin, forming an invisible layer of protection. This was the dragon power protection that would appear when one's cultivation broke through to level 7 dragon power realm. It had the same nature as the spiritual power protection. In this way, Xianxia had both the spiritual power and dragon power protection. My cultivation has finally broken through to level 7 dragon power realm, Xianxia said to himself after letting out a long breath. Since he had achieved a breakthrough in his body refinement, it was time for him to continue his journey to the demon-suppressing fortress. It was a good thing that Xianxia had broken through to the early stage of dragon power realm. It could increase his close combat strength, increase his defense, and increase his life-saving ability. The downside was that it would be more difficult to improve in the future. He needed to kill at least a warrior in the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm and use their essence blood to refine the blood beads to achieve a better effect. However, the demon race did not lack powerhouses. Xianxia looked into the distance and moved his body. The ground under his feet cracked and a hole was blasted out. Then, Xianxia's body tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning and disappeared in a flash. In the sky, a river of blood surged and extended across the horizon, as if it had never moved since ancient times. It constantly emitted an extremely terrifying aura that suppressed the surroundings. So strong. Xianxia stared at the river of blood from afar. He took a deep breath and looked solemn. He wanted to leave the Xiaoming continent, but the river of blood blocked his way. Perhaps it was not him who had blocked the river, but now, he had encountered it. The river of blood emitted a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. There were dozens of shriveled corpses under the river of blood. Their skinny faces were filled with fear. Although Xianxia was surprised by the river of blood, he was not afraid and continued to move forward. Because only by crossing the river of blood could he leave the Xiaoming continent. Demon General Blood River, Xianxia said to himself. In the process of killing the demon race experts, Xianxia had a simple understanding of the demon race experts in the Xiaoming continent. Xianxia knew some of the more famous demon race experts. Demon General Blood River was at the 9th level of the Profound Heavens realm. He was an expert under the Blood Demon Emperor of the ancient demon palace's Blood Demon flag. He was the leader of the Blood Demon sect in the Xiaoming continent. 9th level of the Profound Heavens realm and an expert of the Blood Demon sect. His blood essence is extremely strong. Xianxia smiled. Moreover, there might be a large number of blood beads in his storage ring. These could all be used as resources to improve his body refining cultivation. Xianxia did not hide his tracks. Demon General Blood River opened his eyes in the river of blood. 2 rays of blood light pierced through the sky and landed on Xianxia's body. Those blood-red eyes carried an extremely terrifying will. It was as if they had come through time and space. Xianxia's body tensed up as if he was bound by an invisible force. Demon General Blood River was an expert who could bring real pressure to Xianxia other than Emperor-level experts. This made Xianxia even more dignified. However, Xianxia had no fear in his heart. Step by step, he approached Blood River. Xianxia drew out the cold-edged sword inch by inch. As the long sword was unsheathed, a shocking sharpness condensed and gushed out. It was unclear whether the sharpness came from the sword wound or from the body. The man and the sword had already become one. Demon General Blood River was an expert. Without a doubt, Xianxia's essence, qi, and spirit were all concentrated in the sword. The Blood River rippled as Blood River Devil controlled the river and instantly rushed towards Xianxia. He pointed a finger at Xianxia and the blood-colored waves condensed into a beam of light as thick as a finger, piercing through the air. At the same time, the tip of the cold-edged sword left the scabbard. The air rippled like water and sword qi shot out. All of a sudden, the sword qi was like smoke, dispersing in an instant before reforming in an instant. Like a wisp of smoke in a cool breeze, it spread towards Blood River Demon. In Blood River Demon's eyes, the sword seemed simple, but it was like a dream that brought about incomparable transformations. Xianxia's body was penetrated by the blood-colored finger light in an instant and dispersed like smoke. At this moment, Xianxia's illusory cloud path ushered in a breakthrough. Xianxia had finally comprehended the upper part of the illusory cloud path to the extreme. Swish! Swish, swish! Demon General Blood River flicked his 10 fingers and streaks of blood-colored finger light tore through the sky. They were densely packed like a rainstorm that could destroy heaven and earth. Chenzong and his sword turned into smoke. They were constantly hit, dispersed, and reformed. He had truly unleashed the mystery of the illusory cloud path. Chenzong, who was completely immersed in the illusory cloud path, realized how profound it was. Just the upper part of the illusory cloud path was enough to make him invincible against a 9th-level heavenly profound realm expert. Of course, a 9th-level transcendent realm expert in the Lingwu holy world was much stronger than a 9th-level heavenly profound realm expert in the Kanglin world. However, he had only exchanged for the upper part of the illusory cloud path. There were still the middle and lower parts. If he could fully comprehend and master them, he didn't know how powerful he could be. Pushing the illusory cloud path to the extreme, Chenzong approached Demon General Blood River. His figure appeared and he stabbed with his sword. The cold-edged sword seemed to have melted in the air and turned into a wisp of smoke. The sword chi was extremely terrifying, causing Demon General Blood River's pupils to shrink. The illusory cloud path was about transformation. It had reached a kind of extreme and was extremely shocking. Under Chenzong's sword, not only was there transformation, there was also sharpness. Demon General Blood River was a 9th-level heavenly profound realm expert. He wasn't someone ordinary 9th-level heavenly profound realm experts could compare to. He was extremely powerful. If Chenzong wanted to fight him, he could only fight him in close combat. However, it was very difficult to get close to Demon General Blood River. Those who weren't strong enough would be killed by his 10 fingers. With a boom, a terrifying power exploded. Blood surged like endless waves and bombarded in all directions, trying to destroy Chenzong. 100 Illusory Cloud Path. With one strike, Chenzong's figure split into 5 in an instant. Every single one of them wielded a sword and charged at Blood River Demon General from different directions. Every single one of them seemed to be real, and every single strike brought with it terrifying power. Demon General Blood River's power was torn apart in an instant. 100 Illusory Cloud Path. This time, there were 6 figures and they were even more powerful. 100 Illusory Cloud Path. 7 figures. Chenzong used it again and again. Demon General Blood River unleashed his full power. The terrifying Blood River condensed and compressed into one. It circled around him like a blood python with astonishing power. Not only did it protect himself, but it also attacked Chenzong continuously. The blood python's power was shocking. Ordinary 9th-level heavenly profound realm experts couldn't resist it. Chenzong was under a lot of pressure. 100 Illusory Cloud Path. 8 figures appeared with swords in their hands. With another move, 9 figures appeared in the 100 Illusions Cloud Mist. 9 figures was the limit of this move. Kill. The blood python was cut into 10 pieces, but Demon General Blood River's body turned into a blood shadow and escaped from Chenzong's sword. Demon General Blood River appeared thousands of meters away. He stared at Chenzong with an oppressive aura and asked, "Who are you?" Chenzong's aura wasn't as strong as his, but why was his strength so strong that it wasn't inferior to his and even threatened him? "The one who will kill you," Chenzong replied with a sharp longsword. 100 Illusions Cloud Mist. 9 more figures arrived with swords in their hands. Illusory Cloud Sky Slashing Sword. The blood beads shattered and the blood river exploded. The terrifying blood color exploded in an instant, destroying everything. In terms of absolute power, Demon General Blood River was superior. However, in terms of subtlety, he was far behind Chenzong. After the battle with Demon General Blood River, Chenzong's application of the Illusory Cloud Path became more profound. Platinum Sword Body. The entry-level Platinum Sword Body immediately increased Chenzong's strength further. 9 more figures appeared in the 100 Illusions Cloud Mist again. Immediately after, the 9 figures merged into one. The figure shone brightly and killed with a single strike. Blood River was torn apart and the figures crossed each other. Kill. Demon General Blood River looked down at his waist. There was a bloodline extending and a terrifying sword aura was wreaking havoc in his body. He never expected that he would be killed. Chenzong opened his left hand and immediately used the blood refinement technique to absorb Demon General Blood River's blood. "It's you." Demon General Blood River hadn't died yet. When he felt his blood being sucked away, his eyes widened and his face was full of shock. A righteous powerhouse knew how to use the blood refinement technique. Just the thought of it was terrifying. No wonder they couldn't track him down. It turned out that they had been going in the wrong direction from the beginning. It was too late to find out now. All his blood was sucked away. With shock and unwillingness, Demon General Blood River died and turned into a dried corpse. Little Six Paths will be performing at the kindergarten tonight. As a kind father, Six Paths will definitely come with his sword. Tyrannical energy surged in his body. Once released, it could destroy mountains. His body moved slightly, causing the air to fluctuate as if a gust of wind was blowing. The roars of tigers, leopards, and dragons raged in his body, as if dragons were dancing. Late-stage Dragon Power Realm. After refining the large amount of blood beads stored by Blood River Demon General and the blood beads refined from Blood River Demon General's blood essence, Qianzong's body refining cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. His entire body was blazing hot and the purple cloud black star flame had become even stronger. In such a short period of time, his body refining cultivation had increased from the 4th level of the Dragon Power Realm all the way to the 7th level of the Dragon Power Realm. This cultivation speed was too shocking. In fact, it wasn't always better to improve one's cultivation as fast as possible. It also depended on the situation. When one's cultivation improved rapidly in a short period of time, one's strength would also skyrocket. It was like eating a fatty in one go. One's body would have to bear the burden of the sudden increase in strength. If one couldn't bear it, the strength would go berserk and hurt oneself. Even if one could bear it, it would take some time to adapt and polish the skyrocketing strength until it was completely under control. However, Qianzong didn't have this concern, because Qianzong's cultivation level was higher than his cultivation level. His consciousness was also very powerful. After his soul liquefied, his consciousness changed and became even stronger. He could control his skyrocketing strength without any harm. What Qianzong was worried about wasn't that he couldn't control his skyrocketing strength, but that it didn't grow fast enough. After all, the situation was very chaotic now. The demon path was thriving and the demon race was wreaking havoc. Without enough strength, many things couldn't be done. But now, with his chi cultivation at peak stage 7 and his body refinement realm cultivation at late stage dragon power realm, Qianzong was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone in the 9th stage of the profound heaven realm in close combat. Stepping out of Summer Bright continent, Qianzong entered the continent occupied by the demon race and headed west. Kanglan Chronicle. At the end of the Dark Era, Jiandi's sword came from the east and opened the Kanglan New Era. Qianzong once again stepped into the territory of Ming Sword Continent. However, things and people had changed. Qianzong had a deep impression of the Mingjian continent, even more so than the Taiyuan continent. After all, although Qianzong was a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, he spent most of his time in the Taiyuan Heaven sect and rarely went to the Taiyuan continent. On the other hand, Qianzong stayed in Ming Sword Continent for a long time. Skyscraper Society. Polar Sky Society. The two most powerful forces in Bright Sword Continent should have already disappeared by now. He just didn't know where Skyscraper Association's leader, Ban Zhongquan, and Maniac had gone. He also didn't know where Skyscraper Association's leader and Azure Dragon Sword Venerable had gone. After crossing the Bright Sword Continent and heading west, I'll be able to step into the boundary of the demon-suppressing fortress and enter the Earth Demon Abyss. Qianzong tried his best to conceal his whereabouts and aura to avoid being discovered. At the same time, he began to think. Entering the Earth Demon Abyss was a big deal, and it had to be handled carefully. Because this trip could only succeed, not the slightest mistake was allowed. If there was a mistake, there would be no chance of a comeback. The sky above Bright Sword Continent was dark and filled with endless dark clouds. It was heavy and oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. The demon army had invaded Bright Sword Continent, and the demon chi that came with it also affected Bright Sword Continent, gradually transforming it to be more suitable for the demon race to live. It had only been a short time, but in a few decades, Bright Sword Continent's environment would become the same as the Earth Demon Abyss. At that time, even if the demon race didn't do anything, it would be difficult for the human race to survive in that environment and would be demonized. Even Emperor-level powerhouses wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, no matter how high one's cultivation was or how strong one was, it couldn't be separated from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Therefore, if the demon race wasn't defeated and repelled, the human race would be annihilated. The closer he got to the demon-suppressing fortress, the more cautious Qianzong became. Moving forward carefully, Qianzong felt a chaotic aura coming from afar. At the same time, there were demon race people roaring, sounding like they were giving orders. Qianzong's gaze sharpened. He didn't expect to encounter demon race people as soon as he entered Bright Sword Continent. However, this was normal. After all, Bright Sword Continent had fallen into the hands of the demon race army and was already occupied by them. If he hadn't been careful enough and used the illusory cloudway to conceal his aura, he would have been discovered long ago. However, Qianzong was very surprised. Bright Sword Continent had already fallen into the hands of the demon race and was ruled by them. Then why was there a battle happening now? Could it be that someone had infiltrated here to assassinate the demon race? Daring to infiltrate the demon race's territory to assassinate the demon race's experts, this was indeed very bold. Qianzong was rather curious. As the aura approached Qianzong, Qianzong also saw the other party's figure. However, Qianzong frowned slightly. Qianzong had never seen these two people before, so he didn't know them. Both of their cultivations were at the Earth Spirit realm. They were injured and were fleeing in panic. Behind them, 10 mid-ranked demon race people were in hot pursuit. They were like maggots in a corpse, relentlessly pursuing them. Although he didn't recognize them, he was certain that they were humans. They also had the aura of a sword on them. Those who practiced the sword for a long time would naturally have the aura of a sword. This aura was very faint and ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it. Only experts would be able to sense it. Logically speaking, Qianzong wouldn't leave them in the lurch. He didn't need to draw his sword. With a light stroke of his sword finger, sword aura immediately shot through the air. The sword aura spread out like a wisp of smoke, making it difficult to detect. It was like a wisp of mist that filled the air. The 2 Earth Spirit Realm cultivators and the 10 mid-ranked demon race people behind them didn't sense it at all. Then, there was a hiss as the 10 demon race people's figures paused. Their bodies were instantly split in two by the light smoke. This scene immediately caused the 2 people who were fleeing in panic to be extremely shocked. However, their reactions were also extremely fast. Who is it? Which senior has come to our rescue? Their sharp gazes swept over the surroundings as they spoke. Why are the 2 of you here? Qianzong's voice sounded as his figure appeared in front of the 2 demon race people. The 2 demon race people started and their eyes widened. Qianzong looked too young. Bright Sword Continent has already fallen into the hands of the demons. Why are the 2 of you here? Qianzong spoke again, startling the 2 demon race people back to their senses. Just now, was it, Senior, who saved us? The 2 demon race people weren't so sure and asked in return. It was me. Answer my question. Qianzong's tone was neither fast nor slow, but there was an indescribable dignity to it. In response to Senior, we are from the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association. The 2 demon race people responded lowly. The Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association. Qianzong was surprised. Senior, have you just arrived in Bright Sword Continent? One of the 2 demon race people asked. Qianzong nodded. Have you heard of the Empyrean Association? The predecessor of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association was the Empyrean Association. These 2 sentences made Qianzong's eyes flash. The 2 demon race people felt the pressure on them increase greatly, as if they were drowning in endless sword light. Is the leader of the Empyrean Association still here? Qianzong quickly asked. Yes. The Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association was founded by the association of the Empyrean Association's leader and other experts. It gathers the warriors of Bright Sword Continent and Proud Sword Continent and secretly fights against the demons. Take me there. Qianzong suppressed the joy in his heart. Senior, we will take you to a stronghold first. Whether we take you to the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association will be decided by the elders guarding the stronghold. The 2 demon race people looked at each other and quickly said. This was out of caution. This was Bright Sword Continent, which had already been occupied by the demons. The Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association was called fighting against the demons, but in fact, it was just to cause some trouble for the demons. They could only act in secret. For the demons, the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association shouldn't exist. Therefore, the demons had been chasing after them and using all kinds of methods. Now that Chenzong had appeared, they couldn't be sure whether it was a trick of the demons. Under such uncertain circumstances, they couldn't be too cautious. Chenzong didn't have any objection. Under the guidance of the two demon slayers, they took many twists and turns to remote places. They even went into the underground tunnel and kept moving forward. It was enough to make most unfamiliar people dizzy. It was obvious how cautious they were. However, Chenzong's soul was strong enough to remember the route they took. After leaving the underground tunnel and walking to the surface, they saw a barren land. After a while, Chenzong felt the presence of the profound sky realm in front of him. It was coming from a cottage in front of him. "Senior, please wait here," one of the demon slayers said respectfully to Chenzong. Chenzong nodded, not caring. About 15 minutes later, the two demon slayers walked out of the shabby cottage, followed by an old man. It was the old man who was emitting the presence of the profound sky realm. The old man's hair and beard were fluttering like a lion's head. His eyes were bright and full of vigor, looking quite majestic. The vigor in the lion's head old man's eyes gathered, crossing hundreds of meters and falling on Chenzong's face, as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. He already knew some things, but when he saw Chenzong, he was still surprised by Chenzong's young age. Then, he was surprised that he couldn't sense Chenzong's cultivation level. "Senior, this is Elder Feng of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association," one of the demon slayers introduced. "How should I address you?" Elder Feng faced Chenzong directly. His voice was deep and loud, like a lion's roar. "Chenzong." Chenzong didn't want to hide his identity. "Chenzong." Elder Feng frowned slightly. He lowered his head and pondered. From the looks of it, he seemed to have heard of this name. Soon after, Elder Feng suddenly lifted his head and looked at Chenzong. "I have heard of this name before. Chenzong of the Extreme Yuan Heaven Sect, and Chenzong of the Extreme Heaven Association," Chenzong said seriously. "It really is you." Elder Feng's eyes were burning like the sun. "How can you prove it?" "Elder Feng, are you a member of the Extreme Heaven Association?" Chenzong asked. Back then, he had been in the Extreme Heaven Association, but there were many members, and he hadn't seen all of them. "Back then, I wasn't an elder yet," Elder Feng said slowly. Chenzong told him some things about the Extreme Heaven Association, including the location of its headquarters. Of course, he used telepathy. Elder Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Chenzong's words. He finally confirmed Chenzong's identity. "Elder Feng, I wonder if Senior Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon and the association leader are doing well?" Chenzong quickly asked. "I'll take you there." Elder Feng was startled at first, then he sighed. Elder Feng's expression and tone made Chenzong's heart sink. It seemed that the situation wasn't good. The situation was even more serious than Chenzong had imagined. Duan Guchuan, the former leader of the Extreme Celestial Association and one of the two leaders of the Extreme Celestial Sword Demon Slayers Association, was heavily injured. Duan Guchuan's face was pale, his aura was dispirited, and when he spoke, he was gasping for breath. He did not have the strength to continue, and it was very uncomfortable to listen to, but at this moment, he was looking at the person in front of him with excitement. I thought. Duan Guchuan paused for a moment. After a short rest, he spoke again. "You were killed by the Skyscraper Association, Senior." "I didn't die. I was just trapped in a secret realm. I benefited from the disaster, and my cultivation improved greatly. My body also became younger," Chenzong explained. Through his conversation with Duan Guchuan, Chenzong knew what had happened in Bright Sword Continent these years. When Duan Guchuan was crowned emperor and his strength increased greatly, he planned to fight Ban Zhongquan to the death to avenge his master, the Heavenly Master Jiandi, and clean up the Heavenly Master Sword sect. Unexpectedly, before the battle even began, the demon army invaded. Naturally, the various sects of Bright Sword Continent joined forces to fight against the demon army. As one of the two giants of Bright Sword Continent, the Extreme Celestial Association had a heavy responsibility and was at the forefront. Unexpectedly, as one of the two giants of the Bright Sword continent, the Matian Association didn't resist the Devil Race's army. Instead, they retreated. At the critical moment, they cooperated with the Devil Race's army and killed many forces of the Bright Sword continent, resulting in the death of a large number of experts. All of a sudden, the anti-devil defense line of the Bright Sword continent collapsed. Because of this, the demon army marched straight in and truly occupied Bright Sword continent. Although the demon army's invasion was inevitable and Bright Sword continent's occupation was inevitable, the difference was the time and the demon army's losses. If the Skyscraper Association did not cooperate with the demon army would have to pay at least several times the losses and time to conquer Bright Sword continent. It could be said that the Skyscraper Association caused the various factions of Bright Sword continent to suffer heavy losses and be occupied by the demon army. The Skyscraper Association was the main culprit. Duan Guchuan was naturally enraged. His eyes turned red. He recklessly searched for the Matian Society's leader, Ban Zhongquan, in order to kill him. Unexpectedly, Ban Zhongquan's strength was extremely strong. Duan Guchuan couldn't defeat him even if he used all of his strength, and could only maintain a tie. Then, a Demon Dao expert launched a sneak attack, catching Duan Guchuan off guard. In the end, he was defeated and even hit by Ban Zhongquan's palm. Duan Guchuan used all his means to escape. That palm strike was extremely strange, causing Duan Guchuan to suffer heavy injuries. There was an extremely evil force wreaking havoc, which was difficult to expel, causing Duan Guchuan's body to become very weak. Although he had a cultivation base, it was difficult for him to use it. Even when he spoke, he was gasping for breath, as if he was terminally ill. Duan Guchuan was able to sense that the vitality within his body was being completely devoured by the energy of extreme yin and evil within his body, and if it wasn't for his profound cultivation, he would have been unable to endure it a long time ago. However, if this continued, Duan Guchuan would not be able to bear it. "Senior, let me take a look," Chen Zong said, grabbing Duan Guchuan's wrist, preparing to probe Duan Guchuan's body to see if he could expel it. "You can't," Duan Guchuan hurriedly said, retracting his wrist. It turned out that the other guild leader of the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Guild was also an Emperor-level expert. He had already tried to expel the energy within Duan Guchuan's body, but it was simply impossible for him to do so. Instead, he was affected by that energy. Fortunately, he cut it off in time, otherwise it would have corroded into his body. Duan Guchuan was worried that Chen Zong would also suffer the same fate. If that extremely evil energy were to invade his body, his bright future would be ruined. However, Duan Guchuan's body was very weak, and Chen Zong's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, Chen Zong had caught Duan Guchuan's wrist, and a trace of incomparably pure spiritual energy instantly entered Duan Guchuan's wrist, quickly spreading along his arm. At the same time, as if sensing the invasion of an external energy, the extremely evil energy entrenched within Duan Guchuan's body also moved. Like a hibernating poisonous snake coming out of its hole, it was extremely vicious, pouncing towards Chen Zong. Duan Guchuan's face was filled with shock, as this was completely out of his control. In an instant, Chen Zong's spiritual energy was attacked by the extremely evil energy like a poisonous snake, but Chen Zong's spiritual sense was extremely strong, and he had already sensed it. Moreover, Bai Yanji's spiritual energy was extremely pure, and it directly resisted the attack of the extremely evil energy. In terms of the purity of his spiritual energy, Chen Zong's spiritual energy was comparable to that of an emperor-level powerhouse. Even so, that extremely evil energy was extremely terrifying, and it caused Chen Zong's Bai Yanji's spiritual energy to retreat bit by bit. Very quickly, it was scattered, and it followed the direction of the spiritual energy, quickly spreading towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong hurriedly let go of his hand, but a trace of the extremely evil energy still invaded his finger, continuously spreading towards his palm, drilling into his arm, and devouring Chen Zong's life force. However, on one hand, this extremely evil energy was not strong enough, only 1/1000th of the one in Duan Guchuan's body. On the other hand, Chen Zong's physique was extremely strong, and his vitality was extremely vigorous, so it was not so easy to shake him. With a thought, the purple cloud black star flame instantly appeared, enveloping that extremely evil energy and burning it fiercely. After 3 breaths, that extremely evil energy was completely burned away by the purple cloud black star flame. Senior, I think I can help you eliminate the evil energy in your body. A confident smile appeared on Chenzong's young face. Young man, everyone knows how to make empty promises. Before Duan Guchuan could answer, a sharp voice rang out, entering Chenzong and Duan Guchuan's ears. Accompanying the voice was an extremely sharp aura, as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed and pierced through the sky. A middle-aged man walked in with his hands behind his back. At first glance, Chenzong felt as if he had seen a sharp sword. This person's eyes were extremely sharp, like the edge of a sword. He stared at Chenzong, scrutinizing Chenzong, as if he wanted to see through Chenzong and see how Chenzong could say such arrogant words. This was because even an emperor-level powerhouse like him couldn't do anything about the evil energy in Duan Guchuan's body. Open your eyes wide and watch. Chenzong smiled slightly. He had more or less guessed the person's identity, but he didn't get angry because of it. Alright, I want to see how you're going to do it. The person didn't get angry either. Instead, he smiled, but his eyes became even sharper. Duan Guchuan felt helpless. However, he had felt a strand of evil energy enter Chenzong's body just now. But now, it seemed that Chenzong wasn't affected at all. Instead, he had eliminated that strand of evil energy. Did this mean that the evil energy in his body had a high chance of being eliminated? The evil energy entrenched in Duan Guchuan's body would constantly devour Duan Guchuan's vitality to strengthen itself. Actually, it wasn't that strong at first, only 1/10 of its original strength. However, in the past 2 years, it had become stronger and stronger, growing 10 times stronger. Chenzong stretched out his hand again, his fingers clasping Duan Guchuan's wrist. The evil energy in Duan Guchuan's body suddenly went berserk and attacked again. This time, Chenzong didn't use his spiritual energy. Instead, he allowed the evil energy in Duan Guchuan's body to invade his fingers. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong's fingers were tainted with a layer of black, emitting a cold and evil energy. Duan Guchuan watched anxiously. The emperor-level powerhouse beside him also widened his hands, ready to help at any time. Chenzong could feel that more and more evil energy was invading his body, trying to devour his life force. It was just that his physique was so strong that he was able to lock down his life force, preventing it from being devoured for a while. However, it was hard to say what would happen after a while. In an instant, Chenzong mobilized the purple cloud black star flame, covering his entire palm and burning fiercely. The purple cloud black star flame was a powerful earth mystical flame. As Chenzong's body tempering realm continued to improve, reaching the 7th grade, its power increased greatly. It had the ability to purify energy and had a certain miraculous effect on the evil energy. As the purple cloud black star flame burned, the evil energy in Chenzong's palm was incinerated and consumed. The evil energy struggled desperately, trying to devour Chenzong's vitality to replenish itself. However, it couldn't do so. Chenzong's palm was visibly turning from black to pale. Chenzong was completely focused, his expression somewhat grave. This evil energy was very strong. If not for the purple cloud black star flame, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to it. Duan Guchuan and the emperor-level powerhouse stared wide-eyed at Chenzong's palm. They were incomparably nervous and expectant. As they watched the color of Chenzong's palm gradually fade and return to normal, an indescribable excitement swept through their bodies. Time passed slowly. One breath felt as long as a year. About 1 hour later, Chenzong's palm was completely healed. The evil energy in it had also completely disappeared, completely purified and destroyed by the purple cloud black star flame. Senior, there is still some evil energy in your body. I will destroy it, Chenzong said. It might be a little uncomfortable. I hope Senior can bear with it. Go ahead and do what you want. Duan Guchuan saw the hope of recovery. For a moment, his complexion turned rosy, and his spirit seemed to improve. Under Chenzong's control, a wisp of the purple cloud black star flame entered Duan Guchuan's body. Most of the evil energy entered Chenzong's body. The remaining evil energy in Duan Guchuan's body was about 1%. This 1% would slowly devour Duan Guchuan's life force, continuously strengthening itself until Duan Guchuan's life force was exhausted and he died. What was even more terrifying was that when the evil energy completely devoured Duanguchuan's life force, it would explode and spread out in all directions. It would affect the others, invade their bodies, and devour their life force again. When the purple cloud black star flame entered, it immediately enveloped the last of the evil energy. It burned fiercely and burned away bit by bit. During this process, Duanguchuan felt very uncomfortable. He felt as if a ball of flame had been stuffed into his body, burning continuously, as if it wanted to burn him to ashes from the inside. However, in order to recover, Duanguchuan endured this pain. 15 minutes later, the last wisp of the evil energy was burned to ashes and completely disappeared. Chenzong also withdrew the wisp of purple cloud black star flame, his face pale. Continuously using the purple cloud black star flame's power and having to control it precisely, to avoid causing harm to Duanguchuan's body, consumed even more energy. "Old Duan, your injuries." That martial monarch expert immediately grabbed Duanguchuan's wrist. His energy instantly surged into Duanguchuan's body. That energy quickly swept around and found no remnants of the evil energy. He was immediately very excited. There were two leaders of the guild. One was Duanguchuan, the former leader of the Empyrean Guild. The other was Xianxia, a titled emperor of the Proud Sword sect of the Proud Sword continent. Therefore, the two of them joined hands to create the guild. The members of the guild were mostly members of the Empyrean Guild and the Proud Sword sect. A small number of them were the remnants of the various factions in the Bright Sword continent. According to Xianxia, the guild had 2 titled emperors, 15 late-stage profound sky realm experts, 80 mid-stage profound sky realm experts, and close to 200 early-stage profound sky realm experts. There were even more Earth Spirit Realm experts, numbering in the thousands, and Extreme Mortal Realm experts numbering in the thousands. There was no doubt that such a force was strong enough to rival or even surpass a top-notch faction. However, in the Bright Sword continent, where the demons flourished, they could only hide in the dark and could not confront the demons head-on. After all, the demons that occupied the Bright Sword continent had 3 demon emperors. There was also the traitor Ban Zhongquan among them. Ban Zhongquan was also a titled emperor. Duanguchuan, who had gotten rid of the evil energy, went into seclusion to recover. Xianxia was very polite to Chenzong because he had witnessed Chenzong's ability. Xianxia had a very profound understanding of the sword. He combined the mysteries of the Proud Sword sect and his own years of accumulation to create the Empyrean Sword Dao. The power of the Empyrean Sword Dao was astonishing. Chenzong learned a lot from the discussion. Xianxia's Empyrean Sword Dao believed that the sword must be used to condense all of one's strength into a single point and infuse one's essence, qi, and spirit into it. From the Empyrean Sword Dao's concept, Chenzong could see that it was a very extreme sword Dao. Once the sword was used, there was only death. It could be said that if one could not kill the enemy, one would be in danger. Xianxia even hinted that he wanted to accept Chenzong as his disciple to inherit the ultimate Sky Sword Dao. However, Chenzong rejected him. Putting aside the fact that the ultimate Sky Sword Dao was too extreme, just the other factors alone made it impossible for Chenzong to take Xianxia as his teacher. In any case, I'm giving it to you. You can decide how you want to deal with it. Xianxia tossed a white spiritual jade to Chenzong. It was the heritage spiritual jade, and it contained the complete contents of the ultimate Sky Sword Dao. In the face of Xianxia's shameless behavior, Chenzong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Chenzong didn't reject Xianxia's kindness and put away the inheritance spiritual jade. Xianxia's behavior seemed shameless, but it was also a kind of helplessness. After talking with Chenzong, Xianxia realized that Chenzong's attainment and talent in the Sword Dao were unparalleled. Therefore, he hoped that his Sword Dao could be passed down better. Besides, Xianxia didn't know when he would fall in the current situation. The legacy of the extreme Sky Sword Dao allowed Chenzong's accumulation in the Dao of the sword to become even more vigorous. The concept within it especially made Chenzong's eyes light up. He seemed to have a vague understanding of it. However, there seemed to be a layer of gauze that he couldn't see through. Sword Lord Green Dragon also returned. He was very excited to meet Chenzong again. Maniac was crowned as emperor. Chenzong was shocked when he heard the news. However, thinking back, Maniac was already an expert at the peak of the profound heavens realm. It wasn't impossible for him to be crowned as emperor after going through a life and death situation. Senior, is Maniac also in Bright Sword Continent? Chen Zong asked, his eyes flashing fiercely. Even if Maniac was crowned as emperor, he still had to die. No. Maniac rebelled against the Skyscraper Society and left Bright Sword Continent. No one knows where he went, Sword Lord Green Dragon said. The Skyscraper Society's leader, Ban Zhongquan, sided with the demon race, but Maniac didn't. Maniac's actions surprised Chen Zong. However, he still had a grudge against Maniac. He still had to kill him. 3 days later, Duan Guchuan came out of seclusion. His cultivation and strength had all recovered. Duan Guchuan's recovery was great news for the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Society. After that, the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Society called for a war meeting. Bright Sword Continent had been occupied by the demon race's army, but the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Society had been secretly sabotaging the demon race's army so that they couldn't leave and invade other continents. Society leader Duan has recovered his strength, but the demon race doesn't know about it. This time, we'll go all out and give them a big one, Jianxia said with killing intent. I agree. Sword Lord Green Dragon was the first to agree. Most people agreed, but a small number of people thought that they should be careful and plan for the long term. After all, they weren't afraid of sacrificing themselves, but they weren't suicidal. The demon race has 3 demon emperors and that traitor, Ban Zhongquan. There are 4 titled emperors in total. Duan Guchuan said in a vigorous voice, we'll try to kill 1 titled emperor this time and weaken the demon race's strength. Titled emperors were pillars and symbols. If they were killed, it would greatly affect the morale of the demon slaying society. For example, when Duan Guchuan was injured and had almost no strength to fight, it would greatly affect the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Society. However, the 3 demon emperors always stayed together to avoid any accidents. Ban Zhongquan was very cunning, so it was hard to know where he was. The Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Society wasn't weak, but they only had 2 titled emperors. For a moment, everyone fell silent and temporarily put down the idea of a big surprise attack. But who knew that the situation would take a turn? 1 day later, the person in charge of intelligence quickly returned and reported a piece of news. One of the 3 demon emperors, the Black Light Demon Emperor, was leading the Black Light Army and preparing to lead Bright Sword Continent to reinforce another continent. A good chance. Jianxia's eyes lit up. Take this chance to get rid of the Black Light Demon Emperor. Duan Guchuan straightened his back and didn't look old at all. Without much hesitation, they immediately chose the members of the Demon Slaying Society. It wasn't easy to kill a demon emperor. The 2 titled emperors, Duan Guchuan and Jianxia, had to go. Even if they worked together, they weren't confident. Sword Master Green Dragon, the strongest under titled emperors, also had to go. In addition, 10 of the Profound Heaven Realm Advanced Stage Experts, 50 of the Profound Heaven Realm Intermediate Stage Experts, and 100 of the Profound Heaven Realm Initial Stage Experts were sent out. Many of the Earth Spirit Realm and Extreme Mortal Realm experts were also sent out. After all, the main target of this trip was the Black Light Demon Emperor. However, the Black Light Army couldn't be ignored. They had to kill as many as they could to weaken the demon army's strength. I'll go too, Chen Zong said. They didn't know how strong Chen Zong was, but since he was in the Profound Heaven Realm, he shouldn't be too weak. Remember to protect yourself, Duan Guchuan reminded. He thought highly of Chen Zong, not only because Chen Zong had inherited his master's Heavenspan Sword Dao, but also because of the Heavenspan Jiandi's Heavenspan Sword Dao. The sky above Bright Sword Continent was dark and gloomy. Dark clouds covered the sky. Under the dark clouds, figures flew in the air, emitting a shocking aura that was dark and cold. There were hundreds of figures flying in the air. They were the superior experts of the demon race. Above them, there was a figure with the strongest aura. Layers of black light faintly spread out from his body. It was the Black Light Demon Emperor. Below, a demon army numbering in the tens of thousands was like a black torrent of steel, surging forward with an indomitable will. Nothing could stop them in their path, and everything was crushed into smithereens. The weakest in this army were low-level demons, while the strongest were mid-level demons. They were equivalent to the human race's extreme mortal realm and earth spirit realm experts. Moreover, they were well-trained and terrifying. The experts of the extreme sword demon slayers lay in ambush. They didn't act immediately, but waited for an opportunity. They were still relatively close to the other demon armies. It would be easy to attract their reinforcements. They would attack when the demons were about to leave Brightsword Continent and catch them off guard. The speed of the Devil Race army was very fast, like a torrential torrent that was endless, pushing all the way forward. Their imposing manner of sweeping everything before them was shocking. The aura of the demons pervaded the air and gathered in the sky like a giant demon. Prepare to attack. Xianxia's voice traveled into everyone's ears. Everyone held their breaths and tried their best to restrain their aura, not daring to reveal even a trace. In an instant, Duanguchuan attacked. His sword cut through the air, as if cutting open a path to the heavens, and attacked the Black Light Demon Emperor in the sky. Duanguchuan's attack was very sudden and unexpected. The Black Light Demon Emperor was stunned for a moment, but as a veteran of hundreds of battles, he reacted quickly. He gathered all his strength in an instant. Instead of dodging, he pulled out his large blade and slashed out fiercely. The black blade light shattered the vacuum and tore through heaven and earth. It slashed at the sword light with unstoppable force. In terms of strength, the Black Light Demon Emperor was stronger than Duanguchuan. Duanguchuan's sword was naturally defeated by the Black Light Demon Emperor's blade. But Duanguchuan didn't retreat. He held his sword and attacked. Duanguchuan had inherited the complete heavenly sword way and used it as a foundation to evolve his own sword way. It was similar to the heavenly sword way. Every sword was majestic and powerful. Duanguchuan's sword seemed to be able to draw the power of heaven and earth. It was brilliant and bright. The other experts of the extreme sword demon slayers also attacked with all their strength the moment Duanguchuan attacked. They wanted to inflict heavy damage to the demon army as soon as possible, killing as many demons as possible and weakening their strength. But this demon army was not only well-trained but also experienced many battles. They reacted instantly and adjusted to defend their camp. They quickly counterattacked. The whole process took only a few breaths of time. The losses were not obvious. The people of the extreme sword demon slayers had also been trained. They quickly arranged themselves into battle formations to resist the demon army. Chenzong didn't attack immediately. Instead, he tried his best to hide his aura. He observed Duanguchuan's sword technique and felt the majestic aura and heavenly power. Jitianjiandi didn't attack either. He also tried his best to hide his aura. This was what they had discussed before. Duanguchuan would attack first to restrain the Black Light Demon Emperor and attract his attention. When the time was right, Jitianjiandi would attack with all his strength, hoping to kill the Black Light Demon Emperor in one strike. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if the two of them joined forces, they would at most be able to defeat the Black Light Demon Emperor. It would be difficult to kill him. If he escaped, this operation would be considered a failure. As such, they could only use a strange move. Duanguchuan approached the Black Light Demon Emperor. His sword carried with it an astonishing power. It was as if it had fallen from the sky. The Black Light Demon Emperor's face was ferocious. A ray of sword radiance arrived first, and then the sword shot out like a ray of light. In an instant, Chenzong's eyes were sucked in. There was nothing else but the extremely bright ray of sword radiance that pierced through the sky like a cold star, shooting out. There was no sword or figure, only a ray of sword radiance that was like a star, invincible and unstoppable. It was too fast and too sudden. Extreme horror burst out from the Black Light Demon Emperor's body like a tsunami. Even though he had experienced hundreds of battles and many life and death situations, he could not completely react in an instant. His body weight seemed to have increased tenfold or even hundredfold, becoming extremely heavy. The agility and speed that he was usually proud of had all disappeared. Demonic power erupted, and the black light swept over his body like a wave. The Black Light Demon Emperor tried his best to dodge, but he was still a little short. A sword pierced through the air and instantly pierced through the Black Light Demon Emperor's shoulder. The extremely terrifying sword chi exploded in his shoulder, directly tearing it apart and creating a fist-sized hole. Duan Guchuan seized the opportunity and slashed with his sword. Carrying the brilliant heavenly might, he directly slashed the Black Light Demon Emperor's body. The sword shattered the Black Light Demon Emperor's armor, and the terrifying power even broke the Black Light Demon Emperor's tyrannical body and penetrated into his body. The two Emperor-level powerhouses joined forces and caught the Black Light Demon Emperor off guard, immediately succeeding. The Black Light Demon Emperor had been injured twice in a row, and his strength had been greatly reduced. Knowing that he was no match for them, he did not hesitate. The black light swept through his body in an instant, like a raging wave. Then, it exploded beyond its limit and quickly fled into the distance, in the direction of the demon army of Brightsword Continent. Realizing that things were not going well, the Black Light Demon Emperor made a prompt decision to abandon his army. Saving his own life was more important. Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi could not let the Black Light Demon Emperor escape, because once the Black Light Demon Emperor escaped, with the tyrannical physique of the demon race, he would be able to quickly recover. However, the Black Light Demon Emperor's explosive speed was extremely fast, far faster than Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi. It was especially so for the Empyrean Sword Emperor. He had exerted all his strength in the previous strike and didn't hold back at all. He wanted to kill the Black Light Devil Emperor with a single strike. However, he didn't expect that it was only a minor injury. For a moment, the Empyrean Sword Emperor hadn't fully recovered his strength and couldn't catch up to the Black Light Devil Emperor. Duan Guchuan gave chase with all his might, but he could only watch as the figure of the Black Light Demon Emperor got further and further away. His expression was ugly. Who would have thought that this plan would fail in the end? A sudden change occurred. An extremely sharp sword light seemed to have shuttled through the void and traversed the vast sky. Its power was unparalleled, and it carried with it an extremely terrifying purple flame. Within the flame, there were also bits of black light burning, like black stars shining. This sword strike was too sudden. It was extremely fast and powerful. It mercilessly attacked the Black Light Demonic Emperor. The Black Light Demonic Emperor was heavily injured, and this sword strike was extremely powerful. He did not dare to take it head-on and could only dodge. His speed was instantly affected. However, the sword suddenly changed and attacked again, following him like a shadow. The attacker was Qinzong. This unexpected sword strike blocked the Black Light Demon Emperor's path and bought him a little time. This little time was enough for Duan Guchuan to give chase at full speed, and also for Jitian Jiandi to regain his strength and attack again. Jitian Jiandi's swordsmanship was very pure and extreme. There was only one sword strike, called the Ultimate Heaven Move. When the sword struck, all the essence, qi, and spirit were gathered, and all the power was gathered in that one sword strike. There was no chance of survival. The Black Light Demon Emperor was injured and his strength was greatly reduced. He used a secret method to escape, but was stopped by Qinzong. For a moment, he did not have much strength. In the face of Duan Guchuan's sword strike, he tried his best to dodge, but he could not avoid Jitian Jiandi's ultimate heaven move. The sword pierced the Black Light Demon Emperor's heart. The terrifying sword qi immediately crushed the Black Light Demon Emperor's heart and quickly spread, destroying the insides of his body. Qinzong's cold-edged sword also broke through. Together with Duan Guchuan, he attacked the Black Light Demon Emperor's body. One sword cut off the head, the other cut off the waist. Even though the Black Light Demon Emperor had a strong physique and amazing vitality, he could not withstand such injuries. He died in an instant, and he did not even have the chance to self-explode. Qinzong made a grabbing motion with his left hand and used the blood-refining technique. He immediately refined the Black Light Demon Emperor's essence blood into a blood bead. Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they stared at Qinzong in surprise. The strength that Qinzong showed just now was not weak at all. He was more powerful than most LV9 Heavenly Profound Realm experts. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stop the injured Black Light Demon Emperor. In addition, they were even more shocked by Qinzong's skill. It was the skill of the Blood Demon sect. However, Qinzong did not have the slightest fluctuation of the Blood Demon sect's aura. It was a very pure sword principle aura. Seniors, kill the demons first. Qinzong saw the surprise on their faces and immediately said. Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi also understood this point. They suppressed the surprise and questions in their hearts, turned around, and immediately attacked the upper-level demon experts. There were hundreds of upper-level demon experts, much more than the heavenly profound realm experts of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association. Except for a small number who were lost in the surprise attack at the beginning, they immediately gathered together and launched a counterattack. They immediately suppressed the experts of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association. Now that the Black Light Demon Emperor was dead, the morale of the demons greatly decreased. In addition, 2 Emperor-level experts of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association joined the attack, and Chen Zong, whose strength was not inferior to LV9 Heavenly Profound Realm experts, immediately brought great losses to the demons. Kill, 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 one after another, the Devil Race experts were killed. Chen Zong also used the blood refining art to refine the blood essence of these Devil Race experts into blood beads. Chen Zong's method shocked the experts of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association. This method was clearly a demonic method. For a moment, many experts stared at Chen Zong with vigilance. However, Chen Zong had no intention of explaining. He would talk about it later. Kill, 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 with the 2 Emperor-level experts joining the attack, hundreds of upper-level demon experts were killed one after another. Then, it was the turn of tens of thousands of low-level and mid-level demons. Even though they formed an army and had great power, they were still no match for the Emperor-level experts. Massacre, it was completely a one-sided massacre. Not long after, more than 10,000 demons, from the Black Light Demon Emperor to the low-level demons, were all killed. Not a single one escaped. The Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Guild had also suffered losses. 2 late Profound Sky Realm Warriors, 5 mid Profound Sky Realm Warriors, and 18 early Profound Sky Realm Warriors had died. In addition, the Earth Spirit Realm and Extreme Mortal Realm Warriors had suffered even greater losses. Altogether, there were more than 200 warriors. However, in comparison, such losses were very small. To be able to exchange such losses for the annihilation of more than 10,000 demons, including a Demon Emperor expert, could be said to be a fruitful result. In this battle, Chen Zong also collected dozens of blood beads. After refining and absorbing them, he would be able to further improve his body refinement cultivation. Perhaps, he would be able to reach the same level as his chi refinement cultivation. After killing so many demons, the items they carried naturally became the spoils of war for everyone. They returned to the camp. Chen Zong, how do you know demonic methods? Duan Guchuan frowned. That is the blood refinement art of the Blood Devil sect, right? The blood refinement art is a secret art unique to the Blood Devil sect. Those who aren't cultivators of the Blood Devil sect wouldn't be able to cultivate it at all. The ultimate Sky Sword Emperor's eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at Chen Zong. Seniors, that's indeed the blood refinement technique of the Blood Demon sect. Chen Zong smiled and explained. When Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi heard that Chen Zong had modified the blood refinement technique with his own ability, they were dumbfounded. The blood refinement technique was a secret technique unique to the Blood Demon sect. Only Blood Demon sect cultivators could cultivate it. If it was so easy to modify, other demonic sects would have done it long ago. In fact, it would have become a common secret technique long ago. Looking at Chen Zong, Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi could see the sincerity on his face. He didn't have the slightest intention of deceiving them. Chen Zong, this technique is too evil. It goes against the harmony of heaven. Duan Guchuan stared at Chen Zong and said in a deep voice. Old Duan, I don't think so. This technique seems evil, but it depends on how it's used. Jitian Jiandi suddenly smiled and said, as long as this technique isn't abused, it's fine. If it's used against the demonic sects and demons, it's a good thing to give them a taste of their own medicine. Hearing Jitian Jiandi's words, Duan Guchuan shook his head with a wry smile and didn't say anything. He just stared at Chen Zong and said, Chen Zong, I believe in you. I also hope that you can stay true to your heart and not fall into the demonic path. Senior, don't worry. Chen Zong said seriously. Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi didn't harp on this matter anymore. They believed that Chen Zong could handle it well. After returning to the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Guild, Qianzong began to cultivate in seclusion. He absorbed the dozens of blood beads and improved his cultivation. Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi made a summary of the attack. They especially pointed out that if it weren't for Qianzong, the Black Light Demonic Emperor would have escaped. This surprised everyone. Half a day later, Qianzong came out of seclusion. As expected, his cultivation had made a breakthrough. He had reached the peak of Dragon Power Stage 7, which was the same as his cultivation of Qi cultivation. In that battle, watching Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi fight gave Qianzong a lot of insight. The Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Guild was celebrating. On the contrary, the demonic race was furious. The two demonic emperors were especially enraged. Tens of thousands of demonic race warriors were killed. Hundreds of high-level demonic race experts were killed, and one demonic emperor fell. This was a huge loss for the demonic race. Moreover, it was a serious blow to their morale and greatly weakened the demonic race's strength in the Brightsword continent. The demonic race had accumulated many experts over the years. They were also very strong, but it wasn't without limits. Especially now, the continents that they occupied required sufficient demonic race troops to guard. Otherwise, it would easily cause chaos. After all, every continent wasn't clean enough. There were still resistance forces that could launch attacks at any time. The demonic race mobilized their forces to investigate. Soon, they found out who did it. The Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Guild. It was the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Guild's surprise attack that caused the demonic race to suffer such a huge loss. This bunch of rats. The Blood Prison Demon's face was filled with murderous intent. Its baleful aura was so dense that it almost materialized. It floated around its body, looking very terrifying. It was like a sea of blood with corpses floating up and down. To the demonic race, the people of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Guild were like rats hiding in the dark. They didn't dare to face them head-on. They could only cause some trouble in the dark. Of course, this kind of trouble was nothing to the demonic race. They just felt annoyed. After all, having a bunch of rats causing trouble in front of their eyes was very bad. However, the demonic race didn't launch a large-scale search. They didn't take the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Guild too seriously, especially when one of the two demonic emperors, Duan Guchuan, was already crippled. The demons were enraged and went on a rampage, searching every inch of the Extreme Sword Demon Slaying Association. However, the association knew very well that the demons would definitely go crazy at this time. After all, they had suffered heavy losses. Therefore, the association gave up on many strongholds and went into hiding, making it difficult for the demons to find them. They were waiting for an opportunity to make a move and cause trouble for the demons after the commotion died down. Even though the Devil Race's army was mobilized, they still couldn't find any traces of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers assembly. However, the furious Devil Race wouldn't give up just like that. They used all kinds of methods to search for it. Jitian Jiandi's, Duan Guchuan's, and Azure Dragon Sword Sovereign's Sword Dao were all passed down to Qianzong. This was because they weren't sure if they could survive against the demons. If they died, then their self-created Sword Dao would be lost. It was undoubtedly a loss. However, they didn't want their Sword Dao to be passed down casually and tarnish their reputation. Without a doubt, Qianzong was the most suitable candidate. They didn't ask Qianzong to take them as their master. They just hoped that Qianzong could pass down their Sword Dao. If there was a suitable candidate in the future, he could also pass it down on behalf of his master. Just like that, Qianzong received the 3 Sword Daos a little speechlessly. These 3 Sword Daos were peerless inheritances to any cultivator in the Kanglan continent. They would make them go wild with joy. If they spread out, it would definitely set off a storm of blood. However, it wasn't that important to Qianzong. After all, the difference between the Kanglan continent and the Lingwu sacred world was very obvious. It was a difference in essence. Therefore, although these 3 Sword Daos were the life's work of 3 experts, they really couldn't compare to the cultivation of the Lingwu sacred world. But then again, the 3 Sword Daos each had their own strengths. Whether it was the technique of exerting force, the concept, or the various mysteries, they all had their merits. For example, Duan Guchuan's Sword Dao carried a trace of heaven's might. Its might was astonishing and grand. Azure Dragon Sword Sovereign Sword Dao was like a dragon in the sky. It was agile and swift, possessing both form and spirit. Jitian Jiandi's way of the sword required a high degree of concentration of essence, energy, and spirit. Once the sword was unleashed, it would kill without any hesitation. Qinzong only needed to absorb the essence and use it for himself. In the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers meeting, Qinzong was comprehending the essence of the three sword daos. As the sword slashed out, there was a faint trace of a terrifying aura condensing. As the sword slashed down from the sky, that trace of aura had yet to condense, but it was already in its embryonic form, like the majesty of the heavens. Sword after sword, the heavenly might on the swords became more and more condensed. He slashed out again, causing rumbling sounds to surge. It was as if the heavens were furious. Lightning raged and carried the might of the heavens as it struck down from the sky and crushed everything. Soon after, the sword spun and moved nimbly like a swimming dragon, controlling the sky. Sword after sword, it was as if a dragon was controlling the 9 heavens and roaming the 4 seas. The roaming dragons disappeared into the surroundings one by one. Qinzong's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes were focused and filled with killing intent. His essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated in that instant. The 7 spirit wheels in his body were rotating at the fastest speed, spurting out an astonishing amount of spiritual power. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound came from Qinzong's body. In an instant, all of his spiritual power was poured into the cold-edged sword. His essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated. All of his power was poured into the sword. Qinzong only felt that the sword in his hand could pierce and shatter everything. Very powerful, the power poured into the sword in a strange way, shaking and impacting. Kill, the ultimate heaven move, the man and the sword became one. In an instant, the arm disappeared, and so did the sword. Only a cold light pierced through the sky. The cold light pierced through the sky, and then strangled the space in front of it, turning it into a vacuum. The power of this sword was so shocking and extreme that it surprised Qinzong. When the sword came out, Qinzong also felt that his body paused for a moment. The power of the ultimate heaven move was indeed shocking and terrifying. But at the same time, it had an obvious weakness, which was the momentary pause. For a powerhouse, that momentary pause was enough to decide many things. It seemed that the ultimate heaven move was only suitable for a one-on-one battle. If there were more enemies, the consequences would be very dangerous. Qinzong also had a deeper understanding. The so-called fusion of essence, energy, and spirit in this sword was not the kind of fusion that he understood before. The fusion that Qinzong understood was like the change of mind. The fusion that Qinzong understood was the fusion of essence, energy, and spirit into a new force to become more powerful. But the ultimate heaven sword principle was different. Essence, energy, and spirit were only auxiliary. It meant that the mind was highly concentrated and locked on to the target. Only the target, the sword would hit the target. For a moment, all kinds of ideas flashed in Qinzong's mind, but it was a little chaotic. But after Qinzong's soul liquefied, he became more powerful, and his comprehension was even more amazing. With his superb comprehension, Qinzong absorbed the advantages of the 3 sword principles and gradually integrated them into himself. Qinzong's sword principle had always been about tolerance. He could absorb all the essence for his own use. But Qinzong himself did not realize that his sword principle was too heterogeneous. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, the people of the ultimate sword demon slayers did not move. Instead, they hid themselves completely, and the demon race could not find any trace of them. Since we can't find them, we'll force them out. A middle-aged man wearing a purple robe that seemed to have black snakes coiling around it raised his sharp and gloomy eyes and said in an indifferent tone. Ban Zhongquan, what are you plotting? Tell us. The blood prison demon's voice was filled with killing intent. Ban Zhongquan could be considered an accomplice. He had sided with the demon path and the demon race. But the blood prison demon actually looked down on him. He was a traitor who had betrayed his own race. Therefore, the blood prison demon was not polite with his words. Ban Zhongquan acted as if he didn't hear the impoliteness in the blood prison demon's words and continued to speak. Behead the people we've captured and spread the news. With Duan Guchuan's temperament, he'll definitely show up to save us. Ban Zhongquan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. There was no need for further words. The two demon emperors understood what he meant. Previously, the demon race's army, or rather Ban Zhongquan Skyscraper Association, had indeed captured a group of people. Some of them were from the Skyscraper Association, while the others were from other factions in Bright Sword Continent. There weren't many of them, less than 100. However, they were all at least in the Earth Spirit realm, and some were in the Profound Sky realm. Ban Zhongquan had not killed them all this time because he thought that they might come in handy one day. Now, it seemed that he had been right to prepare for a rainy day. As expected of the vicious person who killed his master. He's even more vicious than us demons. Blood Prison Demon cackled strangely. Ban Zhongquan's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. However, a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. Shocking killing intent surged wildly in the depths of his heart, but it was firmly sealed away and not leaked out in the slightest. In just a few sentences, he had decided on a plan to deal with the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association. Or rather, a plan to deal with Duan Guchuan. Duan Guchuan was one of the association's leaders. If he showed up, he wouldn't be able to deal with the association at all. Old Duan, this is a scheme of the demons. Their goal is to lure you out and draw out the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association, Xianxia said gravely. I know. Duan Guchuan said straightforwardly. However, just as Xianxia's expression was about to relax, Duan Guchuan spoke again. Even if I know, I must go. Some of the people who were about to be publicly beheaded were from the Primal Empyrean Society. As the leader of the Primal Empyrean Society, he couldn't just leave them be. You. Xianxia's eyes widened, a cold glint shooting out of them as he opened his mouth to speak again. Don't try to persuade me. I must go. Duan Guchuan stared seriously at Xianxia as he spoke word by word. His voice was deep, powerful, and unquestionable. Xianxia stared blankly at Duan Guchuan, then smiled. Fine, let's go together. You. This time, it was Duan Guchuan's turn to be flabbergasted. This bunch of demonic B***stards. How dare they decapitate our human race in public? They are too insolent. My sword will not allow this to happen. The Ultimate Heaven Sword Emperor said seriously. We may not return from this trip, Duan Guchuan said. Then let's go on a killing spree. Jian. Jiandi laughed heartily. After a few words, the two came to a decision. They summoned Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon, Zhenzong, and all the high-ranking elders. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon, Zhenzong, and the others already knew about the public beheading and guessed that the two leaders had summoned them because of this. Leader, give the order. Let's go on a killing spree, a hot-tempered elder roared with murderous intent. That's right. Let's go on a killing spree. Even if we die, let's kill to our heart's content. The hot-tempered elders all voiced their opinions. These days of hiding in the dark were actually very depressing. Everyone, don't be impatient. Duan Guchuan spoke and explained his and Xianxia's plan. This trip, we don't know if we'll survive. If we don't return, the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers will have to rely on your leadership. I hereby announce that Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon will be the acting leader. He will be in charge of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers on behalf of me and Xianxia. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere was stifling. All right, it's decided. Duan Guchuan made the final decision. The two emperors wanted to rescue them, but everyone knew that this was a trap set by the demons. If they went, they would be walking right into a trap. However, despite knowing this, they still went ahead without hesitation. Were they stupid? Were they stupid? Yet, they were admirable. Despite knowing it was impossible, they still did it. Faith. From Duan Guchuan and Xianxia's words and expressions, Zhenzong felt a kind of faith. Suddenly, his heart was touched. This touch made Zhenzong realize that he lacked a kind of faith. Why did he practice martial arts? Why did he wield a sword? Zhenzong had always felt that his goal was clear. Hence, he had been moving forward. But now, he suddenly felt a little lost. faith. However, this lost feeling quickly disappeared. At this moment, he couldn't allow his mind to wander. After the announcement, Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi immediately left. Because the day of public execution was approaching, they had to make some preparations. Despite knowing that it was a trap, despite knowing that they would most likely die if they went, they couldn't let go of any chance of survival. Hence, it was necessary to make preparations to increase their chances of survival. Today, the wind was cold and the sky was dyed red with blood. It was the day of public decapitation. The demonic banner fluttered in the wind, swaying about wantonly in the biting cold wind, releasing demonic might overflowing. 20,000 demon soldiers were spread out in all directions. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to fly out alive. Terrifying demonic aura surged and intertwined with each other. It was like a forbidden zone. In the center, high-level demon warriors stood in the air. There were 2 demon emperors, the Blood Prison Demon and the Tongshan Demon King. Ban Zhongquan, the traitor of humanity, was also present. Below them, there were nearly 100 figures. They were all wearing white prison clothes and had disheveled hair. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and wooden tablets were inserted into their backs. They knelt on the ground in humiliation, waiting to be beheaded. This was the punishment that some kingdoms used to punish ordinary people. Now, it was used to punish a group of martial warriors. It was pure humiliation. The 20,000 demon soldiers were silent, but they were filled with a terrifying demonic aura. They were waiting. Ban Zhongquan, are you sure Duan Guchuan will come? The Blood Prison Demon asked bluntly. He will. Ban Zhongquan smiled and said with certainty. Duan Guchuan was Ban Zhongquan's senior brother back then. Ban Zhongquan knew Duan Guchuan's personality very well. The wind grew stronger, and the dark clouds hung low. It was oppressive, cold, and desolate. There was even a hint of ferocity. They're here. Ban Zhongquan's voice suddenly sounded. The Blood Prison Demon and the Tongshan Demon King also opened their eyes wide and looked forward. They were staring. 2 rays of light streaked across the sky, flying over from afar at an astonishing speed. They were approaching. They were Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi. Originally, the 2 had discussed that one would appear first, while the other would hide and wait for an opportunity to strike. However, they gave up on this plan after some deduction because it was impossible. The other side had 2 demon emperors, and even Ban Zhongquan might appear. In addition, there were 20,000 demon race soldiers and hundreds of high-level demon race experts. If he faced them alone, it was very likely that he would be defeated in a short time, and the other person would not be able to save him. Since that was the case, the 2 of them would appear together and do their best. They would fight to the death. You've got guts, the Tongshan Demon King chuckled. His enormous body was like a mountain, emitting an astonishing pressure. Although you are from different races, I admire your courage and character. The Blood Prison Devil Emperor laughed, his words were filled with sincerity. He truly admired Ban Zhongquan. At the same time he spoke, he glanced at Ban Zhongquan from the corner of his eyes, filled with disdain. Ban Zhongquan saw it, but his expression didn't change. He just stared at Duan Guchuan. Duan Guchuan also stared at Ban Zhongquan. The hatred in his eyes was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Ban Zhongquan and Duan Guchuan looked at each other. Their eyes were calm, and a smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. Eldest senior brother. Ban Zhongquan opened his mouth. His voice was as cold as the wind. You hate me, right? I admire how you look like you can't wait to skin me alive, pull out my tendons, and break my bones but can't do anything to me. This sentence caused Duan Guchuan's anger to explode. He did not hold back his Thear-cranked martial arts skills as it transformed into an earth-shattering aura that spread in all directions. Jitian Jiandi's eyes also swept across. Her extremely sharp gaze was like a sword that had been unsheathed and pierced through the sky. As her gaze landed on Ban Zhongquan's face, Ban Zhongquan's pupils unconsciously shrank. Very sharp, Ban Zhongquan was very wary of Jitian Jiandi's sword. Once he was stabbed, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Of course, if it was a one-on-one battle, Ban Zhongquan wouldn't be afraid. Jitian Jiandi's sword was powerful, but he wasn't weak either. What's more, it was 3 against 2 now. There was also a group of demon race's warriors and formidable martial artists. These two were dead meat. Ever since Duanguchuan was crowned the Arch, Ban Zhongquan knew that the other party would definitely come looking for him. It wasn't easy for him to use the Frost Helm Nether evil art that he had painstakingly cultivated to injure Duanguchuan. If he didn't do anything, he wouldn't have been able to dispel the Frost Helm Nether evil art's power. Duanguchuan would have been continuously corroded and eventually died. As such, he heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't think that Duanguchuan would actually recover. His strength had even been fully restored. Ban Zhongquan was very curious. How exactly did Duanguchuan recover from his injuries? This was very important. The Frost Helm Nether evil art was a very scary martial art. In order to cultivate this martial art, he had endured a lot of pain and effort. Only he knew. Your goal is me. Let them go. Duanguchuan's gaze moved away from Ban Zhongquan's face and swept across the people kneeling before him. He then stared at the two demon emperors. His expression was dignified as he spoke word by word. I admire you very much, but... The blood prison demon suddenly smiled and waved its hand. A blood-red light sliced through the air like a blade. It slashed down at an astonishing speed, instantly killing nearly 100 human experts kneeling on the ground. Duanguchuan's anger exploded. He unsheathed his sword. The sword light carried the might of the heavens as it slashed down from the sky, mercilessly attacking the blood prison demon. The Tongshan Demon King raised his fist. His fist was huge, and it shot out like a meteor. It carried an extremely terrifying and violent force as it ruthlessly slammed into Duanguchuan's sword. Jitianjiandi also unsheathed his sword and attacked the Tongshan Demon King. It was 2 against 3. His side was already at a disadvantage. He had to use a strange move. He had to cripple one of them first, or at least heavily injure the other and greatly reduce their strength. Ban Zhongquan also attacked at that moment. His palm slammed into the air, and wisps of black energy instantly spread out from the center of his palm. The Frost Helm Nether evil art, this palm was aimed directly at Jitianjiandi, not his sword. To Ban Zhongquan, it was enough to kill Jitianjiandi and Duanguchuan. As for whether the Tongshan Demon King and the Blood Prison Demon would be injured, he didn't care. The Extreme Sky Sword Emperor's expression changed abruptly. From Ban Zhongquan's palm strike, he could sense an aura that made him shudder. This aura made him extremely wary. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, and the sword that was stabbing towards the Tongshan Demon King immediately changed its direction and stabbed towards Ban Zhongquan. This wasn't the Extreme Heaven style, because it wasn't appropriate to use it in this situation. Even so, the power of this sword was still very strong. Kill. At the same time, the Blood Prison Demon also attacked. Its palm was like a blade as it slashed through the air. A blood-red light tore through the air like a blade and attacked Duanguchuan. As for Ban Zhongquan, the Blood Prison Demon looked down on him from the bottom of its heart and didn't pay him any attention. The Demon Race Army's battle formation was already in motion. The auras of hundreds of high-level Demon Race experts were also locked onto Jitianjiandi and Duanguchuan. Once the time was right, they would attack. Even if they couldn't injure the two, they would still cause some disturbance. In a battle between experts, the slightest disturbance could turn the situation around. Kill! Jitianjiandi and Duanguchuan shouted in unison. They didn't retreat or dodge. Instead, they exploded with all their strength. Jitianjiandi even used the Extreme Heaven style. They were already prepared to die when they came here. Then, before they died, they would do their part for the people of Ming Sword Continent and the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Guild. Duanguchuan's sword also attacked Ban Zhongquan at the same time. Ban Zhongquan became the target of Jitianjiandi and Duanguchuan. Damn it! Ban Zhongquan's expression suddenly changed. He wasn't weak. He could defeat one of them, but he couldn't fight against 2 of them together. In response, the Tongshan Demon King and the Blood Prison Demon didn't have any intention of helping. Instead, they paused for a moment before attacking. This pause caused Ban Zhongquan to fall into a passive position. Logically speaking, Emperor-level experts were very strong. They shouldn't have made such a mistake. The Tongshan Demon King and the Blood Prison Demon must have done it on purpose. By borrowing the hands of Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi, they could make Ban Zhongquan suffer. At the same time, the two of them could use this opportunity to get rid of Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi. It was killing two birds with one stone. Even though the situation wasn't good for them, Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi didn't have any intention of stopping. This was because they had already disregarded their own lives. They only had one goal, and that was Ban Zhongquan. This traitor of humanity who killed his own master deserved to die. It wouldn't be too much to kill him 100 or 1,000 times. Help me! Ban Zhongquan roared. He could feel the killing intent. It was completely directed at him. It was a killing intent that wouldn't stop until he was dead, even if he had to pay with his own life. Duan Guchuan's sword slashed out, carrying the might of heaven. It collided with Ban Zhongquan's cold jade nether evil technique and cancelled each other out. Jitian Jiandi's sword was as resplendent as a meteor. It instantly streaked across the sky. It was incomparably dazzling and didn't dissipate for a long time. It pierced through Ban Zhongquan's body. The sword directly pierced through Ban Zhongquan's chest. The terrifying sword chi instantly spun and exploded like a spiral, tearing Ban Zhongquan's chest apart. The astonishing sword chi caused a fist-sized wound to appear on Ban Zhongquan's chest. It went all the way from his chest to his back. This injury was very serious. Especially when the sword chi rapidly spread out from the wound and continuously attacked his body. It was extremely painful. Ban Zhongquan's body fell down. The Tongshan Demon King and the Blood Prison Demon's attacks arrived at the same time. One attacked Jitian Jiandi, while the other attacked Duan Guchuan. The two had just used all their strength to deal with Ban Zhongquan. At this moment, they could only barely gather their strength to resist the attacks of the two demon emperors. With two loud explosions, Jitian Jiandi and Duan Guchuan were sent flying. They instantly spat out blood. Especially Jitian Jiandi. Although the extreme Sky Sword Dao was extremely extreme, its attack power was unparalleled. However, it was somewhat lacking in defense. The injuries it received were even more serious than Duan Guchuan's. The two's faces were pale, and their auras were weak. Their injuries weren't light. They only had 70% of their usual strength left. Even with 100% of their strength, they could barely resist the two demon emperors. Moreover, they only had 70% of their strength left. Even so, the two didn't have any fear. Instead, they looked at each other and smiled. They once again unleashed their full strength and attacked the two demon emperors. So what if they died? They could only fight. Unfortunately, this time, they only managed to injure Ban Zhongquan. They didn't manage to kill him. It was a pity. Ban Zhongquan, who had landed on the ground, had already hidden himself. It was difficult to find him. He was like a poisonous snake. Since that's the case, I'll hand you over to Chenzong, Duan Guchuan said to himself. His eyes flashed with a hint of decisiveness. He was ready to die. However, even if he was going to die, he would try his best to drag someone down with him. A demon emperor might be a good burial object. Disregarding life and death, Duan Guchuan's strength became extremely shocking. Sword after sword, he crazily slashed at the blood prison demon. The heaven's might on each sword became stronger and stronger. Every sword brought along a terrifying sound of thunder. The thunder represented the wrath of heaven. Don't attack. The Tongshan Demon King's voice was as loud as a bell. Immediately, the hundreds of high-level demon experts who were about to attack stopped. The Tongshan Demon King's body was as tough as bronze. His defense was unparalleled among emperor-level experts. However, he was still pierced by Jitian Jiandi's sword. This made him very surprised. However, Jitian Jiandi's sword only pierced through his body. It did not cause any more serious injuries. This kind of injury was nothing to the Tongshan Demon King. In order to forge this bronze body, he had suffered even more serious injuries. Ever since the ancient bronze demonic body was forged, Demon Emperor Copper Mountain had rarely been injured. This injury had triggered his ferocious nature and his fighting spirit. He wanted to use his fists to smash Jitian Jiandi into minced meat. He would not allow anyone to interfere, not even the blood prison demon. After Ban Zhongquan landed on the ground, he quickly hid himself. It was as if he had blended into the shadows, making it difficult for others to detect him. He stared coldly at the sky, at the figures of Duan Guchuan and Jianjiandi. His eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. His injury was very serious. The power of Jianjiandi's sword was very frightening. Ban Zhongquan was not weak, but he did not have a strong body like the Tongshan Demon King. Under the attacks of the Tongshan Demon King and the Blood Prison Demon, Jianjiandi and Duan Guchuan were forced to retreat. It was very difficult for them to hold on. However, the two of them continued to defend. They did not give up at all, waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. They would not give up until the last moment. With a boom, the Tongshan Demon King's fist was extremely violent. It was as heavy as a bronze mountain. It immediately sent Jianjiandi flying. Jianjiandi's sword was trembling and almost flew out of his hand. He felt a tearing pain in his hand. It was as if all the bones in his body had been crushed, and his whole body alternated between pain and numbness. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His spiritual power dissipated and he fell down. Duan Guchuan was shocked and quickly reached out to grab Jianjiandi. "You're courting death." As the blood prison demon sneered, it turned into a blood-red blur and pounced forward like a blood-red bolt of lightning. Its claw viciously tore through Duan Guchuan's defenses and tore open Duan Guchuan's chest. A terrifying energy invaded Duan Guchuan's body. Duan Guchuan slashed out with his sword, but the blood prison demon dodged it. Then, it clawed at Duan Guchuan's back. In the blink of an eye, Duan Guchuan was also heavily injured. If this continued, both of them would die here. However, Duan Guchuan used all the strength in his body to throw Jianjiandi back. At the same time, he poured his spiritual power into it. A terrifying energy wave instantly exploded and spread out in all directions. The Blood Prison Demon and the Tongshan Demon King were slightly startled at first. Then, they retreated without hesitation. The self-destruction of an emperor-level powerhouse was extremely terrifying. Even the Tongshan Demon King, who had an astonishing defense, didn't dare to take it head-on. Even if it was the self-destruction of an injured emperor-level powerhouse who wasn't at his peak, the result would still be the same. Old Duan. The heavily injured Jianjiandi quickly flew back. When he saw Duan Guchuan's actions, his expression changed and he cried out in alarm. Hundreds of upper-level demon powerhouses also retreated. They didn't want to be affected by Duan Guchuan's self-destruction. In the blink of an eye, an extremely violent aura suddenly came from afar like a tsunami. Then, a blood-red blade light that was hundreds of meters long cut through the sky. It tore through the heavens and earth and slashed towards them with extreme madness. The appearance of this blade light was very sudden. It was beyond everyone's expectations. It directly slashed through the bodies of more than 30 upper-level demon powerhouses, cutting them into pieces like a hot knife through butter. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention. It also made Duan Guchuan stop his self-destruction. Self-destruction was an act of helplessness. It was also the last resort. As long as there was a chance of survival, they wouldn't let it go. The blood-red blade light that was hundreds of meters long slashed towards the Tongshan Demon King. The Tongshan Demon King smashed the blade light with his palm. He also retreated more than 10 meters. His expression was slightly serious. Another emperor-level powerhouse. And from the looks of it, he seemed to belong to the human camp. Jianjiandi and Duan Guchuan were also very surprised. Who could it be at this time? This aura didn't belong to Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon or Chenzong. It wasn't the emperor-level powerhouse they knew. Who could it be? Jianjiandi and Duan Guchuan were very curious. The Tongshan Demon King and the Blood Prison Demon were also very curious. Ban Zhongquan, who was severely injured, was also very curious. Who could it be? There was no need to guess. A blood-red figure with astonishing madness appeared in front of everyone's eyes like a blood-red comet. It's him. Maniac. Duan Guchuan was very shocked. Ban Zhongquan was also very shocked. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Maniac. In the past, he was the #1 general under Ban Zhongquan's command in the Skyscraper Association. He was very strong, second only to Ban Zhongquan. He had made many great contributions to the Skyscraper Association and killed many powerful enemies. Many of the powerhouses of the Skyscraper Association were killed by him. However, when Ban Zhongquan made the decision to join the Demon Dao and join forces with the Demon Dao, the Emperor-level maniac betrayed the Skyscraper Association and killed many powerhouses of the Skyscraper Association, causing great losses to the Skyscraper Association. Ban Zhongquan was furious and wanted to kill Maniac. However, after becoming an emperor, Maniac's strength increased greatly. Although he was not as strong as Ban Zhongquan, he was not someone who could be killed easily. Besides, if Maniac was determined to leave, Ban Zhongquan could not stop him. After Maniac left, he disappeared without a trace. No one expected him to appear again to reinforce Duanguchuan and Duanguchuan. Hatred from the bottom of his heart, murderous intent filled his heart. Let's go. Maniac held his saber and slashed continuously. Dozens of blood-red saber lights tore through heaven and earth like a raging torrent, ruthlessly slashing toward the Tongshan Demon King and the Blood Prison Demon. At the same time, he roared at Duanguchuan and Jitianjiandi. Duanguchuan and Jitianjiandi were heavily injured. Even if they could fight again, they did not have much strength left. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were not a match for a demon emperor. Although Maniac was a demon emperor and was not weak, he could at most resist a demon emperor. Under such circumstances, they would only die if they continued to fight. Escaping first and preserving their lives was the best way to go. Duanguchuan and Jitianjiandi were also very clear on this point. Although they came with the intention of dying, it would be best if they could survive. They immediately erupted with their remaining strength and fled at full speed. The hundreds of high-level demon emperors immediately acted, and the demon race warriors below also moved. Tyrannical power erupted and sealed off the surroundings, blocking Duanguchuan and Jitianjiandi's escape route. In an instant, the pressure on the two who were heavily injured increased greatly. Maniac was also under great pressure because he had to contend against two demon emperors by himself. Although he had just arrived and could barely hold on, he could not last long and was forced to retreat again and again. Maniac, you go first, Duanguchuan said. Duanguchuan harbored hatred and killing intent towards Maniac. After all, he had killed many experts of the Extreme Heaven Association, and both sides were enemies. But now, standing on the side of their race, Duanguchuan did not feel any hatred or killing intent. Maniac had made a move to save himself and Jitianjiandi. Maniac did not speak. Instead, he erupted with a secret technique to increase his strength. His entire body was surrounded by blood-red energy. The energy was biting cold like a whirlpool of blades, increasing Maniac's attack and defense. With a blade in hand, he continuously slashed. The blade light was astonishing, and a terrifying blood-red storm swept up and blasted towards the Tongshan Demon King and the Blood Prison Demon. But whether it was the Tongshan Demon King or the Blood Prison Demon, their strength was greater than Maniac's, let alone the two of them working together. In an instant, the blood-red storm of blade light was shattered. The terrifying attack also bombarded Maniac's body, shattering his blood-red defense and sending Maniac flying. But with a secret technique to increase his defense, Maniac was only shaken and was not injured. Not bad. I will refine the three of you into blood prison puppets for me to use. The Blood Prison Demon laughed strangely. Its figure flickered, and after several turns in the air, it appeared behind Maniac like lightning. Its sharp blood claws tore through the air and enveloped Maniac's back. Maniac's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly turned around and slashed out with his blade, risking his life. The Blood Prison Demon was extremely fast. Its claws were sharp, but its defense was not as good as the Tongshan Demon King's. It did not dare to take Maniac's blade head-on. Its figure flashed and was instantly slashed into pieces. Its real body had already appeared on the other side of Maniac and attacked again. The Blood Prison Demon was too fast, and its afterimages were everywhere. Maniac had to fight the Blood Prison Demon while also being distracted by the Tongshan Demon King. Soon after, he was clawed by the Blood Prison Demon and bled non-stop. The Blood Prison Demon's claws contained terrifying power. Once clawed, the wound would not heal and blood would flow non-stop. After a while, the blood would run dry. It was very bad. At this moment, the Tongshan Demon King punched out. Maniac barely managed to slash out with his blade. The blade light shattered. The Tongshan Demon King's ferocious punch landed on the blade. An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. An incomparably terrifying power exploded from the Tongshan Demon King's fist. Maniac was shocked. He felt the blade in his hand almost fly out. The tyrannical power even made his body fly back in the air. In front of him was the Tongshan Demon King, and behind him was the Blood Prison Demon. He was attacked from both front and back. It was very dangerous. On the other side, Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi joined hands. They gathered what little strength they had left to resist the attacks of several hundred high-level demon experts and 20,000 demon warriors below. They could barely hold on and were unable to reinforce Maniac. Ban Zhongquan healed his wounds while staring at the sky. He wanted to see Duan Guchuan and the other two killed with his own eyes. Only then would he be satisfied. If this situation continued, the three of them would be doomed. Maniac was attacked from both front and back. He defended against the Blood Prison Demon's attack, but he couldn't defend against the Tongshan Demon King's attack. His defense was broken in an instant, and he was sent flying with a punch. This time, he was directly injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale, and he felt pain in his chest when he breathed. Damn it! Maniac was furious. His eyes drifted. When he saw Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi being held back, he knew that the situation was hopeless. He had to think of a way to escape. Otherwise, he would really die here. Maniac came to rescue them out of the kindness of the human race. Previously, whether it was the Skyscraper Association or the Skyscraper Association, it was a conflict between the human race. Now, it was for the greater good of the human race. But the greater good was the greater good. If he couldn't save them, he wouldn't be willing to pay with his life. Unfortunately, under the cooperation of the Tongshan Demon King and the Blood Prison Demon, Maniac couldn't find the slightest chance to escape. Despair gradually spread. Maniac's mentality also changed. If he couldn't escape, then he would kill one of them. A life for a life. The sword chi was endless, and the sword chi surged endlessly, tearing the world apart. A figure followed closely behind the sword chi. It was constantly changing, and it was hard to tell if it was real or fake. It was approaching at an alarming speed. Kill! Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi were stunned, then shocked. How could it be him? Run! Don't come! Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi yelled, terrified. He carried everyone's hopes, so how could he be so impulsive? The situation was obviously very disadvantageous, and there was only death. Didn't he see that even the titled Emperor Maniac couldn't escape? However, after the figure that had fused with the billowing sword chi pierced through the air, several other figures also appeared. A high-pitched dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. 100-meter-long azure dragon flew through the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the air. Kill! Kill these demon bastards! Shouts and roars shook the heavens and earth, like huge waves. All the experts of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association had arrived. Except for special circumstances, no one was left out. This scene excited Duan Guchuan and Jitian Jiandi, but at the same time, they were terrified. Without a doubt, the difference in strength between the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association and the demon race was very large. Whether it was the overall numbers or the number of experts, there was a huge gap between the two sides. Moreover, in terms of peak battle strength, although they were on par with the demon race, the two demon emperors on the other side were not affected at all. On the other hand, the two of them were heavily injured and exhausted. They didn't have much strength left, and Maniac's situation wasn't looking good either. Unless their side had another Emperor Realm expert, the situation would be dire. Just in time, let's kill them all. Ban Zhongquan smiled. The existence of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association had always been a thorn in their hearts. Now that most of the members had appeared, a decisive battle that might not have happened had erupted at this moment. In terms of strength, the demon race would definitely win. Kill them all at all costs. The Blood Prison Demon ordered directly. Even if the demon race had to pay a huge price, they had to kill all of these people to prevent future trouble. A bloody feast was about to unfold. However, the arrival of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association relieved the pressure on Duanguchuan and Jitianjiandi. Qinzong and Swordmaster Azure Dragon held their swords, blocking many high-level demon race experts for Duanguchuan and Jitianjiandi. At the same time, Qinzong took out the Lingwu Holy World's World, and gave them to Duanguchuan and Jitian and Jitianjiandi. The effect of this pill was even better than what the two of them had prepared. After taking it, their injuries were immediately alleviated to a certain extent. Their spiritual power also recovered at an astonishing speed. Duangu Chen and the Extreme Sky Sword Emperor were astonished. Such an elixir was probably extremely precious. It was indeed precious. Even in the Lingwu Holy World, it was one of the top transcendence pills. Seniors, this is not a battle to the death. Retreat while fighting, Qinzong said. Due to the disparity in numbers and strength, even if they fought to the death, they wouldn't be able to cause much damage to the demon race. In the end, the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association could only fall here. Even if Qinzong's pills were effective, they could only alleviate Duanguchuan and Jitianjiandi's injuries and recover some of their strength. If the two of them were in perfect condition and at full strength, they could fight to the death. Duanguchuan and Jitianjiandi were also very clear about the current situation, so they didn't hesitate at all. At this moment, Qinzong did something that shocked them. He actually held his sword and attacked the Blood Prison Demon. The Blood Prison Demon was an Emperor Realm Master of the demon race. Its strength was tyrannical. It wasn't something a profound Heaven Realm Master could compare to. Qinzong was a genius. No one could compare to him. However, under the absolute gap in strength, he was still no match for the Blood Prison Demon. What was the difference between him and the Blood Prison Demon? What was the difference between him and the Blood Prison Demon? The Blood Prison Demon was also slightly stunned. A person who wasn't an Emperor Realm Master dared to attack it. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Immediately, the Blood Prison Demon grinned. It didn't pay too much attention to Qinzong. It just slashed its palm horizontally, and a half-meter-long blood-red saber light broke through the air. Even a ninth profound Heaven Realm Master couldn't resist such an attack. In the Blood Prison Demon's opinion, this arrogant human would die without a doubt. Qinzong's body was directly hit by the half-meter-long blood-red saber light. He was instantly chopped and scattered like clouds. Qinzong had used the illusory cloud way to the extreme to avoid the Blood Prison Demon's sure-kill attack. Although Duanguchuan and Jitianjiandi had recovered some of their strength, their injuries were healed, and their strength had recovered somewhat. However, in the face of so many high-level demon race experts, they couldn't help in a short period of time. Sword Sovereign Green Dragon's strength wasn't bad, but he was also besieged by high-level demon race experts. Seeing Qinzong avoid the Blood Prison Demon's sure-kill attack, everyone was slightly relieved. They only hoped that Qinzong would leave quickly. Unexpectedly, Qinzong didn't take the opportunity to escape after dodging the attack. Instead, he approached the Blood Prison Demon again. The Blood Prison Demon was also surprised that Qinzong could avoid its attack. However, it was only a small surprise. Seeing that Qinzong was approaching again, the Blood Prison Demon didn't attack. Instead, it waited for Qinzong to come closer before killing him. 10 meters, 9 meters, the distance between Qinzong and the Blood Prison Demon continued to shrink. The pressure emitted by the Blood Prison Demon was so strong that Qinzong felt like he was suffocating. Immediately, Qinzong's expression changed slightly. His speed also decreased slightly. Even his movements didn't look as natural as before. It was obvious that Qinzong was affected by the Blood Prison Demon's strong aura. The Blood Prison Demon sneered. A person who couldn't even withstand its aura was delusional enough to think that he could get close to it. How foolish. The closer Qinzong got to the Blood Prison Demon, the stronger the pressure he felt. His speed became slower, and his movements became stiffer. It made people feel that Qinzong wouldn't be able to move when he was completely close to the Blood Prison Demon. After all, a titled monarch could control the power of heaven and earth. His aura was also very frightening. It was too late to save him. The maniac was bombarded by the Tongshan Demon King's punches. He could only defend himself continuously. He couldn't escape at all. The blood prison demon opened its hand. A bloody light filled the air. It grabbed at Xianxia's head. In the next breath, it would crush his head. In the blink of an eye, a sudden change occurred. Xianxia's movements were extremely fast. He was like lightning and thunder. He didn't seem to be affected by the blood prison demon's aura at all. The cold-edged sword returned to its scabbard in an instant. A golden flame shot out from his right hand like an endless stream of water. The half-step saint weapon, flowing red flame sword. Xianxia knew very well that the blood prison demon was very strong. With his current strength, he was still no match for it. Even with the flowing red flame sword, he could at most contend with it for a short period of time. However, after a long time, his strength would be exhausted. He would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Therefore, he had to take it by surprise. First, he had to pretend that he was affected and even suppressed by the blood prison demon's aura. This would create an illusion and make the blood prison demon subconsciously let down its guard. Then, he would take the opportunity to release the power of the flowing red flame sword. He would attack the blood prison demon as much as possible. It would be best if he could kill it. The power that the flowing red flame sword instantly exploded with was extremely tyrannical and ferocious. It terrified the blood prison demon and shocked everyone else. It was too sudden. It was completely unexpected. As the sword struck out, golden flames pierced through the sky. With extreme power, it attacked the blood prison demon. Even though it had underestimated Xianxia before, the blood prison demon's reaction was very fast. Under the threat of death, its subconscious erupted and its body moved horizontally in the air. However, Xianxia's sword also changed direction in an instant. The sword pierced the blood prison demon's heart. It was too fast, the change in an instant was too fast. It was so fast that it was frightening. The blood prison demon's heart had already been pierced. No matter if it was a human or a demon, the heart was very important. Even a titled emperor would be severely injured if their heart was pierced. The blood prison demon was still a member of the blood prison demon tribe. Its heart was where its blood essence was stored. It was also very important. The blood prison demon's expression changed greatly when its heart was pierced. The power of the flowing red flame sword was extremely terrifying. Xianxia even activated the purple cloud black star flame. It then surged into the blood prison demon's heart and wreaked havoc. With an extremely sharp scream, the blood prison demon's body flew backwards and broke away from the flowing red flame sword. Blood essence gushed out and a bloody light instantly engulfed its body like a raging tide. It turned into a bloody ball of light with biting cold ripples. With a bang, the ball of bloody light erupted with all its strength, blasting out a shocking gust of wind that blew in all directions. It seemed to shatter the space around it as it turned into a bloody bolt of lightning that instantly flew out before everyone's eyes. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to be stunned. Even though they were all titled martial emperors, they were still stunned at this moment. It was a pity that he couldn't kill the blood prison demon. However, Xianxia didn't stop because of this. The second sword went straight for the Tangshan Demon King. The Tangshan Demon King immediately reacted. His fists were suffused with bronze-colored demonic power as he fiercely punched out. The sword light was shattered. However, the Tangshan Demon King's fists were injured. The tyrannical power also caused the Tangshan Demon King's body to continuously retreat. The third sword arrived once again. This time, the Tangshan Demon King didn't have the slightest intention of fighting head-on. He quickly retreated. At present, Ban Zhongquan was heavily injured. The blood prison demon was the same and had directly fled. The only titled emperors left on the demon side was him. The Tangshan Demon King knew that the situation was hopeless. This was something that was almost impossible to happen. However, it happened. The Tangshan Demon King also knew that even if he stayed and continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantages. After all, the other side had 3 titled emperors. There was also one who wasn't titled emperors but had the strength of a titled emperor. In this battle, even if the demons won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, whether they could win in the end was still unknown. Xianxia attacked again and again. The maniac also seized the opportunity and repeatedly slashed with his frenzied blade. The Tongshan Demon King continuously retreated, adding a few more wounds to his body. The wounds weren't fatal. However, if there were too many wounds, he might die. At the thought of this, the Tongshan Demon King made a prompt decision. He roared loudly and immediately used an escape technique to quickly escape. As for the heavily injured Ban Zhongquan, when he saw the blood prison demon fleeing, he also realized that the situation wasn't good and quickly left. I thought it was already updated. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. The tide had turned in this battle. Originally, Duanguchuan and Jitianjiandi had rushed here with the resolve to die, but in the end, the demon army was routed. No one could have predicted such an outcome. Immediately, Duanguchuan and Jitianjiandi's gazes swept towards Maniac and Shenzong. It was precisely because of their appearance that the tide of the battle had turned. It could be said that the victory of this battle was due to their contributions. Shenzong also stared at Maniac, his eyes extremely cold. This face and this person, Shenzong would never forget even in death. Mortal enemy, one of the reasons for returning from the Lingwu Holy World to Kanglan World was to kill Maniac, not only to pay tribute to Elder Tang of the Extreme Heaven Association, but also to avenge himself. However, at this moment, Shenzong held back the killing intent in his heart and did not make a move. Maniac also looked at Shenzong, somewhat unable to understand why this person had such a strong killing intent towards him. He looked a bit familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. The tyrannical strength displayed by the other party also made Maniac feel apprehensive. Without speaking, Maniac glanced at him and withdrew his gaze. With a boom, he turned into a blood-colored sword light, tearing through the sky and flying away. Shenzong did not make any move, just watching Maniac leave. First, Maniac was crowned emperor and was not weak. With the Scarlet Flame Sword, Shenzong was confident that he could contend with Maniac for a short period of time and even injure him, but it would be difficult to kill him. After all, his own strength was still not enough. Second, although it was not explicitly stated, Maniac's appearance here clearly indicated that he wanted to help fight against the demons together. Under such circumstances, Shenzong had no reason to make a move. After Maniac left, the people of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers also left. In this battle, the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Guild lost a lot of members, and their strength was greatly reduced. But then again, the demon race's losses were even greater. Ban Zhongquan suffered heavy injuries, and so did the Blood Prison Demon. More than 100 high-level demon experts died, and more than 3,000 of the 20,000 demon warriors died. However, compared to the demon race as a whole, such losses were still within an acceptable range. Not long after, the demons would regroup. After returning to the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Assembly, they either healed their wounds or went into seclusion. After all, this was a battle of life and death. Those who did not die had their potential stimulated by this battle. All of their bottlenecks had loosened, and they had gone into seclusion to break through. Shenzong was the same. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon also began his closed-door cultivation. Duanguchuan and Jitianjiandi were naturally healing their wounds. For a moment, the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers fell silent. Gurgling sounds could be heard continuously. Blood bubbles popped out and burst, and traces of scarlet spread out. A blood-colored figure lay flat in the blood pool, bobbing up and down. There was a sword mark on its chest that went all the way to its back. The sword mark pierced through its heart, and traces of bloody light spread out. This was the Blood Prison Demon. Shenzong's sword pierced through its heart, and it was the Scarlet Flame sharp sword at that. If it did not escape in time and entered the blood pool, the Blood Prison Demon estimated that its injuries would worsen, causing its strength to decrease, and even its life to be in danger. After all, the core of the Blood Demon race was the heart. The heart was the source of the Blood Demon race's power. It was also very powerful and difficult to injure, but it could not block the Scarlet Flame sharp sword. The Blood Prison Demon's killing intent toward Shenzong was overwhelming. But now, it could only hide here and heal, and it would not be able to recover in a short time. At this moment, a shadow quickly entered from outside and appeared beside the blood pool. Who is it? The Blood Prison Demon immediately became alert. It raised its head, and sharp bloody light burst out from its eyes, like sharp arrows piercing through the air. "It's me." A gloomy voice sounded, as if a cold venomous snake slid past one's neck, making one feel very uncomfortable. "You." The blood prison demon's tone suddenly relaxed. "Why did you come here instead of healing?" "Of course. I'm here to treat my injuries." The moment he finished speaking, a figure walked out from the shadows. It was Ban Zhongquan. Ban Zhongquan's face was pale. Obviously, Jianjiandi's sword was very powerful, and he was seriously injured. He still could not recover. The extreme sword chi was extremely terrifying. It was like a maggot in one's bones, and it was very difficult to expel. Even if he used his own strength to slowly exhaust it, it was still very difficult. Therefore, he had to find another way. Especially when Ban Zhongquan saw the sword in Shenzong's hand, his heart was burning with passion. He was a disciple of Jianjiandi, and he had also cultivated the way of the sword. He was not inferior to some of the emperor-level experts who practiced the way of the sword. If he could obtain the sword in Shenzong's hand, his strength would definitely skyrocket. At that time, who would be his opponent? The most important thing now was to heal his injuries and recover his strength, and then find that person. In order to heal his injuries faster, Ban Zhongquan came here. Without waiting for the blood prison demon to react, Ban Zhongquan directly attacked, and his palm blasted towards the blood prison demon in the blood pool. With this palm, a black light madly spun in his palm like a vortex, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. The blood prison demon was immediately shocked. Its heart was pierced, and it was seriously injured. Its strength was almost depleted, and it could only stay in the blood pool to heal. Now that Ban Zhongquan suddenly attacked, it had no choice but to use what little strength it had left. It swept up the water in the blood pool, and turned it into a blood arrow that pierced through the air. "Ban Zhongquan, what are you doing? How dare you attack this emperor?" The blood prison demon roared angrily as it counterattacked. "I'm killing you to heal myself." Ban Zhongquan's voice became colder and colder. His palms continuously blasted out, and he pushed the cold jade nether evil technique to the extreme. With his serious injuries and the cold jade nether evil technique, Ban Zhongquan was enduring great pain. However, this pain did not make him retreat. Instead, it made him laugh wildly, and it made him seem like a madman. The blood prison demon was extremely shocked. Boom boom boom, the blood pool was smashed, and the blood prison demon was also sent flying. Without the blood pool, its injuries were even more serious. It tried its best to dodge, and it turned into a blood shadow, and immediately flew towards the cave. Entrance. As long as it left this place, it would have a chance to recover. However, Ban Zhongquan was already prepared. He waved his palms, and like an inescapable net, he caught the blood shadow and swallowed it whole. With a final sharp cry, the blood prison demon was swallowed up by Ban Zhongquan. Ban Zhongquan's pale face was suddenly dyed scarlet, and his whole body seemed to be dyed with blood. With a leap, Ban Zhongquan jumped into the blood pool. There was still about a third of the blood left in the pool. Waves surged and gathered towards the center of the pool, where Ban Zhongquan's body was. Not long after, all the blood was absorbed into Ban Zhongquan's body. Ban Zhongquan's body also returned to normal. The wound on his chest also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sword chi that had been entrenched in the wound was also constantly being worn down by a terrifying evil force until it completely disappeared. Judging from this situation, Ban Zhongquan would be able to fully recover in less than 10 days. In fact, he might even be able to advance further. During the Supreme Sword Demon Slaughtering Conference, Shenzong came out of seclusion, and his cultivation had also broken through. The peak of the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer, the several battles, especially the recent life and death battle, had stimulated his potential. After a period of seclusion, his cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 7th layer, only a fine line away from the 8th layer. If he broke through to the 8th layer, not only would his spirit energy become purer and more powerful, but the amount of spirit energy he could use would also increase. At that time, if he used the Scarlet Flame Flowing Edge Sword again, he would be able to last longer and display more power. However, in Deep Sea World, Shenzong was very clear that if he wanted to break through to the 8th layer of the Transcendent Realm, without sufficient external help, it would not be easy to cultivate on his own. Zhenzong understood this point and did not insist on it, allowing nature to take its course. When it was time to break through, it would. Duan Guchuan and Jitianjiandi were still in seclusion healing their wounds. In this battle, their injuries were not light. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon seemed to have gained some benefits and was also in seclusion. Zhenzong was not in a hurry to leave, planning to wait until Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon and the two society leaders came out of seclusion before bidding farewell. So, Zhenzong continued his seclusion. Comprehending the Heart Sword Sutra. Faith, from Duan Guchun and Upper Sky Sword Emperor, Zhenzong sensed a kind of belief, 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 a kind of a 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 belief, to press forward courageously, a kind of a belief, a kind of a belief, to put life and death aside for something. Faith, Zhenzong had always felt that he did not lack faith. But at that time, he was somewhat shaken. It seemed that compared to the two seniors Duan Guchuan and Jitianjiandi, his faith was not pure enough, not strong enough, and not worth mentioning. Now, Zhenzong wanted to re-examine his beliefs and re-examine them. Zhenzong had a feeling that as long as he had a breakthrough in his faith, his comprehension of the Heart Sword Sutra would greatly improve, and his strength would also increase significantly. The Tongshan Demon King recovered from his injuries very quickly. He knew that the Blood Prison Demon had gone to recuperate, and would appear again after his injuries were healed. Therefore, the Tongshan Demon King did not look for the Blood Prison Demon, nor did he know that the Blood Prison Demon was already dead, completely dead, and had disappeared from this world. And the one who killed him was Ban Zhongquan, the traitor who had killed his own master. The Tongshan Demon King had reunited the demon experts and demon warriors, and was still a powerful army. They still occupied Bright Sword Continent and were unshakable. But the Tongshan Demon King was also clear that if the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association's emperors attacked again, it would be very difficult for him to resist. He had no choice but to send a distress signal to the demon-suppressing fortress. Fortunately, Bright Sword Continent was not far from the demon-suppressing fortress, and the news would soon reach the demon-suppressing fortress. At that time, at least one demon emperor would come to reinforce. In the sky above the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was turbulent, gathering from all directions. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was condensed like white pythons in the sky. There seemed to be waves of dragon roars that shook the heavens and earth. What's going on? The experts of the Extreme Sword Demon Slayers Association who were not in seclusion were all alarmed. Duan Guchuan and Jitianjiandi, who were recuperating, were also alarmed. Zhenzong also spread out his spiritual awareness. Shortly after, the three of them were startled, and then smiled. Because the one who caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to change was Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon, who was in seclusion. This phenomenon was caused by breaking through to the Emperor realm. End of chapter 1075. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.